Chapter 1 Transmigrated into a novel. I am Su Qing, originally a vibrant freshman at Luochuan University in China. On the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, a large group of relatives came to my home, nagging and criticizing me incessantly. Several bratty kids even broke my limited edition figurine, and to make matters worse, not a single relative gave me lucky money. Then suddenly, I felt an excruciating pain in my head. My fingers trembled, and the red wine glass in my hand fell to the ground, staining the white plush carpet beneath my feet with its crimson liquid. I raised my eyes to survey the surroundings. Above me hung a luxurious crystal chandelier, and an expansive velvet carpet covered the floor. Wrong, this isn't my room, I murmured with a furrowed brow. Glancing down at the polished leather shoes on my feet, my frown deepened. I've never worn leather shoes before. For a freshman like me, they look way too stuffy. My mind was filled with confusion, wondering if someone had kidnapped me and even changed my clothes. Right then, a mechanical voice echoed through my thoughts. Ding, the thoughtful villain system has found a suitable host. System initiating, loading system content, system activation complete. This, damn it, I actually transmigrated? I couldn't help but exclaim. Villain system? This is totally different from your typical face-slapping wish fulfillment system. As an avid reader of trashy web novels, I was no stranger to systems and transmigration. Long tired of my mundane life, I'd often fantasized about getting an overpowered system to live a glamorous existence. System binding complete. Transmitting novel content now. Along with the system's voice, a flood of information poured into my mind, the words swirling like a lantern show before finally settling. Bloody hell, so I got ice-guyed into a novel. And why are these words jumping between sizes? Makes my damn head ache, I groaned, clutching my forehead. Host, the bold text is the chapter title. The originally mechanical voice actually carried a teasing, playful tone, mixed with just a hint of disdain. Yeah, I freaking know. I was just venting. I rolled my eyes, clutching my head in exasperation. As the information transferred, I learned that I transmigrated into a cliché urban wish fulfillment novel titled The Invincible Adopted Son, heroically saving the beauty from the start, becoming its villainous rich second-generation character. This character had both parents alive, was wealthy and influential, currently a second-year acting major at Luochuan University pursuing dual degrees in business management, exceptionally intelligent, talented both in looks and abilities. This novel has over 800 chapters, and my namesake character survives until the end. However, starting from chapter 3, he gets sentenced to life imprisonment, with a final scene where the male and female protagonists stroll hand in hand to visit me in prison. That damn author really went all out, kidnapping, hero saving the beauty, such outdated tropes they dared to write. I couldn't help but flip the bird mid-air. Never did I expect to transmigrate into such a pitiful character. But since I'm here, new year, new fortunes, I'll rewrite the fate of this obsessive villain. As a rich second-generation villain, I should have had the world at my fingertips. Yet, to throw it all away for a woman? Ridiculous. Actually, this villain isn't entirely bad, just a bit obsessive, loving the female lead to the point of utterly devoted self-abasement. Right from the first chapter, the novel's main couple gets engaged. They're childhood sweethearts. Meanwhile, I'd been secretly pining for the female lead before the kidnapping incident. She didn't even know me. The author wrote me as an obsessively extreme, rigidly straight man who couldn't accept their engagement. Before the banquet, I had my subordinates kidnap the female lead and imprison her in a suburban mansion, tending to her meticulously, hoping to win her over for a lifelong bond. Sadly, she wasn't moved at all, terrified instead, and the male lead rescued her within 12 hours of finding the kidnapping location. The male lead's combat prowess was off the charts. Not only did he beat me to a pulp, knocking out 4 teeth, breaking several ribs, and ultimately condemning me to a life of prison labor, but I even called out the female lead's name while toiling away at the sewing machine. What a hopeless romantic. Without realizing it, I walked up to the mirror and caught sight of my reflection. I couldn't help but exclaim, holy shit. The novel described me as handsome, but this physical form before me was downright mesmerizing. Slightly upturned lashes framed a pair of soul-stealing peach blossom eyes, their depths shimmering with sparkling clarity. Below the proud bridge of my nose lay lips that were crystalline and translucent, naturally tinged with a delicate blush. Standing at 189 centimeters tall, his legs were straight under the tailored suit pants, with a lean waist, broad shoulders, and a slender back. With such looks, isn't this the type that could charm the masses? To think he'd become a love-struck fool. Isn't it a waste not to be playing the groom every night? I shook my head. Upon closer inspection, everything about me was flawless except for the dark circles under my eyes, suggesting poor rest, which made me seem just a tad worn out. Chapter 2, The Kidnapped Woman. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of rapping at the door pulled me away from admiring my own breathtaking beauty. Opening the door, I was met with a broad round face beneath a baseball cap. My first thought was wondering who this person was. It took 3 seconds before I realized this was Su Dazhuang, the housekeeper's son and essentially my subordinate. "Young master," he began. Recalling the demeanor befitting a superior in the novel, I responded coolly, what is it? Lin Xier has already. Before he could finish speaking, my vision darkened as a futuristic pale blue panel materialized before my eyes. Got it. No more small talk until I've figured out this system first. I shot a glance at Su Dazhuang. "We'll talk later if you've got something to say." With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. Su Dazhuang stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. I stood still, checking my character panel. Player, Su Ching. Age, 19. Looks, 101. Note, the full score is 100. Combat power, 20. Note, the passing score is 60. Villain luck points, -500. Villain points, 0. Items/skills, none. This attractiveness rating is really high, it even surpassed the full score. The system promptly remarked, "I gave you an extra point in case you weren't proud enough." Nice touch, I laughed. This system is truly different from the stingy type that deducts a point to keep their host humble. But this level of physical ineptitude astounds me. Even for a rich second-generation heir with chauffeured luxury cars and a life of pampered indulgence, this is just pathetic. Could a top-tier young master really lack a personal female fitness trainer and nutritionist? No wonder I looked so frail. Now that I'd crossed over, hearing the system speak suddenly triggered a realization. I whirled around to face the mirror, yanked my shirt free from my trousers, and peered anxiously at my reflection. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! I couldn't help shouting 3 times. That old scar across my waist stood out starkly against the delicate skin. That's when I realized I was missing a kidney. I'd been kidnapped as a child, and during that ordeal some back-alley quack without a license had stolen one of my kidneys, leaving behind this hideous scar. No wonder I'd always been sickly. I frowned and complained, this miserable? Finally got to time travel, and my body isn't even complete. Is this some kind of joke? I said to the system in my mind, can I go back? It's Chinese New Year, and my eldest cousin's second aunt's third uncle's wife has lost all her teeth. She's waiting for me to shell sunflower seeds for her. I batted my eyes, hoping the system could see the helplessness on this handsome face of mine. But deep down, I knew the system that dragged me here wouldn't let me return so easily. To my surprise, the system promptly replied, sure can. This shocked me so much I could hardly believe it at first. I asked suspiciously, will I die? Can I return to my original world? Will I be erased? The system assured me I wouldn't be erased, and even offered a 5 million consolation prize to be awarded via lottery ticket just by one back in my original world to claim it. It also said I could return anytime, calling itself the considerate villain system that could fulfill all my needs. I smirked, oh, how wonderful, truly considerate. With consolation prizes this generous, staying might yield even greater rewards. Why would I even want to go back? The system asked if I wanted to return to my original world. I wagged my finger and said, no, I choose to stay. So what if I lost a kidney? This little imperfection won't stop me from being a villain. Even if you make me, no, that won't do either. I quickly stopped myself from continuing. Then I said to the system, enough chatter. Tell me what I need to do in this world, how to use the villain system, and what benefits I can get. The system explained that successfully altering the plot, suppressing the protagonist, seizing opportunities and romantic interests would increase my villain luck value and villain points. When my villain luck surpasses the protagonist's, I can steal their abilities. The higher the luck value, the luckier I become. Villain points can be used to spin a prize wheel or directly purchase items. All rewards can be taken back to the real world or to a new world after completing the story. I nodded in approval at how straightforward the setting was, then asked if I'd inevitably incur the protagonist's hatred due to my villainous luck value and be forced into confrontations. The system explained my antagonist's fortune was independent from the protagonist's. I could choose to avoid conflicts altogether and live out my days as a spoiled rich heir. I scoffed, cheap provocation tactic, how boring. Since I, Su Ching, have come here, I'll surely turn everything upside down and orchestrate this love-struck villain's comeback against all odds. At worst, I just returned to the original world to claim my 5 million, what was there to fear? The system quietly praised my ironclad resolve. The system asked if I wanted to claim the newbie gift pack, and I promptly said, claim it. The system granted me the primary insightful ice skill, mentioning there were also intermediate and advanced versions. The intermediate could check all character information, while the advanced could even reveal personality traits and backstory. After the system finished speaking, it fell silent. I stood there sorting out the plot. Glancing at my phone, my expression changed. Holy shit, today is the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, the very day the story begins with the kidnapping of the female lead. The Lin Xier that Su Dazhuang just mentioned at the door is none other than the female lead I'm supposed to kidnap at the start of the story. The plot has already begun, and there are only 11 hours left before the male lead swoops in to save her. According to the original plot, I should go downstairs now and take care of the female lead, then grovel for her unrequited affection, get beaten up by the male lead, and end up in prison, miserable for life. I can't let that happen again. Send her away? Lin Shear is unconscious, maybe no one would notice if I dump her on the street, but that goes against my original intention to oppose the protagonist head-on, and the storyline would collapse. No way. Alright, nothing ventured, nothing gained. When I opened the door, I saw Su Dazhuang's bewildered face. I said, take me to Lin Shear. Following Su Dazhuang to the bedroom on the first floor, I saw a graceful young girl tied to the bed, her long legs spread out in a big shape, arms and legs fastened to the bed's silver posts. Her face was covered with a white cloth, and by the bedside stood a man as skinny as a little monkey. I knew this fat and thin pair were the brothers Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang, so I asked, why is there a white cloth over her face? Su Erzwang pointed smugly at the cloth, saying it looked like a red bridal veil, perfect for me and the girl to enter the wedding chamber. Never in my life had I been so speechless. I quickly stepped forward, pulled off the white cloth, and said coldly, don't do such eerie things in the future. People might think she's been dead for 3 days. Su Erzwang took 2 steps back. I looked at her face, a petite oval with delicately arched brows, long lashes like raven feathers, tightly shut eyes, a finely upturned nose, skin like creamy jade, and exquisitely refined features. No wonder she could make someone fall hopelessly in love, she really was beautiful. But when I caught my own reflection in the mirror, I flipped my hair with a sigh, so sorry, but no matter how pretty you are, you're still not prettier than me. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang must have been bewildered, thinking, wasn't I supposed to be a simp? Why am I suddenly so full of myself? I activated my insight ability towards Lin Shear, and a pale blue screen appeared, displaying her name, age, height, combat power, and affection level. An affection level of 0 was acceptable. But seeing that the female lead's combat stats were higher than mine, now that was a capital letdown. After all, she is the daughter of the Lin family, one of the 5 great families of Luochuan. My father was a legendary war hero, having achieved numerous military feats, and under his influence, I started practicing martial arts from a young age. If I hadn't been drugged, even Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang combined wouldn't be my match, let alone my weakened and sickly self. Chapter 4, The Kidnapping Plot. I wasn't discouraged. The corners of my mouth curled slightly as I pondered over an idea. Although it might seem a bit wicked now, it could turn out to be a brilliant plan. The male lead, Li Tian, possesses astonishing combat abilities, and the female lead, Lin Xier, is deeply in love with him. There's no way I could use force against them, after all. I can't even defeat the female lead. My only option is to outsmart them. I slowly untied the knots binding Lin Xier's arms, unable to resist grumbling. What the hell? Who tied these damn impossible knots anyway? Su Erzwang whispered his explanation. A knot that won't come undone is more secure. I was afraid she might wake up halfway and put up a fight, and since young master couldn't beat her, I thought, he believed tying this unbreakable knot was the right call. It prioritized my safety after all. I sighed inwardly. Was it common knowledge now that I couldn't beat her in a fight? Do I not have any dignity left? I shot him a glare and said, what are you just standing there for? Can't you see I can't untie this? Hurry up and find some scissors to cut him loose. Before Su Erzwang could move, Su Dazhuang's voice came from the doorway, young master, the rope is tricky to untie. You might want to use these scissors. Su Erzwang probably thought to himself, we're both lackeys, so how come Big Brother always knows exactly what to do? I nodded at Su Dazhuang, took the scissors, and quickly cut all the ropes binding Lin Xier. Then, I scooped Lin Xier up in a princess carry. The moment I lifted her, my entire body stiffened, and I gritted my teeth in silent agony. So heavy. I seriously considered dropping her back onto the bed right then and there. But with 2 subordinates watching, that would be far too embarrassing. So I gritted my teeth and held her in my arms, even mustering all my strength to hoist her upward twice, just to preserve my dignity as a man. Su Dazhuang glanced at Su Erzwang, and the two exchanged a look that clearly questioned, can the young master even carry her? Then, with ingratiating smiles, they said to me, young master, we'll take our leave now. As they spoke, they began backing toward the door. I called out to them without turning around, wait. Their footsteps halted mid-step, probably thinking, isn't he supposed to be consummating the marriage? Holding the woman in my arms, I walked toward the door and said, what kind of kidnapper ties someone up in the master bedroom? Go get 2 fresh coils of rope, then meet me in the storage room. This mansion wasn't part of the Su family's assets, it was an anonymous property I'd acquired through some maneuvering. Recently purchased and not yet thoroughly cleaned, the storage room was cluttered with discarded junk, dust-covered floors, and layers of cobwebs clinging to every corner. With impeccable gentlemanly demeanor, I meticulously cleaned a single tile right next to the wall, then placed Lin Xier on the dirty tile beside it. That spotless tile was reserved for myself. Mopping floors was too troublesome, and with my poor health, bending down wasn't advisable. Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang entered, announcing, young master, we've brought the ropes. I nodded, casting another glance at Lin Xier before asking, how long does this drug last? Su Dazhuang replied, roughly, she should wake up in about 3 more hours. Alright, then I'll give a few orders now. As I spoke, I picked up the rope and tied Lin Shear up again. You'll tie me up, hands and feet, and within 2 hours, install iron bars on all the windows in this house, secure them tightly, not even a fly should be able to get in. Then hammer 10 wooden stakes outside the door. Before that, remove everything in this house that carries my traces. Leave nothing behind, and wipe clean all fingerprints and shoe prints inside the house. Following my instructions, the house became utterly inescapable from the inside. Su Erzwang asked in confusion, "Young master, when should we come back to undo all this?" I replied indifferently, "Don't come back. Just follow the orders and don't ask what I'm planning to do." I thought to myself, with less than 11 hours left, Li Tian would be coming soon, and he'd definitely find a way inside. I placed my hands behind my back and said, "Tie me up." Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang didn't quite understand what I was planning, but they followed my instructions, loosely tying the knots even more gently than when they had bound Lin Shear, careful not to hurt me. When you return to the Su family, spread the word under the Su name. Today, the young master of the Su family was kidnapped while setting off fireworks in the backyard and has now been missing for 3 hours. The kidnappers are demanding 500 million, and they'll call again in 24 hours regarding the ransom exchange location. If anyone dares to call the police, it'll be a dead end. Su Dazhuang hesitated and said, "But who's going to make this call? Wouldn't it alert Mr. Su and his wife?" I cursed inwardly at his nonsense. I'd deliberately chosen a later time precisely to make this look like a real kidnapping. By the time Li Tianren arrives in 11 hours, what use would there be in making phone calls? I said slowly, "Don't ask too many questions. It's fine if they know, just make sure the message gets out. You two go buy another burner phone card and call the Lin family. Tell them Lin Xier is in your hands, prepare 300 million, and you'll give them the exchange location within 24 hours. Su Dazhuang still wanted to speak, but I frowned and said, "Sure, no more nonsense. Leave some food in the kitchen, and then you can go. Just make sure you handle what I asked you to do." The two bowed and replied, "Understood, young master." I leaned against the wall. The storage room had no windows, and the bright fluorescent light shone directly on my face. Squinting slightly, I shot Lin Shear a meaningful glance. Her face showed no expression, motionless like a doll. Her fair skin appeared poreless under the light, smooth as a peel egg. I whispered, "Sister, aren't we fellow captives now? Doesn't that make us comrades in adversity?" At this moment, two voices sounded in my mind. Ding, host has altered the plot's trajectory. Villain aura increased by 500. Ding, host has altered the plot's trajectory. Villain points increased by 500. I mentally opened my character panel to take a look. Host, Su Chung. Age, 19. Charisma, 101. Note, full score is 100. Combat power, 20. Note, passing threshold is 60. Villain aura value, 0 points. Villain points, 500. Items, none. Skills, primary inside eye. In the evening, inside the living room of the Lin family villa, the family head Lin Outyan sat imposingly in the center of an European-style sofa, dressed in a black suit with an air of solemn authority. "Where is Shear? I haven't seen her for hours. The family banquet is about to start, how could she be so thoughtless? Call her back at once." Lin Outyan took a sip of tea and said to the butler. The butler said, "The young lady must have gone to the warehouse to feed the stray cats, she goes there every day." Lin Shear truly had a kind heart. Ever since she spotted a group of stray cats in the warehouse, she had made it a daily habit to feed them. Lin Outyan slammed his hand heavily on the sofa and barked, "Nonsense, doesn't she realize what day it is today? Has she not considered the situation? How can she still have the leisure to feed cats?" Today, the Li family members were also coming. The Lin and Li families had been close friends for generations, and Lin Shear and Li Tian shared mutual affection, childhood sweethearts. Both families wished to further strengthen their bond by arranging a marriage between their descendants. Although Li Tian was an adopted son, the Li family was vast and prosperous with only one blood heir, Li Shang. However, Li Shang had been frail since birth, and despite years of seeking medical treatment, his condition never improved. His body was utterly drained, and there was no telling when fate might cut his thread of life. Since Li Tian was destined to inherit the family business and excelled in all areas due to his diligence, Lin Outyan ultimately agreed. Tonight's dinner on the 15th day of the first lunar month was called a family banquet, but in truth, it was arranged by both families to formalize the engagement between Lin Shear and Li Tian. The in-laws had already taken their seats at the table, but Lin Shear was nowhere to be seen. Just as Lin Outyan was fuming with anger, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the unfamiliar number on the screen. Chapter 5, Sister, Let Me Go. Lin Outyan was in a foul mood and snapped into the phone. "Hello, who's this?" A mechanically altered electronic voice came through the line. "You don't need to know who I am. I have your daughter. If you want her back unharmed, prepare 300 million in cash. 24 hours from now, I'll call again with the exchange location. Don't even think about calling the police. If you do, we'll kill the hostage. My name is Su Qing." The rope binding my hands wasn't tied too tightly, I could wiggle slightly through the gaps in the knots, but being trussed up like this was genuinely unbearable. I glanced at Lin Shear. This little missy wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. How boring. Might as well take a nap. I gave an exaggerated yawn before closing my eyes. My newly transmigrated body didn't seem fully accustomed to this world yet, letting me drift off even under the glaring fluorescent lights. An hour later, I was jolted awake by a startled cry. Turned out Lin Shear had groggily come to and tried stretching, only to discover her hands restrained, her eyes widening in surprise. I've always been a terrible morning person. Being startled awake from solid sleep put me in a foul mood. Brow furrowed tightly, I snarled without opening my eyes, "Shut it! Shut up! Can't you see someone sleeping here?" She hadn't noticed me at all and screamed even louder upon hearing my voice, her eyes widening as she glared at me. "Ah, who are you?" Blinking groggily, I squinted at her and thought to myself, should have gagged this woman earlier. So damn loud for someone so pretty, and now she's jumping at shadows. The harsh light stung my eyes, and I instinctively tried to rub them before remembering I too was a captured victim here. Two plans formed in my mind, either play the unflappable hero to comfort this panicked woman, finding an escape before Li Tian arrives to steal the rescue credit, or, alternative plan left unspoken. But after careful consideration, this plan won't work. I'm frail and weak as a kitten, playing the hero to save the damsel would seem utterly unbelievable. Who knows, the female lead might even be more combat capable than me. So I decided on a new strategy. Help! Someone save me! I screamed at the top of my lungs, loud enough to pierce through the roof. I stared wide-eyed at Lin Shear, my eyelashes trembling as I stammered out, "Help me, where am I? Sister, don't kill me, whether you want money or people, I'll give you anything. Look at my delicate skin and tender flesh, my family is very wealthy. I'm not bad looking either, and this is my first time. Sister, if you want to do anything, I definitely won't resist. Sister, you can do whatever you want, I beg you, just don't kill me." Though I possessed no skills granted by any system except insightful eyes, the original host was a top-performing acting student, with a natural talent for performance ingrained in every fiber of his being. This sudden torrent of tearful, impassioned macho exclamations completely stunned Lin Shear. She almost genuinely believed I had been kidnapped by her. After a while, Lin Shear, who had calmed down slightly, examined me carefully. Judging by her gaze, she was probably thinking, those alluring peach blossom eyes of mine, tinged with drowsy redness at the corners, paired with a strikingly straight nose bridge, bloodlessly pale lips, and a jawline sharp enough to cut. She'd never seen a man with features like mine before. I have a somewhat bewitching appearance, yet not at all feminine. Some say I resemble a male fox spirit. I called out sister to Lin Shear, who was tied up before me, snapping her out of her daze. In a voice hoarse beyond measure, I pleaded with a hint of desperation, "I beg you, let me go, sister." The voice sounded parched, as if I hadn't had water in ages, precisely meant to beguile her. Seeing that I was tied up just like her, Lin Shear lowered her guard slightly. Shaking the gleaming rope around her ankles, she said, "I was kidnapped too, sister." She thought I was about her age, so hearing me constantly call her sister felt a bit odd. Usually cold and slow to warm up, especially around men, she found my deep, husky voice unexpectedly attractive. Even with the repeated sister endearments, it didn't come across as childish but rather distinctly masculine. My dark, bewildered gaze must have struck a chord, because she instinctively accepted the nickname. She shot me a glance, then followed my gaze to the crisscrossed ropes binding her chest, flushing crimson as she silently cursed the perverted kidnapper. Avoiding my eyes, she awkwardly told me not to look. I quickly turned away, suppressing a wicked grin. Lin Shear's blushing face was unexpectedly endearing. The novel described her as arrogant, capricious, icy toward others yet decisive, only showing shy tenderness toward the male lead Li Tian. Supposedly she couldn't be bothered speaking to strange men. Clearly the book got it wrong. Maybe I'm just too handsome, dazed her with my looks. Besides, I know Lin Shear has a soft heart. She loves rescuing strays and even founded a shelter. Classic icy exterior with passionate core. To win her over, I needed to break through her most vulnerable defenses. Turning my head away indignantly, I said, "Sis, those kidnappers are downright evil. How could they tie you up like that?" "I absolutely won't look." My low, husky voice paired with those words made her blush so fiercely she seemed about to bleed. She first let out a few muffled sounds before saying, "It's fine, you can look." I hesitated, thinking, is she trying to flirt with me? What's her game? Just as I straightened my face, but before I could turn, a stunning figure appeared before me. My eyes immediately landed on those fair, long, and perfectly straight legs. But the next second, I was stunned. How did she undo the ropes? She tossed them aside, saying they weren't tied very tightly. Right, her combat ability is rated at 60. Earlier, seeing her delicate and fair skin, I couldn't bring myself to tie her too tightly. I never expected her to slip free so easily. Feeling the need to defend my credibility as the kidnapper-in-chief, I watched her slender, pale hands flexing and said sincerely, the culprit probably had a change of heart. "Sister, these hands of yours are truly exquisite. I couldn't bear to bind them too tightly." Hands like these were clearly meant for playing the piano. Her gaze followed her finger and landed on my face, where she broke into laughter at my antics, a shallow dimple appearing by her lips. "Weren't you scared?" she asked. "Why so glib-tongued all of a sudden?" Quite the smooth talker. I lowered my eyes for a long moment before raising my face again with a smile. "Being scared is one thing, but I can't lie, your hands are truly beautiful, sister." "Oomph. Calling me glib-tongued, just wait till you experience my tricks." Praising my way with words, she moved behind me and knelt to untie the knots, remarking that my hands weren't bad either. I thanked her. When I stood up, she tilted her head back to meet my eyes and frowned slightly. Having been curled up sitting before, she hadn't realized how tall I was, only now noticing I stood nearly a head taller. "TSK, you, so tall yet such a coward." I thought to myself, my cowardice is precisely why she's here protecting me. I certainly don't want to showcase masculinity in front of her. With just 20 combat points and missing a kidney, I'd definitely lose in any confrontation with the male lead. I stayed planted where I stood, slowly lifting the hem of my shirt with my hand at waist level. She took 2 steps back, raising one hand to cover her eyes while clenching the other into a defensive fist. I carefully explained, "Sis, I mean no harm. I just want to show you my wound." Perhaps it was the trembling in my voice that made her lower her guard. She dropped her hand and followed my gesture to look. My toned, firm waist, my strikingly pale complexion, and that savage wound, gnarled as if torn by a beast, were horrifying to behold. She stammered, "Why you? What happened?" I lowered my gaze, my eyes shimmering with unshed tears as I whispered, "Sister, I was kidnapped when I was little. One of my kidneys, someone took it from me." Then I began to fabricate the story of being kidnapped as a child. "So, can you understand me, sis? I'm really terrified of kidnapping. I still remember when I was little, locked in a pitch-black room, pinned to the corner by some uncles and aunts. They didn't feed me for 5 days, and then, suddenly the lights came on, and an uncle in a white coat, he didn't even give me anesthesia, before." As I fabricated the story, I wondered if there were holes in this recollection. How could such a young child survive a kidney extraction without anesthesia? But the words were already out, and there was no taking them back. Before I could even finish speaking, I felt a sudden weight on the back of my neck as her arms wrapped tightly around me, soft and fragrant. With a voice full of pity, she whispered in my ear, "Don't worry, big sister will definitely save you. No one will hurt you again." TSK, being rescued by a beauty is way sweeter than playing the hero. Then a voice echoed in my mind, "Ding, the female lead is deeply moved by your plight. Affection points plus 20. Ding, the host has successfully altered the fundamental plot direction. Villain points plus 200. Ding, host has successfully altered the fundamental trajectory of the plot. Villain's karma increased by 200. I grinned mischievously, resting my head comfortably on her fragrant shoulder as I said, "Thank you, sis. I'll do my best to protect you too." I wondered if she'd become so engrossed in our conversation that she'd forgotten the dangerous situation we were in. Is this really the right time for us to be cuddling like this? Are we going to start kissing next? I decided to strike first, leaning close to her neck as I asked, "Sister, do you know who kidnapped us and brought us here? Where exactly are we now?" I felt the strands of her hair brushing against my neck as she seemed to shake her head and say, "I don't know." I remember. I was feeding my cat, and when I woke up I was here. I chimed in, "I was setting off fireworks at home, then woke up here." She mentioned thinking this kidnapping was probably just for ransom, and recalled how I'd previously described myself as having delicate skin and coming from a wealthy family. I nodded, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "My father is Su Jinghua. You might have seen him on TV, sister. Our family is quite well off." Chapter 7, The Sealed Mansion. Lin Shear froze for a moment. The name Su Jinghua was instantly familiar. Su Jinghua, the Su family. Although wealthy since his grandfather's generation, the family couldn't be considered a traditional aristocratic dynasty. The Su family controlled half of China's entertainment industry, talent agencies, idol training programs, and the currently booming new media sector. Their holdings included dozens of entertainment media companies, over 100 major MCN agencies nationwide, 5 film studios, and more than 10 large-scale production bases. The Su family had business ties with the Lins through a long-standing security contract with their protection conglomerate. She'd heard her father mention the Su family's affairs before. Su Jinghua possessed extraordinary wealth, astonishing good looks, and was a Grand Slam-winning actor. His wife was equally illustrious, gifted with both talent and beauty, having won consecutive awards as Best Actress and Television Queen, the epitome of a classic beauty. They had only one son. Rumors suggested he had inherited the finest traits of both parents, making him one in a million. His name, Su Qing, Performance Department at Luochuan University. Same university, same department, same major as her, 1 year her junior. Given that he had been kidnapped alongside her, the sole heiress of the Lin family, it wasn't hard for her to deduce this young man must come from considerable wealth as well. But she never expected that Su Qing, the silver spoon-fed young master, would carry not a shred of arrogance. His tone even carried a touch of innocent sweetness. He had casually revealed his family background without a second thought, showing no wariness toward her nor any air of superiority. She'd encountered plenty of wealthy heirs in Luochuan, every one of them looking down their noses at people. But this young man was completely different. "So you're Su Qing?" Lin Xier asked. Su Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at her with genuine surprise. "Sister, you know who I am? Our families have business dealings with each other. I'm Lin Xier, a junior in the Performing Arts Department at Luochuan University, technically your senior." Su Qing took the hand Lin Xier extended and gave it a shake. "Senior, hello. I never imagined we've been at the same school for 2 years with our families cooperating, yet our first meeting would be here of all places." Lin Outyan had previously intended for Lin Xier to get acquainted with Su Qing, who attended the same school, claiming that the Su family could assist her future acting career. Between the lines, there was even a hint of hoping for a marriage alliance between their families. However, Lin Xier's heart already belonged to Li Tian, and she felt her father was only interested in the Su family's wealth and status. Disliking this, she deliberately avoided Su Qing, to the point where they hadn't met even once despite attending the same school for years. Since her father also had good relations with the Li family, he didn't insist on the matter. Meeting him today made her somewhat regretful. Su Qing was indeed exceptionally handsome, albeit a bit timid, but kind, gentle, and guileless. There was no need to keep him at arm's length. Becoming friends with him and strengthening the ties between their families might not be a bad idea. "Not surprising," Lin Xier said. "Different grades have classes in different locations, but let's not talk about that now. I'll go outside to check, there should be guards posted. You stay in this room and wait for me to come back. Can you manage alone?" "I should probably go with you, sister," Su Qing blurted out, shuffling slowly after her. "Don't worry, it would take at least 3 or 5 people to lay a hand on me." Lin Xier looked around the storeroom, picked up a golf club after some consideration. Su Qing had initially paused mid-step at her words, and frankly reconsidered following her out. Did he really want to risk what might be lurking in this mansion? Not even a fly could be found. He was reluctant to move, felt too drained. His body was genuinely weak, not just pretending. But there was no choice, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding ding, warm reminder from your thoughtful villain system. Shared hardship helps boost favorability." Su Qing sighed inwardly, resigned to dragging his battered body along despite the exhaustion. Su Qing pulled out a golf club from the same spot and followed Lin Xier's steps toward the door. Not forgetting to maintain his sunshine green tea, warm boy persona, he tugged lightly at the back of Lin Xier's clothes from behind, reminding her of his presence. Lin Xier turned her gaze back, but before she could speak, she saw the resolute look in Su Qing's eyes as he said, "Sis, I can't let you face danger alone." Lin Xier's eyes narrowed slightly, her thoughtful expression lasting only a moment before Su Qing heard a voice in her mind. "Ding! Female protagonist Lin Xier's favorability has increased by 10 points. Huh, that was easy. Lin Xier, no." Her words were left half-spoken. Su Qing's fingers gripping the fabric tightened slightly as he interjected, "Sister, let's face adversity together. I'm a man, how could I let you face danger alone?" Ding, heroine Lin Xier's favorability has increased by 10 points. Seeing his resolute determination, Lin Xier felt deeply moved. She no longer refused the young man's kindness, instead extending her free hand to clutch Su Qing's fingers tightly. She gave them a firm squeeze, as if transferring her own strength to him. She locked eyes with Su Qing and said firmly, "Stay behind me and don't run off on your own. If I get into a fight with someone, don't intervene. I've practiced martial arts since childhood and can handle multiple opponents. Just stick close to me." Su Qing pursed her lips and flashed an obedient smile. "Understood, sister." Lin Xier twisted the storage room's doorknob, trying both directions, but the door wouldn't budge. Su Qing smirked to herself. What were those 2 genius subordinates of hers thinking? Locking the storage room door too? Forget it. Anyway, Li Tian would be arriving in less than 10 hours. It's just as well that I can't get out, otherwise, I'd have to put on an act for this young lady, and that would be such a hassle. It's actually nice being alone together with her in this little storage room. As Su Qing lost himself in thought, he suddenly heard 2 heavy thuds, bang, bang. Lin Xier was swinging a golf club at the door handle with forceful strokes. Her pale, slender arm was tightly tensed, as if brimming with boundless explosive strength. Witnessing this scene, Su Qing couldn't help clicking his tongue. Holy moly, thank goodness he had played the innocent White Lotus, otherwise, those vicious swings would have landed right on him. Just the thought of it made him wince. As Su Qing stood frozen in place, lost in his wild imaginings, the person before him suddenly turned around and reached toward him, giving him a light push. Su Qing staggered backward a few steps. 2 more hits and the lock should come off. Stay back so you don't get hurt, Lin Xier said before raising the golf club in her hands once more and swinging it hard at the door lock. The storage room door wasn't particularly thick, and after several strikes from Lin Xier, the lock finally gave way, leaving behind a gaping hole in the door panel. Su Qing, who had witnessed the entire scene, was dumbfounded. That truly was some incredible strength. Su Qing followed her footsteps and walked out the door. Though it was already late at night, the mansion remained brightly lit. The 2 of them meticulously searched every nook and cranny from the bottom floor to the top, but not a single soul was to be seen. Lin Xier initially relaxed a bit, but as time passed, her uneasiness grew stronger. This makes no sense at all. Not even a single guard? What exactly does the kidnapper want? Lin Xier gazed at the window tightly barred with iron rods and frowned. Is this meant to trap us here to die? As she reached the security door leading outside, this thought in her mind grew even more resolute. Not only was the main door locked from the outside, beside the door was a small window, not completely sealed, with 2 gaps. Peering through the gaps towards the door using the external light, she saw the exterior of the door was even more firmly barricaded. Dozens of wooden stakes were crisscrossed and nailed onto the door. Not just that, several massive stones were haphazardly piled across the entrance. It's clearly impossible to get out from inside the mansion. They were clearly meant to be trapped here to die. Su Qing glimpsed the stone and couldn't help but silently applaud. He hadn't instructed his 2 lackeys to come up with this stone, they were smarter than he thought. He couldn't be bothered to explore the interior structure of the house with Lin Xier anyway. Escaping was simply out of the question now. Even with all her strength, physical force isn't magic. Those iron bars on the window would require at least half an hour with a power saw. That golf club in her hands simply wasn't powerful enough. All he needed to do now was wait for Li Tian to come rescue him. Su Qing plopped down on the living room sofa, pulled out her phone, and mindlessly started playing a match 3 puzzle game out of sheer boredom. Ha! Su Qing looked at the displayed level and clicked his tongue. This villain must have been really bored to have played over 500 levels. Su Qing swiftly dragged his fingers across the screen, matching the little squirrels, monkeys, and rabbits of the same patterns, watching them vanish from the interface. The high difficulty level was truly different. The timer at the top of the screen was ticking away alarmingly fast, unknowingly making Su Qing tense up. Then a sharp voice pierced his ears, making his heart leap even higher. Why are you? Following the sound, he glanced up and saw Lin Xier pointing at him with a shocked expression. He furrowed his brow. Was it really that serious? So he hadn't accompanied her in finding the exit and was just playing with his phone for a while. Did she really have to look at him like she'd just seen a ghost? Was it that shocking? Chapter 8. That requires extra payment. Xiao Qing explained. Sis, we've searched this entire place together, there's just no way out. Better save our strength and wait for our family to rescue us. Since the kidnappers haven't harmed us, they probably just want money. Lin Xier didn't respond to his words. Frowning, she looked down at him with a commanding air. No, why do you have a phone? If you have a phone, why didn't you call for help? Unlike his previous gentle tone, his eyes now carried a scrutinizing gaze. Click. Su Qing hadn't actually noticed this matter and reflexively pulled out his phone to kill time. TSK, isn't this just being caught red-handed? Su Qing reacted swiftly but calmly, saying, my phone's been in my pocket the whole time. It was there when I woke up. He waved his phone at Lin Xier and pointed to the network signal. The signal in this room must be blocked. I just tried calling the police, but it wouldn't go through. It hung up automatically right after dialing. Well, he hadn't actually made the call, but he figured Lin Xier wouldn't bother checking his call history to verify whether he'd really tried calling the police. After all, he wasn't her boyfriend. Why would she invade his privacy by going through his phone like that? Even if it's your boyfriend, no way. A man's phone is full of secrets. How could you just let someone rummage through it? The embarrassment would be unbearable. Even on your deathbed with 1 foot in the grave, you'd better delete everything on your phone clean. Holy shit. He couldn't help but think about the good stuff saved on his phone before he time traveled. Could someone see it now? Back in his original world, did he die before coming here? Or is he just brain dead? Or is he still alive and kicking? Whatever. Su Qing, embracing the carefree mentality that as long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others, redirected his gaze firmly back to Lin Xier. Lin Xier visibly relaxed upon hearing Su Qing's words, replying, oh, I see. She then added with a light smile, you don't seem as scared now, even gaming and all. Su Qing looked up and smiled. I was really scared at first, but ever since I saw you, sister, I felt so much calmer somehow. And now that we can't get out anyway, if I stay tense the whole time, won't I just be too exhausted to fight back when the bad guys return? Might as well relax for a while. Lin Xier listened to Su Qing's words and upon reflection, found them quite reasonable. The mansion was completely sealed off from the outside, not a single gap remained. Without tools to saw through those iron bars, they certainly couldn't rely on brute strength to punch a hole through the roof. Better save some energy and wait for either the battle or reinforcements. As she pondered this, she casually sat down beside Su Qing. Glancing at his screen, she recognized the familiar game interface and noticed the player ID in the top left corner. Surprised, she exclaimed, so you're the legendary number 1 under heaven? Su Qing froze. Number 1 under heaven? What kind of ridiculous name was that, and what did it have to do with a handsome guy like him? He glanced at Lin Xier, then looked down at his phone screen. Su Qing, who had been single-mindedly tackling the game levels, hadn't noticed the ID issue until Lin Xier mentioned number 1 under heaven, which suddenly jogged his memory. No wonder he, a highly intelligent, double degree holding rich second generation would be playing such a childish game. This match 3 game features a national online ranking, and originally, the top spot didn't belong to Su Qing, but to Lin Xier. Despite her outwardly cool and mature demeanor, she was utterly obsessed with this adorable match 3 game filled with cute animals. In the novel, Su Qing had secretly harbored feelings for Lin Xier for years and made sure to learn all her preferences, which led him to start playing the game too. With his exceptional gaming talent, he not only stole the national top ranking that rightfully belonged to Lin Xier but also surpassed her by clearing over 50 more levels in a short time. According to the book, Su Qing even made a painfully cringe-worthy confession in the story. Asterisk, if I can't connect with you in reality, at least I'll crush you beneath me in the game. Asterisk. Just thinking about it made Su Qing feel socially dead. Damn this author for dumbing down the villain like this, who would write such childish behavior in the golden opening chapters? Who the hell would even keep reading this crap? Not only that, but in the original plot, the first thing Su Qing did after kidnapping Lin Xier wasn't to take advantage of her or confess his long-held crush. No, he waited until she woke up, challenged her to a round of match 3 puzzle games, and actually beat her. In the book, Lin Xier rolled her eyes so hard and sneered at him. Pfft, what an idiot. Su Qing couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Such foolish and clueless behavior was something he would never do, not even once. He had to change the stereotypical perception people had of antagonists. It's quite amusing. I usually use it to pass the time, Su Qing said nonchalantly. My younger sister gave it this name, it's rather silly. I hope you'll forgive the childishness, sister. Did he have a younger sister? He was an only child, so of course not, this was just nonsense he'd made up on the spot. Lin Xier probably wouldn't bother checking his family tree anyway. But being detail-oriented, Su Qing thought for 2 seconds before adding, my cousin's already 18. I have no idea how she came up with a name like this. I'll definitely stop her from touching my phone again in the future. He actually did have a cousin in his memories. The novel had described her in a few passages. This cousin was quite close to him, having been especially clingy since childhood. In later chapters, she visited him in prison several times, crying her heart out upon seeing him, swearing to avenge him and rescue him. Like him, she was also considered a villain? Su Qing thought pinning the naming blame on his cousin was a good move. Lin Xier probably had no connection with her anyway. Even if they did, surely they wouldn't sit together discussing some Candy Crush ID, right? He saw Lin Xier smile and whisper to him with orchid-scented breath, no, not foolish at all, quite adorable. As Lin Xier spoke, Su Qing's mind abruptly echoed with a new voice. Ding, host has successfully altered the basic plot trajectory. Villain points plus 200. Ding, host has successfully altered the basic plot trajectory. Villain fortune plus 200. Su Qing smiled and said, yeah, quite adorable. Adding luck points and attributes was indeed quite a cute feature. Lin Xier said with a smile, I usually enjoy playing this game too. The rank 1 spot used to be mine all the time. I never expected the person to surpass me would turn out to be you. Su Qing lowered his head slightly, sorry, sis. Lin Xier was taken aback for a moment. He actually apologized to her over something like this? That was almost too naive. She instinctively raised her hand and ruffled Su Qing's hair, feeling as though she were comforting a child, completely forgetting that they had met less than 10 hours ago and had only just exchanged names. By the time Lin Xier had stroked his hair for the 3rd time, Su Qing instinctively flinched away, tilting his head out of her reach, far from the ease with which he had embraced her earlier. If the earlier atmosphere had carried a touch of sympathy, this gentle caress now felt far too intimate to Su Qing. This wasn't good. Of course, it's not that he disliked closeness, he was no Liu Xiaohui, after all. The problem was, without gaining favorability points, it was no good. Clearly, Lin Xier already saw him as just a friend or treated him like some adorable little kid. How could that be allowed? The persona he'd crafted for himself was that of a simple, youthful, sunny boy, not some 3-year-old toddler. This won't do. Touching him comes at an extra price, at least 10 favorability points upwards. The stakes just keep getting higher. Su Qing stroked his chin, he needed to reshape his image somehow. According to the book, Lin Xier had adored Li Tian since childhood, yet before their engagement, Li Tian had always kept her at arm's length while mouthing insincere platitudes. For example, I'm an adopted child, my status isn't worthy of you. I can't hold you back, Hill. You deserve someone better. TCH. Just that kind of sanctimonious sour talk. Li Tian had to reject Lin Xier relentlessly many times to make her develop deep-rooted affection. So Su Qing decided to play the same hard-to-get game with her. For a woman like Lin Xier, who had a cold nature at heart and a somewhat combative temperament, she'd surely enjoy overcoming challenges. Otherwise, since Li Tian had grown up with her and understood her so well, and she liked him, why didn't he just accept her straight away? There must be a reason for this. Following the male lead's example can't be wrong. Su Qing turned his head towards Lin Xier, staring directly at her with an intense gaze. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. Your actions are too intimate. They might make me misunderstand. No girl has ever touched me like this before. Sister, you couldn't possibly be thinking of. Chapter 9, Play Hard to Get. As Su Qing spoke, he noticed Lin Xier's earlobes turning visibly red. Hearing her flustered reply, "No, nothing," Su Qing curled the corners of his lips into a smile, his eyes narrowing into a pleasing curve as he spoke with calm and a hint of relief. "That's good. I have no intention of getting a girlfriend." Lin Xier's initial head pat truly held no hidden meaning. Her shyness stemmed solely from Su Qing's blunt words and the audacity of her own actions, leaving her thoroughly embarrassed. But upon hearing Su Qing say, "That's good to hear. I have no intention of getting a girlfriend," Lin Xier froze momentarily, replaying Su Qing's every word in her mind. What does he mean by saying this? Does he look down on me? What's with his tone of relief? And he even gave me a heads up in advance, telling me not to get any ideas about him? Ha, why is he so full of himself? Lin Xier thought the boy before her was quite nice, but at most, she considered him friendship material. She didn't have romantic feelings for him, her boyfriend was wonderful. If she hadn't been kidnapped today, she would have already gotten engaged. Su Qing nearly burst out laughing at the sight of her face alternating between green and pale hues. This proud young mistress. Did I just break her defenses? Well, it makes sense. With so many suitors pursuing her, the campus belle of Luochuan University's Performing Arts Department, getting handed a nice guy card like this couldn't possibly sit well, could it? Lin Xier said coolly, "My cousin's about your age, and I often pat his head. I mistook you for him just then, don't take it the wrong way. I have a boyfriend, and if I hadn't been kidnapped, we would have finished getting engaged today." Cousin, what a fine cousin indeed. Su Qing nearly injured himself from stifling laughter while listening to Lin Xier's absurd claims. As a transmigrator who knew the entire novel's plot, he could recite the noble lady's entire family tree from memory. Lin Xier was the youngest in her generation. Where would this so-called cousin have come from? Her acting was truly impressive. Su Qing almost believed her. Su Qingming smiled brightly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, carrying an air of innocence that seemed slightly at odds with his dark-toned tailored suit. His entire outward appearance created a striking sense of contrast. Sister is truly blessed to be engaged to her boyfriend. I must have misunderstood. I've never really interacted much with girls, so I didn't realize, you see me as a younger brother. Su Qing paused for a few seconds mid-sentence, then continued with a hint of disappointment in his voice, "I don't have any sisters at home." The feeling of being pampered by someone just now was actually quite nice. Lin Xier couldn't help but wonder. Su Qing came from a good family, had good looks, and a pleasant personality. Even in university, there should be plenty of girls pursuing him. Never interacted with girls, no intention of dating anyone. Why? Was his standards too high? So high that even someone like her wouldn't meet them? Lin Xier rested her chin on one hand, elbow propped against the sofa back, looking as casual as if she were gossiping with a younger sibling during the holidays. Your older sister knows quite a few girls. What's your type? I'll introduce you to someone once we're out. The sweet girl next door type? The delicate clingy type? The aloof elegant type? Or perhaps the sexy bombshell type? Ha! Is there really such a good thing? Su Qing scratched his head and spoke while thinking, the type, tall, fair-skinned, good-looking, not temperamental, compassionate, and kind. Noticing the hint of surprise in Lin Xier's eyes, he even felt like telling her, no need to be surprised, it's exactly what you described. Su Qing trailed off mid-sentence, his lashes lowering slightly, a tinge of melancholy seeming to shadow his face. Just kidding, sis. No need to introduce anyone to me. I have no plans for romance or marriage, no intention of loving anyone else, and certainly don't want to ruin someone's life. Lin Xier was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. How could it be ruining someone? You seem like a good person, with excellent qualities in every aspect. Mid-sentence, she paused, sensing something odd. This young master is clearly just speaking formalities. Isn't this the usual way people reject others? Why on earth did I have to go along with his words and praise him? Thinking about it leaves a sour taste. Though our acquaintance has been brief, Su Qing had already been counted among her friends. She didn't have a single male friend, and in this peculiar environment, she had surprisingly made an exception for Su Qing. And then, he just had to embarrass her like that. Indeed, the young master remains a young master, that aloof disposition keeping others at arm's length is ingrained in his nature. Lin Xier crossed her arms, casting a sidelong, mocking glance at Su Qing as she spoke in a deliberately flippant tone. Of course, the Su family operates in the entertainment industry. Young Master Su has seen all kinds of celebrities, big and small. With so many options to choose from, it's only natural to be picky. After speaking, she uncrossed her legs and stood up to leave. Su Qing glanced deeply at Lin Xier's retreating figure. Was she angry? How sarcastic. Su Qing called after her with a tone of indifference. What are you going to do, sis? As expected, he was met with a stiff response, looking for tools. Get out. We can't just sit here waiting to die. She was definitely angry. After that, Lin Xier searched everywhere in the mansion for tools and no longer paid any attention to Su Qing. Su Qing wasn't ready to coax her yet either. After all, when it came to playing hard to get, the longer the teasing lasted and the worse the behavior, the better the eventual surrender would be. He had already come up with a decent plan. Lin Xier was impatiently searching for tools to escape. While he lazily sat back and did nothing, she would probably get even angrier, right? A mischievous smirk crept across Su Qing's lips as he strode straight toward the upstairs bedroom. Leaning leisurely backward, he sank into the soft, pillowy bed, letting himself be swallowed whole by its embrace. He fell asleep in no time. Lin residence. Living room. Li Tian was at his wit's end. About 7 or 8 hours had passed since investigating the license plate-covered van, and now he was waiting for news at the Lin family's residence, having stayed up all night. The night vision function of the surveillance camera at the Lin family's gate had been maliciously disabled, leaving only the vehicle's outline to determine the model of that van. That outdated van model, even conservative estimates suggest there are at least 80,000 identical vehicles in Luochuan City, making identification by type alone like fishing for a needle in the ocean. Now the only option was to scrutinize traffic footage from every street intersection to trace the van's movements. Li Tian had extensive connections and a vast network. The people he mobilized to investigate traffic conditions were highly effective, augmented by personnel temporarily assigned by Lin Outyen. The task should have been straightforward. The difficulty lies in the fact that the Lin family's main residence isn't located within Luochuan City proper, but rather sits along the coastal area west of the city. The route to downtown passes through a crucial three-way intersection. At this intersection, the middle road leads to Luochuan's main urban area, the left branch goes to Longcheng, while the right path, the most complex, offers both coastal access and land routes. Small trails connect to Luochuan, while the sea route heads to Luoxi City. There are jurisdictional issues with these territories. Each road's surveillance falls under different authorities. So all we can do now is wait. Another half hour passed before Li Tian's phone on the sofa finally rang. He quickly picked it up. Hello, have you found Sierra's location? Good. Send me the positioning coordinates. Send me the coordinates for every place they stopped at. They might have more than one hideout. Thanks bro, I'll treat you to a meal later. Chapter 10, Search Operation. Night had fallen, and Li Tian didn't want to alert Lin Outyen with this news, so he headed straight to the living room on the first floor. Li Tian announced as he entered the living room, "We've got the location. Let's move out." His voice was resolute, his expression commanding. Though it was the dead of night, the spacious mahogany sofa in the living room was filled with about a dozen people, yet without appearing crowded. Dressed uniformly in black suits, they sat bolt upright, showing no signs of fatigue. Yet to Li Tian's words, they seemed utterly indifferent, as if filtering them out automatically. No one responded. Li Tian was momentarily stunned, then composed himself. He took a few steps forward and gave a slight nod toward the two men seated at the center. Dragon 1, Dragon 2, I've already located the stop where the van carrying Sierra was seen. We can move out now. To maintain better concealment during operations, mercenaries typically avoid overly tall or muscular builds, as they risk revealing their position and lack agility. Long Yi and Long Air were exemplary of this type, both standing under 1.6 meters tall, their faces icy cold, eyes unwaveringly resolute, aged around 28 or 29. Physically, they were the kind of men who'd vanish in a crowd without a second glance, but having followed Lin Outyen for years under the Lin family's banner, their strength was of the first rank, ruthless, sharp-witted, and holding positions in the Lin security group second only to Lin Outyen himself. They shared one more trait: they despised Li Tian. Both had been rescued by Lin Outyen during a past operation, rendering them unshakably loyal to the Lin family. Clever to the core, they had long observed Li Tian's decade-long groveling devotion to the Lins and held it in contempt. Alas, their young mistress fancied this man, and Lin Outyen also held him in high regard. As subordinates of the Lin family, bound to serve its interests, there wasn't much they could say about it. Long Yi and Long Air cast a brief, indifferent glance at Li Tian before rising to their feet. Turning towards the men sitting stiffly on the sofa, they commanded, "Move out." A dozen men quickly stood up. Yes, Li Tian wore a smile on his lips, but his mood was foul. Uncle Lin had clearly granted him the authority to command these men. Yet these people still only obeyed Long Yi and Long Air's orders, treating his words as nothing more than wind blowing past their ears. He secretly clenched his fists. Once he marries Lin Sierra and inherits the Lin family business, he will immediately deal with these people. 4 or 5 black SUVs waited at the Lin family's gate as the group boarded the vehicles one after another, beginning a systematic search of various locations. Li Tian had obtained over a dozen location coordinates. Judging by the positioning data, the kidnappers demonstrated formidable counter-surveillance skills, with 5 potential hideouts just amidst the maze-like forks of narrow pathways. It was almost as if they were deliberately playing cat and mouse, toying with them. After they finished checking the crossroads near the house, more than 2 hours had already passed. Li Tian was growing anxious. Equally restless were Long Yi and Long Air in the back seat. Long Yi shot Li Tian a sidelong glance. "Xiao Tian, stop wasting time. Every extra minute puts the young mistress in greater danger." Li Tian looked at the location information in his hand and spoke quickly. Brother Long Yi, the minivan's upcoming stops are all heading toward the south side of the city. It's a straight road. Very quickly now. I'll give you 2 more hours. If we still can't find the young lady, I'll have to activate the Lin family's Skynet surveillance. Li Tian responded, got it. But deep down, he sensed this wasn't good news. Once the Lin family's sky surveillance network is activated, not even a single fly in Luo River could escape its precise detection. This meant Li Tian's efforts would be in vain, and the credit wouldn't fall to him. Fortunately, the formidable capabilities of the Sky Surveillance Network had once alarmed Luo River's higher authorities, so its activation required complete transparency. Every step of the process had to be meticulously displayed to the public. Li Tian was certain that Lin Outnian hadn't activated the Sky Surveillance Network immediately precisely to avoid revealing Lin Xier's disappearance to the world. So even if Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 wanted to activate it, they might not be able to get past Lin Outnian's checkpoint. The sky began to brighten faintly at dawn. After eliminating over a dozen false leads, Li Tian's group finally pinpointed the last location to the southern district of the city. Brother Long Yi, Brother Long Air, there are just 2 remaining stop points left. Long Yi nodded, alright, let's go. Su Qing, who was wandering in his dreams, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if some force was tugging at him. He shoved vaguely toward the source of the pull, mumbling, knock it off, Amy, sleeping here. But these words of his carried no weight at all. Su Qing, half-lidded under that forceful grip, was hauled upright by someone. Suspended mid-air on the bed, neither sitting nor lying down, Su Qing's mind was muddled, and his mood couldn't be worse. Yet he was awake, conscious enough to recognize that the source of this force was none other than Lin Xier, as expected. Sister. While speaking, Su Qing rubbed his eyes and threw a sidelong glance in Lin Xier's direction. His half-lidded eyes suddenly flew wide open as he propped himself up on his elbows and scrambled backward across the bed, blurting out, holy shit, what are you doing? Earlier, Su Qing had turned off the main bedroom light to sleep more comfortably, leaving only the faint amber glow of the wall-embedded mood lighting. In the dimness, Su Qing couldn't even make out Lin Xier's face clearly, but the 2 gleaming razor-sharp weapons shone unmistakably bright, currently gripped tight in Lin Xier's hands. Su Qing's dry throat bobbed as he backed against the bed frame, nowhere left to retreat. He couldn't help feeling regret. They always say never provoke a woman, let alone one with explosive combat prowess. Su Qing had thought giving her a nice guy rejection would just make her sulk or give him the cold shoulder at worst. Who knew she'd actually try to silence him permanently? Su Qing waved his hands frantically in front of him, his face pale with alarm. Sister, you're my dear sister, let's talk this through properly. No need for violence. You, Lin Xier nearly laughed from sheer exasperation. Lin Xier walked toward the wall and flipped the main light switch. With a sharp click, the entire room was flooded with bright light. Lin Xier waved the weapons in her hand at Su Qing and said calmly, I just found a pair of scissors and a kitchen knife. Which one do you want? Su Qing froze for a moment, then pointed at herself. Sister, are you asking me to choose a weapon to duel with you? Lin Xier had practiced martial arts since childhood, and in Su Qing's impression, people who trained in martial arts from a young age tended to settle things through combat. Could she be trying to prove her superiority in this regard? He saw Lin Xier frowning at him with a puzzled expression, so he quickly waved his hand at her. Sis, I can't beat you. You win. I surrender. With that, Su Qing symbolically grabbed a nearby pillow and waved it at Lin Xier. This time, Lin Xier truly couldn't hold back. She let out a soft pft as she laughed, her expression relaxing considerably with her smile. What are you thinking? Do I look that violent to you? I mean, I found some tools. You and I can go remove those railings together. I just checked, there's a room on the 2nd floor with only 4 iron bars nailed across the window. We should be able to get out from there. Su Qing smiled helplessly and stood up. I'm fine with anything, just hand me one. Lin Xier really didn't hesitate with Su Qing, handing over the sharper and more suitable-looking kitchen knife to him. Chapter 11, Can't Let a Woman Do the Saving. The 2 walked one after another to the room Lin Xier had mentioned. It was actually a guest room in this mansion. The overall decor was simple, with reddish-brown tones dominating the space. White walls surrounded them on all sides, and at first glance there was only a bed, a fabric sofa, and a modest wooden wardrobe. The 2 were walking toward the window when Lin Xier blocked him and pointed toward the door. Stand at the door for a while. Su Qing replied, okay. This damn sense of security. Su Qing knew what Lin Xier was about to do. The iron bars sealing the window were on the outside of the glass, and the entire pane was embedded into the frame, making it impossible to open. With those words, Lin Xier swung the golf club and smashed it straight into the window glass. Instantly, a deafening crash erupted as shards of glass, large and small, scattered across the floor, while many fragments spilled out through the broken window to the outside. Meanwhile, Su Qing stood frozen in the doorway, witnessing it all in stunned silence. He never dreamed that one day he'd transmigrate into becoming the villainous character. To think there'd even be a chance to accompany the female lead in sawing through iron bars together. He glanced down at the kitchen knife in his hand and licked his lips. The last time he felt this speechless was the last time he felt this way. As Su Qing was lost in thought, a clear and pleasant voice rang out not far away. Hey, Su Qing, don't just stand there spacing out. I've already smashed open the window, let's get to work. You saw the 2 rods on the left, I'll handle the 2 on the right. Su Qing walked toward the designated spot and nodded helplessly, responding with a simple, got it. The 2 of them began working according to Lin Xier's plan. Su Qing found the kitchen knife quite handy to use, allowing him to exert decent force. But as he dragged the knife back and forth against the iron bars, the screeching screech sounds genuinely made his scalp tingle. Moreover, the iron bars were cemented firmly into the wall, incredibly sturdy. After toiling for over 10 minutes, he had only managed to inflict a mere few millimeter dent on one of the bars. He glanced sidelong at his companion. It was clear to the naked eye that while Su Qing was helpless, Lin Xier's situation was much better. She had already found the trick, using her scissors to twist a metal rod open from the lower end. Then, she located the topmost position of the rod and, with a forceful twist, pulled the entire thing right out. Su Qing widened his eyes as he stared at the spoils of war in her hand. Damn! She twisted it off. With the help of the scissors, he managed to leave a fierce mark on the iron pole through sheer strength, not by the sharp edge of the scissors. He couldn't help but give Lin Xier a thumbs up. You're amazing. Damn! Lin Xier smiled at him, casually tossed the iron rod onto the ground, and shook her arm. Not bad, but not exactly easy either. It's pretty tight, kinda tiring. Let's take a break for a while. Though he wasn't sure whether Lin Xier meant for both of them to take a break, a halftime intermission, or if she merely wanted to rest alone. But given Su Qing's personality, if he could laze around, he definitely wouldn't lift a finger. The moment Lin Xier finished speaking, he plopped down onto the nearby armchair. It was a brown fabric sofa, likely stuffed with some sort of granular filling, soft and loose, swallowing you whole as you sank into its cozy embrace. He spread his hands on the armrests. Su Qing had been eyeing this sofa ever since he first leaned against the railing. Su Qing found this behavior utterly disgraceful, doing little work yet still rushing to take a break. Since the body has already committed such disgraceful acts, at least the tongue should be sweeter. Su Qing glanced at Lin Xier and gave an awkward smile. Sis, I'll put in more effort later and surely get that rod off. I'll just rest a bit first, all work and no play, you know. Lin Xier sat by the bed, stretching her limbs, and frowned when she glanced at the masterpiece Su Qing had left on the window. She thought to herself, if only that iron rod had been a living creature, by now the wound would have already healed. Lin Xier turned her head and smiled at him. Alright then, young master, you just rest. I've already figured out the trick, I can handle this myself. Got it. Young master, you should just rest. Su Qing curled his lips in displeasure. Lin Xier's smile carried a mocking edge. It wasn't directed at him with warmth, but blatant derision and sarcasm. Still holding a grudge, huh? Lin Xier didn't notice his pursed lips and eye rolling, because after saying that, she walked straight toward the window and got ready to start working again. TSK. This woman's recovery ability is ridiculously strong. Did she even rest for a full minute? Su Qing, who prided himself on being a tough guy, how could he possibly sit around resting while a woman worked? Well, actually, he could. Mainly, although he wanted to provoke this woman, he couldn't just sit back and let her mock him like this. Could his pride take it? No way. He stood up abruptly, grabbing Lin Xier's arm with what seemed like every ounce of his strength. Lin Xier froze, turning to look at him, then down at the hand gripping her arm, the grip surprisingly gentle despite its urgency. She gave Su Qing a once-over from head to toe and asked, perplexed, what are you doing? I'll show you what. Lin Xier let out a confused Without answering her, Su Qing took decisive action by pulling Lin Xier toward the sofa. Pressing down on her shoulders, he seated her firmly on the couch. His resolute gaze bored directly into Lin Xier, their locked eyes seeming capable of piercing right through her. Lin Xier heard by her ear a voice that was firm, deep, huskily seductive, and laced with a bewitching timbre, listening as he slowly spoke a single sentence. What can I do? I'll work, of course. You sit here and rest. I can't possibly let a woman rescue me, can I? It was phrased as a question, yet that resolute tone cut sharper than any declaration. Lin Xier stared into his captivating peach blossom eyes, momentarily lost in a trance. She had always been fiercely independent since childhood, and her proud nature made her detest having her decisions challenged. Her temperament was both haughty and aloof. Yet, Su Qing's actions made him feel genuinely protected. Moreover, from the moment she met this tall boy, he had always appeared extremely delicate, weak, pitiable, and utterly defenseless, giving off the impression that he needed someone's protection. He had always been so well behaved, following behind her and affectionately calling her big sister. So when Lin Xier saw Su Qing, dressed in a crisp, well-tailored suit, roll up his sleeves and stride over to the window to forcefully twist the iron bars with scissors, she was stunned. The stark contrast between his earlier and current demeanor was striking. Suddenly, he appeared infinitely taller in stature, and Lin Xier genuinely felt she could rely on him in this unfamiliar environment. Being protected by someone didn't feel half bad. Unbeknownst to her, The man receiving such lavish mental praise from her was currently seething with frustration. Su Qing's lips were practically twisting all the way outside the window as he wrenched at the iron bars. While straining with all his might, he thought to himself, why the hell did I have to play the hero? My delicate, pampered skin isn't cut out for this. Wouldn't it have been better to just sit back and enjoy life comfortably? The chilly gusts blowing through the window slapped against his face. The more Su Qing dwelled on it, the more he regretted his actions. At this very moment, he desperately wished Lin Xier would come up behind him and say, "Stop doing this. Let me handle it." If she said those words, even as mere pleasantries, Su Qing would definitely accept them. In the next second, Su Qing's expression relaxed considerably, his mood brightening. It wasn't because he heard Lin Xier tell him to rest, but because that long-lost, wonderful voice had appeared in his mind again. Ding! Female lead Lin Xier's favorability has increased by 10 points. Ding! Host has successfully altered the basic storyline direction. Villain points increased by 300. Ding! The host has successfully altered the fundamental trajectory of the plot. Villain's luck increased by 300. Chapter 12, Favorability breaks through to adoration. With a buoyant mood, Su Qing worked diligently for another half day on those iron bars. The scissors proved far more effective than the kitchen knife. Having found the leverage point, Su Qing managed to twist off an iron bar in just 10 minutes. Su Qing. Hearing his name called, Su Qing froze for a moment. What was this? Letting me rest because I look too tired? How wonderful. Su Qing turned his head and flashed Lin Xier a bright smile. Sis. Lin Xier met his gaze and suddenly froze. His pitch-black pupils glittered strikingly under the morning sunlight. Being intently watched by such eyes made one feel as if their body had been paralyzed. Her dry throat contracted slightly, bewildered by these inexplicable feelings Su Qing aroused in her. He looked so earnest, his gaze crystal clear and pure. With near-perfect proportions and unearthly beauty, he resembled a work of art. The thin layer of sweat on his forehead made her heart flutter. Su Qing frowned. Why are you staring at me like that? Keep going with your story. But within 2 seconds, he quickly regained his composure, a sly smile crossing his lips. The current favorability between the two has already reached 50 points. If 60 points means adoration, then this 50 means they're beyond friendship but not quite lovers yet? No wonder she's looking at him with that expression. Big sister. Ah, Lin Xier snapped back to reality. Are you tired? If you're tired, take a break and let me handle it. Just 10 more points until the female lead falls in love with him. At this critical moment, he still needed to put on a good show. No need, sis. Your hands are too pretty for this kind of work, I'll take care of it. Without waiting for Lin Xier's response, he turned around and went back to work. A real man takes action. Never give a woman the chance to refuse. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xier felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She grabbed 2 napkins from the bedside and walked toward Su Qing, gently dabbing at the sweat on his forehead and temples. As she wiped, she murmured softly, "You've worked hard." Su Qing. The drawn-out tone seemed to carry a hint of lingering affection. He caught Lin Xier's hand as she wiped his sweat, giving it a firm squeeze. "I'm fine, sister. I can manage on my own." The blazing warmth radiating from Su Qing's palm made Lin Xier's heart race uncontrollably fast. Her throat tightened, feeling as though a little deer was violently pounding against her chest. The two of them seemed frozen in that moment. Suddenly, Lin Xier's eyes flickered away, and she quickly withdrew her hand. She took a few steps back, stammering, sorry, I just saw you were sweating and wanted to wipe it for you. That's all, nothing else." Quite the grudge holder. Su Qing suddenly felt his earlier tactic of playing hard to get had completely backfired. Just when things were about to go well, he'd sabotaged everything with his earlier words. Su Qing furrowed his brow. The reason I said I don't want a girlfriend is actually... Before he could finish, Lin Xier cut him off, pretending nonchalance though her tone betrayed disappointment laced with a hint of jealousy. "I know you have a girlfriend." Su Qing was stunned. In his previous life he'd been perpetually single, and in the novel he'd been devoted solely to Lin Xier. Where would he possibly have gotten a girlfriend? Lin Xier flashed a generous smile. "Don't even try to hide it. When I went to wake you earlier, I heard you calling her name. Don't worry, sis isn't the gossiping type, your secret's safe with me." "Me?" Su Qing pointed at himself. "Called a woman's name?" "Yeah, Amy, I think that's what I heard you say." Lin Xier felt a bit uncomfortable. Someone who could tell her don't be naughty in that half-asleep state must be a very intimate lover, most likely someone who sleeps beside her. Su Qing laughed awkwardly. "Sister, that's my dog. Female, named Amy." To be precise, it was the dog Su Qing had before crossing over, particularly lively and often licked him while he slept. Lin Xier, Amy, dog, female. Lin Xier's carefully maintained composure crumbled instantly. The faint smile that had been playing on her lips disappeared as her mouth pressed into a tight line. She felt utterly embarrassed and humiliated. She already had a boyfriend, and the fact that she was developing special feelings for Su Qing, even feeling jealous over him, filled her with deep self-reproach. After all that fuss, it turned out to be a complete misunderstanding. The object of her jealousy was actually a dog. Of course, Su-ching couldn't see the turmoil in his heart, but she could clearly see her own jealousy and awkwardness. It seemed his previous tactic of playing hard to get hadn't failed after all. He could still proceed with his original plan. Su-ching stole a glance out the window. The sky was beginning to brighten. It wouldn't be long before the male lead, Li Tian, arrived. Su-ching suddenly staggered toward the bed, as if struggling to find his balance, half collapsing onto the edge. His deliberately ragged, rapid breaths and the sweat beading on his forehead left him looking utterly worn out. Lin Xier hurried over to him, alarmed. "What's wrong with you? Running a fever?" With great effort, he lifted his head to meet her gaze. A pair of eyes veiled in pain, he forced a helpless smile and twitched his lips. "I'm fine, sis." Lin Xier crouched down beside Su-ching, exclaiming in alarm. "You call this fine? We need to get out quickly, to the hospital." Seeing Su-ching in this state, Lin Xier grew increasingly frantic, her heart blazing with urgency. She had to open that exit immediately, had to take Su-ching to the hospital without delay. Su-ching grabbed Lin Xier's arm to stop her, looking at her calmly. "Don't worry, sis, same old problem. You know I'm not exactly in perfect health. Missing a kidney makes my body weaker than most. I normally need blood protein injections anyway, so really it's fine. No need to be nervous, sis, I'll be okay after resting a bit." Su-ching lowered his eyelashes with a touch of melancholy. "So you understand now, sis, I can't afford to fall for anyone, nor let someone entrust their life to me. I don't even know how long I'll live myself. Wouldn't that just ruin someone's entire life?" Lin Xier clenched her eyebrows, her throat constricting as if being choked. She remained wordless for a long moment, unsure how to comfort this tall boy before her. His childhood was marred by misfortune. Kidnapping left him physically scarred. Though fate robbed him of the brilliant future he deserved, he never railed against its cruelty nor wallowed in self-pity. Instead, he chose kindness against all odds. Lin Xier's heart surged with emotion, not just sympathy, but admiration, and something akin to the exuberant growth of spring plants, a burgeoning fondness. Without thinking, she gave him a tight hug. "Don't speak of yourself like that. I won't allow you to." Su-ching rested his head on her shoulder, a sly smile appearing as he heard the long-awaited notification sound. Ding, female lead's affection points increased by 20, breakthrough to admiration. Ding, host has successfully altered the fundamental plot direction, villain points increased by 1000. Ding, host successfully altered the foundational plot direction, villain's fortune increased by 1000. Chapter 13, Locating the Kidnapping Site. Su-ching rested his hand on Lin Xier's shoulder, bracing himself to get up. His voice trembled weakly, sounding utterly drained as he stuttered. "Thank you, sis, for comforting me. I'm fine, don't worry about me." Yet his distinctly jointed fingers hung limp, his entire body seeming beyond his control. Suddenly he staggered backward, inadvertently pulling Lin Xier down onto the bed with him. Caught off guard, Lin Xier found her lips pressed against Su-ching's in an accidental kiss. Feeling the fiery intensity and soft texture of Su-ching's lips against hers, her eyes widened in shock as she stared at him, utterly bewildered. Yet all she could see were his tightly closed eyes, trembling slightly, his brows furrowed in what appeared to be both exhaustion and pain. Lin Xier froze for a few seconds before quickly pulling away, momentarily dazed. After all, this was her first kiss. Her consciousness yelled at her that she should have immediately pushed this man away and sternly rebuked him, whether his action was intentional or not. But her heart couldn't bear to speak harshly to this tall boy. Even she had secretly hoped moments ago, wished Su-ching was sober and conscious when he kissed her, hoped he'd held her in his arms, gazed at her intently, and deepened that fleeting kiss. Until a muffled, whimpering sound reached her ears, pulling Lin Xier back to reality. Su-ching's voice was too soft, she could barely make it out. Leaning closer, she inclined her ear toward him. Then came a deep, hoarse whisper, carrying warm breath that seeped thread by thread into her ear. What's this, so soft?" Afterwards, he drowsily made a few faint smacking sounds with his mouth. The distance between them was already rather ambiguous to begin with, and with Su-ching uttering such words, Lin Xier's face instantly turned so red it seemed about to bleed. She was unbearably embarrassed and quickly leaned back, putting some distance between them. Stammering, she said, I don't know." Su-ching lay on the bed, squinting his eyes as he glanced at Lin Xier. "Tsk, that coy, bashful little expression of hers, quite adorable really. Far more pleasant than the aloof character described in the book." He lazily lifted his eyelids halfway and cleared his throat before speaking. "Sis, I'm feeling weak. Could you get me something to eat? I saw some noodles in the kitchen earlier, would you make me a bowl?" Lin Xier nodded. "Alright, rest here. I'll bring it to you when it's ready." "Thank you, sister." Lin Xier stepped outside, her footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Su-ching sat upright on the edge of the bed, gazing out the window with a raised eyebrow and a sly smile playing at the corner of her lips. He pulled out his phone and checked it. The male lead would arrive on the scene in 20 minutes. Meanwhile, inside a black SUV on South City Avenue, Li Tianjiang furrowed his brow tightly as he stared at the location on his phone. A bright red dot stood fixed at that location. The minivan's final stop was somewhere in the southern suburbs of the city. Only the last stop remains. Longyear shot him an impatient glance and muttered, "Yeah, the last place." He was giving Li Tian one final ultimatum. Following the location Li Tian provided, the group drove to a remote path surrounded by desolation. One could say it was a place far from any village or town. Yet precisely in such a location stood a small villa, quietly nestled in a clearing nearby. Li Tian's vision was quite good, with both eyes measuring 5.3 on the standard chart. The small villa before him featured simplistic European architecture, hardly refined in appearance. It seemed untouched by maintenance for years, overgrown with vines, its walls severely cracked and weathered. Yet, every visible window had iron bars firmly nailed across its frame. It's not unusual for a villa to install security bars on windows as theft prevention, but right at the entrance meant for people to come and go, there were several enormous stones piled up, blocking the doorway with massive wooden beams behind them. Oof. Li Tian chuckled inwardly. Was this kidnapper brainless? To make the kidnap site so blatantly obvious, sealing everything from the outside. Just as he was about to lead his men out of the car to break down that door. But then it occurred to him that this didn't make sense. Why would kidnappers go to such lengths to conceal evidence? Li Tian said solemnly, "Brother Long-yi, Brother Long-air, this might be a trap." Li Tian possessed a steady mind and never acted rashly. On this point, Long-yi and Long-air fully agreed. Long-yi nodded slightly. "You're right, it's quite suspicious. We don't know how many people are inside or what kind of weapons they might have. The villa might also have a back door. Let's not alert them prematurely." Li Tian studied the villa's exterior carefully, searching for a potential entry point. With a slight frown, he suddenly fixed his gaze on a side window on the second floor. He pointed toward the window, addressing Long-yi and Long-air. "The bars outside that window have been damaged, and the glass inside is broken too. It must have been sheer." She tried to save herself. Li Tian knew full well about Lin Xier's physical fitness and combat skills. If that half-open emergency exit really was Lin Xier's doing, it meant she had the capability to remove all the iron bars completely. There was no way this place could hold her. Moreover, it signifies that her limbs weren't tied up, that she wasn't bound. But a glance around revealed no one in that room, only darkness. So, Li Tian pondered the two possibilities this presented. First, Lin Xier could have escaped but chose not to, voluntarily remaining in this house. Of course, this possibility doesn't exist. Second, a terrible thought suddenly occurred to Li Tian's mind. He must have been locked in this room, and was discovered by her guards while trying to escape. A Lin Xier whom 3 or 5 men couldn't get close to. How powerful must the kidnappers inside be? Or how many people might be guarding inside the house? Or perhaps they're armed. In her radiant youth, her body pure as ice and pristine as jade, she bore such delicate and dazzling beauty. Would those men do something to her? The two had grown up together since childhood, and although Li Tian truly regarded Lin Xier as a stepping stone for his own advancement, there was still some genuine affection for her in his heart. Thinking of that girl who used to linger around him every day, calling him Big Brother Tian and declaring she would marry him in this lifetime. She might now be suffering inhuman treatment in that villa not far away, making his heart ache faintly. A beast seemed to roar inside him, urging him to charge in immediately and rescue Lin Xier. But then he remembered his eldest brother, Li Shang, the biological son of the Li family. What if the Li family's reclusive expert physician truly manages to cure Li Shang this time? That power-hungry Lin Outyan might not necessarily agree to marry Lin Xier to him anymore, even if Lin Xier remains devoted to him and vows to marry no one else. Just then, the ringing of a phone sounded beside him. Li Tian stared at the tightly clutched phone in his hand. It wasn't his. It's Ryuichi's phone. Ryuichi glanced at the number displayed and quickly answered. Ryuichi, hello, head of the family. We've located the final coordinates of that van. The young mistress should be there. We're preparing to move in for the rescue now. Voice on the other end. Long-yi, yes, master. I'll dispatch personnel immediately to investigate the whereabouts of the Su family's eldest son. On the other end of the phone. Long-yi, understood, master. Chapter 14, Lin Xier cooks a meal. Hearing that address of family head and the respectful attitude, Li Tian knew it was Lin Outyan on the other end of the phone. But he didn't know what was said in the call. He glanced at Long-yi, who had just hung up, his eyes filled with confusion though he felt hesitant to ask. Noticing Li Tian's puzzled expression, Long-yi didn't just ignore him. Being able to locate the exact spot so quickly, Long-yi felt his favorable impression of Li Tian grow somewhat stronger. Just now, the family head mentioned that Su Qing, the only son of the Su family, went missing last night while setting off fireworks at home. Yesterday, they received a call from the kidnappers similar to the young lady's situation, threatening to kill the hostage if the police were involved, so Su Jinghua went to seek the family head's help. Li Tian nodded. I see, brother Long-yi. As for Su Jinghua coming to Lin Outyan for help, Li Tian wasn't surprised at all. Su Jinghua's family owned vast business empires, with numerous celebrities and frequent large-scale events under their umbrella. As the old saying goes, fame portends trouble for men just as fattening does for pigs. For the sake of security, the Su family had maintained long-term cooperation with the Lin family, hiring their security personnel for many years. In his early years, Su Jinghua had intended to assign several bodyguards to accompany Su Qing whenever she went out. However, Su Qing was rumored to be aloof and solitary by nature, someone who disliked socializing and was accustomed to acting alone. Su Jinghua ultimately abandoned the idea. As he spoke, Long opened the message dialogue with Lin Outyen, saved the photo sent from the other end, forwarded it to another contact, and typed a line of text. Li Tian looked at the young man in the photo and faintly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Those mesmerizing peach blossom eyes were particularly striking, yet his features were sharp and masculine, devoid of any delicacy. He appeared to be around his own age. Li Tian knew this man was Su Qing, the eldest son of the Su family, the sole heir to the Su conglomerate, which controlled nearly half of China's entertainment industry. With such looks and background, Li Tian felt a trace of hostility toward this man who seemed only vaguely familiar yet whom he had never met before. Had he really been kidnapped too? And it was quite similar to Sierra's situation. Ahem. Ryuichi cleared his throat and patted Li Tian's shoulder. Don't just stand there. Let's go. Li Tian quickly snapped back to attention, opened the car door, and stepped out. Long Yi popped open the trunk, revealing an array of weapons neatly arranged inside: knives, baseball bats, various firearms of all kinds. Li Tian, pick something that suits you. As he spoke, Long Yi tucked a pistol into his waistband. Ruji directly pulled an AK from the trunk and slung it over his shoulder. His short stature made this sight somewhat comical, but his icy gaze brimmed with menace, filling anyone who met his eyes with a bone-chilling dread. While Li Tian was selecting his weapon, Long Yi raised his hand with a flourish toward the 3 black SUVs parked behind them. In less than 3 seconds, the men inside had disembarked, fully armed and ready for action. The 9 men quickly lined up in formation with disciplined precision. Brother Longi, Brother Longer. Long Yi turned to the square-jawed man in the middle of the row and said, "Dichi, get the grappling hook and the pliers." Dichi replied, "Yes." As Dichi turned away, Long Yi added, "Did you bring the folding ladder?" Dichi turned back and said, "I brought it, Brother Long Yi. Take it with everyone." After a moment's thought, he suddenly continued, "And ropes, the thickest hemp ropes. Each of you carry a bundle." To become Lin Outyen's most trusted aides, Long Yi and Long Air relied not just on their skills, but also on their unwavering loyalty to the Lin family, sharing both its glory and disgrace. Those damned kidnappers dared to target the Lin family. Long was determined to repay them tenfold. First, they would tie up those kidnappers and give them a taste of suffering before handing them over to the authorities. A group of men dressed in black would draw too much attention. Fearful that the villa might be under covert surveillance, Li Tian consulted with Long Yi and Long Tu to avoid alerting anyone prematurely. Long Yi and Long Air arranged their men before taking Li Tian and Dichi ahead first. They instructed the rest to follow in 5 minutes. Armed with military-grade weapons and immense strength, Long Yi effortlessly twisted open several iron bars within 2 or 3 moves. Stepping onto a ladder, he flipped into the building with a light-footed landing, then crouched low to swiftly survey his surroundings. No one was there. Without making a sound, he half rose and mouthed words toward the window, signaling with hand gestures that the other 3 could now enter. The 3 men behind him, well trained as usual, entered the room one after another. Of course, Li Tian, stepping lightly and nervously surveying his surroundings, had no idea yet that his assumption that Lin Sierra could never have stayed in this room willingly was about to be challenged. It was all truly happening right now, on the first floor of this villa. Su Qing waited until Lin Sierra had gone downstairs for a while before heading to the first floor. The show must go on in its entirety. It's true that he had a weak constitution, but not to the point of fainting. It was all an act on his part. Su Qing stood on the stairs, staring at Lin Sierra's retreating figure. He knew Lin Sierra could cook. It was mentioned in the book and she was actually quite good at it. But she didn't learn to cook during the golden opening chapters, but only after marrying Li Tian in the story. Su Qing smiled wryly. What a picture of marital harmony. What a devoted homemaker. Su Qing gazed down at Lin Sierra's movements, those delicate yet awkward hands diligently preparing ingredients. A satisfied smile played on her lips. Su Qing wasn't hungry. He'd eaten his fill at the Lunar New Year's family reunion dinner right before crossing over into this world. How could he possibly be hungry? He'd specifically instructed his attendants to leave ingredients in the kitchen, all to make Lin Sierra cook for him. This wasn't merely because he didn't want Lin Sierra's first cooking experience to be bestowed upon Li Tian. But in these crucial opening chapters, there was a storyline between him and Lin Sierra. This hopeless romantic, worried his aloof and proud sweetheart might go hungry without tasty meals. He personally prepared a lavish feast for her. Those steaming hot dishes, he'd blow on them to cool before daring to feed her, his damn hands trembling the entire time. Su Qing's treatment of her literally embodied the saying, afraid she'd melt if held in his mouth, afraid she'd break if cradled in his palms. But the thing he had personally spent hours preparing was now being spat back onto his face, mouthful by mouthful. Su Qing's soul and memories were entirely in the grasp of this transmigrator. He hadn't merged with the original villain's mindset or spirit. Thus he couldn't truly empathize, but he'd be more than happy to help the story's villain reclaim that lost face, to take back this spat-out affection in a different way. He was pleased, because it was amusing. He loved anything that brought him entertainment, including dealing with that difficult heroine right in front of him. Not to mention, changing the plot also brings him benefits. The voice he'd been anticipating flowed delicately into his ears. Ding, host has successfully altered the fundamental plot direction, plus 300 villain points. Ding, host has successfully altered the basic trajectory of the plot. Villain's aura increased by 300. Chapter 15, My lips are sealed. Su Qing's footsteps descended the stairs slowly, the sound reaching Lin Xie's ears. She turned her head, her eyes revealing surprise. Didn't I tell you to rest inside? Why did you come down? Su Qing walked towards Lin Xie and said weakly. I felt better, so I came downstairs. Su Qing glanced at the irregularly chopped cabbage leaves on the cutting board and the noodles boiling in the pot, deliberately asking what he already knew. Sister, what are you making? I've actually never cooked before. Lin Xie gave an awkward smile and pointed at the cabbage on the cutting board. I wanted to add some side dishes to the noodles. Su Qing took 2 more steps toward Lin Xie, closing the already less than a meter gap between them even further. As he moved, he said, Thanks, sis. I can cook, and I'm pretty good at it. How about I help you? Lin Xie slightly turned her face away, about to tell him, no need. But before Su Qing could finish speaking, at the same moment Lin Xie's no need remained unspoken. She felt a force heavily press down on her shoulders, and a pair of slender, beautiful hands tightly encircled her waist. His grip was forceful, making Lin Xie feel as if Su Qing was trying to press her entire body into his own. The sudden movement left her momentarily stunned. Su Qing was holding her, embracing her tightly from behind, as intimately as a lover would. Just like that unexpected kiss moments ago. Lin Xie didn't know how she should react, nor what Su Qing's intentions were. She tilted her head to glance at Su Qing's face, that strikingly handsome countenance mere inches away, his knitted brows carrying a trace of peculiar suffering, and instantly understood. Just as she was about to help Su Qing rest by the side, she saw his eyelids slowly lift, a warm current gently swirling by her ear. With pain and helplessness in his heart, he placed his hand on Lin Xie's shoulder, staring at her reddened ear tips as he spoke slowly. Sister, I really wanted to help you. I never thought, sigh, my body is so useless. Sorry, he murmured. Lin Xie couldn't bear to listen as Su Qing continued putting himself down. They say a woman's heart is made of water, and hers increasingly ached for this man. Lin Xie turned and wrapped one arm around his waist, lifting Su Qing's arm to drape it over her own shoulder. She said seriously, don't talk like that. First go rest for a while, then eat something. Older sister will take you out, find you the best doctor, and get you a matching donor. Supporting Su Qing, she slowly walked toward the sofa. Although she was quite strong, Su Qing was after all a nearly 6'3", 150-pound man. With all his weight leaning on Lin Xie, the journey wasn't easy for her. She settled Su Qing onto the sofa. Su Qing slightly opened one eye, peeking at Lin Xie. He looked utterly pitiful as he slowly opened his mouth, preparing to finish his unfinished emotional appeal. Stammering, he said, sorry, sis, I'm so useless. I only held you back. If not for me, you'd already be out. Su Qing's words weren't wrong at all. Although Lin Xie had a kind heart, she was no bodhisattva either. She knew very well that if the person kidnapped with her today, lying here helpless, hadn't been Su Qing, at the half-open exit where she could escape at any moment, she wouldn't hesitate to flee immediately. She might call the police for help after getting out. But without knowing what future dangers might arise, she would absolutely never place herself in such peril alongside a stranger. Let alone cooking for someone or offering comfort, such things would be utterly unthinkable. Before today, Lin Xie would never have dared to imagine that she would one day do something like this. Of course, part of the reason she stayed was because of Su Qing's identity. The Su family had very close ties with hers. But, the greater reason, the one she struggled to suppress but had to admit, was the undeniable fact that this man before her had, time and again, stirred her heart beyond control. She tightly gripped Su Qing's hand, her brows deeply furrowed as she spoke with solemn determination. Su Qing, don't say things like that. What happened to you isn't your fault. After we get out, I'll find you the best hospital and the perfect donor match. Lin Xie paused to consider, with Su Qing's family connections and resources, why would they have waited this long if a suitable match existed? Lowering her gaze in thought, she suddenly raised her head to meet Su Qing's eyes again. I need to tell you something, but you must promise not to tell anyone, not even your parents. Su Qing nodded weakly. Yes, sister, you can tell me. I'm very tight-lipped. He thought to himself, you've tasted it, you should know. Lin Xier nodded and said, actually, my family has some connections overseas. I'll go back and ask my father to reach out. We'll definitely find a suitable kidney donor match for you. You won't have to wait too long. I promise you'll recover, trust me. The word definitely was emphasized by Lin Xier with extra weight, enunciated clearly and forcefully, as if she were trying to instill confidence and strength in Su Qing. Lin Xier's words filled Su Qing's heart with immense delight. The reason the Lin family grew so powerful wasn't just due to their domestic enterprises within Huaxia, their overseas industrial chain was also extraordinarily vast. Yet according to the book, this matter was a secret known only to a select few within the Lin family, Lin Outyan, his wife Lu Yan, Lin Xier, and Lin Outyan's trusted aides Long Yi and Long Er. Of course, Li Tian, who had grown up with Lin Xier for over a decade, also knew a little about it. Su Qing never expected that Lin Xier would actually share this matter with someone she'd known for less than half a day. The Lin family's overseas businesses could be considered gray area operations. She really wasn't afraid he might reveal this information. 70 points of favorability, now that's no joke. Su Qing firmly squeezed Lin Xier's hand in response to her grasp. He deliberately asked, sister, why do you trust me so much? Why are you so kind to me? With furrowed brows and an utterly puzzled expression, his acting skills were practically god-tier. Lin Xier froze momentarily before withdrawing her hand. She stood up and walked toward the kitchen with her back turned to Su Qing. Su Qing listened to the voice coming slowly from mid-air. No particular reason. I just feel you're trustworthy. If I trust you, then I trust you. Su Qing was curled up on the sofa, his head uncomfortably pressed against the armrest. Just as he was about to change positions, he saw Lin Xier, who'd been walking away, suddenly turn around and come back. She was holding a bottle of mineral water in her hand. He watched as Lin Xier opened the bottle cap and handed it to him. Just found this in the fridge. It's new and should be fine. You haven't drunk water all day, have some first. The noodles will be ready soon. Adhering to the principle of committing fully to the act, Su Qing propped himself up on the sofa and struggled to sit upright. His weakened body nearly collapsed again, but with Lin Xier's timely support, he managed to steady himself. He leaned back against the sofa, took the water and drank a few sips, then squinted his eyes and smiled at Lin Xier, saying, thank you, sis. You've worked hard. Lin Xier said softly, not at all. You sit tight. I'll go check if the noodles are ready. Chapter 16, Let me feed you. When she walked out of the kitchen, she was holding a steaming bowl of noodles in her hands, with some vegetable leaves floating on top as if deliberately garnished, making it look quite appealing. Su Qing couldn't help but marvel. Lin Xier truly was an all-rounder, stunning looks, perfect figure, accomplished in both arts and martial skills, with an excellent family background too. In the past, Li Tian had really lucked out with her. But now that he was here, this first opportunity to taste Lin Xier's cooking had nothing to do with Li Tian anymore. Lin Xier placed the bowl of noodles on the coffee table before Su Qing. Try it. First time cooking, it might not taste very good. Su Qing took the chopsticks, squinted his eyes, and smiled at Lin Xier, saying, anything you cook is delicious, sis. With that, he lowered his head, picked up a strand of noodles, blew on it, and put it into his mouth. As that bite of noodles entered his mouth, Su Qing felt as though his taste buds had been blown apart like fireworks on the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. The taste carried at least 5 spoonfuls of salt, mixed with an overpowering oily flavor, and those few leafy greens were accompanied by a distinct metallic rustiness. Su Qing glanced toward the kitchen cutting board. F***CK. That very knife Lin Xier had just used in the kitchen was the same one Su Qing had wielded against the iron railings on the second floor. Su Qing frowned deeply, nearly retching. Would eating this stuff even be safe? Lin Xier looked at Su Qing's expression, frowned slightly, and asked cautiously, is it really awful? In the next moment, Su Qing relaxed his expression, tilted his head toward Lin Xier, and smiled as he spoke. Big sister, it looks delicious, but it's too hot right now. I'll wait for it to cool down a bit before eating. The noodles just out of the pot must be scalding hot, blow on them before. Go on, eat. Before Lin Xier could finish speaking, Su Qing immediately put down his chopsticks without a moment's hesitation. The movement was so swift that Su Qing felt he couldn't possibly deceive anyone. He simply lacked any talent for pretense. The food was unpalatable to the point where he feared he might vomit right onto Lin Xier's face the next second. Su Qing strongly sensed something was amiss. Could it be that altering the plot had also affected Lin Xier's culinary talents? He remembered that in the original plot, Lin Xier had cooked breakfast for Li Tian the morning after their wedding, her very first time preparing a meal. The original description at the time was, Li Tian picked up a delicate caramel-colored pastry and slowly brought it to his mouth, raising his head to smile at Lin Xier. Hilda, you're amazing. This is your first time cooking, and yet it's so delicious. Being able to marry you must be the greatest blessing from 3 lifetimes of good karma. With that, he quickly devoured the entire plate of osmanthus cakes. Su Qing felt that Lin Xier's exceptional culinary talent was undeniable. The book described it in great detail, the vibrant colors of the dishes, the exquisite plating, and moreover, Li Tian ate with obvious delight. Yet Su Qing wasn't hung up on how this particular meal tasted, but rather, Su Qing feared that it was because he altered the plot that Lin Xier's culinary talent had changed. His physical condition was extremely poor, delicate and pampered, so he had originally relied on the novel's plot hints to turn the situation around. If changing the plot ended up altering the character's abilities in the book, he would be utterly helpless. He mentally called out to the system and asked, "Did changing the plot cause Lin Xier's personal abilities to change as well?" Response to host, the original text describes it as caramel-colored osmanthus cake, but as everyone knows, osmanthus cake is white. Moreover, a man's words are as deceptive as a ghost's. Didn't you just praise the female lead, host? Su Qing was speechless. Wasn't this supposed to be a simple urban wish fulfillment novel? Why was the damned author still planting hidden plot twists? If he'd known it would taste this bad, he'd have gladly let Li Tian enjoy this so-called blessing. Su Qing snapped out of his thoughts, and the scene before him actually improved his mood somewhat. Huff, huff. Lin Xier was crouched beside his legs. She faced the bowl of noodles, picking at them with her chopsticks, strand by strand, trying to blow them cool. Though they weren't exactly delicious, the gesture still warmed Su Qing's heart a little. Huff. Lin Xier blew on the noodles a few more times before turning to Su Qing. "They're not too hot now, you can eat." Su Qing had just begun to rise, but after a glance at the wall clock on the first floor, she slumped weakly back against the sofa. "It's time. The male lead will arrive on the scene in 2 minutes. Just showing the male lead eating noodles won't have enough impact. Sis, I feel awful, no strength. I can't eat anything." Lin Xier frowned, looking at Su Qing with deep concern. "You need to eat something precisely because you're weak, or your body will grow even weaker." Su Qing gazed at Lin Xier longingly and said sheepishly, "Sister, I don't have the strength to get up. I'd rather lie here." "Could you feed me?" Lin Xier decisively cut him off. "Then I'll feed you." After speaking, she held the bowl, picked up a bite with her chopsticks, and brought it close to Su Qing's lips, saying softly, "I've blown on it to cool it down. Eat up." Su Qing froze for a moment. "Ha, this Lin Xier is quite considerate. He stole his line." "Ah." Su Qing pursed her lips. "Then I'll trouble you, sister." Lin Xier brought the chopsticks closer to Su Qing's mouth. "Don't stand on ceremony, eat quickly." Su Qing simply reclined on the sofa, taking bite after bite of the noodles Lin Xier fed her, looking toward the doorway with an expression of utter despair. "Li Tian, can you hurry up and come here? If you don't get here soon, I'll be poisoned to death by your fiancé." At this very moment, Su Qing, who was silently screaming for Li Tian in her heart, watched as he led a team to conduct a carpet search of every room on the villa's second floor. Li Tian pointed towards the staircase leading to the first floor. He whispered to Long Yi and Long Air, "The second floor is clear. They must be on the first floor." All 9 members of their team were highly trained security personnel, moving swiftly and silently. With a wave of Long Yi's hand, they seamlessly formed a single file line, their footsteps barely audible at all. Long Yi pointed to a few people on the left side of the line and said, "You guys, come down 3 minutes later. We'll scout the path first." Then he turned to the group on the right and barked, "Grab your weapons and follow us down." While descending the stairs, Long Air, carrying an AK with the heaviest firepower, took the lead position. Long Yi, with his rich combat experience, took the second position. Following behind them was Li Tian, who stood in third place. The group cautiously descended the stairs on tiptoe. To the right of the stairs stood a massive, opaque screen. So this group of people could only see the scenery to the left on the first floor of the staircase, where it was empty, just the kitchen and dining area. Li Tian glanced toward the kitchen and noticed signs of recent use. There were finely chopped vegetable scraps on the cutting board, and a pot on the stove still contained some noodles. He knew that the only remaining hiding spot in this villa had to be behind that folding screen. Li Tian's heart felt like it had leapt into his throat. Sierra, his Sierra. She must be somewhere behind that screen. But how? Why is there not a single sound? Could I be too late? Have they already relocated? Dragon 2 was the first to emerge from beyond the staircase's obstructing screen, followed by Dragon 1. Moving cautiously along the gap, both peered through the screen to observe the situation unfolding on the other side. But, after Long Yi and Long Air looked over at that spot, Li Tian noticed the two of them wore expressions of bewilderment and incomprehension. It was completely at odds with their usual cold, fierce demeanor. Li Tian was about to move closer to see what was happening behind the screen that could make two such experienced mercenaries show such expressions. But as soon as he took a step down, Long Yi stopped him. "Cough, there aren't many people. You wait here while we go over. The young lady is there, and she's safe." Chapter 17, Li Tian makes his entrance. Li Tian is clever and meticulous in thought. Long Yi and Long Air usually treat him with impatience, and even when speaking properly with him, they carry an air of coldness. But the tone and attitude Long Yi was using now clearly carried a hint of appeasement, unlike his usual demeanor. And since the situation was perfectly safe, why would he ask him to leave first? There must be something behind that screen Long Yi didn't want him to see. The longer he waited, the more restless he became. When not standing so close to Lin Xie, when danger hadn't yet arrived, Li Tian's steady heart could still weigh the pros and cons. But when facing crisis, a person's will becomes clearer, purer. At this moment, status, family fortune, arranged marriage, all these considerations of gain and loss were completely cast aside in Li Tian's heart. In his mind now, there existed only that girl who'd grown up with him for over a decade, who'd sweetly called him brother, who'd promised to hold his hand and grow old together. Li Tian now had only one thought, one conviction. That is, no matter what Xie was going through at this moment, the one to comfort her, care for her, cherish her from now on, the one to take her home, must be him. Because Li Tian knew that when Lin Xie was at her most helpless, her heart must have cried out to him for help time and time again. Calm and composed, Li Tian excelled most at self-restraint. He had never contradicted Long Yi before. Yet at this very moment, his heart was in turmoil, as if a ferocious beast were relentlessly attacking his chest. With one swift motion, he knocked away Long Yi's hand that was blocking his path, his eyes fierce and bloodshot with fury. A sound escaped his throat, one he had desperately suppressed to keep from becoming a roar. He stared fixedly at Long Yi and said, "Brother Long Yi, don't stop me. I must personally bring Xie home." Li Tian shifted aside and descended the stairs. Through the gap between the screen and the first floor, he peered towards that direction. Numerous possible scenarios played out in his mind again and again. Okay. When Li Tian looked in that direction, he froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. His fiancée, the one he thought was suffering inhuman treatment, the one he believed had struggled to save herself only to be forcibly restrained. The scenario he had deemed absolutely impossible was unfolding vividly before his eyes. After struggling internally, he wholeheartedly wanted to save the girl and bring her home. He casually crouched there at ease. His eyes stared vacantly at the girl's figure in front of him. Her narrow waistline, her graceful and slender figure. She was still wearing the same pure white gown from their engagement banquet that day. Kneeling beside a man in suit pants, his legs crossed, one suspended foot lazily swaying in midair. The pose couldn't be more suggestive. It seems to be happening. Li Tian stared in shock at the scene before him, his body frozen as if gripped by an invisible force. Thank goodness. Lin Xie moved the next instant. Her slender, pale arms were outstretched as she held a porcelain bowl, while her other hand, fair and delicate as a peeled hard-boiled egg, grasped chopsticks, picking up noodles from the bowl and lifting them toward the man in front of her. The gesture was unmistakably one of feeding someone. Li Tian's heart churned with mixed emotions. For a moment, he couldn't decide whether to be angry Lin Xie was meticulously tending to another man. I should be grateful that these two weren't engaged in indecent acts. Grateful that Lin Xie hadn't suffered inhuman treatment. Yet her posture, those gentle and attentive movements of hers, seemed almost willing. No, impossible. No, absolutely impossible. His fiancée must have been forced into this. It's the man before her who's controlling her. Perhaps unseen by others, countless people are watching and guarding her. Meanwhile, while eating noodles, a voice echoed in Su Qing's mind. Ding, host successfully struck against male lead Li Tian, villainous destiny points plus 200. Ding, host successfully struck against male lead Li Tian, villain points plus 200. He glanced toward the door, utterly bewildered. Li Tian hadn't even arrived yet. How could he have already struck a blow against him? At that moment, Li Tian, standing behind the screen divider, felt as if a wild beast were breaking free from its cage within him. He snatched the gun from Long Air's hand in one swift motion. Raising the firearm, he strode directly toward the two men ahead and shouted thunderously, "Let her go." From their positions on the stairs, Long Yi and Long Air exchanged confused glances, staring at each other in helpless disbelief. Long Yi, are there robbers downstairs? Why did he run out with a gun? Long Air, there's no one else there except the young miss and the young master of the Su family. Guess he got pissed off seeing them all lovey-dovey. Long Yi nodded. Yeah, Li Tian probably blew his top. Looking at him like that, he's truly devoted to our young miss. Honestly, after this incident, my opinion of him has changed somewhat. Longer pursed his lips. Then I'll cast my vote for the young master Su. I've never seen our young lady wait on anyone like that before. Maybe it was love at first sight. The family head would probably prefer having the Su family's legitimate son as a son-in-law too. Long Yi gave him a smack. Always have to contradict me, don't you? Something feels off about this situation. How come there aren't even any guards watching them when they've been kidnapped together? Longer shoved him from behind. Brother, focus on what's in front of us first. If Li Tian ends up killing young Master Su, our family head won't be able to explain it to the Su family. Let her go. A deafening crash shattered the tranquil atmosphere on the first floor of the villa. Both Su Qing and Lin Xie froze upon hearing it. Li Tian's voice lacked its usual gentleness this time, making her initially unable to recognize it was him. She turned with guarded eyes, her delicate brows knitting slightly. Su Qing gazed at the tall, handsome man with starlit eyes before him. He knew this must be the male protagonist, Li Tian, but he was utterly astonished. According to the original story's description, Li Tian should have entered through the main gate, then gone to the bedroom where he would find Su Qing and Lin Xier lying disheveled on the bed, before roaring, "Let her go." How come the lines remained unchanged, yet the entrance location had been altered by the protagonist himself? Ding, host has altered the plot, male lead's entry point, villain aura increased by 200. Ding, host has altered the plot, male lead's entry point, villain points increased by 200. Su Qing instantly realized the main gate that wasn't even locked in the original plot had been sealed by him. Li Tian had no choice but to find another way in. A glint of cunning flashed through Su Qing's eyes. Finally, I can confront the male lead head-on. Using his willpower, he activated the basic insight eye to open Li Tian's character panel. Character, Li Tian. Age, 21. Appearance score, 99. Note, full score is 100. Combat power, 150. Note, passing mark is 60. Protagonist's current luck value, 18,500. Note, the protagonist's initial luck value was 20,000, which decreases due to the antagonist's acquired luck. Female lead's affection level, 90. Golden finger, indestructible iron fist. Chapter 18, successfully grossing out the male lead. Su Qing clicked his tongue. Sky-high combat power, a luck value that had been reduced by his meddling with the plot, yet still remained in the tens of thousands. Not to mention the explosive sparks of affection between Li Tian and the female lead, Lin Xier, about to ignite like wildfire. He glanced again at his villainous luck points and villain score. Damn it, no way to fight this. Su Qing stole a look at Lin Xier. At this moment, this woman was his only bargaining chip against Li Tian. He noticed how Lin Xier's originally guarded expression gradually softened when she met Li Tian's gaze, her face lighting up with a mixture of astonishment and delight. Lin Xier's movement of getting up was incredibly swift, as if she might dash to Li Tian's side any second. This simply wouldn't do. Su Qing pondered for a few seconds before quickly standing up, wrapping her arm around Lin Xier's shoulders and pulling her into an embrace without another word. She pressed Lin Xier's head firmly against her chest with some force, as if attempting to shield her from external threats. Su Qing glared at Li Tian, who was holding a gun. His usually charming peach blossom eyes, now devoid of any warmth, radiated a bone-chilling coldness. His voice was calm yet brimming with undeniable authority. "If you want to take action, come at me, leave her out of this." Lin Xier strained to lift her head, struggling against Su Qing's protective grasp. "He's not the kidnapper." But before she could finish speaking, Su Qing forcefully pressed her head back against his chest, then leaned down to whisper softly in Lin Xier's ear. "Sis, don't be afraid. Even if I die, I'll make sure you're safe." Now looking at the two tightly embracing before him, clinging to each other as if their lives depended on it, especially when meeting Su Qing's provocatively defiant expression, Li Tian was seething with rage. The fury in his heart nearly consumed all reason, leaving him with only one thought: he wanted to kill the man before him. He raised his gun, aiming it at the man to fire. Yet, although Li Tian possessed extraordinary combat skills and wielded the golden finger known as the Fist of Steel, his abilities were solely physical in nature. He knew how to fire a gun, but wasn't proficient. He'd never actually aimed at a living person before. It wasn't that he didn't dare to kill. Rather, though the man before him appeared to be shielding Lin Xier with his whole body, he'd actually positioned her completely in front of himself, using her as a human shield. It was as if he was using her sheer as nothing more than a human shield, utterly despicable. Li Tian wasn't sure he could fire a bullet straight into that head without harming Lin Xier in the slightest. Just as Li Tian aimed his gun at Su Qing's head but hesitated to pull the trigger, Long Yi and Long Er approached with their men. Long Yi stepped beside Li Tian, forcefully seized his arm, and snatched the gun away, warning him curtly. "That guy is the young master of the Su family, not some kidnapper. If anything happens to him because of you, both the Li and Lin families will be doomed. Didn't you see young Master Su's photo? How could you still?" Li Tian had been so furious just now that he completely forgot about the young master of the Su family. It was only after Long Yi's reminder that he snapped back to reality. The man standing before me, putting on such an affected air, was another victim of the kidnapping. It was that man with excellent family background and good looks, the one toward whom he'd felt inexplicable hostility after merely glancing at his photo, was currently fucking hugging his fiancée. Li Tianping steadied his chaotic emotions and explained to Long Yi, he looked different in photos. "I didn't recognize him." At Su Qing's location, Long Er walked toward them with several men in tow. Long Er gave a slight nod. "Young lady, young Master Su." His gaze swept over the dozen or so newcomers who had entered the room before finally settling on Long Er again, his voice tinged with wariness and surprise. "Are you members of the Lin family?" "Indeed, young Master Su," replied Long Er. "Your father even instructed the family head to send people searching for you. Who would have thought you'd be detained in the same place as the young lady?" Hearing this, Su Qing finally loosened his embrace and released Lin Xier from his arms. Su Qing seemed to exhale in relief as he chuckled softly. "So that's how it is. I had mistaken you for those who kidnapped us." Su Qing continued with a trace of bewilderment. "I don't know why, but from the beginning to end, there's only been me and Sister Sheer in this villa. At first, we were tied up in a small storage room. After we got out, we realized there wasn't a single kidnapper left, and the house had been sealed shut. Probably the kidnapper had a grudge against our families and wanted to trap us here to die. As Su Qing finished speaking, her gaze suddenly turned toward Li Tian, who was approaching with a look of surprise. Then you are. Li Tian ignored Su Qing's words, pulling Lin Sierra closer with one hand while taking the shawl prepared earlier for her from Dichi and draping it over her shoulders. Are you alright, Sierra? Lin Sierra looked up at Li Tian, then gestured toward Su Qing, whom Li Tian had disregarded. I'm fine. That's Su Qing, the eldest son of the Su family. Then she turned to Su Qing, pointing at Li Tian. This is Li Tian, my new fiancé. Su Qing had no feelings for Lin Sierra. Naturally, he wouldn't feel any discomfort just because Lin Sierra ran back to her fiancé's side. He smiled and explained to Lin Sierra, Sis, I'm not the eldest son, I'm an only child. Our family has just me, I don't have any brothers or sisters. Su Qing finished speaking to Lin Sierra, then very calmly extended his hand toward Li Tian. So your sister Sheer's fiancé. My sincerest apologies. It's just that I had an experience of being kidnapped when I was younger, so... As he said this, his gaze flickered between Lin Sierra and Li Tian. He gave an awkward smile before continuing. Let's not dwell on the past. Since all three of us come from familiar backgrounds and met under such circumstances, it must be fate. Let's be friends, Li Tian, big brother. As soon as Su Qing finished speaking, the voice he had been waiting for arrived. Ding, the host has successfully disgusted the male lead Li Tian, villain luck increased by 500. Ding, the host has successfully disgusted the male lead Li Tian, villain points increased by 500. Su Qing, can't we just call it suppression instead? Li Tian frowned, disgust welling up inside him as he listened to Su Qing's words. Cut the wee crap, Li Tian snapped impatiently. My fiancé fed you, let you hold her, might as well have fucked you right in front of me. And now you want me to shake your hand? He deliberately emphasized being an only child. It was clearly intentional. But, this bright-eyed man before him had a completely guileless smile, and every word he spoke carried such genuine sincerity without the slightest hint of falsehood. The hand extended toward him remained suspended mid-air, refusing to withdraw despite his lack of response. If he rejected Su Qing's overtures now, he'd appear utterly petty and small-minded. Li Tian curled the corners of his mouth into a faint, perfunctory smile and extended his hand toward Su Qing for a handshake. Ah, nice to meet you, little brother. The considerable force in his grip made the smile on Su Qing's face twist into a pained expression. Su Qing furrowed his brows as Li Tian gradually increased the pressure on his hand. Despite wanting to pull away, he found himself unable to withdraw. He understood this was Li Tian's way of engaging in a masculine contest of strength between them. If he couldn't hold back, he'd inevitably be ridiculed by Li Tian in front of Lin Sierra. But, Su Qing wasn't afraid of humiliation. Being delicate and pampered was part of his character anyway. In an instant, Su Qing displayed a face twisted with apparent pain. He tightly furrowed his brows, looking at Li Tian as he said, Brother Li Tian, it hurts, you're too strong. Ding! Host successfully disgusted male lead Li Tian, plus 200 points to villainous aura. Ding! Host successfully disgusted male lead Li Tian, plus 200 points to villain score. Li Tian. Damn it, is this kid acting spoiled with me? Chapter 19, Returning home to let sister know I'm safe. Li Tian was dumbfounded. He knew he possessed extraordinary strength from birth. But, he hadn't even used 30% of his strength, merely trying to save face for the fragile man before him. Never expected, this man before him would actually refuse to preserve his dignity? Lin Sierra watched the two men standing before her, one with a twisted expression of agony, the other looking utterly indifferent. She found herself at a complete loss for what to do. One is her fiancé, who knew she'd been kidnapped and rushed to her rescue with a heart full of genuine concern, recklessly charging in with a gun in hand. His desperate roar still echoes in her ears to this day. The other is a man who had suffered misfortune, left physically impaired and frail, yet stood up to protect her during her kidnapping despite his own trauma. Although his heroic moment turned out to be a misunderstanding. But Su Qing's expression at that time showed not a trace of hesitation as he shielded her tightly in his arms. His warmth still seems to linger within her. Moreover, she couldn't deceive herself. Back when she was in Su Qing's embrace, she'd clearly had more than enough strength to push away the hand he'd pressed against her head, yet she chose not to. For over a decade, her heart had belonged only to Li Tian. She knew Li Tian had targeted Su Qing solely because he'd witnessed some ambiguous moments between them. By all rights, she should have stood by Li Tian and ignored the whole matter. But somehow, for reasons she couldn't explain, something within her wavered as she gazed at this young man before her now. Especially when those tormented eyes met hers, she simply couldn't turn away. Su Qing's pleading stare seemed to cry out for her help. Lin Sierra reached out and grabbed Li Tian's arm, her knuckles turning slightly white from the exertion. Su Qing isn't in good health, Li Tian. Please let go quickly, he can't withstand your strength. Li Tian immediately released his grip, casting a somewhat confused glance at Lin Sierra. He was absolutely certain that Lin Xier had only just met Su Qing. He never expected Lin Xier would speak up for a man she just met. Lin Xier had many suitors before, and she wasn't unaware of Li Tian's methods for teaching them a lesson. Yet she had never said a word, even seeming pleased that he cared about her. Li Tian nodded with a smile, one tinged with sarcasm and disbelief. Is that so? Poor health? Xier, how do you even know he's in poor health? Lin Xier furrowed her brows slightly and whispered, Su Qing was kidnapped when he was little, they took one of his kidneys. She tugged at Li Tian's sleeve, let's talk about the rest when we get home. Having said that, Lin Xier turned to Su Qing and said, let's take you home. Su Qing nodded and flashed Lin Xier a bright smile. Thank you, sis. Li Tian's face showed impatience, and he was just about to stop him. But before he could speak, Long Yi stepped forward and said to Su Qing, young Master Su, the Su family has sent someone to pick you up. Su Qing pursed his lips. Indeed, male leads always have their lackeys. Su Qing looked at the short and wiry man before him, recalling the book's description of Long Yi. This Ryuichi is Lin Outyan's right-hand man, brave and skilled in battle, and extremely loyal. In a certain passage of the original text, it was described that after Li Tian married Lin Xier, he naturally took over the Lin family's business. Ryuichi and Ruji accompanied Li Tian to handle a contract, only to be ambushed by rivals on a small road. There were over 20 people on the opposing side. Longyear shielded Li Tian, standing protectively in front of him, and had several vertebrae severed by the attackers. Long Yi, meanwhile, seized the enemy's weapons, grasping 2 large machetes, one in each hand, and carved a bloody path through the encirclement of over 20 assailants. In the end, not a single one of those 20-plus men left unharmed. Li Tian emerged completely unscathed. The male lead truly lives up to his role, with his subordinates ensuring his complete safety. His overpowered combat skills didn't even need to be unleashed. According to the book, Long Yi and Longyear had always harbored a poor impression of Li Tian, but their opinion of him changed precisely today. In the original plot, Li Tian stood unwaveringly by Lin Xier's side after she was harmed, without the slightest resentment, and even flew into a rage, violently beating Su Qing to avenge her. Witnessing Li Tian's genuine devotion to Lin Xier, they finally acknowledged him as their princess's rightful consort. From then on, they followed Li Tian's lead as faithfully as if he were their master Lin Outyan. Su Qing knew that although he had altered that segment of the plot, Li Tian had still risen to fury for Lin Xier's sake. That display of genuine emotion was still noticed by Long Yi and Longyear, who were now reconsidering their opinion of Li Tian. Then again, Li Tian's fortune was naturally greater than Su Qing's, so it wasn't surprising he could subdue 2 subordinates. Su Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His 2 useless lackeys, Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang. If only I could switch to Ryuichi and Ruji instead. Su Qing said little, merely curling his lips into a slight smile as he turned to Lin Xier and Li Tian. I'll be off now. Let's keep in touch, he remarked. His words carried not the slightest hint of lingering attachment toward Lin Xier. The villa's main gate had already been opened by the Lin family's men. Su Qing swaggered out through that same door he had previously sealed shut. Before him stopped 7 or 8 vehicles, several black SUVs, with a Rolls-Royce bringing up the rear. As Su Qing pondered which car originally belonged to the Su family in the story, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit and white gloves emerged from the rear Rolls-Royce. The man stood by the car's hood and respectfully addressed Su Qing, young master. Su Qing recognized him at once. There had been a vivid description of this driver in the original text, a distinct red, semicircular birthmark on his chin. His name was Zhang Ziyuan. The book described him as living up to his name, ambitious and aspiring for greatness. Fresh out of university, he had joined the Su family as Su Qing's personal driver. For over a decade at the Su household, Su Qing had developed quite a fondness for him. Su Qing chuckled, such lofty aspirations. Uncle Zhang. Young master, let's get in the carriage. The family head and madam, they. The drawn-out pause in Zhang Ziyuan's voice gave Su Qing an uneasy premonition. Su Qing asked in surprise, what happened to them? Could they have fainted from fright? Just as Su Qing was pondering the original plot, Zhang Ziyuan beside him spoke up. Zhang Ziyuan nodded slightly. The family head and madam went to Dragon City for the Lantern Festival Gala yesterday. They just received the news early this morning and are rushing back now. Su Qing. What a perfect picture of motherly love and filial piety. Su Qing's parents were movie stars and award-winning actress and actor and had been invited to the Lantern Festival Gala on the 15th of the first lunar month, just as in the original plot. But instead of arriving at the villa to see Su Qing battered and bloodied as originally intended, Su Qing had altered the scenario. It seemed he was about to gain another hefty dose of villainous credit when he met his parents later. Su Qing nodded. Yeah, got it. Zhang Ziyuan opened the car door and stood respectfully to one side. Su Qing stepped 1 foot into the vehicle and leaned inside. It was his first time riding in a Rolls-Royce with a personal chauffeur. Brimming with excitement at the moment, he completely failed to notice someone calling out to him from behind. Su Qing. Su Qing turned his head, which had just leaned into the car, toward the source of the voice. What is it, Xier Jie? His gaze met Lin Xier's eyes, clearly catching a trace of reluctance in them. Listening to her stumble over her words, she said, remember to message me when you get home safe. Su Qing chuckled. At broad daylight, she was asking him to check in? He shot another glance at Li Tian beside Lin Xier, with a look that seemed ready to devour him alive. But, something's off. Despite Li Tian's anger, Su Qing didn't receive any villain bonus points at all. Looks like the intensity really wasn't enough. Chapter 20, Sowing the Seeds of Doubt. Su Cheng walked slowly toward Lin Xier and Li Tian, gazing intently at Lin Xier as if Li Tian were invisible. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xier. Sis, how am I supposed to let you know I'm safe if you don't give me your contact info? Li Tian glared at Lin Xier's outstretched hand, his expression darkening. He snatched Su Qing's phone away in one swift motion. It's the same if you give it to me. Li Tian took Su Qing's phone and actually proceeded to enter his own number. Meanwhile, Lin Xier stood there dumbfounded. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. With Lin Xier having higher favorability towards Li Tian, who was, after all, her official fiancé, it was natural for her to tacitly accept his actions. Su Qing pondered for a moment, tugged at Lin Xier's sleeve, and drew closer until his lips nearly brushed her ear. In an extremely soft voice, he whispered, Sister, about what you said before, finding me a kidney donor. Is that promise still good? His gaze flickered toward Li Tian, as if prompting Lin Xier. I know sister isn't comfortable around men, so once you find the donor, just tell brother Li Tian about it. Can I just contact brother Tian directly when the time comes? Lin Xier froze for a moment. She had already promised Su Cheng about finding a kidney donor, how could she let Li Tian know about this? Li Tian wasn't even aware of the specifics of their family's overseas operations. Su Qing took a couple of steps back, his expression easing as he observed Lin Xier's reaction. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Don't put yourself in a difficult spot, sis. Forget it. I'll just treat it as a joke. She's a woman of her word, never intending to deceive Su Qing, she just didn't want Li Tian to misunderstand. But Lin Xier seemed to perceive the bitterness hidden beneath Su Qing's expression. She had offered Su Qing comfort and hope in his darkest hour, yet, at this moment of safety, she extinguished all hope in this young man's eyes. How could this be? Just as Li Tian finished dialing the number, he handed the phone back to Su Qing with an impatient glare, scrutinizing that peach blossom handsome face radiating youthful charm. He had just overheard Su Qing and Lin Xier chatting idly. Don't take it seriously, just joking. He knew these two people before him definitely had some little secret, even wanted to tell him, get lost immediately. But although somewhat irritated, he didn't believe this weak-looking man before him could shake his position in Lin Xier's heart in less than a day. But the next second, the light in Li Tian's eyes wavered slightly as he looked down with disbelief. Two hands stretched toward him. One was visibly sinewy, broad and firm. A small, delicate, slender, and beautiful one. But before he could discern the intentions behind those two hands, that slender, pretty hand had already taken the phone from his grasp, quickly inputting a string of numbers. Li Tian stared at Lin Xier in disbelief. Xier, Lin Xier paused. Li Tian frowned and asked, is there something between you two that you need to hide from me? No, it's just something between me and Su Qing. She wasn't good at lying, especially when it came to Li Tian. Su Qing casually slipped his phone back into his pocket. Watching Lin Xier stumble over her words for what felt like ages drove him up the wall, so he quickly stepped in to take over the conversation. Brother Tian, don't misunderstand. Isn't Sister Xier also studying acting? My family happens to be preparing a new play recently, and I wanted to invite Sister Xier to audition. Li Tian's gaze shifted between the two of them before he responded magnanimously, Xier, why couldn't you just tell me about this? It's a good opportunity, you should have spoken up directly. Lin Xier followed Su Qing's lead and explained to Li Tian, I was worried I wouldn't perform well due to lack of experience, so I hesitated. But, I still feel that going out to act is better than just studying dead knowledge at school. Ah, I see, Li Tian said. Li Tian turned to look at Su Qing, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes, saying, you should be acting too, right? You can take Xier under your wing then. I'll have to trouble you to look after Xier. Listening to Li Tian's tone strained, as if barely holding back from gritting his teeth to the point of breaking, Su Qing merely waved his hand with effortless nonchalance. Brother Tian, I'm only a sophomore right now, pursuing a double degree. My academic workload is already heavy, so I don't have time for acting. Besides, my acting skills aren't polished enough yet. My parents wouldn't let me go out and embarrass them. He chuckled awkwardly before continuing. Actually, Sister Xier hasn't taken on any roles before. Right now, the best I can arrange for her is a fourth or fifth female lead role, at most a third female lead. I thought earlier that Sister Xier was unhappy because the roles being offered were too small. Not wanting to put Sister Xier in a difficult position, he thought it best to pass it off as a joke. Little did he know that Sister Xier was actually worried about her poor acting skills and lack of experience. Su Qing spun his fabricated tale with such convincing detail. Li Tian regarded him with a mix of belief and skepticism. Although he hadn't met Su Qing before, he knew about her outstanding academic performance and her double major at school. Time was indeed tight for her. Since Su Qing wasn't participating in the production, she wouldn't meet Lin Xier on set. Simply exchanging a few messages via phone wouldn't pose much threat. Moreover, as the young mistress of the production company, if Su Qing wanted to impress Lin Xier, she could simply finance an entirely new production for her instead. Introducing Lin Xier to minor supporting roles like third or fourth female lead would seem far too petty for someone of Su Qing's status. Li Tian replied generously, so that's how it is. Well then, many thanks, little brother. Meeting like this is fate. We're peers and fellow alumni, we ought to keep in touch more often. Indeed. Su Qing gestured toward his family's car. I'll be heading off then. Let's stay in contact. As he turned away, Su Qing frowned. Shouldn't this Li Tian be scheming, profoundly calculating, and obsessively possessive? Why did he look so calm, as if he truly believed me? Ah, I should have acted a little clumsier from the start. But, who asked me to be born with exceptional talent and superb acting skills, and to be such a sincere person incapable of deception? Su Qing couldn't help but inwardly nod in approval of his own noble character. But in the very next instant, the voice he had been waiting for slowly echoed in his mind. Ding, host has successfully aroused the suspicion of protagonist Li Tian, villain luck increased by 200. Ding, host has successfully aroused the suspicion of protagonist Li Tian, villain points increased by 200. It's a bit on the low side. However, Su Qing wasn't discouraged. He took a step into the car, lazily leaning back against the seat as the corners of his lips curled into a satisfied smile. Once the seed of suspicion is sown in one's heart, trust can never exist again. As the car began moving slowly, Su Qing took out his phone from his pocket, glanced at the contacts list, and made a call. The call was answered quickly on the other end. Su Qing said calmly, "Hello, Sister Li, it's Su Qing. Help me prepare a new play." The other end of the line. Choose a male lead similar to my height and weight, reserve the female supporting role 3 for me, and you can arrange the other actors as you like. On the other end of the phone. After a moment's thought, Su Qing said, the general direction of the script. I'll send it to you later. Just get that same screenwriter, the one who wrote those sweet rom-coms for our company's rising starlet. The phone line fell silent again. Don't worry about it, Sister Li. I'm in no hurry to start filming. The money won't go through company accounts, I'll transfer the fees to you directly. Chapter 21, Kind-Hearted Su Qing. Su Qing hung up the phone in high spirits, curling his fingers to tap out a rhythmic, crisp sound on the phone screen. The woman he had just contacted was named Jean Li. A charming, versatile, and highly capable golden agent. She has an extensive network of contacts under her command, including award-winning directors who effortlessly rack up accolades, golden producers who churn out hit dramas, and artists of all scales. Not to mention the high-quality coal bosses with immense investment capabilities who never interfere with the creative team's work. However, Jean Li, despite being a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, is merely a small fry in the Su family's entertainment empire. Assigning her to execute this plan is just right. At a red light, Zhang Ziyuan stopped the car. He turned his head and cautiously asked, "Young master, the family doctor has been arranged. What do you think?" "No need, I'm not injured." Su Qing waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Ziyuan probed further, "Would you like us to keep a psychologist on standby then?" Su Qing. Hearing Zhang Ziyuan mention the psychiatrist made Su Qing realize something. The reason the original Su Qing in the novel was aloof, cold, and paranoid wasn't just a matter of personality. The root cause stems from psychological issues triggered by a childhood kidnapping incident. Su Qing rolled her eyes dramatically toward the bike shed. Damn it, I transmigrated once, and not only did I end up with an incomplete body, but even my mind isn't intact? No need. Let's drive, Uncle Zhang. The light's green. Su Qing replied faintly, then rested his head against the seatback and closed his eyes. Zhang Ziyuan quickly responded, "Understood, young master." He quickly turned the car around and headed towards the Su residence. Zhang Ziyuan drove with such steadiness that Su Qing, undisturbed by any bumps, actually dozed off in the car. "Young master, we're home." Su Qing rubbed his eyes and murmured, "Yeah." Seeing that Su Qing had woken up, Zhang Ziyuan quickly got out of the driver's seat and circled around to open the door for him. Still groggy from sleep, he stumbled unsteadily as he stepped out of the car. Shit! Su Qing cursed under his breath and, seeing Zhang Zijin's arm right within reach, instinctively wanted to grab hold of it. But before his hand could fully extend, he felt an invisible force gently yet firmly supporting his waist and arm, keeping him steady. Su Qing froze in bewilderment for 2 seconds. Then, he heard by his ear a series of alluring, crystal-clear, magnetic, and soft voices slowly speaking up. "Young master, be careful. Are you all right? Young master, does it hurt?" As everyone knows, a single person cannot produce multiple tones simultaneously. From this, it was evident that what Su Qing heard wasn't from just one person, but a multitude. Lowering his gaze, Su Qing saw at least 6 or 7 fair, delicate hands encircling his waist and arms. Glancing left and right, his visual senses were instantly overwhelmed by an unprecedented sight. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 gracefully tall young women with striking features, all dressed in identical attire. The black and white maid outfit seemed custom-tailored, with a daringly low-cut neckline framed by frilly white lace trim that shimmered brightly in the breeze, lending a charmingly coquettish allure. Row upon row of slender legs sheathed in black stockings exuded undeniable sensuality. Su Qing felt his heart soar as those jade-like hands steadied him securely. He couldn't help but marvel at discovering how this physically and mentally deficient villainous rich heir had originally derived such pleasures. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips as he lazily responded to their concern, "I'm fine." Su Qing recalled that the book hadn't described the servants of the Su family in much detail, only briefly mentioning that Su Qing had a cold disposition, being particularly tight-lipped and indifferent toward his subordinates. In the next second, Su Qing genuinely understood the tremendous impact his faint smile had on them at that moment. The 7 or 8 pretty girls before him met his gaze, their eyes sparkling like a galaxy of shimmering stars. The sheer delight in their eyes made Su Qing think they'd collectively won a multi-million-dollar lottery. Their previously restrained voices now rose and fell like waves, as if greatly emboldened. "Young master, are you really alright? Young master, were you hurt? Percent. Young master," Ying was worried sick. "Young master," Luolua was even more worried, cried all night without sleep, her eyes are swollen. Look. Su Qing felt intoxicated by their concern. He was eager to rapidly alter the protagonist's original characterization. Shouldn't a proper lord treat his subordinates with spring breeze-like gentleness? But just as his lips parted to comfort these lovely maidens before him, before he could speak, a deep and stern voice came through, interrupting the kind-hearted Su Qing. "The young master prefers quiet. He just escaped danger. Stop pestering him and go wait inside the house." At the sound of this voice, the slender hands clinging to him immediately withdrew. Su Qing was taken aback and turned to look in the direction of the voice that had ruined his moment. An old man, his graying hair neatly combed back, was well past 70 yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, his face lined with wrinkles that spoke of age but not decrepitude. He was known for his meticulous mind and sharp competence, dressed in a white silk gown that hung straight on his upright posture. Without a doubt, this was none other than the family steward, Su Xingyan. Originally, he hadn't borne the Su surname. It was Su Qing's great-grandfather who had brought Su Shangnian home by chance, originally intending to adopt him as a foster son. However, feeling eternally indebted to the kindness of Su Qing's great-grandfather, Su Shangnian chose to stay as the Su family's steward, a role he devoted his entire life to. Su Shangnian was utterly loyal to the Su family, and in return, the Su family treated him as one of their own. Su Qing's 2 partners in crime were none other than Su Shangnian's grandsons. Su Qing pursed his lips. Those two, Su Dezhuang and Su Erzhuang, didn't seem to have inherited a shred of their grandfather's wisdom or composure. His lips parted slightly as he spoke. "Steward Su." The old man gave a slight nod. "Young master, the family head and madam are still on their way. Would you prefer to have breakfast first or rest in your room?" Originally, Su Xingyan should have included the family doctor's advice in the conversation. But prior to this, he had received a message from Zhang Ziyuan stating that the young master still resisted seeing the family doctor, so he could only order the household physician to remain on standby. Su Qing frowned slightly. Back at the southern villa, because he'd altered the plot, Li Tian had arrived too late, and he'd ended up eating quite a bit of the noodles Lin Xier had personally prepared. Even now, his stomach still hadn't quite recovered from the taste. "Not now, Steward Su. Poor appetite, and I'm a bit dizzy. I'll just take a stroll in the courtyard first." Su Qing waved his hand. "The rest of you can go back and rest, no need to follow me." Though spoken softly, Su Qing's voice carried an undeniable air of authority. The crowd before him dispersed the moment his words fell, leaving him alone at the main gate. Chapter 22, The Paparazzi. Su Qing's eyes fell upon the wide-open gate, the foyer's soaring ceiling reaching about 3 meters high. Glancing upward, he could see several more floors above. Su Qing furrowed his brows, sensing that the structure before him wasn't an ordinary villa, but rather, he took several steps backward before the entire building came into clear view. The overall design appears irregular, exaggerating slightly. It resembles the fluctuating lines of an unstable electrocardiogram. It also resembles a piece of art installed upon the earth, exuding European grandeur with extravagant flair. Standing roughly 5 stories tall, its expansive footprint could easily accommodate over 100 people. The original novel provided sparse description of Su Qing's residence, mentioning only that the Su family home occupied prime real estate in the heart of Luochuan city center, and it was a completely standalone property, not like the ordinary row houses or detached villas found in residential compounds. This land parcel had been won by Su Qing's great-grandfather at an auction, then commissioned to a renowned architect for construction. Later, Su Jinghua had arranged for renovations to the property. Su Qing ambled lazily through the courtyard of the front hall. He noticed the towering perimeter walls and, about a kilometer away at the barely visible security booth, 2 guards standing at rigid attention. They stood as motionless as two real stone lions. Su Qing couldn't help clicking his tongue. He knew the family was wealthy, but never imagined it could be this ridiculously extravagant. To be honest, Su Qing wasn't particularly interested in strolling around the courtyard. The Luochuan enjoyed perpetual spring. February's chill still lingered in the air. The wind whipped against Su Qing's face, making him shiver uncontrollably. Achoo! Achoo! Su Qing rubbed his nose, which was terribly itchy. This didn't feel right. It wasn't a cold, more like allergic rhinitis. He furrowed his brows, cursing inwardly, what the hell? This damn author, don't tell me he made his villainous second-generation heir not only physically incomplete and mentally unstable but also, a chronic rhinitis sufferer? But after carefully recalling, he realized there was no mention of rhinitis in the original plot. Su Qing stood frozen in place, his gaze unfocused and utterly despondent. The sinusitis had followed him through his transmigration, an ailment he'd originally suffered from. No wonder he'd been constantly suppressing sneezes back at the southern villa. He'd thought it was just a cold from sitting on those chilled ceramic tiles in the storage room. With irked impatience, Su Qing summoned the system. Seriously? Couldn't bring anything useful, had to bring this damn sinusitis along? Host, while this system is considerate, it's not particularly adept at flattery or lying. Host, in your original world, there wasn't anything noteworthy for you to bring along. God damn it. If this brutally honest system could materialize before Su Qing's eyes right now, he'd absolutely use whatever broken combat skills he had left to thoroughly beat some sense into it. But the very next second, words that infuriated Su Qing even more surfaced. Host, your mom. Su Qing widened his eyes as his voice rose. How fucking dare you swear at me? No, host, your mom is back. Su Qing. Seriously, who taught you all this dramatic pause in speech? As Su Qing regained his composure, glancing toward the gate, a white caravan abruptly appeared in sight. The two stone lions flanking the entrance suddenly moved. They were opening the gates for that incoming caravan. And not far behind that motorhome, 5 or 6 cars were following at a distance. Quite the entourage. But the next second, Su Qing understood. Because at the open gates, only that white motorhome was allowed in and the cars following behind were all stopped. The people in the cars behind came pouring out rapidly, some holding microphones, others carrying cameras, while a few who seemed less well-equipped only had their phones. They clung tightly to the gates, looking extremely eager and excited. Su Qing suddenly recalled a profession that once felt distant to him, paparazzi. Su Qing stood where he was, making no move to greet the RV. Since the driver could bring it right to the mansion's entrance, why bother walking all that way? Su Qing straightened his suit jacket, contemplated the original protagonist's attitude towards his parents, then flashed a brilliantly radiant smile. Suddenly, Su Qing squeezed his eyes shut as a dazzling light glaring as midday sun directly in one's pupils flashed across his vision. His gaze darted toward the light source, whereupon he saw a chubby little boy crouching atop the high wall beside him. From that middle distance, the boy's fragmented words drifted intermittently to Su Qing's ears. Master Su, what are your thoughts on the kidnapping incident? Have you been subjected to any inhuman treatment? I heard the kidnappers are utterly brutal. Did they harm you in any way? Did you beg for mercy from the kidnappers during these past dozen hours? Su Qing tilted his head to glance disdainfully at the plump figure on the wall, feeling displeased. No wonder journalists like him are so annoying. The questions they ask seem inhuman. Yet those peach blossom eyes of Su Qing sparkled with amusement as they settled upon the man. With lips slightly parted, Su Qing crooked a finger at him. Come inside. I'll give you an exclusive interview. The pudgy fellow clearly had a few screws loose. Hearing Su Qing's words, he took them at face value and immediately straightened up, ready to climb inside. Su Qing took a few steps closer to the man. His previously raised eyelashes abruptly lowered as his expression turned icy cold. In a voice that wasn't loud but carried unusual force, he delivered the second half of his sentence. And I'll give you a splendid opportunity to become a corpse in the wilderness tonight. The sharp-tongued, aggressive little fatty on the wall instantly clamped his mouth shut upon meeting those abyssal, bone-chilling eyes. Halting his climbing motion mid-movement, he stumbled and tumbled right off the wall. The chubby boy on the ground grimaced in pain, clutching his camera while struggling to stand up. He knew the rumors about Su Qing's aloof nature, and Su Jinghua had publicly declared that no media should disturb Su Qing. At the time, he'd held some hope, thinking influential people cared more about their public image. Even if Su Qing refused to answer his questions, he could still capture footage of her looking embarrassed. That alone would fetch a handsome price if sold. But he never expected that the man before him would casually speak those words, the words meant to silence him forever, straight into the camera. That disdainful expression made him feel like an ant to be trampled at will. He stared at the footage just captured by the camera, gazing at the enchantingly handsome man on screen, while a bone-chilling cold spread through his entire body, as if he'd plunged vertically into a bottomless glacial abyss. The chubby little kid stretched out his fingers and swiftly deleted all the freshly captured images down to the last one. Chapter 23, Gift of Land. Su Cheng watched the figure vanish atop the high wall and let out a derisive snort. What a coward, how tedious. With a smirk playing on his lips, Su Cheng strolled toward the main residence's entrance. The person inside the white RV hurriedly opened the door. A man and a woman stepped out. The man had striking features, sharp brows, star-like eyes, and a distinct jawline, exuding the unique charm of a mature gentleman. Clad in an exquisitely tailored tuxedo, he stood exceptionally tall, his gaze fixed intently on Su Cheng's face the moment he stepped out. He furrowed his brow, the worry in his eyes evident for all to see. This person was none other than Su Cheng's father, Su Jinghua. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her looks capable of making fish sink and geese fall. She wore an elegant strapless dress with blue and white porcelain patterns against a white background, exuding grace and sophistication. Beneath her willow leaf eyebrows were strikingly beautiful peach blossom eyes, while her well-maintained skin showed not a single trace of age's passage. Her impossibly long, curling eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes glistening as if misted with moisture, having never stopped gazing at the figure before her since stepping out of the car. This person was precisely Su Cheng's mother, and Qing Yun. Unlike Su's father who maintained restraint and propriety in front of the assembled servants, and Qing Yun rushed forward in her 10-centimeter heels, clutching her gown's hem with both hands, and impulsively threw her arms around the young man, Su Cheng. She could no longer maintain her composure, her heart wholly consumed by her son, who had repeatedly faced misfortune and narrowly escaped death. Cough, cough, cough. Only when Qing Yun heard Su Cheng's throat emit those coughs did she finally loosen her tight embrace around him. She cupped Su Cheng's face, her reddened eyes scanning him up and down. Are you hurt? Did the family doctor examine you? Although Qing Yun had already received Su Cheng's call confirming his safety on her way home, she still urgently questioned him. Su Chengyang flashed a bright, sunny smile, meeting those kindly eyes glistening with tears. He reached out to steady Qing Yun's arm. It's all right, Mom. I'm not hurt. When I woke up, only Lin Sierra and I were left in the villa. The kidnappers were gone. Sitting in the car, Li Tian's heart was already deeply planted with seeds of doubt. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Two kidnapped victims, who barely knew each other. In such a perilous situation, instead of thinking about escaping quickly, he offered the other person a job acting in dramas? What on earth did these two do during those dozen or so hours that made their relationship improve so dramatically? The memory of that ambiguous gesture between Lin Xier and Su Cheng left an especially sour taste in his mouth. He shot Lin Xier a slightly scrutinizing look. There were plenty of questions he wanted to ask, but couldn't bring himself to voice. After all, it would be terribly inappropriate to ask his fiancée about her ambiguous relationship with another man right after she had just gone through a dangerous ordeal. He steadied his emotions and asked with genuine concern. Xier, you must have been terrified. It's all right now. I'll never let anything like this happen to you again. Lin Xier chuckled lightly. I wasn't scared. The kidnappers never showed up anyway, and even if they had, 4 or 5 men wouldn't have been able to lay a finger on me. Li Tian said dotingly, yes, Xier is the best. Ding. Lin Xier's phone screen lit up in her hand. She had no secrets from Li Tian and opened the message directly. Her fingers slid upward with a crisp, decisive motion. But the moment it opened, both Lin Xier and Li Tianjun froze momentarily. It was a message from Su Cheng. Displayed were 2 lines of text. Sis, I'm home. Thanks for taking care of me yesterday, sis. The food you made was really delicious. Thank you for agreeing to my request. Beneath the message was attached a little white cat holding a heart emoji, right at the center of which were the 2 characters, thank you. The corners of Li Tian's lips curled into a cold smirk, but the tone was surprisingly gentle, carrying a hint of playful teasing. That kid, he promised the 3 of us would be friends, yet he only messages you, his elder sister. He even had to come over specially to introduce you to a role. Thank you for agreeing to help him. Is he? But before Li Tian could finish his sarcastic remark, his phone rang. I'm home, Brother Li. Thank you for the rescue, Brother Li. I'm feeling unwell, so I won't be able to visit in person to express my gratitude. Regarding that land parcel currently being bid on by Uncle Li and my father, I'll have my father withdraw from the bidding as a token of appreciation. Below was still paired with the same little white cat holding a heart emoji. Li Tian's mind went completely blank for a moment. He couldn't quite tell whether the Su Cheng was genuinely innocent and harmless, or had already reached such a level of sinister cunning that normal human reasoning couldn't be applied to gauge him. But, what exactly were Su Cheng's intentions? Him saving Su Cheng, wasn't it actually Su Jinghua who asked the Lin family to send people for the rescue? His own intervention was just a coincidence. Was such extravagant gratitude really necessary? The Li family primarily operates in real estate, with properties spanning across China. The land parcel mentioned in Su Cheng's message was located in Luoxi. Luoxi boasts excellent weather, making it an ideal location for tourism, vacations, and retirement. That particular plot was in an exceptionally prime spot. Thus, the Li family wanted to acquire that land, more precisely, an unfinished stalled project left behind by the previous developer. The Li family was planning to build a large-scale resort and entertainment hotel there. Su Jinghua also had his eye on that piece of land. Su Jinghua carried on the family tradition passed down through generations. He disliked purchasing houses already developed by real estate companies, preferring instead to buy land and hire architects for custom designs. The Su family's intention wasn't to profit from that plot of land, but rather exuded an artistic flair. They planned to build a vacation home in Luoxi for the whole family's retreat and well-being. The location of that plot of land is indeed prime, but the unclear ownership rights and the unfinished buildings on it have deterred many real estate developers. Most of them just show up at the bidding for appearances. In the end, everyone knows the only ones with the financial strength and capability to secure that land are the Li and Su families. Logically, the 5 major families in Luochuan have minimal overlapping industries, each being leaders in their own fields. Yet, the Li and Su families have inexplicably little rapport. Both sides appeared determined to win, leaving no room for negotiation. Thus, they had no choice but to compete directly for the land. Lin Xier stared blankly at the message Su Qing had just sent to Li Tian. Is it the plot of land owned by Luoxi? Lin Xier had heard Li Tian mention this matter before. At the time, Li Tian was pulling strings to secure the Luoxi land deal, attending dinner engagements nearly every night and returning exhausted, so much so that during that period, he rarely had opportunities to see Lin Xier at all. Li Tian nodded. That's right. Currently, only our 2 companies have the resources to bid for this land plot. He said his family will withdraw from the tender. So wasn't Su Qing a huge help to you? Li Tian curved his lips inexplicably. Yeah, he really did me a tremendous favor. Li Tian ran himself ragged, pulling favors and connections left and right. He fawned over department heads, enduring his foster father's constant disdain for his supposed incompetence. It was effortlessly resolved with just a few casual words from Su Qing. Moreover, he hadn't even helped Su Qing in any substantial way, yet Su Qing could simply wave his sleeves and hand over such a lucrative opportunity to him. Chapter 24, A Noble Gesture. Lin Xier lowered her eyelashes, glancing at the message Su Qing had sent her, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. In an instant, her mind was filled with Su Qing's voice and smile, along with the memory of his pale lips and pitiful appearance as he called out sister. She understood why Su Qing was so grateful to Li Tian that he went as far as begging his family to abandon bidding for that piece of land. All of it was because of her. First, it was because Su Qing wanted to thank her for taking care of and helping him in the villa, as well as for her promise to find a kidney donor for him. Afraid it might be inappropriate to thank Lin Xier directly, she tactfully redirected her gratitude toward her fiancé Li Tian instead, expressing thanks to the man who would one day marry her. Secondly, perhaps Su Qing had noticed Li Tian's misunderstanding between them, so she thanked both parties to strike a balance, not wishing to put her in an awkward position. Despite having done nothing wrong, Su Qing showed not a trace of impatience even as her fiancé misunderstood her for no reason. Instead, she went out of her way to help clarify the misunderstanding. Su Qing's thoughts were so considerate, her kindness heartbreakingly touching. Lin Xier looked at Li Tian's puzzled expression and tugged at his sleeve, speaking very earnestly. Don't overthink it. He just wants to thank you. Li Tian lifted his head to gaze at Lin Xier. Xier, why are you so willing to speak up for others now? We share no bonds of gratitude or affection between us. Do you honestly believe he's doing this out of goodwill? Why should his gratitude extend to me? Listening to Li Tian's gradually rising tone, Lin Xier shook her head. She carefully explained, Su Qing was kidnapped as a child, so his fear of kidnapping is undoubtedly far stronger than mine. Brother Li Tian, you're a man, your thoughts aren't as nuanced. When we appeared, it must have been like light shining upon him, making him feel the hope of life. That's why he's so grateful to us. Although these words weren't spoken by Su Qing himself, she believed that Su Qing, who repeatedly faced dangers, must have harbored such thoughts in his heart. Li Tian had restrained himself again and again, but when Lin Xier once again spoke up for Su Qing, he couldn't help but sarcastically blurt out these words. Indeed, misfortunes always seem to find their way to him. What, is he paralyzed in the hands or crippled in the legs, unable to even eat a bite by himself? Xier, all these years, I've never tasted a meal you've cooked. Oh right, his hands must be crippled, huh? A man in his 20s needing someone else to feed him. Lin Xier narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the aggressive Li Tian. The voice grew increasingly agitated. I already told you, his kidney was cut out, he's been missing a kidney since childhood. I'm really not just speaking up for him, but after being tied up for hours before waking and going a full day without food, Su Qing already needed regular human blood albumin transfusions just to stay stable. He collapsed right in front of me back then. If I'd had even a shred of compassion, I wouldn't have hesitated to cook him a meal. Li Tian's eyes widened slightly. He lost a kidney? I already told you when we were in the villa. Li Tian suddenly remembered that Lin Xier had indeed mentioned this to him before, but with so many people around at the time, Long Yi and Long Air talking in the background, he hadn't heard clearly, and later completely forgot about it. Hearing Lin Xier say this noticeably lifted his mood. though Li Tian still felt that Su Qing's friendly overtures were suspiciously motivated, and most likely directed at Lin Xier. But honestly, a frail and weak invalid who's already missing a kidney, who knows how long he'll even live. I really shouldn't bother with someone like him. Lin Xier would never take a fancy to that kind of man. He knew Lin Xier well. After all those years of her genuine devotion, her type had always been someone like himself. Her defense of Su Qing? Nothing more than pity. Li Tian rubbed Lin Xier's head and coaxed her gently. I was wrong. Brother spoke too harshly just now. Suddenly, Li Tian's gaze darkened slightly as he said somewhat dejectedly, he's the Su family's only child, outstanding in every way. I got a little scared too, afraid that you'd fall for him, Xier. You know, for all these years, there's only been you in my heart. You're the only one I care about. Inside the Su residence at this moment, Su Qing sat at the dining table, savoring the feast prepared by the family chef. Across from him, Su Jinghua and Xingyun showered him with affectionate concern, the three enjoying a warm and harmonious family gathering. And Xingyun stood up and served Su Qing a bowl of chicken soup, placing it before him. Qinger, drink more chicken soup to nourish yourself. After dinner, let the family doctor examine you. Su Qing took a few sips and frowned. It tasted so bland it seemed no salt had been added. He looked up with a smile. No need, Mom. I'm really fine. If I feel unwell, I'll go myself. And Xingyun nodded. Although Su Qing had always been resistant to seeing doctors and regular checkups, he knew his limits. When he felt unwell, he would call the family physician. Su Qing glanced at his phone on the table, its screen pitch black. He had sent messages to both Lin Xier and Li Tianyi earlier, yet not a single reply had come all day. He smiled faintly. No news was good news. He had a feeling that something good was quietly happening somewhere in Luochuan, most likely inside an SUV. Lin Xier and Li Tian must be arguing by now, right? Su Qing curled her lips in disdain. Trust between people, so fragile it could shatter at any moment. And Xingyun noticed the smile lingering at the corner of Su Qing's lips and felt as though her son had changed. He'd become much more cheerful. My dear Qing, what has got you so happy? Su Qing froze. Damn, she'd smiled too obviously. Her aloof persona was crumbling. After a moment's deliberation, Su Qing tilted her head up and smiled even more radiantly. I'm just touched. Mom and Dad treat me so well. I wanted to give the Li family a thank you gift, and you went ahead and gave away such prime land for it. Su Jinghua, who had remained silent until then, waved his hand dismissively. Nothing is more important than you, Qinger. Besides, regarding that land parcel you wanted to release, we weren't planning to bid for it anyway. I consulted a feng shui master who confirmed the site has bad energy flow. No wonder the previous developer abandoned the project. Considering we have no particular ties with the Li family anyway, we might as well give it to them as a goodwill gesture. Su Qing looked at his equally kind-hearted father and nodded in agreement. That piece of land located in Luoxi is indeed prime real estate. If we could establish industries there as well, whether it's upscale residential communities, entertainment venues, or integrated hotels, the profits would come pouring in. But there's one condition: if it can actually be built. From what Su Qing recalled in the original novel, that particular plot of land was initially acquired by Su Jinghua. At that time, Su Qing had already been arrested and imprisoned. Despite the Su family's considerable wealth and influence, they were ultimately no match for the combined might of the Lin and Li families. Unable to retrieve Su Qing from custody, Su Jinghua began opposing the Lin and Li families at every turn. Su Jinghua was deeply superstitious about feng shui, but since that plot of land in Luoxi was coveted by the Li family, he recklessly bid twice the market price to secure it. Yet indeed, there was something ominous about that land. Construction attempts always coincided with severe weather. During one of Su Jinghua's site inspections, he encountered a particularly violent typhoon. Though Su Jinghua wore a safety helmet at the construction site, it proved futile. In the end, he was fatally struck by a falling concrete pile. Therefore, Su Qing couldn't let history repeat itself. He had to hand over this land to Li Tian and let him take charge of that worthless plot that would never be successfully developed. Even if I can't take Li Tian's life, I'll make sure that piece of land rots away in his hands, turning worthless and foul. Su Qing nodded. Yes, Dad. Our Su family has always loved helping others achieve their happy endings. At the same moment, that beloved voice of his slowly spoke within his mind. Ding, host has successfully altered the plot progression. Villainous aura increased by 200. Ding, host has successfully altered the plot progression. Villain points increased by 200. Chapter 25, Returning to the Room. As Su Qing's voice faded, the phone on the table lit up. A tap on the screen revealed two bold characters glaring back, Li Tian. The message read, "Thanks again, little brother. Let's meet up when you're free, take care of yourself." Su Qing curled her lips into a smile. There was still one person who hadn't received this gift. He looked up and said, Dad, besides renewing the contract for 2 more years, could we also send the Lin family a gift? After all, our families already collaborate, and the Lins saved me. Just a contract alone feels a bit Su Jinghua nodded and beckoned to Steward Su. Fine, you decide. Have Steward Su handle it. Steward Su stepped forward. Young master. Su Qing had his parents leave first. He took a couple more sips of the bland chicken soup, smacked his lips, and set the bowl down. He planned to return to his room to rest. He had just finished dining with his parents in the smaller dining room at home for easier conversation. He stood up and walked up the steps next to the small dining room to reach the main dining hall. After circling through the main dining hall, he proceeded to the first floor main living room. After navigating countless small staircases up and down along the way, he finally arrived at the central elevator lobby located at the heart of the house. As the elevator doors slowly closed, then opened again, closed once more, then opened again, Su Qing remained steadfast on the first floor. All his previous actions had but one simple reason. Su Qing knew he lived upstairs, but after racking his brains for a long time, he still couldn't pinpoint the location of his own room in the original story. This house was simply too large, with such bizarre architecture, countless staircases winding up and down, making it feel like a labyrinth. He had no choice but to send everyone away and search for his room alone. Ding went a sound. As the elevator doors opened again, a cute girl dressed in a black and white maid outfit appeared in Su Qing's line of sight. Her dewy almond-shaped eyes were widened as she stared at him. The book hadn't mentioned her, but Su Qing remembered that when he first arrived at the entrance, this girl seemed to have told him her name. Su Qing had a good memory and ventured to call out cautiously, "Luo Luo? Young Master Su." The voice came out soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of delight. The girl never dreamed that the young master would actually say her name. Even though he got it wrong, he gave the girl before him a once-over. He thought to himself, why hasn't she come up to press the elevator button for me? The two of them staring at each other across the elevator door was so awkward. "Aren't you coming up?" Su Qing said casually. The girl pointed at herself. "Me?" Judging by her reaction, he guessed he'd addressed her correctly. "Is there someone else here?" The girl looked at Su Qing, blinking her eyes cautiously. "Young master, I'm Dafeng, not Luo Luo, but if young master prefers, I can be called Luo." Su Qing curled his lips. "Luo Luo Dafeng? What a crappy name this damn author came up with. So lame. Forget it, there's no need to change it." "Get in," Su Qing said. Dafeng's eyes widened slightly. The young master was usually cold and aloof, having even given orders forbidding anyone from riding the elevator with him. "What kind of luck did I stumble into?" Dafeng stepped into the elevator, holding a small wooden tray, her delicate fingers trembling slightly. She stole a glance at Su Qing, so tall, she only reached his chest. Unable to resist, she peeked again. His neck was so fair, his Adam's apple so striking. It was hard to imagine how someone could be this breathtakingly handsome, exuding charm from the very bones, with a chiseled profile that bore not a single flaw. In this enclosed space, she was struck by an overwhelming visual impact. Holding her breath, she completely failed to notice that the elevator hadn't moved at all this whole time. Su Qing glanced at her, then swept his eyes over the elevator buttons. "Ahem, what floor are you going to? Do you need me to press the button for you?" His voice carried a touch of cool severity. Dafeng hurriedly said, "No need, young master, I'll press it myself." Dafeng immediately pressed the button for the third floor, then quickly pressed the fifth floor button as well. When they reached the third floor, Dafeng stepped out of the elevator and bowed to the young man inside through the closing doors. "Young master, have a safe journey." Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the fifth floor, the entire scene left Su Qing utterly astonished. In stark contrast to the resplendent and vividly colored lower floors, this fifth level could be described as draped in grayish darkness, with all ornaments and decorations bearing muted hues. The brightest colors came from a raised bar counter on the left side of the living room. Numerous imported liquor bottles stood on the shelves, their contents gleaming dazzlingly under the sunlight. Directly facing him was a spacious living room, where four tightly closed doors stood behind the sofa. He frowned. This was absolutely no place for a poor student like him to be. He began turning around in his room. No, to be precise, he wandered around surveying the terrain of this floor that belonged to him. However, the moment Su Qing stepped into the first room, the gloomy clouds in his heart instantly dissipated. The nearly 200 square meter room had no windows. Against the wall stood row upon row of black glass display cases, covering two entire walls with bare brick figures, not particularly expensive, as the combined cost of these two walls amounted to only around 10 million. But there's no resisting Su Qing's preference, just looking at it feels pleasing to the eye. Su Qing turned around and saw that the opposite wall was even more extravagant, with enclosed small compartments surrounded by dimly lit spotlights, all filled with luxury watches. The ceiling in this room was about 3 meters high. Su Qing glanced at the Patek Philippe placed on the top shelf. He rubbed his chin. How on earth would someone normally take this thing off? In the end, he came to a conclusion: you wouldn't. It was purely a decorative piece meant to gather dust. After all, inside several sealed glass cases beside the Patek Philippe lay a few Richard Milles. As he paced about the room, his initial excitement gradually gave way to calm. Su Qing felt that he was gradually being corrupted by money, to the point where wealth became something external and insignificant to him. Su Qing glanced around the other rooms, stopping briefly at a walk-in closet. He didn't examine it closely, after all. It was just filled with designer luxury goods and custom-tailored suits, so plentiful they could have been used as cleaning rags without a second thought. There was another room, a bedroom. It reminded Su Qing of a line from a CEO-themed Mary Sue novel. In the morning, the male lead woke up on his 300-square-meter bed. Su Qing glanced at the large bed by the doorway. Quite spacious, but thankfully, not overly exaggerated in size. Being reserved by nature, he disliked anything too ostentatious. It made him uncomfortable. Walking into the room on the far right revealed a study, with an entire wall of books covering every imaginable genre, alongside an expansive writing desk. Su Qing walked over to the desk and glanced at its surface, convinced that the original Su Qing from the novel must have had obsessive-compulsive disorder. From left to right on the table, items were arranged in perfect order, meticulously aligned. He picked up a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from the table, examining them in his hand as he prepared to check the prescription. Su Qing let out a long sigh, putting the glasses back casually. Plain lenses, no prescription, just for show. Chapter 26, the original Rogue Author's customized continuation. Su Qing sat down, twirling the pen between his fingers. He was idle now, pondering a question, which was, novel plots aren't diaries. Many damned authors breeze past things they deem unnecessary with a single stroke. Su Qing currently had no idea where to start, not knowing where he should go next. Especially since the plot from the first 3 chapters of the original novel had already concluded, and the subsequent chapters had absolutely nothing to do with him. Oh no, he glanced at the original text. In chapter 188, there was a scene where his parents came to visit him in prison. In chapter 230, there was a scene where his sister came to see him. In chapter 666, there was a scene where he picked up soap in prison. Su Qing smacked his lips. These events were somewhat related to him, but only tangentially, and they wouldn't come to pass anyway. Actually, even without his own storyline, Su Qing could still follow the timeline and seek trouble with the male lead through other people's plots, destroy the male lead's opportunity. But, upon closer reflection, something wasn't right. Although he had changed the opening 3 chapters, the remaining 800 chapters of the novel in his mind remained unchanged from the original story. Yet pulling one hair moves the whole body. With the first 3 chapters altered, many events would no longer occur as before. Chapter 4, the wedding timeline was set for 1 month later. Chapter 5, Li Tian finds a reclusive renowned physician capable of treating Li Shang and brings them back to the Li family for treatment, restoring harmony and reunion to the household. Chapter 6, Lin Sierra gives birth. Well, given the plotlines altered by myself, things definitely won't unfold along this trajectory. Su Qing, with his meticulous logical thinking, felt nothing but scalp-tingling dread as he pondered deeply. Su Qing called out, "System. Ding, the considerate villain system has detected the host's request. Host can use villain points to purchase a custom book titled The Almighty Adopted Son's Heroic Rescue opening from the mall. This is the latest chapter modified based on the host's alteration of the male lead's fortune. Host can purchase new books at any time to enhance plot foresight. Su Qing nodded in realization, so that was how it worked. Su Qing swiftly accessed the store interface in his mind. Though he had to pay out of pocket, boosting his precognitive abilities would be worth every penny. Staring at the screen, Su Qing's eyes suddenly widened a fraction. Product 1, 1 kidney compatible with the host's blood type. He continued scrolling down. Product 2, General Strength Potion, increases combat power by 100 points. Hey, not bad at all. Product 3, Super Duration, Full Control, those who know will understand. I was actually doing fine before. Product 4, Original Dog Author Customized Sequel Novel, 1 copy. Su Qing. All of the above, everything he could ever want. After looking around, Su Qing bought a copy of Original Author's Customized Sequel Novel, and exited. The sequel novel only cost 500 villain points, something he could still afford. The remaining 3 items added up to nearly 100,000 villain points combined, making every single one beyond his reach. Su Qing muttered in exasperation, seriously, why is the shop recommending me a bunch of things I can't even afford? Host, the pinned recommendations are tailored specifically to your needs. This is just to encourage you to spend. No, it's to give you greater motivation. Host, you can try the lucky draw mode, just 500 antagonist points per try. Fair and square, absolutely worth the price. Su Qing. He disliked leaving fate to chance. It was an excessively passive approach. He would absolutely never choose the lottery mode. He needed to save money. Host consumes 500 villain points, obtained a minor physique potion, increasing combat power by 50 points. Su Qing nodded in agreement. The major physique potion requires 30,000 villain points, while this minor physique potion only boosts combat power by 50 points. Yet he only spent 500 villain points for it. 500 in exchange for 15,000. True to its reputation, fair to young and old alike, offering far more than what's paid for. Host consumed 500 villain points. Original story sequel customization by the author, X1. Su Qing frowned. But I already have one. Still, 500 for 500 was an even exchange. Might as well keep it for later use. Host consumed 500 villain points, acquired a large breeding farm in the southern suburbs. Su Qing. It keeps getting worse. I refuse to believe this is really happening. Host spent 500 villain points, intermediate inside eyes unlocked. Not bad at all. This is good stuff. Host has spent 500 villain points, a second-hand minivan originally priced at 50,000 yuan, now priced at 8,000 yuan. Su Qing. ILF asterisk asterisk asterisk, F asterisk 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 Q, bleep, bleep. Su Qing's finger hovered over the lottery button for several seconds. Draw, not draw, draw, not draw, draw. After an intense internal struggle, Su Qing finally couldn't resist pressing the button. Host has spent 500 villain points, acquired one all ailments cure pill. Note, can cure any illness in existence, does not include organ regeneration. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, thinking it somewhat useful despite seeming worthless. He's somewhat useful, yet can't even mend his own body. Ah well, might as well use it to treat sinusitis. Su Qing picked up the small elixir, poised to place it in his mouth, but hesitated before returning it to his system inventory. Using such a treasure for sinusitis seems rather wasteful. Save it for later in case I get cancer or something. Su Qing hit the brakes in time, stopping this act of leaving his fate to chance. The reason was simple. Su Qing was broke. Inside the Lin family mansion, an expansive round table set for 20 was adorned with exquisite delicacies. Li Tian placed a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs on Lin Xier's plate. Xier, eat more. You haven't had anything to eat for over 10 hours. Cough, cough. As Lin Outyen at the head seat let out a cough, Li Tian quickly swallowed the words he was about to say. Because Li Tian's adoptive father, Li Jingfeng, was also present at this dinner. Yesterday's engagement banquet ended hastily due to Lin Xier's disappearance, and Li Tian had excused it to Li Jingfeng by claiming she had fallen ill. Lin Outyen was extremely unwilling to make this matter public, otherwise they could have directly used the Lin family's surveillance network to track down Lin Xier's whereabouts yesterday. Li Tian almost let slip something that would have violated his father-in-law's taboo. He quickly changed the subject and said dotingly to Lin Xier, "Xier, since you're sick, you need to eat more to recover faster." Lin Xier paused briefly in her speech, then quickly caught on and placed that piece of sweet and sour pork in her mouth. "Thank you, brother Lydian." Lin Outyen burst into exaggerated laughter at the scene before him. He raised his glass toward Li Jingfeng beside him. "These two youngsters from our families have been close since childhood, and now they're practically inseparable." Chapter 27, The Su Family's Gift. Li Jingfeng also laughed along, but when his eyes fell upon Lin Xier's flushed face, the smile on his lips took on a rather meaningful nuance. The Li family's real estate business spans across the entire nation. Li Jingfeng is a man of meticulous calculation. People of status and reputation inevitably have their pride. It wasn't that he looked down on the Lin family. Forming marital ties with the Lins would bring nothing but benefits. What displeased him was that it was his adopted son who would marry the Lin daughter. The adopted son was perfect in every way, showing him utmost respect, but still, he wasn't his own flesh and blood. Right now Li Tian was already surpassing Li Shang in every aspect, and by marrying Lin Xier, he would further overshadow his own biological son. Considering that the family's search for renowned doctors had shown promising signs and might improve his biological son's health, he felt somewhat reluctant to let Li Tian marry Lin Xier, but after much deliberation, Li Jingfeng still agreed to the marriage proposal. Li Tian had always shown great respect towards both him and Li Shang and was deeply grateful to the Li family. His marriage to Lin Xier could still bring an additional advantage to the Li household. After all, Li Tian and Lin Xier grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Even if Li Jingfeng, seeing his own son recovered, refused to let Lin Xier marry Li Tian, Lin Xier would never agree to marry his eldest son. If he tried to interfere, he'd only be handing Lin Xier over to another family. Originally, Li Tian and Lin Xier were supposed to announce their engagement at yesterday's Lin family banquet, where Li Jingfeng had invited quite a few distinguished guests to witness the occasion. Yet Lin Xier inexplicably claimed illness. He had originally thought the Lin family no longer wanted this marital alliance, never expecting to be invited for dinner again today. All these peculiar developments left him thoroughly bewildered. Li Jingtai took a sip of his wine and responded to Lin Outyen's remark. "Indeed, these two youngsters from our families have been close since childhood." He set down his wine glass and looked at Lin Xier. "Xier, no need to accompany us old folks here when you're unwell. Finish your meal and go back to your room to rest properly." His face brimmed with a warm smile, perfectly playing the role of a caring elder. Lin Xier flashed an obedient smile in return. "Uncle, I'm feeling much better. The weather was too chilly yesterday, and I developed a high fever, but I'm fine now." Li Tian knew his adoptive father's temperament all too well and quickly interjected. With an expression full of concern, he took the blame upon himself. Dad, Sheer didn't want to miss the family banquet yesterday. It was me who noticed she wasn't feeling well. The whole person was dazed and drowsy, so I insisted that Sheer go back to rest. After taking care of her all night, her fever finally subsided. Li Jingfeng wasn't entirely convinced by Li Tian's explanation. However, upon reflection, Li Tian truly hadn't returned home all night. The Lin family also had no reason to make excuses to cancel the engagement and then keep Li Tian, only to invite him back the next day. Before Li Jingfeng could respond, Lin Outyan took over the conversation. He smiled warmly at Li Jingfeng and said, "Yesterday, Li Tian was busy taking care of Sierra from dawn till dusk. I saw it all with my own eyes. Although we didn't have time to announce the engagement between the two youngsters to friends and family yesterday. Seeing how well they get along truly warms my heart. How about we pick another auspicious day, invite relatives and friends over, and settle the matter between the two children?" Li Jingfeng's doubts instantly dissipated entirely. This was far from the Lin family wanting to call off the engagement. Their tone clearly indicated desperation to marry off their daughter. Moreover, that old fox Lin Outyan had obviously sensed his displeasure and promptly brought up the matter of not having announced it to friends and family yet. Come to think of it, yesterday everyone was invited under the guise of a small family gathering, so none of them knew about the engagement. Lin Outyan's slightly ingratiating tone greatly pleased Li Jingfeng. But just as he was about to agree, a voice came from the dining room entrance, followed by the sound of steady footsteps. A bodyguard in a black suit stood at the restaurant entrance. He was steadily holding an object draped with a red cloth that completely concealed it. The bodyguard bowed his head and respectfully addressed Lin Outyan. "Family head, this item was sent by the Su family head." Lin Outyan waved at the bodyguard. "Open it and take a look." The bodyguard carefully lifted the red cloth covering it. In an instant, a porcelain vase with a yellow embossed floral background, adorned with meticulously painted blossoms in resplendent hues of imperial elegance, materialized before everyone's eyes. Li Tian and Lin Sierra didn't react much. They didn't recognize this porcelain piece. They simply thought its vibrant colors suggested it must be valuable, and since both knew why the Su family was presenting a gift to Lin Outyan, they weren't particularly surprised. However, Lin Outyan and Li Jingfeng, seated at the head of the table, visibly stiffened with shock. The exquisite porcelain placed on the tray was, at a previous grand auction, Su Jinghua had bid 550 million to acquire the Qianlong Famille Rose hollow-out rotating vase. Among the upper echelons, this was practically common knowledge. Although Lin Outyan knew the backstory, he was still thoroughly astonished. The Su family's extravagance knew no bounds. Li Jingfeng was utterly dumbfounded. Normally composed and calculating, even he couldn't help being visibly shaken at the sight of this artifact. He knew the Lin family and the Su family had a long-standing cooperative relationship, and the heads of the two families were on very good terms. But no matter how close the relationship was, it shouldn't warrant sending such an expensive gift, right? Moreover, the entire city of Luochuan is buzzing with rumors that the eldest son of the Su family, Su Qingrun, was kidnapped and rescued just this morning. Su Jinghua and Qingyun rushed back from Longqing overnight to see Su Qing. Most likely, Father Su has only just met his son after all this commotion. How could Su Jinghua possibly spare the time to send gifts to the Lin family at a moment like this? Could it be that Su Qing was rescued by the Lin family? Lin Outyan calmly waved his hand at the bodyguard. "Take it away and put it in my study." After speaking, he chuckled twice and casually teased Li Jingfeng with light-hearted remarks. "Brother Jinghua is truly generous. Last week, when I visited his home, I mentioned liking this vase, and he actually went so far as to part with it and give it to me." He paused his words, patted his chest, and clicked his tongue. "Over 500 million yuan, it aches my heart to spend it." Lin Outyan was a genuine old fox. Whether in demeanor or tone, one couldn't detect the slightest hint of deceit. Li Jingtian didn't suspect a thing either. After all, Lin Outyan's passion for antique collecting was common knowledge. Besides, sending something to the Lin family could be handled by his subordinates, which wouldn't delay comforting his son. Since he wasn't close with the Su family, he couldn't very well bring up their gossip. Playing along with Lin Outyan, he said, 1,000 pieces of gold can't buy what the heart desires. Having it at home to admire would bring joy, wouldn't it? He thought to himself, the Lin family truly has vast wealth, their liquid assets must be immeasurable. Lin Outyan nodded repeatedly, agreeing verbally, indeed. But what Lin Outyan actually thought was entirely different. He mused to himself, the Su family truly has vast business holdings, their assets are simply immeasurable. The two old foxes, each harboring their own schemes, continued their drinking session for a while longer before settling on a new wedding date for their juniors. A month later. Chapter 28, a meal worth 700 million? Li Tian left together with Li Jingfeng. After seeing off their guests, Lin Outyan took Lin Sheer to the study. He had something to tell her and was also eager to examine that vase. Lin Outyan had a violent temper, yet he particularly enjoyed posing as a refined scholar. His entire study was decorated with classical elegance, filled with countless calligraphy works by famous masters, paintings, and antique books. Lin Outyen traced the patterns on the bottle, utterly captivated, exclaiming repeatedly in admiration, "What a marvelous treasure! Your Uncle Su is truly generous." While examining the bottle, he said to Lin Xier, "Do you know who was behind your kidnapping?" Lin Xier shook her head, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. "I don't know. When I woke up, there were only me and Su Qing. No kidnappers." Lin Outyen turned around and looked at her carefully, speaking with deep concern. "It's good that you're safe. I will definitely get to the bottom of this." He pondered carefully. Whoever could abduct Lin Xier and Su Qing and confine them together must be no ordinary person. Moreover, merely sealing them inside a house without taking any further action suggested the motive wasn't financial gain. Most likely, the perpetrator had a grudge against the Su and Lin families. Before Lin Outyen could piece together any clues, the door to the study was knocked. Lin Outyen glanced toward the entrance. "Come in." The door opened, and in walked the bodyguard who had earlier delivered the porcelain. "Family head." The bodyguard nodded, his gaze shifting between Lin Outyen and Lin Xier for several seconds. "Our Su family has another message for you," he said respectfully. Earlier, with so many people around, it wasn't convenient to speak. "What message?" Lin Outyen glanced at him. "Speak directly. What words shouldn't be spoken before the young lady?" The voice was casual, but the sharpness in his eyes was unmistakable, a silent warning to mind his words and speak only what was appropriate. The Su family conveyed their gratitude for the Lin family's aid, with the exception of that Qianlong famille rose-pierced revolving vase. They've also extended a 2-year employment contract between the Su and Lin families, with a 20% increase in commission fees. Lin Outyen's expression brightened momentarily, only for his delight to vanish the next second. He frowned, utterly baffled by the Su family's lavish gifts of antiques and money. They were being far too generous. The bodyguard kept stealing glances at Lin Xier from the corner of his eye, hesitant about whether to voice what was on the tip of his tongue. He stammered, "Master, there's one more thing." Lin Outyen said impatiently, "Just say what you have to say." Young Master Su said, "Thank the young lady for her attentive care in the villa. Please accept this modest gift, Uncle Lin, as a token of appreciation." Lin Outyen suddenly realized, though he and Su Jinghua shared a decent relationship, they were both old foxes with 1,000 years of cunning. Neither of them would ever engage in a losing deal. No wonder. So it was Su Qing who sent the gift. Lin Outyen calmly waved his hand at the bodyguard. "Understood, you may leave." No wonder the bodyguard felt embarrassed to say it in front of Lin Xier. Even Lin Outyen, as her father, found it awkward to ask Lin Xier directly. Just how diligently had she been taking care of Su Qing for him to send such an extravagant gift? Lin Outyen glanced at Lin Xier and asked vaguely, "You and Su Qing seem to be getting along well?" Although Lin Xier didn't know the exact price of that revolving vase, she was fully aware of the contract's value. Originally, the 2-year contract was already worth over 100 million, and the Su family had additionally increased the commission by 20%. Moreover, based on her father's astonished reaction to the vase during dinner, it was clear that gift was even more valuable. Su Qing's actions were practically dumping money into their Lin family's lap for free. Not to mention a single kidnapping. Even if their Lin family's entire security group were mobilized for a mission, it wouldn't be worth this much. Moreover, Su Qing deliberately echoed that message from the Su family, thanking her for her thoughtful care. It practically draped their relationship in a veil of ambiguity, dripping with suggestion. Rather than gratitude, it felt more like coming to propose. Lin Xier bit her lip, and instantly an image appeared in her mind. That scene when Su Qing described what the girl he liked was like, and how he said, with a lonely face, that he couldn't burden others. Could it be? Lin Xier felt a surge of complex emotions. Could it be that the person Su Qing mentioned, the one he didn't want to hold back, is her? She mumbled vaguely, he's not in good health. I just cooked him a meal. He was probably just grateful. After hearing this, Lin Outyen frowned deeply, then let out a bewildered chuckle. He stammered, one meal? A meal worth 700 million? Lin Xier suddenly raised her head and explained, "I also promised him one more thing." "Yes, it must be because of that. Dad, can you help find a suitable kidney donor match for him? Doesn't our family have overseas connections?" Lin Outyen frowned. "Xier, you've really grown up, haven't you? You promised him first before coming to ask your father if we could find him a matching donor?" Lin Xier lowered her head and whispered, "He won't speak carelessly. He promised me he wouldn't reveal our family affairs." Lin Outyen pointed at Lin Xier, exploding with rage as he roared. You not only agreed to him finding a kidney donor, but you also told him about our family's overseas business?" Lin Xier buried her head even lower. "Just a little." Lin Outyen gritted his teeth, glaring at her fiercely as he suddenly raised his hand. His hand hovered mid-air, unmoving for a long moment. The palm that should have struck Lin Xier hesitated briefly before finally slamming onto the nearby desk instead. Furrowing his brows tightly, he roared at Lin Xier, "Are the Lin family's overseas operations something to be casually disclosed to outsiders? Hila, how could you be so improper, getting involved with an outsider? Don't you realize every organization has their eyes on our family right now?" If he were to say even just a word or two too much to others. Lin Outyen leaned on the table, shaking his head weakly, "And now they've already sent the gifts over." Lin Xier bit her lower lip tightly as she faced her furious father, slightly bowing her head. "Dad, Su Cheng promised me he wouldn't tell anyone, including his parents." The words came out weakly from Lin Xier's mouth, yet they were spoken with absolute certainty. She didn't know what had come over her, she just trusted Su Cheng, couldn't bear seeing him suffer so much misfortune, just wanted to help him, just ached for him. Lin Outman couldn't bear it any longer and raised his hand to strike her face. The originally fair skin instantly bore a ferocious red mark. Lin Outyen looked down at her contemptuously and pointed. "Have you known him for 10 or 8 years? Or has he dug out his heart for you to see? How dare you talk back to me for him after making such a huge mistake?" Lin Outyen's fingers trembled. He had never struck Lin Xier before. Seeing his daughter's tear-filled eyes, he faintly felt a pang of reluctance. His brows furrowed tightly as he suddenly sensed that Lin Xier was completely different from before. Especially when Lin Xier's resolute voice reached his ears once more. He watched as Lin Xier lifted her head and met his gaze, her eyes brimming with tears, tinged with a hint of shame, yet her words remained steadfast as she spoke. "He wouldn't do that. I believe in him." Lin Outyen clenched his teeth as he glared at her. "You and that Su family boy you just met yesterday at the kidnapping site, didn't you? Have you even known each other for over 24 hours? And you keep defending him, again and again, against your own father." Chapter 29, Could I possibly like him? Lin Outyen was furious and swung his palm toward Lin Xier once again. Yet the slap never landed on Lin Xier's face. Lin Outyen abruptly halted his motion, his hand freezing less than 2 centimeters from her ear. The reason Lin Outyen stopped wasn't because his anger had subsided, but he felt Lin Xier was acting extremely out of character today. Though kind-hearted, she had always known her limits and been obediently docile at home. Moreover, apart from Li Tian, she looked down on all other males with contempt. To exaggerate a bit, whether it was wealthy young masters or ordinary commoners, Lin Xier couldn't care less about any other man's life or death. How could she possibly argue with him over some Su Qing? Lin Outyen examined Lin Xier closely. For a young woman in her early 20s to act so out of character over a man, there could only be one reason. The answer forming in his mind left Lin Outyen momentarily stunned. He asked, "Xier, you couldn't have." He hesitated, "Fallen for him, could you?" Lin Xier's reddened eyes widened instantly at this question. In that instant, the figures of Su Qing and Li Tian flashed through her mind like lightning. As if her deepest secret had been exposed, she blurted out words that shocked even herself, regardless of who stood before her. Almost involuntarily, she retorted angrily, "How could I possibly fall for him?" The voice sounded very much like, as if finding her father's question utterly unbelievable. As if declaring, "How could I possibly like him?" Yet after speaking, she froze in place, stunned. Not even she herself had expected that the words choked in her throat moments ago, "I don't like him, That utterly unmistakable denial. Yet, she couldn't push them past her lips no matter what. Her spoken words, rather than refusal, sounded more like, she felt as if she were questioning herself. She spoke up for Su Qing, even at the risk of angering her own father. She didn't mind any of those intimate gestures they'd shared. In fact, she somewhat missed the warmth of Su Qing's body. She staggered back 2 steps as if the heavens had collapsed, head bowed, clutching tightly at the white dress she wore, nearly losing her balance and sliding down the doorframe. All her uncharacteristic behavior, her starkly different attitude towards Su Qing compared to others, suddenly seemed to find explanation. Has she really fallen for Su Qing? A corner of her heart seems to have truly made room for Su Qing. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Witnessing his daughter's series of unusual behaviors, Lin Outyen suddenly saw the light. In perilous and confined circumstances, it's remarkably easy for 2 young individuals of similar age, outstanding family backgrounds, and exceptional talents to develop intricate romantic feelings. Lin Outyen glanced at the Qianlong Familrose porcelain vase with openwork and rotating core placed beside him, smiling with relief. Everyone knew this porcelain vase was Su Jinghua's treasure. To part with it despite the heartache must mean Su Qing had pleaded with his father for a long time before obtaining it. Moreover, considering Su Qing's aloof and standoffish nature, even when Lin had been on familiar terms with Su Jinghua before, he'd never received such warmth from Su Qing. For the arrogant Su Qing, who disdains all worldly things, to take the initiative to send a message mentioning thoughtful care. Lin Outman pondered, how could such sincerity be solely about seeking a kidney donor? As for Su Qing, who harbored romantic feelings for Lin Xier, how could he casually disclose their family affairs? All of Lin Outyen's previous anger and suspicions vanished without a trace. He walked slowly toward Lin Xier and raised his hand to gently touch the red mark on her face. father was too impatient earlier. Does it hurt? His eyes were full of fatherly affection. And no, it doesn't hurt. Dad, it was my fault. I shouldn't have let my sympathy get the better of me. Lin Outyen chuckled softly. Sierra, are you sure what you feel for him is sympathy? Why yes, it is. Lin Aotian ignored her stuttering, feeble reply. He coaxed gently, asking earnestly, Sierra, are you truly certain? Lin Shear seemed as if her inner defenses were being pierced one after another, and she spoke as if overwhelmed. Dad, I don't know. Hey, Dad told you long ago, that boy from the Su family, in terms of character, appearance, family background, and knowledge. You're superior to Li Tianxiang in every way, yet you refuse to get acquainted with him. He let out a deep sigh before continuing. Sierra, if you've developed feelings for him now, it's not too late. Your father respects your decision. It's perfect timing since the engagement with Li Tian hasn't been finalized yet. I just need to inform the Li family. At worst, we can offer Li Jingfeng a piece of land as an apology. The Li family won't complain. Li Tian was thoughtful and capable in handling affairs. Aside from some reservations about his adopted son status, Lin Outyen genuinely couldn't find any fault with him. Moreover, since Lin Shear insisted on marrying no one but Li Tian, he had already agreed to this marriage arrangement. The kidnapping incident made him even more afraid that one day, if the story of her being kidnapped along with Su Qing got out, it would tarnish her reputation and make her unmarriageable. Today at the dinner table, he practically fawned over the Li family, terrified of delaying the wedding date. But, seeing Lin Shear's current behavior, Lin Outyen suddenly realized the kidnapping might not have been such a bad thing after all. After a long silence, Lin Shear raised her head to look at Lin Outyen, as if finally reaching an answer after much internal struggle. Dad, I never intended to call off the engagement. As for Su Qing, I only see him as a younger brother. Lin Outyen waved his hand, his tone gentle. Shear, Dad respects your decision. You don't look too well. Why don't you go back and rest for a while? Lin Shear walked to the study door and hesitated before opening it, turning to glance at Lin Outyen again. Her voice was faint, her eyes filled with shame. Dad, about finding a kidney donor, can you still help Su Qing? Lin Outyen, seated in the rosewood chair, looked up at her. Lin Outyen nodded and said, since they've already sent the gift, we naturally ought to help. Dad, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Lin Outyen waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Go back to your room and rest. Lin Outyen tapped his fingers on the table, the crisp sound echoing through the quiet space. He was deep in thought. Between Li Tian and Su Qing, which one truly was the superior choice? Li Jingfeng had previously promised him a betrothal gift of 5 premium plots of land and an entire building, assets of considerable value. As long as Li Shangsheng didn't produce any heirs, the Li family's fortune would undoubtedly fall to Li Tian eventually. Considering Li Shang's frail health, it seemed almost certain that Li Tian would inherit the family's legacy. The Su family was quite generous, judging from the porcelain vase placed on the table. It was clear that Su Qing held considerable sway in the household. Su Qing was the only son of the Su family, the sole heir to their entertainment empire, though eccentric in personality and chronically ill. But missing one kidney wouldn't affect carrying on the family line. As long as Lin Shear could bear Su Qing a child or two, even if his health failed and he passed early, just being a widow. With the widow bringing along her child, wouldn't the entirety of the Su family's assets then fall into the hands of the Lin family? Even better, wouldn't it? Chapter 30, The Boxing Gym. Lin Outyen let out a sigh. Both were excellent choices. He truly wished he could split Lin Shear in two to marry into both the Su and Li families simultaneously. He could tell that even if Lin Shear wavered between the two of them, a girl's heart always holds sentimental affection. Having spent over a decade with Li Tian, she would most likely end up choosing him after all. Lin Outyen picked up the calendar beside him and glanced at the date. The corner of his lips curled slightly. He wasn't planning to make the decision for Lin Shear, but he intended to buy some time for Su Qing, who was lagging behind by more than a decade in terms of shared history. He made a phone call. Lin Outyen let out 2 hearty laughs and said cheerfully, Brother Jingfeng, you've made it home, haven't you? On the other end of the line, Lin Outyen sighed and said, Brother Jingfeng, I just checked the calendar. The 15th of next month isn't exactly the most auspicious day, for dazzling spotlights mounted at the corners of the ceiling shone intensely upon a reflective marble bar counter. Perched on the glossy leather sofa by the bar sat a strikingly handsome man with an athletic build. A knife scar ran from the left eyebrow to his eyelid, his dark eyes fathomless like stagnant water. Even at this very moment, a stunning blonde woman sat on his lap, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck as she planted delicate kisses along his nape. His face remained completely impassive, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. Unable to bear his complete lack of response, the blonde woman mischievously nipped his earlobe, not too gently, yet not harshly either. Heartless man, she cooed flirtatiously into his ear. Cold young master, won't you look at me? The voice dripped with enchantment. The man gave her waist a slight squeeze and said indifferently, Don't fuss. Focus on watching young master Li's boxing match. The blonde woman sniffed lightly. What's the difference between young masterly boxing and punching a sandbag? There's nothing interesting about it. Cold young master, you'd do better to look at me more. He glanced at the woman and laughed. Let's see how many ribs young masterly can break, won't that be fun? Suddenly feeling playful, he pointed at the watch on his wrist. This cheap little thing I'm wearing today? Barely $1 million. Hey sweetness, care to make a bet? Winner takes it. The blonde's eyes nearly popped out staring at that watch. What's the bet, young Master Lang? After some thought, he said, let's bet on how much medical compensation young Master Li pays today. Any margin within 30,000 counts as your win. The woman nuzzled her nose against his face. Young Master Lang, what if I lose? Lang Yanfeng glanced at the muscular bodyguard standing in a row behind the sofa and scoffed with a laugh. He casually pointed to the men behind him and said nonchalantly, if you lose, you can play with them. The woman weakly tapped Lang Yanfeng's arm in protest, feigning delicacy. Young Master Lang, you're such a tease. He lazily raised an eyebrow. Wanna bet? You only get one chance, baby. The woman was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. After all, she was being kept by Lang Yanfeng, who had lavished millions on her over the past year. Money had never been an issue for him. Moreover, Lang Yanfeng was notoriously possessive and controlling. How could this possibly be serious? It immediately dawned on her, this was just the young master's little way of playing coy with her. Cold young master, my guess is 150,000. Lang Yanfeng's eyes darkened as he calmly gazed ahead and said lightly, fine, let's see if it reaches 150,000. Directly in front of them was a boxing ring. On the platform, Li Tian stood sweating profusely from his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, while the corners of his mouth twitched viciously a couple of times. He thrust forward with a straight punch that landed squarely on the opposite man's nose. With a loud thud, the man on the ground collapsed motionless. Lang Yanfeng rose to his feet and spoke indifferently to the doctor standing by the boxing ring. Carry him down. Calculate the expenses and prepare the bill for young Master Li. The doctor in a white coat nodded and said, yes, young Master Lang. Lang Yanfeng was the owner of this boxing gym. The venue was huge, and yet it was quite different from an ordinary boxing gym. Those who came in seeking opponents to spar with had to sign an agreement, no holds barred, with life and death disregarded. However, if one injured their opponent, they would have to compensate the other party several times the medical expenses. He has two sources of income from his operations. The first is from legitimate business, renting out the venue for training sessions or hiring sparring partners to teach or practice boxing. The second comes from a commission on medical fees, which isn't much but also not negligible, 20%. Of course, Li Tian comes here to box for stress relief, making him a consumer. So far, he hasn't received a single compensation payment from anyone else. Li Tian bit down on the fastener of his boxing glove and yanked it off. He leaped down from the platform, glancing at Lang Yanfeng. Sorry for troubling you again. Lang Yanfeng waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. It's a willing transaction. I'm getting paid, after all. He glanced at the person who had just been carried away, frowned, and said to Li Tian, Mr. Li, not in a good mood today? That was quite a beating you handed out. Young Master Li shook his head, looking thoroughly exhausted. It's nothing. I'm going to change first. With that, Li Tian headed to the locker room. Taking a towel from the cabinet, he wiped the sweat from his brow. His brow furrowed tightly. The one-sided scuffle had done nothing to ease the knot of frustration in his chest. With a tightened frown, he sank into the nearby sofa. Hands covering his eyes, his heart pounded violently as tumultuous memories surged through his mind. After leaving the Lin family today, he sat in the car chatting with Li Jingfeng for a while. Thinking to spend a bit more time with Lin Xier, he didn't head home immediately but had the driver take Li Jingfeng back first. Li Tianjie returned to the Lin residence and went straight to Lin Xier's room, but didn't find anyone there. As he exited her room and reached the spiral staircase landing on the second floor, he happened to run into the bodyguard who had delivered the items earlier, coming downstairs from above. The bodyguard saw Li Tian nod slightly and said, Young Master Li. Li Tian nodded in return. As the bodyguard passed by, he turned back and called out, Have you seen Xier? The bodyguard turned his head and replied, The young miss is in the family head study. Understood. Li Tian went up to the third floor and walked toward Lin Outyan's study. But when he reached the door, before he could knock on it, I immediately heard Lin Outyan's furious roar coming from inside the room. Li Tian froze with his fingers suspended in midair, stunned for a long moment. Before he could even summon up any anger, the words from behind the door had already shocked him into utter confusion. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but whether it was because the door was too thin or because the words struck like daggers, every single word spoken by Lin Outyan and Lin Xier had reached his ears, leaving him no escape. He didn't even know whether to rejoice at hearing someone else's secret so thoroughly, or regret coming back to hear these heart-piercing words, especially Lin Xier's remark to her father. Could I possibly like him? Li Tian let out a bitter and helpless smile. Lin Xier, a proud daughter of heaven who dared to love and hate, had always been decisive in both actions and words. Never before had she been so vague and unclear. He could even picture Lin Xier's current expression, the flustered, vehement denial of a girl whose secret had just been exposed, her face burning with shame. Li Tian didn't wait for Lin Xier to come out. When Lin Outman told her to go rest first, he hastily made his escape. Chapter 31, The Investigation, Bonus Chapter. Inside the VIP lounge of the boxing gym, Lang Yanfeng walked in and frowned when he saw Li Tian slumped on the sofa with a dazed expression. He held Li Tian in high regard because Li Tian was the only person who'd ever given him medical compensation. Lang Yanfeng was a man with vast connections, mysterious family background, and the persona of a young master who lacked nothing. What he loved most were intensely challenging pursuits. He opened this underground boxing gym purely for his own amusement. But since establishing the gym, he had never encountered a truly formidable opponent, though admittedly, some might have deliberately lost to curry favor with him. In any case, after running the gym for over 3 years, Li Tian remained the only one who'd ever defeated Lang Yanfeng and had even shown mercy by holding back his full strength during their match. He greatly admired Li Tian, but he had never seen Li Tian in such a dazed state before, creating a stark contrast to his usual composed and calm demeanor. Lang Yanfeng walked over to Li Tian and called out, "Li Tian." Li Tian raised his head and glanced at him. Lang Yanfeng walked over, sat down beside him, and patted his shoulder. "What's wrong?" Li Tian rubbed his head and replied calmly, "Nothing." Lang Yanfeng offered him a cigarette. "Talk to me." Li Tian took the cigarette, took a deep drag, and a layer of haze briefly clouded his vision as he slowly began to speak. "Bro, could you help me look into something and check on someone?" "Phew." Lang Yanfeng lazily exhaled a puff of smoke before turning his head. "No problem, let's hear it," he said. "Find out who was behind yesterday's kidnapping case in the southern suburbs," Li Tian said. Lang Yanfeng nodded. "Got it. You mean that thing you asked me to look into yesterday, right?" Li Tian nodded. "That's right. The last coordinates you gave me in the southern part of the city, that's the kidnapping site. Consider it handled." "I'll see this through to the end," Lang Yanfeng replied before asking, "So who's the target we're investigating?" Li Tian stubbed out his cigarette on the table beside him, the crimson glow gradually fading into a trail of ash. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "That young master of the Su family, Su Cheng." "Sure, no problem." Li Tian stood up, lips curving into a faint smile. "Thanks, bro, send me the bill later." Lang Yanfeng waved it off. "Don't worry about it, it's nothing, just treat me to a meal." Li Tian got up and headed for the door as he spoke. "Alright, I'll owe you that meal then. I'm not in the best mood right now, gonna head back first." Lang Yanfeng also stood up. "Alright, let me walk you out." The two reached the entrance where a doctor approached them holding a medical examination form. He gave Li Tian a slight nod. "Young Masterly, the total comes to 200,000. Here's the breakdown." Li Tian cast a glance but paid no attention to the details written on it. He took out a card from his wallet. "Here, there's $1 million in it. Leave it at the shop, you can deduct directly from it later. No need to report the details to me." "Thank you, young Masterly. Have a safe trip, young Masterly." Lang Yanfeng paced a few steps before sitting back against the marble countertop behind him. The cigarette between his lips was already half-smoked. He crushed the stub into the crystal ashtray, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. He lifted his gaze toward the blonde beauty lounging on the opposite couch and said coolly, "Sweetheart, you lost." The woman, who had been relying on favor to act arrogantly, suddenly froze when she saw those gloomy eyes, the fierce scar between his brows, and the inexplicable smile at the corner of Lang Yanfeng's lips. She quickly cooed in a flirtatious tone, "Young Master Lang, I'm just short by 20 or 30,000. Don't bully me anymore, alright?" She leaned in closer to Lang Yanfeng, bending over as if to take his arm. Yet, he abruptly shook her off. Lang Yanfeng cast a cold glance at the thugs behind the sofa and said icily, "What are you waiting for? Take her away immediately." The beautiful blonde woman nearly jumped out of her skin when those hands grabbed her from behind, struggling desperately against the forces restraining her. She strained with all her might to press closer to Lang Yanfeng's side, but the moment her fingers touched his hand, Lang Yanfeng immediately knocked it away with a swift motion. The force pulling her from behind grew stronger, her screams turning hoarse. "Master Lang, I've been by your side for a whole year. Don't do this to me. Master Lang, I'm begging you. I'll return all the gifts you've given me. I'll follow you without asking for anything in the future. Please make them let go. Master Lang." The woman was half-dragged by several men behind her, her tears streaming down her chin in clusters. Lang Yanfeng pressed his lips into a tight line, slowly removed the wristwatch from his hand, and flung it onto the woman. "No need to return it, consider this a gift as well." He leaned down slightly, patted the woman's delicate face, now streaked with ruined makeup from crying, and spoke slowly. "Baby, don't be sad. Even if you'd won the bet, I'd still treat you this way." The hand that had been gently patting the woman's face suddenly struck her with force. "You talk too much, it's really fucking annoying." Su Qing sat at the writing desk. He opened his panel and checked the latest updates. Host, Su Qing. Age, 19. Appearance, 101. Note, full score is 100. Combat power, 70. Note, passing grade is 60. Villain luck points, 3600. Villain points, 100 points. Items, original author's customized sequel novel, X2 copies. A large breeding farm in the southern suburbs. One second-hand minivan worth 50,000 yuan. A single pill that cures all ailments. Skill, intermediate insightful eyes. Su Qing closed the interface and opened the latest novel updates, sorting through the original recent chapters. Characters large and small flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, making his head throb. After sorting through the contents, Su Qing curled his lips in dissatisfaction. He casually tossed the pen in his hand onto the desk. He was utterly speechless. Although he knew Li Tian's luck value was high, he hadn't expected to lose to him again in this plotline. But what truly shocked him beyond belief was the ending of the new version's plot. His own character ended up dead? Chapter 32, this gets more and more interesting, as Su Qing knew from the book. According to the plot of the next few chapters, Lin Ao Tian interrogates Lin Xie and postpones the wedding by a month, a development that actually works in his favor. Having overheard the conversation between the Lin father and daughter, Li Tian's thoughts grew increasingly complex. He went to seek Lang Yanfeng's help in investigating both the kidnapping case and him. From Lang Yanfeng's investigation, Li Tian learned that Su Qing had once been extremely withdrawn and obstinate, even to the point of eccentricity. Su Qing had come to terms with his physical disability and had repeatedly rejected Su Jinghua's efforts to find a matching donor for him. Moreover, Li Tian bribed the Su family's physician and discovered that Su Qing was extremely reluctant to have his condition examined by doctors. Li Tian fully understood Su Qing's intentions in showing goodwill toward the Lin family and revealed all the uncovered truths to the overly sympathetic Lin Xie, exposing Su Qing's scheme of feigning misery. Lin Xie believed Li Tian and deeply resented Su Qing's deception. Her goodwill toward Su Qing plunged to rock bottom, and she promptly blocked him. Subsequently, Lang Yanfeng dispatched people to search the southern villa. Near the carpet in the second-floor bedroom, they discovered a fragment of a red wine glass, from which his fingerprints were extracted. Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang, whom he had sent to destroy the van, were also captured by Lang Yanfeng. Lang Yanfeng was an absolute sadist. Even after learning that Su Qing was the mastermind behind the kidnapping, he still beat Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang half to death. Finally, he sneered sarcastically at the two who hadn't betrayed Su Qing. TSK, you two are quite the resilient ones, aren't you? Soon, I'll invite your master Su Qing over and tell him it was you two who betrayed him. Heh, how amusing. Who knows, after he finds out, will your elderly grandfather and parents working for the Su family die even sooner than you two? Su Qing only skimmed the remaining plot. On a certain day after being imprisoned, his body couldn't hold on any longer and he was taken to a hospital outside the prison. After being sent out by Li Tian, the person was directly killed. Li Tian even flicked his fingers and said, worthless. Having just digested the plot, Su Qing curled his lips into a sneer. TSK, that miserable? I feel that Lang Yanfeng is way worse than me, yet he gets to live so happily and for so long, just because he sided with the male lead? He never dreamed that in the original story, Su Qing had voluntarily given up on the organ matching. Damn, author really created a freak of a character. Bang, 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 bang. A knock at the door drew Su Qing's attention. Come in. Butler Su stood at the doorway and said respectfully, young master, the head of the Lin family has sent a message, expressing his great appreciation for the generous gift you sent and extending an invitation to you, as well as the master and madam, to attend the engagement banquet of the Lin family's young lady and the Li family's young master 2 months from now. Su Qing crossed his legs, one foot resting on the floor, tapping out a rhythmic sound in the quiet room. He gave housekeeper Su a faint nod and said calmly, understood. Young master, you. Housekeeper Su's words caught in his throat, suppressing a series of questions. When the young master had first told him about sending that Shenlong Familrose openwork revolving vase to the Lin family, the family head had outright refused. It was only after the young master expressed his feelings for Miss Lin and his intention to snatch Lin Sierra away that the family head agreed, believing such a marriage alliance would be beneficial. Moreover, as the young master had shown no interest in women for nearly 20 years, the family head had grown quite anxious, fearing his son might have homosexual tendencies. That's why he readily agreed to the gift-giving arrangement and even increased the commission in the contract with the Lin family by an additional 20%. Housekeeper Su, having lived many years and served in the prestigious Su family as a steward, prided himself on being meticulous and perceptive. Yet this was exactly why he found himself utterly perplexed. The shrewd head of the Lin family, upon receiving such a grand gift and the young master's message, would naturally send back an invitation for their own young master to attend the engagement banquet. Doesn't this imply that the Lin family not only took the Su family's gifts but also slighted both the Su family and the young master? What an utter humiliation! And yet, after receiving such news, our young master remained so utterly composed. Su Qing took one look at Steward Su frozen in place and instantly understood what was going through his mind. He curled the corners of his lips into a gentle smile and spoke in an even tone. Steward Su, you may retire for the evening if there's nothing else. Actually, this gift for the Lin family isn't for Lin Xie's sake at all. I don't like her, nor do I wish to marry her. That was just an excuse for my father. I have other intentions. Housekeeper Su staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance as countless fragmented thoughts raced through his mind. The young master doesn't like Lin Xie, yet he sent gifts to the Lin family and made such statements. His intention must be to sabotage the engagement between the Lin and Li families. At this moment, receiving a message from the Lin family without showing the slightest impatience. Thinking about it this way, the young master's true target couldn't possibly be Lin Xie. There remained only one possibility, which was the other protagonist of the engagement banquet, Li family's adopted son, Li Tian. Old butler Su's aged eyes instantly widened into perfect circles. Suddenly it all made sense to him. No wonder Su Qing had previously sent Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang to investigate Li Tian. Moreover, she'd even hired private detectives to stalk Li Tian, take photos and videos, learning every minute detail about him. And he went through those documents over and over again. Steward Su stared nervously at Su Qing, his aged hand weakly gripping the doorknob, as if on the verge of collapsing under the weight of his own shocking speculation. Steward Su's feeble voice trailed off, the question he wanted to ask next filling him with dread. Young master. Su Cheng waved his hand. Steward Su, you may go back now. I'd like to rest for a while. After a moment's thought, he smiled politely at Steward Su. Steward Su, may I trouble you with something? Please don't tell my parents about my dislike for Lin Xie. Steward Su nodded slightly. Understood, young master, he replied before taking his leave. The afternoon sun was scorching hot. A blinding ray of light slipped through the silver-gray curtains, casting its glow on Su Qing's profile. His chiseled jawline, as if carefully crafted by an artisan, twitched slightly, revealing a lazy yet sly smile. Of course he understood the underlying meaning behind Lin Outyan's message. It wasn't about slighting the Su family's dignity, nor was it about rejecting Su Qing. It was just Lin Outyan's old fox trick trying to provoke him into speeding up. His fingers slid along the corner of the writing desk, gently caressing it. Lin Outyan, Lin Xie, Li Tian, Lang Yanfeng. This game is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 33, The Extremely Kind Su Qing. After carefully sorting through the plot, Su Qing's head began to ache. Counting the days, according to the story's timeline, his battle wouldn't begin until the day after tomorrow. He simply got up and returned to his room to rest. Having worn a fitted suit for a full day and night, Su Qing hurriedly took a comfortable hot shower. From the walk-in closet, he picked out a loose silk pajama set to change into. Nestled in the soft silk quilt, he soon drifted into slumber. After sleeping for an indeterminate time, it was a knock at the door that roused him. Knock, 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 knock. The crisp, rhythmic knocking made Su Qing momentarily disoriented. He shook off sleep's remnants before recalling exactly where he was. He narrowed his eyes, a hoarse sound escaping from his throat. Who? Su Qing heard a crisp, sweet voice coming from outside the door. Young, Ian. Su Qing frowned. What? What are you scheming? Who are you scheming against? Another muffled voice came from outside the door. I am Ian. Su Qing grabbed the corner of the blanket and pulled it over his head. The drowsiness weighing on him and the indistinct noises from beyond the door irritated him beyond measure. Come in and speak. The door creaked open from the outside. Su Qing peeked a pair of eyes from beneath the blanket, frowning as she looked toward the doorway. The bedroom was pitch dark. Only a row of warm yellow ambient lights outside the open door cast their mellow glow upon the girl standing there. Her features were barely discernible. Su Qing could only catch a glimpse of the girl's pale skin, her bare feet lightly touching the ceramic tiles as if afraid to make a sound, her straight legs trembling slightly from fear. Her straight hair cascaded over her chest, where the pale contours rose and fell rapidly. The dim yellow light cast upon the silk slip dress she wore, reflecting shimmering highlights. Su Qing disliked making things difficult for women, especially when she looked so nervous. She must have come for a reason. He tilted his head slightly and lazily lifted his eyelids, murmuring, "Go on, young master, I mean, Ian. Got it. What is it?" Ian gazed at the blurred silhouette before her, while the low, slightly hoarse voice, still carrying traces of just waking up, slowly reached her ears. The mere thought that her young master's exceptionally beautiful eyes were now focusing on her instantly sent her heart into a flutter and emptied her mind. And then know-nothings were wrong. Su Qing. Wait, did you just knock on my door for no reason? Su Qing switched on the bedside lamp with a scoff. Come here, let me get a look at you. You'd better pray I don't remember your face when I wake up tomorrow. He sat up halfway, furrowing his brows. Seeing the delicate girl before him with reddened eyes and bean-sized tears streaming down her cheeks, he waved his hand dismissively. All right, stop crying. I won't punish you. Just say what you want to say directly. Enin spoke between sobs, haltingly explaining her purpose for coming. Young master, the family had instructed Steward Su to select someone to accompany you. Steward Su said. Butler Su said if young master drives me out, I won't need to stay with the Su family tomorrow. Enin's heart was in turmoil. She was both terrified of the cold and haughty young master, not daring to approach him, and fearful of being cast out by the Su household come morning. Trapped between impossible choices, Enin shuffled forward a few hesitant steps, her voice choking with tears as she spoke. Young master, I beg of you, please don't send me away. My grandmother is ill, I can't afford to lose this job. She pointed to the low chair by the window. Young master, I can sit there all night. I promise not to make a single sound. Young master, could you please let me stay? Su Qing looked at the sobbing, graceful young woman before him, feeling deeply moved. With such filial devotion, how could I bear to let you lose your job? Enin's eyes sparkled with delight as she bowed deeply to Su Qing, looking as though she was paying respects at his grave. Young master, I promise not to make a single sound. I won't disturb your sleep. It's fine, you can make some noise. He patted the pillow beside him. Come here. They definitely didn't summon you just to admire the moon through the window. Her still bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. Why, young master, you? Su Qing's devilish lashes lifted slightly as he casually swept back his disheveled hair, his impossibly handsome face sending Yin Yin's heart into chaos. A touch of bashfulness flashed across Yin Yin's face, who would have thought her icy young master was actually such a lecherous rogue. But what a windfall, the young master was simply too gorgeous. Watching Yin approach him under the moonlight with increasingly covetous eyes, Su Qing raised his hand in a defensive block. Turning his head slightly, he caught sight of a reflective ornament that mirrored his peerlessly handsome face. He was devastatingly handsome, and he knew it well. With looks like his, how could he let anyone have him so easily? Alas, boys should also take good care of themselves too. His earlier words were clearly misunderstood by Enin. He asked them to stay. It suddenly dawned on him why Su Jinghua had instructed Steward Su to send servants in. A minor plot point in the book was, after the earth-shattering discovery that Su Qing disliked Lin Xier, housekeeper Su swiftly relayed to Su Jinghua and Xing Yun that their son's preferences might not lean toward women. Thus, parents already suspicious of Su Qing's orientation urgently ordered their steward to arrange attendance for their perfectly normal son. Su Qing sighed inwardly, never realizing old butler Su's imagination could be so vivid. Bad judgment on my part. Young master. Enin called out to him when she noticed him staring blankly at the mirror like a soul leaving its body. Su Qing gestured toward the door. Through the gap beneath it came corridor light, now obscured by a hazy dark shadow. They probably just sent someone to keep an eye on you. You're afraid of getting kicked out, right? Then make some noise yourself. Su Qing burrowed under the covers and closed his eyes, pointing toward the other side. There are blankets in the closet. Go out tomorrow and get the check from Steward Su. Seeing Su Qing about to fall asleep, Enin hesitated. Young master, you. Su Qing nodded. No need to thank me. Just remember to speak well of me when you leave. Enin nodded. Young master is a true gentleman. Su Qing raised his eyes and said indifferently, you're saying I'm worse than an animal. I understand, young master. Enin was clever enough to grasp Su Qing's meaning. Standing at the foot of the bed, she began rocking it with creaking sounds, striving to create a certain, suggestive atmosphere. Afraid of disturbing Su Qing's rest, he only went at it for 2 minutes. Truth be told, with the bed creaking non-stop, Su Qing's sleep was indeed interrupted. But just 2 minutes. That would ruin his reputation. Su Qing fumed indignantly, big sister, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Chapter 34, Qinger, you've become much happier than before. 3 days later, outside the Su family mansion, several cars arrived, and people gradually stepped out from them. A woman in professional attire, her hair styled in a sleek high ponytail, stood poised before the camera, holding a microphone labeled with Luochuan TV's logo. Her face broke into a perfect, 8-teeth smile. She gestured gracefully toward the grand entrance gate of the Su residence. Addressing the camera with enthusiasm, she began. Hello everyone, I'm reporter Xianwan. Today we've arrived at the ancestral residence of the Su family, founders of Peak Entertainment and leaders of Luochuan's 5 great families. As you may have heard, the young master of the Su family, Su Qing, was recently kidnapped and returned home just a few days ago. Due to significant public attention surrounding this kidnapping case, Luochuan Television will conduct an in-depth interview with Su Qing himself today. Live coverage of the interview for everyone. This also marks the first public appearance of the Su family's young master. Xianwan gave a playful smile at the camera, then delivered a remark designed to heighten the audience's anticipation. They say young Master Su is dashingly handsome, comparable to the legendary Panin. Currently studying in the acting department of Luochuan University, he's highly likely to follow in his father's footsteps and enter the film industry. Let's follow Nuan and take a look inside the Su family. As the security guard at the main gate opened the door, A group of over a dozen people from multiple TV stations slowly entered the Su residence. Meanwhile, Su Qing was still comfortably nestled in his warm bed, sleeping soundly. A gentle female voice woke him up. "Young master." Su Qing drowsily glanced at the woman lying on the other side of the bed. His bed was enormous, like a massive sleeping platform. If Su Qing had been nearsighted, he might not even have been able to see who was standing beside him. "Ah, Jing Jing." The girl blinked her eyes and stammered, "Young master, I'm Shan Shan." Su Qing. Take back what I just said. He truly hadn't looked to see who was beside him. Got it. Shan Shan, what did you call me for? Steward Su is knocking. Before Shan Shan could finish her sentence, Su Cheng already understood completely. The knocking outside the door had already reached his ears in its entirety. Su Chung called out toward the door, "Come in." Outside the door, Butler Su, Elder Sang stared blankly at the wooden panel before him. Would it really be appropriate for him to just barge in? He cleared his throat loudly and announced, "Young master, the madam is waiting for you at the gate." Su Ching snapped awake as if from a dream. He glanced at the clock on the wall, exactly 3 p.m., the precise time in the original storyline when the television interview was scheduled to take place. At this moment, the first-floor lobby should already be packed with reporters and photographers from major television stations. Su Qing reached over and put on a silk pajama top nearby. "If you're sleepy, go back to sleep. You can leave directly when you're ready to go." "Young master, Shan Shan's family." Shan Shan clutched the corner of the blanket with her fingers, appearing too embarrassed to voice her thoughts. "I know, get up and ask Butler Su for a check. Remember what to say?" Shan Shan nodded and said, "Young master is worse than a beast." Su Chung stroked his chin and thought, "Let's change that to physically strong instead." "Understood, young master." Watching the young master's noble and handsome figure from behind, Shan Shan pursed her lips and sighed. The less one possesses, the more one desires to prove it. When she first heard Enin returning home and saying their young master was worse than a beast, she thought he must be an insatiably excessive person. Never could she have imagined, after spending a night inside, he actually made her read 2 whole hours of villainous fiction as his bedtime story. Honestly, when you think about it from another perspective, it's truly worse than animal behavior. She was practically struggling to stay awake while reading it. This money is exactly what I deserve to earn. Su Qing stepped out of the bedroom and was immediately met with the sight of Su Qingyun, elegantly poised in an emerald green shipao, seated with dignified grace on the living room sofa. "Mom," Su Qing greeted with a nod. And Qingyun nodded. She wasn't particularly fond of interviews, especially today when so many people had come, turning the house into a chaotic mess. But seeing her son in good physical condition lifted her spirits somewhat. "Yes, there's a television interview today. Hurry up and wash up, then change your clothes." "Got it, Mom." Just as Su Qing turned to go wash up and change, and Qingyun called out to stop him again. "Qinger." Su Qing turned to give her a questioning look. "What is it?" And Qingyun gestured toward the servants behind the sofa with a wave of her hand. They then rolled an entire rack of clothes before Su Qing's eyes, all high-end custom-tailored suits neatly arranged on the movable garment rack. Before Su Qing could ask, Su Qingyun spoke up. "These are the new season's pieces just delivered by our long-term partner brand. Qinger, pick one to wear for the show later." "Okay." When Su Qing emerged from the walk-in closet again, he was wearing a simple black suit. The craftsmanship was impeccable, with golden threads outlining every seam of the suit. The ultra-slim cut accentuated Su Qing's broad shoulders and narrow waist, showcasing his striking figure to perfection. "Not bad," and Qingyun nodded as she pushed forward a jewelry box on the coffee table. "Pick some cufflinks. This suit you've chosen is too plain." She took out a pair of deep-hued agate cufflinks and held them against Su Qing for comparison. "Mom thinks the color and material of this pair are quite good. What do you think, Qinger?" He took the pair of cufflinks from Qingyun's hands, fastened them to his sleeve, adjusted his cuff slightly, and smiled faintly. "Quite beautiful." And Qingyun noticed the smile on his face and felt her son had changed significantly. Normally, his demeanor was quite indifferent, even when behaving respectfully toward her. He had originally maintained that kind of polite detachment, but now he smiled more often and had become much more cheerful. She didn't keep her doubts to herself and said with relief, "Qinger, you seem much happier than before." Su Qing gazed at Qingyun with a smile in his eyes. He had no intention of deliberately mimicking the character's personality from the book. It was too troublesome, and he couldn't be bothered to pretend. What would it matter if others knew his personality had changed? He could help Su Qing from the original novel achieve many things she hadn't accomplished simply because it amused him and because he could gain wealth and abilities from the system. But he would absolutely refuse to live in someone else's shadow. He was his own person. People can change in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he was absolutely certain his family members adored his recent transformation. "Yeah, Mom, I also feel much happier lately. Maybe, getting kidnapped again created some sort of negative-positive reversal effect. I guess I've let go of the past." Chapter 35, Spouting Nonsense with a Straight Face. Listening to his words, and Xingyun's eyes welled up with touched tears as she quickly said, "That's right, Xinger. You can't keep living in the shadows of the past. Shall mom and dad help arrange the matching tests for you? Would that be okay?" Su Qing pondered for a moment. In the past, the original Su Qing's eccentric and obsessive behavior was the reason for not getting a kidney transplant, though he now also desires a complete body. With the system's physical enhancement, the absence of one kidney has no impact on his daily life whatsoever. Lin Xier had returned home to beg Lin Outyen, believing his family couldn't find a kidney donor. She even took a slap for it, feeling immense heartache for him. Her budding affection for him was practically on the verge of surfacing. If he secured a kidney source through his family connections, what excuse would he have left to play the victim and win Lin Xier's sympathy? So, this kidney might as well stay where it is. Moreover, today he would once again play the victim card to gain sympathy not just for Lin Xier to witness, but also for Li Tian to see, and it would be broadcast live across the nation. Because today was the day in the novel when Li Tian would expose Su Qing's hypocritical facade to Lin Xier. "Mom, let's talk about the kidney transplant later. I'm not quite ready yet. After all, I've gotten used to it all these years. Please let me take things step by step, okay?" And Xingyun recognized the discomfort in Su Qing's expression and understood. This psychological distortion caused by repeatedly facing perilous situations had already made it no small feat for him to adjust from his originally eccentric temperament to his current more humane demeanor. Yet Xingyun remained deeply concerned. She had long feared that Su Qing's years of avoiding women meant he preferred men, especially after manager Su's remarks, which only heightened her worries. That was why she had arranged for someone to attend to him. And Xingyun frowned and stole a glance toward Su Qing's bedroom door. For several consecutive days now, Su Qing had accepted all who were sent to him. From keeping women at arm's length before to indulging in pleasures daily now, one really can't tell if this is good or bad. And Xingyun genuinely feared Su Qing's frail physique wouldn't withstand it, worrying he might suddenly expire in bed. She gazed at Su Qing with concern. "Mother knows. But Xinger, you must visit the family physician regularly to check your health. Don't ever neglect this." Usually there should be some restraint. Though he was her own son, as a mother, she still found it awkward to speak so bluntly about such matters. She glanced at Steward Su, then straightened her posture and spoke with utmost seriousness. "Young master needs proper rest these days. Make sure those women don't disturb him." Steward Su nodded and said, "Yes, madam." Su Qing approached Xingyun slowly and whispered a bold-faced lie into her ear with utter seriousness. "Mom, actually I have a secret that I've been keeping from you all this time. The truth is, until just a few days ago, I've always preferred men." Cough, cough. And Xingyun wasn't drinking anything, yet she choked as if something had gone down the wrong pipe, startled by Su Qing's whispered secret. She froze for a long moment before suddenly realizing Su Qing had been saved by the Lin family, while Li Tian just happened to be present. Yet Su Qing found an excuse to make his father give that land to Li Tian anyway. So that was his true intention all along. And Xingyun's graceful face showed a trace of panic as she looked at Su Qing and said, "Xinger, you." Su Qing sat up straight and spoke frankly and openly. Since they thought he was homosexual, he absolutely had to give his mother a good scare. "Mom, don't worry, I've never experienced this before. I don't understand things about emotions. Now I'm very sure my orientation is normal." And Xingyun looked at him with concern and said, "Are you sure?" Su Qing nodded. And Xingyun took Su Qing's hand and gently stroked it, murmuring, "That's good, that's good." She turned to look at Butler Su and said quietly, "Pretend I never said what I just did. Proceed with the arrangements as you originally planned." She turned her head to look at Su Qing, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. "You're almost 20 now. It's time you found yourself a proper girlfriend. The rising starlet in our company coincidentally happens to be around your age. It's your Uncle Lu's child, good family background, appearance, and character. Would you like to meet them? I could invite your Uncle Lu's family over for a visit someday, so you can get acquainted and see how it goes." Su Qing smiled. "Mom, I'm only 20. There's no hurry for this matter. Let's talk about it some other time." He glanced toward the elevator. "Mom, have all the journalists for the interview arrived yet? It wouldn't be good to keep them waiting too long. People might start saying our family has a superiority complex." Chapter 36, The Interview. A dozen or so people stood in the luxurious European-style foyer of the Su family mansion. They would occasionally exchange glances, then dart their eyes around to peek toward the stairwell and nearby elevators. A TV station worker in a black jacket asked the person beside him, "How long have we been waiting here?" The person being asked glanced at their watch. "It's 3:50 now, we've waited nearly 50 minutes. Our station director even has some connection with Emperor Su, yet they're still making us wait this long. The Su family really knows how to throw their weight around." Shanwan overheard their conversation and furrowed her brows, quickly turning to gesture for the two to keep quiet. "Brother Wang, brotherly, walls have ears. The Su family is influential by nature. They barely agreed to let us in for the interview, so let's not say anything careless. Be careful not to let eavesdroppers hear you. After speaking, she glanced at the Su family retainers and bodyguards standing nearby, only relaxing when she confirmed they weren't paying attention. The Su family wasn't to be trifled with. Having secured her position at this television station wasn't easy, and she definitely didn't want to offend them. But as she turned her head back, her eyes widened in surprise. She thought she'd just noticed something. She quickly turned her head toward the Su family's bodyguards, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. In her line of sight stood an elevator door, flanked by a few small steps beneath it. On those steps, a pair of straight, slender legs descended gracefully, draped in impeccably pressed suit trousers edged with a perfect golden thread trim. The entire figure exuded an aura of restrained austerity. Xiaonuan raised her eyes and noticed the extraordinarily tall young man, his lips curving into an aloof yet polite smile. Above his noble nose sat a pair of peach blossom eyes, languid yet profoundly tender. His features were smooth and sculpted, with all his hair slicked back save for a few stray strands at the temples, casual yet effortlessly stylish. His striking handsomeness seemed to make the rest of the world exist merely as his backdrop. Xiaonuan swallowed hard. As a television host, she had interviewed countless top-tier male celebrities, but she had never seen a man as refined yet bewitchingly beautiful as the one before her. Before she could recover from her shock, the young man was already standing right in front of them. The young man smiled brightly and dazzlingly, nodding slightly to the crowd. I'm Su Qing. My deepest apologies for keeping everyone waiting due to some personal matters. I'm truly honored to be interviewed today, thanks to the goodwill and remembrance from all the television stations. Su Qing's words utterly shocked the group standing in the Su family's entrance hall. After all, Su Qing's gloomy and reclusive personality was common knowledge. How could these frontline news workers not be aware of it? Though they complained about the Su family's arrogance, they had braced themselves for the young Master Su's cold treatment beforehand. Such politeness actually left them pleasantly shocked. As everyone stood frozen in place, a similarly stunned photographer glanced at his still unpowered camera and gave an awkward twitch at the corner of his mouth. The photographer snapped out of his daze and immediately grasped Su Qing's intentions upon seeing his radiant, sunshine-bright demeanor before him. Of course, it was about making a good impression in front of the public. Speaking slowly to Su Qing, he guiltily said, "Young Master Su, my apologies, my camera wasn't recording. Could you possibly repeat that?" The photographer immediately regretted his words, realizing his comments sounded like he was asking the young master of the Su family to pretend all over again. Su Qing, was my act that obvious? Also, why did you have to say it out loud? The slight downturn at the corners of Su Qing's lips was quickly smoothed into a brighter smile as he narrowed his eyes. He gestured toward the living room sofa. No need for formalities, everyone's been standing so long, please take your seats. What would you all like to drink? Tea, juice, or soda? The TV crew wouldn't dare make a choice and quickly waved their hands in refusal, saying, no need. We're not thirsty. That won't do. Su Qing smiled, then turned to the servants and said gently, prepare some of each and bring them over. Yes, young master, two middle-aged attendants replied with a nod. Su Qing walked straight to the main seat of the sofa, crossing his legs and casually resting his hands on either side. His tailored suit was paired with a silk, black shirt underneath untied at the collar, with the first two buttons casually undone. Side note, deleted the fans since my preference is deep-colored shirts, not fans. Everyone knew this was the young master of the Su family's first interview, yet he neither faltered nor appeared nervous, handling it with remarkable poise and grace. So much for trusting rumors. His entire demeanor exuded such nobility and elegance that it left everyone present utterly astonished. Especially Xiaonuan, utterly captivated by Su Qing's handsome features, stood frozen in place as she listened to him speak. Her lovely almond-shaped eyes seemed glued to Su Qing, yet her feet remained rooted to the spot. A colleague nearby nudged her and whispered, Xiaonuan, it's time for the interview. Ah, got it. The Su family's living room was spacious enough to hold dozens of people effortlessly, but there was only one spot where Su Qing's face was visible. Reporters crouched around the coffee table in front of him, careful not to block the cameras behind them. Multiple TV stations had arrived, and journalists began clamoring to ask questions, all vying to get the fastest scoop. The reporters still held some fear towards the Su family, so when they began their questioning, they avoided directly mentioning the kidnapping incident. They planned to start with some relaxed topics to ease the atmosphere before gradually steering the conversation. Young Master Su, do you plan to enter the film industry? Young Master Su, do you think you take more after your father or your mother? Master Su, do you find your current studies too taxing? Su Qing gave a helpless smile. These people, why couldn't just one of them get straight to the point? These were questions he had no desire to answer. All of a sudden, a delicate oval face suddenly emerged in Su Qing's field of vision like a breakout, her hair pulled up in a tall, efficient ponytail, with a pair of almond-shaped eyes wide open, unblinking, and extraordinarily bright. She quickly asked, Young Master Su, were you afraid when you were kidnapped? Her voice was cool yet clear, carrying the precise articulation of a broadcaster's tone, with a hint of magnetism that made it quite pleasing to the ear. Yet her question immediately silenced the entire living room. Though everyone wanted to know how the well-groomed young man on the sofa had handled himself in such dire circumstances, it was certainly sensational material. But, who would dare? Even Su Qing hadn't expected there truly be someone willing to stick their neck out, and such a pretty one at that. Had Su Qing not seen her slightly dazed expression after asking the question, he too would have thought she was deliberately trying to provoke him. But when he used his intermediate insight skill, it became clear the girl before him meant no harm. After all, a woman with a full 80 points of favorability toward him probably wouldn't intentionally want to cause him trouble. At most, she just wants to grab his attention. Su Qing gazed at her, as if responding to her alone. Of course I'm scared. Then Su Qing scanned the cameras, bit her lips lightly, and spoke with some difficulty. Actually, everyone probably knows, when I was little, I was kidnapped. It left me with quite a few after effects. For example, being afraid of the dark, of silence, of enclosed spaces, though it's much better now. People must face their fears and properly heal themselves. Chapter 37, Exposure. 30 minutes earlier. The Lin residence, fitness room. Phew, hiss. Lin Xier was running on the treadmill, clad in pale pink yoga pants. A few days ago, she had revealed her thoughts about Su Qing to Lin Outyin, and she wasn't sure if her words had fooled her father. What she did know was that Su Qing's figure had been lingering in her mind for days. Impossible to forget even if I tried. She ran briskly on the treadmill, attempting to dispel the springtime longing in her heart through exercise. Puff, puff. She couldn't deceive herself, she had genuinely developed feelings for Su Qing, yet she also knew that the person she truly loved was Li Tian. She wanted to erase Su Qing from her thoughts as quickly as possible. She couldn't betray Li Tian, especially in the dead of night, when everything was silent. She always felt an icy chill surrounding her. She longed for Su Qing's warm presence, for his heated embrace. That was an intimate act she had never shared with Li Tian. Lin Xier was drenched in fragrant sweat across her forehead. She stopped the treadmill and leaned forward, propping her elbows on the display panel. Her lips were tightly pursed, and the tips of her ears flushed red from her own thoughts. With a loud clang, the gym door swung open from the outside, drawing Lin Xier's gaze. Lin Xier froze. Standing at the doorway was a visibly exhausted Li Tian, his face drenched in sweat. Weakly, she called out, "Li Tian, brother." Li Tian panted heavily, hands braced against his knees in utter exhaustion. The documents he'd asked Lang Yanfeng to investigate had been obtained, and he'd even bribed the Su family's private physician. But the car broke down on the way to the Lin family with the doctor. Anxious to deliver the news to Lin Xier, he got out and ran for over 20 minutes to reach the Lin residence. Huff, huff. Li Tianping steadied his breathing and handed a few sheets of paper to Lin Xier. "Xier, take a look and you'll understand how Su Qing has been deceiving you." Lin Xier felt her heart nearly stop when she heard Li Tian utter Su Qing's name. Hearing her fiancé voice the name of the person she secretly cherished filled her with unbearable shame. Moreover, she couldn't comprehend Li Tian's intentions. What was this thing he had just handed to her? As Lin Xier scanned the contents of those sheets of paper, a thunderbolt of shock struck her to the core. The documents clearly recorded the hospitals where the Su family had sought matching donors for Su Qing, as well as the treatment plans from psychiatrists. Every written word proved that Su Qing had psychological issues. His refusal to undergo treatment was his own choice, not due to the Su family's inability to help. Lin Xier's fingers trembled as she turned to the next page. Every word struck like a dagger to the heart. If this was true, it proved Su Qing had been deceiving her all along. Li Tian pulled a voice recorder from his pocket. He pressed the play button. Two male voices emerged from the device. The content within reads, "The young master of the Su family never cooperates with treatment voluntarily. His psychological issues are far more severe than his physical ones. He's extremely gloomy and reclusive." Li Tian tugged at Lin Xier's trembling hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Xier, the one who spoke just now was the Su family's personal physician. My car broke down. They switched cars and are on their way. If you don't believe me, you can ask them yourself later." Lin Xier felt as if a knife were twisting in her heart, but she forced herself to steady her expression as she defended herself. "Brother Li Tian's personality, and whether he wants treatment, you don't need to tell me. I'm not that close with him. Can't you see how he treats you and—" Li Tian pointed to the paper in his hand, a flicker of astonishment and confusion flashing in his eyes. "Can't you tell he treats you differently from others? When he smiles at you, it's like peach blossoms blooming. How can you not notice?" Lin Hill clenched her hidden hand tightly, digging her nails into her palm. "Big brother Li Tian, he's actually been quite nice to you. Perhaps his temperament isn't as terrible as the rumors say. After all, rumors are just rumors." Li Tian grabbed her hand urgently and said, "Xier, you haven't carefully considered everything. Do you know why neither of us remembers seeing him around school despite being his classmates? I checked with his classmates. He always walks alone, perpetually wears a black mask during lectures, and never speaks to anyone in class. His family doctor said he's remarkably bold, never shows weakness to others, and most favors cold, dark environments. In everyone's eyes, Shurer is like a cold-blooded creature. Don't you think his unusual kindness toward just the two of us must harbor some ulterior motive? I've already told you, Brother Tian, he's just grateful to us. Besides, we're not even friends with him. She raised her head to meet Li Tian's gaze, biting her lip as her voice trembled slightly. Why are you questioning me like this? Li Tian grasped her arm. Sheer, I just wanted you to see what kind of person he really is. Lin Sheer answered with forced composure. Brother Tian, what kind of person he is has nothing to do with me. Li Tian licked his lips with a mocking smile. Sheer, actually, when my father came that day, I turned back to look for you. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard everything. Sheer, I really wish I'd heard wrong. Lin Sheer's eyes widened in shock. Li Tian, he had heard everything. She said in a fluster, Brother Li Tian, it's not that I like him, it's just sympathy. You have to believe me. Sheer, it's not that I don't trust you, but although you're kind-hearted, you've never shown such concern for someone of the opposite sex before. I'm afraid of Seal, afraid that you'll leave me. Now you know, they can actually find a matching donor in his family. They sent such extravagant gifts. Care to guess why? He forced a bitter smile. Uncle Lin has even changed the wedding date. He clearly understood Su Qing's intentions already. You really don't know, do you? Lin Sheer stammered. That's because times were hard, my dad. Lin Sierra looked at the materials and her fiancé's words, unable to offer even a single defense for Su Qing or herself anymore. She raised her head solemnly and said, Brother Li Tian, I'll have my father return those items immediately. Brother Li Tian, believe me, I truly have nothing with him. Lin Sierra's words trailed off mid-sentence. The Luzhou satellite channel playing advertisements on the wall suddenly switched to a scene from the Su family's living room. And squarely in the frame was that handsome face Lin Sheer had been daydreaming about. The man was lounging leisurely on a crimson leather sofa, speaking confidently to the camera. Li Tian cast a disgusted glance at the television. How he longed to grab the nearby barbell and smash the screen to pieces. But, faced with Su Qing's hypocritical smile, he decided neither to act rashly nor to turn off the TV. He wanted Lin Sierra to see scene by scene just how hypocritical Su Qing truly was. The sounds from the television continued to spill out. A woman's voice asked, Young Master Su, were you afraid when you were kidnapped? On the television screen, Su Qing politely smiled. Actually, everyone probably knows. I was kidnapped when I was a child. Left quite a few aftereffects. For example, being afraid of the dark, of silence, of confined spaces, but it's much better now. Everyone must face their fears head-on and learn to heal themselves properly. A man's voice inquired. Mr. Su, we've heard you were exceptionally reclusive before, cold, indifferent, and melancholic in temperament. Is this true? Is your current demeanor merely an act for the media? Despite the provocative question, Su Qing maintained remarkable composure. The slow curve of Su Qing's lips carried a trace of bitterness. To be honest with everyone, I didn't really like socializing before, not because I'm cold or arrogant. The truth is, growing up in such a privileged family might seem enviable to many. But, due to unfortunate circumstances, I lack something most people have inside me. To put it precisely, I suppose it's low self-esteem. I never really liked talking with others before. Chapter 38, Asking the Public for Help. On the television screen, Su Qing lowered his head slightly, his eyes downcast, their corners tinged with red. Tears seemed on the verge of falling at any moment, his trembling lips barely holding back the emotion. Even the aggressive reporters could hardly bear to continue interrogating such a star-crossed young master. Su Qing raised her head, her jet-black eyes gleaming like flowing starlight as she stared into the lens. He spoke slowly, but one woman told me, Don't say things like that about yourself. She encouraged me, saying she would help me. So, I want to take a step forward and try to treat life with care. Although the reporters' expressions weren't visible through the television screen, the sudden silence made it clear they were utterly astonished. One of the women asked curiously, May I ask, young Master Su, who was that person? Su Qing's gaze drifted slightly as he faced the camera, then he paused and spoke. That person, is, my mother, and Xingyun. The reporters present responded in unison without a trace of doubt. Of course they believed the person who could reinvigorate a young man would be his mother. But, Lin Sheer, watching the television, wore an expression of shock and utter confusion. That talk, it was clearly her who said it. She remembers. That day in the villa, when Su Qing faded weakly and was lying in bed. She said those words, Don't speak of yourself like that. She caught sight of Li Tian's tightly clenched fist beside her and felt momentarily torn, unsure whom to trust. She should have trusted Li Tian unconditionally, if she hadn't seen what was broadcast on television. Lin Sheer took several deep breaths, wrestling with her thoughts before finally turning to Li Tian. Brother Li Tian, I believe you. From now on, I won't have any contact with him again. I was wrong to feel pity for him, I misjudged him. Let's go. I don't want to watch TV anymore. Lin Xi'er's hand bore crimson marks from how tightly she'd clenched it behind her back. It wasn't that she didn't want to watch anymore, she couldn't bear to keep watching. Li Tian's chest heaved violently as he watched that hypocritical man on screen deceive his fiancée into such a state. He wished he could tear Su Qing apart with his own hands. He wanted Lin Xi'er to see right through Su Qing's hypocritical facade, to make her gradually despise and loathe him. Li Tian felt an immense satisfaction from vengeance. Xi'er, keep watching. See how many hypocritical masks he wears. Lin Xi'er tried to steady her breathing as she watched scene after scene unfolding on the screen. Her heartbeat quickened as she listened to the reporter's new question on screen, her throat tightening with tension. Young Master Su, given your family's abundant resources and extensive connections, is there any truth to the rumors that the reason you couldn't find a kidney donor for over a decade? Su Cheng frowned in confusion and pointed at himself. The rumors about me? What, exactly are they saying? Reporter, rumors say you've consistently refused treatment and have repeatedly turned down the donor matches your parents found for you. On the screen, Su Qing wore an utterly stunned smile, where astonishment, shock, helplessness, and bitterness coalesced with flawless vividness. Su Qing shrugged his hands and said with a helpless expression, "How could this be? Truly, words can be lethal." His voice faltered mid-sentence as he weakly shook his head. He slowly raised his head, as if mustering immense courage. Actually, no one wants to expose their own scars to others. Let me tell the truth to all the journalists present here, and to the audience watching on screen. The reason I agreed to this interview today, aside from wanting to reassure everyone due to the overwhelming public attention this kidnapping case has received, there's one more reason. Su Qing pulled out an A4 sheet from his suit pocket, unfolded it, and held it up towards the camera. The photographer very aptly zoomed in on that piece of paper with the camera. Blocked behind that sheet of paper, Su Qing spoke with sincere remorse, tinged with hints of dejection and helplessness. This document contains records of my failed attempts to find a matching donor in recent years, including major domestic hospitals and international medical institutions. Repeated failures can indeed be disheartening. So today, before a nationwide audience, I wish to seek everyone's help. If anyone has channels to assist in finding a kidney donor for me, the Su family will surely offer substantial thanks. The contents of that document appeared vividly on the screen. Medical records, hospital departments, treatment details, and consultation timelines were all clearly written. Lin Xi'er didn't know how to process her emotions right now. Her mind went blank as she listened to Su Qing pleading for help before millions of viewers. Su Qing, a silver spoon-fed young master from an aristocratic family, was now laying bare his wounds and begging for assistance from countless strangers. Su Qing pretending? Even if what Li Tian said was true, and the information he gathered was accurate, how could Su Qing discard all dignity and lie before the entire nation, even the world, just to win her favor? Impossible. This scenario is absolutely unthinkable. Moreover, in just a few days, Li Tian secretly investigated Su Qing's affairs without letting Su Qing find out. How could Su Qing predictably produce a detailed report out of nowhere? But Lin Xi'er also became suspicious about one point. She had clearly promised to help Su Qing find a kidney donor, so why would Su Qing be willing to do something so shameful? Didn't he trust her? A girl's thoughts are always delicate, and suddenly everything became clear to her. During the past few days, she hadn't replied to any of Su Qing's messages because her mind was in turmoil. Moreover, she hadn't even had the chance to tell Su Qing that her father had promised to help find a kidney donor for him. So, perhaps. In an instant, Lin Xi'er understood the desolate feelings of the man on the other side of the screen. Su Qing thought she wouldn't help him, just as she'd said before, to treating it as a joke and never seeking her aid again, not wanting to put her in a difficult position. That's why he didn't hesitate to lose face before thousands of people. Lin Xi'er dug her nails tightly into her thighs, trying to use the pain to override and soothe the turmoil in her heart at this moment. She bit her lip hard, desperately suppressing the powerless scream threatening to escape her throat right now. At this moment, Lin Xi'er utterly despised herself. She'd given him hope, only to extinguish it again, all because of those petty secrets in her heart. Li Tian, standing beside her, also had an expression that resembled a roller coaster ride. Her previously straightforward resentment was now tinged with astonishment and bewilderment. Lang Yanfeng had extensive connections and meticulous thinking. How could the information he investigated possibly be wrong? Moreover, how could Su Qing have foreseen their covert investigation in advance? Especially when Li Tian witnessed the pained expression Lin Xi'er struggled yet failed to completely suppress, he momentarily lost all composure. Li Tian rushed before Lin Xi'er, gripping her shoulders with both hands as his eyes bore intensely into hers, words tumbling out in urgent haste. Sure, we've been together for so long. When have I ever lied to you, Hila? You have to trust me. Lin Xi'er gazed at Li Tian, biting her lip as she spoke with difficulty. Brother Li Tian, we've been together for over 10 years. Of course I trust you. Li Tian gazed at her evasive eyes, listening to her ambiguous responses, fully understanding the doubts in her heart. He cut her off. He's utterly sinister. Even if he didn't know in advance about the investigation, his actions weren't meant to win your sympathy. But when facing interviews and audiences, he's definitely doing it for the hype. To pave his future acting career, the materials he presents must be fake. He just wants to gain fans and play the sympathy card with the audience. Chapter 39, Turning the Tables. Lee Tian was too anxious. Seeing the hesitant expression on Lin Xier's face at this moment, he was simply burning with impatience. His words didn't just lack persuasiveness when it came to Lin Xier. Who would believe that the sole heir who owns half the entertainment industry needs to resort to such attention-grabbing tactics for popularity? Li Tian's words were truly like deliberately picking a quarrel to throw mud at someone. Yet Lin Xier still nodded. It was true she had a favorable impression of Su Qing, but her love for Li Tian was carved into her very bones. Seeing how frantic Li Tian looked now, her heart was filled with both guilt and pity. Torn in countless ways, she finally spoke. Brother Tian, I believe you. I trust whatever you gave me. Let's just assume he's putting on a show. Let's leave. At this moment, Li Tian felt a surge of fear rising within him. Su Qing was truly full of crafty plots. If Ling Xier kept watching, things might backfire. He took Ling Xier's hand and led her outside. The distance wasn't far, but as Su Qing's impeccably articulate interview played on the screen, Li Tian felt an increasingly heavy weight pressing on his heart. Just as the two of them reached the gym entrance and were about to step outside, suddenly, from the gym's sole audio source came an utterly chaotic wave of terrified screams. The simultaneous shrieks from over a dozen people were so piercing that it was impossible not to have one's attention violently drawn to them. The voices in that sound source were unanimously shouting the same person's name. Young Master Su, what's wrong with you? Young Master Su, wake up. Young Master Su. That piercing shout made both Li Tian and Lin Xier instinctively turn their heads. Behold! Su Qing, who had been sitting poised on the sofa moments ago, speaking eloquently and radiating brilliance, now lay unconscious on the cold tiled floor beneath it, his eyes tightly shut. No matter how the reporters before him or the servants at home kept calling out, he remained utterly motionless. And Qingyun, who had been conspicuously absent, suddenly appeared on screen. Nervously grasping Su Qing's arm and pulling him close, she shouted at the servants nearby. Hurry and call the doctor. Go quickly. Go get someone. Before the person Qingyun had called could fetch the doctor, another servant appeared in the scene. In a panicked and terrified stammer, she said, Madam, the family doctor, is missing. And Qingyun's elegant and noble face twisted in horror, as if the sky had fallen. Her hollow eyes were captured by the camera. Trembling, she slowly uttered words laced with exhaustion and suppressed fury. And Qingyun's hand moved to block the lens. Stop filming. All of you stop filming. Hurry, take Qinger to the hospital. After the TV screen went completely black, it immediately cut to a light-hearted snack commercial. Yet at this moment, standing frozen in place with their own thoughts, both Li Tian and Lin Xier felt equally heavy-hearted. Xier, you don't believe him. Before Li Tian could finish speaking, a servant from the Lin family approached them and bowed respectfully. Young Master Li, the two guests you invited have arrived and are currently waiting in the first floor hall. Both Li Tian and Lin Xier understood exactly who these guests referred to. It was none other than the family doctor whom Qingyun had just frantically called downstairs for help. Li Tian was gripping Lin Xier's hand with unprecedented force, his heart pounding in panic. Lin Xier used her other hand, the one not held by him, to pry each of Li Tian's fingers open one by one. She furrowed her brows, her chest heaving with unusual agitation. Lin Xier stared at him for a long moment with a look that said you killed him. Li Tian, I'm tired. I want to go back and rest. As Lin Xier moved to walk away, Li Tian quickly grabbed her arm and said, Xier, you. She paused her steps and shook her arm to break free from him. Whatever else you have to say, let's talk another day. Compared to Lin Xier's conflicting emotions of heartache and bewilderment, there was also Li Tian's grief, anger, and disappointment. At this moment, the young man being lifted by several people on a cold tile floor was in a rather good mood. Su Qing, who had been utterly expressionless, curled her lips in an almost imperceptible smile. And in his mind came that long-awaited notification. Ding! Female lead Lin Xier's favorability towards you has increased by 5 points. Ding! Host has successfully altered the fundamental trajectory of the plot. Villainous luck increased by 1000. Ding! Host has successfully altered the fundamental trajectory of the plot. Villain points increased by 2000. Though the favorability points were rather meager, Su Qing wasn't discouraged. After all, it's common knowledge that the levels of the game become progressively more difficult the further one advances. Su Qing was carried by a group of people into the family RV, the clamor of voices around him flooding his ears. And Qingyun also followed onto the vehicle, bringing no servants with her. As she closed the RV door, she shouted loudly to the driver, Zhang Ziyuan, hurry, take the young master to the private hospital in the city center. It was an urgent, trembling voice, startlingly loud. So loud it didn't seem directed solely at the driver, but rather as if meant to be heard by the reporters outside the vehicle. Naturally, no one would suspect a mother fearing for her son's life might be putting on an act at this very moment. Though, it's true. With a bang, the RV's door was tightly shut. Inside the RV with its anti-peeping window tint, Su-ching, who had been too weak to even open his eyes moments ago, was slowly sitting up. He flashed in Qingyun a radiant smile. Thanks, Mom, for playing along. Su-ching had planned this countermeasure scheme days ago. Otherwise, how could Li Tian so easily summon their family doctor and obtain Su-ching's information? He had long prepared a meticulous medical record and bribed all the medical staff involved in that document. All that remained was waiting for Li Tian to expose his medical condition and twisted psyche to Lin Xier, and Qingyun patted her son's shoulder, her face now free of the earlier panic and confusion. She chuckled lightly. Mom's acting wasn't bad, was it? Su-ching smiled, adopting a slightly coquettish tone between mother and son as he asked, Mom, you were already an award-winning actress to begin with. Speaking of which, Qinger, she continued, about those damaging rumors someone planned to expose about you, have you found out who's behind them yet? Which entertainment company's paparazzo is it? I'll send someone to silence him immediately, and Qingyun inquired. Su-ching raised an eyebrow, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she replied nonchalantly. Don't bother, Mom. It's just some tabloid gossip. Besides, no one would believe him now anyway. Chapter 40, Visiting the Sick. The Su family residence was located in the city center, not far from their destination. He slumped lazily against the chair back, his interlocked knuckles cracking audibly. In his mind, he opened a brand new customized book. According to what Su-ching knew from the book, the main plot hadn't changed yet. But, in 2 hours, a woman would be crying pitifully right in front of him. A faint smug curve flickered across his originally closed eyes as his lips curled into a smile. Soon enough, another good show would begin. 7:30 in the evening. Inky clouds pressed heavily against the sky, the raindrops connecting to form a vast net. Countless silvery threads of rain streaked down the window panes of the VIP ward in the city's central private hospital, casting an even gloomier pall over the already dim and somber room. Particularly around the central hospital bed, 5 white-coated doctors stood in solemn attention, bowing their heads toward the strikingly handsome man lying there. Su-ching reclined against the bed's pillows, his exhausted gaze slipping past the gap between 2 doctors on his right to glance listlessly at the rain-streaked window. With a weary lift of his hand toward the gathered figures, he spoke in a hoarse, measured tone. Lower the hospital bed, we can begin now. The 5 doctors nodded in unison. Yes, young Master Su. The Su family had invested in this hospital, and the selected doctors were all known for their discretion. Following Su-ching's instructions, the medical team swiftly lowered the bed. After activating all the sophisticated equipment in the ward, they quietly withdrew from the room. At this moment, at the hospital entrance, the woman for whom Su-ching had orchestrated the drama had just stepped out of the car. Lin Xier was in a state of anxious urgency, her face clouded with worry that seemed even gloomier than the current weather. The driver's door of the Maybach swiftly opened, and a sharply dressed bodyguard in a crisp suit rushed toward Lin Xier, quickly unfurling an umbrella to shield her from above. Miss, it's raining, you mustn't get wet. The hospital's main entrance was cordoned off by a barrier of stone bollards, requiring a 200-meter walk from the nearest parking spot to reach it. Given the relentless downpour, Lin Xier really ought to walk those last 200 meters under an umbrella. The dense, rapid rain was pelting against her face and body relentlessly. But given her current state of mind, she couldn't care less about the weather. Lin Xier turned her head and glanced at the bodyguard, waving off the offered umbrella with a brisk motion. Don't need it, she said curtly. Following the hospital's signage, she learned the VIP ward was on the 5th floor. Arriving at the elevator, she saw the display frozen stubbornly on the 5th floor. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 20 seconds. Lin Xier's heart seemed to freeze alongside the stalled elevator. She stole a glance at the emergency exit door beside her. With a bang, Lin Xier flung open the door and dashed up the stairs 2 steps at a time. Despite her excellent physical fitness, the sudden intense sprint without warming up left her usually graceful figure looking somewhat disheveled. By the time she reached the 5th floor, Lin Xier was panting heavily. After catching her breath briefly, she began scanning both sides of the corridor to locate Su-ching's hospital room. The 5th floor lobby of the hospital was vast, its air saturated with the strong scent of disinfectant. The glaring fluorescent light seemed eerily cold in the quiet surroundings. Fortunately, the entire floor had a straightforward layout without any convoluted arrangements. The wards were distributed on both sides of the hall, and she spotted 2 bodyguards standing outside a particular ward deep in the corridor at first glance. The nurse on duty at the 5th floor reception desk took one look at Lin Xier, drenched like a drowned rat, and politely asked, "Who are you here to see?" Lin Xier waved her hand dismissively, casually replying, "I know the ward," and briskly walked toward the room guarded by the 2 bodyguards. The bodyguards employed by the Su family were all from the Lin family, so the 2 neatly dressed guards at the hospital room door naturally recognized their own young mistress. But the 2 of them did not let Lin Xier pass. Instead, they simultaneously extended their arms, forming an X shape to block her way. Already anxious, Lin Xier was stopped outside. She could only see Su Qing lying inside through the transparent glass panel on the door. Lin Xier had good eyesight and could clearly see that Su Qing's originally handsome face was deathly pale. Fine beads of sweat were densely scattered across his forehead, whether from a nightmare or the torment of illness, it was hard to tell. A white medical tape was stuck to the back of his hand, where a slender 4-tube connected to it stretched all the way up to a hook on the ceiling. Hanging from it were 3 or 5 bottles of unidentified liquids that had yet to be administered into his body. Lin Xier's narrowed pupils glared fiercely at the 2 bodyguards standing at the door. Biting her lips tightly, her carefully restrained voice still betrayed her simmering fury. "Don't you know who I am?" Behind the black sunglasses, his gaze was steady and icy. The 2 of them didn't yield an inch despite facing their own young mistress. The 2 men nodded slightly. "Madam has ordered that no one is to enter the ward." One reason why the Lin family's security group enjoys such prestige is that once hired, they devote themselves entirely to obeying their employer and sign a confidentiality agreement. It was clear that the 2 men before Lin Xier were highly qualified bodyguards. She sighed. She knew all too well how rigorously her family trained their personnel. Lin Xier said softly, understood. "You've done well." She had been too hasty just now, otherwise she wouldn't have used her own authority to order the already deployed security personnel to let them through. Lin Xier watched Su Qing through the door, feeling as though the mere width of that barrier stretched between them like an entire Milky Way. Actually, even if she went in, she wouldn't know what to say or do when faced with the unconscious Su Qing. But at this moment, an uncontrollable thought sprouted in her heart. If only she could see Su Qing closer, if she could take just one step nearer to him, it would be wonderful. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp, unmistakable sound of heels hitting the floor was drawing nearer to Lin Xier's ears. She turned her head and saw a woman walking from the hall into the depths of the corridor. The newcomer was dressed in refined elegance, wearing a delicate white chipa with simple yet tasteful patterns on the fabric. Paired with reddish-brown low-heeled leather shoes, her ensemble exuded a distinct Republican era charm. Following behind her was a middle-aged woman dressed in plain white clothing, standard domestic attendant attire, alongside another figure in a crisp western suit. The latter's composed face radiated calm steadiness, unmistakably a bodyguard. Though the corridor lighting was dim, the bearing and demeanor of the approaching party immediately revealed to Lin Xier that this was none other than Su Qing's mother and Qing Yun. The Lin and Su families had been close for years, so Lin Xier naturally recognized her. Lin Xier's current anxiety completely overwhelmed her embarrassment. She walked openly toward Qing Yun. "Auntie, I saw Su Qing faint on TV, so I came to see him." Chapter 41. I'll take good care of Su Qing. And Qing Yun wasn't surprised to see Lin Xier at the hospital. On the way to the hospital today, Su Qing had already told Qing Yun that Lin Xier would be coming. Su Qing didn't explain the reasons further, and Qing Yun didn't press for details. She was a woman who utterly doted on her son, especially since he had repeatedly suffered misfortunes. She had long since spoiled him rotten. She didn't care whether Su Qing was interacting with some woman or sending gifts to the Lin family with the intention of marrying Lin Xier. As long as her son hadn't developed same-sex tendencies and was becoming increasingly cheerful, she was already quite satisfied. And Qing Yun smiled warmly, taking Lin Xier by the arm as she led her into the hospital room while speaking. "It's so good of you to visit Qinger." Turning to her attendants, Qing Yun instructed, "Leave the thermal food container on the table and wait outside." "Yes." The ward door closed from the outside, leaving Lin Xier and Qing Yun standing bedside, both gazing at Su Qing lying unconscious on the hospital bed. And Qing Yun sighed, her normally ageless delicate features now showing traces of weariness. Her fingers brushed Su Qing's cheek as she said with heartache, "Qinger hasn't woken up since this afternoon. I just returned home earlier and had the kitchen prepare some nutritious meals. I thought Qinger would wake up by the time we returned." Lin Xier stared intently at Su Qing's pale face. Su Qing is a fortunate person protected by heaven. He will surely recover. She didn't even realize whether she was comforting Qing Yun or herself. Ah, yes, Qinger will definitely recover. Several people came to visit Qinger during those hours in the afternoon, but they were all either friends of the Su family or business partners. They only came because of the Su family's reputation. And Qing Yun paused and turned to look at Lin Xier, saying with warmth in her voice, "Xier, you're the only one who came to see Qinger, for Qinger himself. Well, actually some of the rumors outside are true. Qinger used to be quite withdrawn, always alone and lonely. You were his only friend. He told me that the reason he managed to survive when he was kidnapped was because you gave him hope." And Qing Yun gently took Lin Xier's hand and spoke softly, "Auntie, I really want to thank you. If it weren't for your constant encouragement and care for Qinger, he would never have found the determination to face life properly. The person Qinger thanked during his interview must be you, right? After all, I never said those words to him, and he hasn't had contact with any other girls either." Although Qing Yun phrased it as a question, there wasn't a trace of doubt on her face. It practically screamed at her. The person Su Qing was thanking in front of millions of viewers was you. Being addressed like this by Su Qing's mother, Lin Xier couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. As she remained silent, lost in thought, her gaze fell upon the numerous fruit baskets and nutritional supplements neatly arranged on the table pressed against the wall. After seeing those things, Lin Xier felt even more ashamed. She had come under the pretense of visiting Su Qing and had been mistaken by Mrs. N as Su Qing's friend. Yet she had come empty-handed. Lin Xier lowered her head slightly. I didn't really help him much. We encouraged each other, and he was very strong too, he protected me. We're very good friends. I'm sorry, Auntie, I forgot to bring anything and came empty-handed. Su Qing had complicated thoughts and Xing Yun couldn't tell whether his feelings for Lin Xier were romantic or if he genuinely saw her as just a friend. But as she looked at the delicate and lovely girl before her, with raindrops clinging to her hair and clothes, this urgent sincerity did evoke some genuine affection for Lin Xier in her heart. And Xing Yun pulled a few tissues from the nearby table and gently dabbed them over Lin Xier's damp hair. Those things aren't important. Xinger doesn't lack for anything. It's the thought that counts. Xier, you truly are a good girl. Although Lin Xier had met Xing Yun quite a few times before, their relationship had always remained polite and formal. So when Xing Yun expressed her gratitude, praised her, and even gently dried her hair, Lin Xier grew even more bashful. Moreover, Lin Xier had a sudden and terrifying thought. Having someone like Xing Yun as a mother-in-law wouldn't be bad at all. She's beautiful, elegant, and gentle by nature. Because of that thought, a faint blush quickly spread over Lin Xier's slightly stunned face. Don't misunderstand, she hurriedly said. Auntie, I can manage myself. With that, she swiftly grabbed a few sheets of paper from the table and wiped herself down. There were two small chairs by the bedside, where Lin Xier and Xing Yun sat chatting for a while. Dan Dan sat close to the edge of the bed, with no obstacles whatsoever between the two of them. Su Qing still hadn't woken up. Lin Xier found the presence of such an elder incredibly awkward. Her hands in her pockets were practically clawing holes in her clothes, while her lovely face displayed a mix of complicated emotions. Hill, Xinger, it seems he won't wake up today. And Xing Yun glanced out the window and said to Lin Hill, it's getting late, and it's pouring outside. Let me take you home. Auntie. Lin Hill bit her lip. She could tell that Xing Yun wasn't just sending her away and Xing Yun herself was preparing to leave too. Her gaze fell upon the motionless Su Qing lying on the bed, and a tumult of emotions rose in her heart. Lin Xier's fingers clenched the lining inside her pockets even tighter as she spoke slowly. Auntie, will someone be taking care of Su Qing? She glanced up again at the nearly empty four-drip, her eyes growing increasingly conflicted. There are bodyguards at the door, and I'll leave a servant here too. Don't worry, Xier, they'll take good care of Xinger. After all, Xing Yun had mingled for years in the cutthroat entertainment industry and the social circles of wealthy ladies. Everyone had at least 100 tricks up their sleeves. So when she observed Lin Xier's expression, she immediately detected the young woman's little secret thoughts. And Xing Yun sighed and paused. My heart isn't doing too well, I can't stay up late, otherwise I'd stay here to take care of Xinger myself. Your uncle Su, he's gone out of town. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wanted Xinger to be left without anyone close by her side. And Xing Yun shook her head despondently, placed her hand on Lin Xier's arm, and made to help her up. Lin Xier's face showed a tumult of emotions, as if steeling herself before finally lifting her gaze to meet Xing Yun's. Auntie, I'll stay and take care of Su Qing. Just as Lin Xier was about to add some proper-sounding justification, she only saw Xing Yun's eyes brimming with delight as she quickly replied, great idea. And Xing Yun took Lin Xier's hand, skillfully finding a perfect excuse on her behalf. Auntie is truly overjoyed that Xinger has a good friend like you. With you here, I feel so much more at ease. Lin Xier was stunned for a moment. Seeing the relieved expression on Xing Yun's face, the defenses in her heart began to crumble. Lin Xier was glad that Xing Yun hadn't noticed her little crush on Su Qing. Yes, good friend. She hadn't wronged anyone. Her worries about Su Qing, her visit to see Su Qing, her longing for Su Qing, this must all undoubtedly be because she considered Su Qing a good friend. Lin Xier seemed to soothe much of her inner turmoil with this justification. Obediently nodding at Xing Yun, she spoke with an open sincerity. Auntie, I'll take good care of Su Qing. Chapter 42, 5 Senses. After Xing Yun left, Lin Xier returned to sit by the hospital bed. She had no experience caring for others, as servants had always attended to matters at home. At this very moment, aside from quietly watching Su Qing from the side, she couldn't think of anything else to do. She rested her hands on the edge of the hospital bed, her eyes unblinkingly fixed on Su Qing's face. Other than Su Qing, she truly hadn't seen anyone else so extraordinarily handsome. Even now, clad in hospital pajamas with no color in his face, he still appeared dazzlingly handsome. The top two buttons of the hospital gown were casually left undone, revealing smooth, defined collarbones and fair, taut skin beneath. Watching the subtle rise and fall of his chest beneath the gown, Lin Xier couldn't help but feel her heartbeat quicken slightly. Suddenly remembering something, she stood up and walked toward the table. Lying in bed and feigning sleep for quite some time, Su Qing stole a glance toward the sound of footsteps. Just as Lin Xier was about to turn around, he swiftly closed his eyes again. Soon, as the footsteps gradually approached him, he felt a moist sensation between his lips, as if someone was moistening his lips with a damp cotton swab. At that moment, Su Qing was slightly nervous, his heart pounding as he waited to see what Lin Xier would do next. As a precognitive, Su Qing felt he shouldn't be experiencing such sensations. Yet how could scrolling through dense text in one's mind compare to physical immersion? This was especially true while Su Qing kept his eyes tightly shut. With vision absent, his remaining four senses, hearing, smell, taste and touch, became heightened. A gray haze filled his vision, amplifying his other four senses to an extraordinary degree. He caught the scent of disinfectant in the hospital room, mingled with the rain and perfume fragrance emanating from Lin Xier. The sound of raindrops pattering against the window panes reached his ears, and the sensation of tender fingertips brushing across his cheek toward his neck carried an extraordinarily gentle, cautious touch as if afraid of startling him awake, like the tickling sensation of a feather brushing against the skin. What made Su Qing's heart race wasn't solely this gentle caress. He knew Lin Xier wouldn't cross any boundaries. His feeling was more akin to being treasured by her, that cautious affection she kept hidden in her heart, which somehow managed to please him deeply. Lin Xier's fingers trailed from the edge of his cheek, gliding down to where the buttons of his shirt lay undone over his chest. Su Qing was a secret in her heart, yet she couldn't resist drawing closer to him. Only when Su Qing was unaware could she inch closer to him, and closer still, satiating the longing buried deep within her soul. In other settings, she merely played the role of his friend. Her feelings were cautious, she feared that Su Qing might suddenly wake and discover her secret, yet she couldn't resist lingering in the warmth of his presence. Moreover, she felt ashamed of the space two men occupied simultaneously in her heart. In the hushed silence of the room, a softly lingering voice suddenly drifted through the air. Su Qing, you need to get well soon. With that, Lin Xier sat back down on the small chair and dozed off while leaning against Su Qing's bedside. Time passed minute by minute. Su Qing didn't want to keep pretending anymore. He was planning to find the perfect moment to wake up. As a flesh and blood human rather than a cold machine, he was undoubtedly moved by Lin Xier's feelings. But his decision to stand up because of this accounted for scarcely 1% of the reason. The fundamental cause was his hand, hooked up to a glucose drip for show, now ached terribly, almost as if the blood was flowing backward. Su Qing couldn't help but feel exasperated. Lin Xier was completely preoccupied with openly displaying her schoolgirl infatuation towards him. She hadn't noticed anything else at all. Even when his drip had finished, she remained oblivious. Suddenly, a series of hurried, trembling sounds reverberated through the hospital room. Cough, 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 don't stay back, don't come any closer, don't kill me, please, I'm begging you, let me go. Lin Xier was startled awake by the voice near her ear, her heart pounding with fright. She immediately turned toward the source of the sound. The twisted, pained expression on Su Qing's face made her chest tighten. He must have been dreaming about his childhood kidnapping again. Su Qing, don't be afraid, it's alright, you're safe now. Lin Xier quickly sat up, clutching Su Qing's hand as she studied his face, desperate to pull him back from the clutches of that nightmare. Su Qing slowly opened his eyes, blinking rapidly a few times as if unaccustomed to the light. His hoarse voice hesitated as he spoke. Sis? Lin Xier gazed at Su Qing with tightly knitted brows, her expression both tense and heartbroken. I'm here, she responded. Big sister, why did you come? Su Qing suddenly bit his lip and tried to sit up, but his right hand involuntarily twitched. He let out a pained ah. His expression grew increasingly agonized as he muttered, my hand, it hurts so much. Only then did Lin Xier notice. The needle was still lodged in Su Qing's hand, and blood had already begun seeping back up the tube. I'll pull it out for you. As Lin Xier removed the syringe, Su Qing finally exhaled in relief. He never dreamed that after transmigrating here, he wouldn't nearly be crushed by the male lead only to almost get killed by the female lead instead. I am sorry Su Qing, I completely forgot about this. Lin Xier bowed her head slightly in shame and self-reproach. She had stayed behind specifically to take care of Su Qing, yet had accomplished nothing. Su Qing pressed his hand and smiled gently at Lin Xier with warmth in his eyes. It's alright, sister. I'm already very happy just to have you visit me, as long as you don't blame me. We're friends. I saw you faint on TV and came right over. Su Qing stared intently at Lin Xier's half-damp hair before letting her gaze drift down to the still wet rain stains on the black trench coat she was wearing. Sister Xier, how come your hair and clothes are all wet? Outside. Before Lin Xier could finish speaking, Su Qing glanced toward the window and suddenly realized. It's raining outside. Yes, it's raining outside. Sister Xier, why didn't you bring an umbrella? Didn't the family driver bring you here? Su Qing pretended not to know the answer, but kept her eyes fixed on Lin Xier, brimming with concern and bewilderment. I didn't expect it to rain when I left. Lin Xier hesitated awkwardly. Our family driver was off duty. Su Ching secretly laughed so even round-the-clock chauffeurs could clock out. You poor thing. You must be freezing, right? Su Ching glanced down at himself, then swept his gaze around the room's furnishings before spotting a coat rack by the door and pointing toward it. Sis, my coat's hanging right there. Wear mine, or you'll catch a cold. No, it's okay, I'm not that cold. Su Ching tried to get out of bed upon hearing this, his exhausted body moving with extreme sluggishness and difficulty. Lin Xier quickly pressed down on Su Ching's shoulders, pushing him back into bed. I'll get it myself, you stay put and don't move around. Chapter 43, Su Ching, the one who helps reunite families. Su Ching leaned against the pillow behind him, half sitting and half lying down. His gaze fell on Lin Xier standing at the door, watching as she turned her back to take off her coat, revealing only a pale pink satin nightgown underneath. The delicate fabric clung to her form intimately, its two slender shoulder straps seeming as though they might snap at the slightest touch, resting delicately on her fragrant shoulders. Su Ching didn't have much time to admire before Lin Xier had already put on his suit jacket. The suit jacket was a bit too large on Lin Xier, hanging loosely, especially with its V-neck opening at the front. Yet, judging by her confident stride back toward Su Ching, she clearly hadn't noticed. She pointed at the meal box on the table. Su Ching, are you hungry? Auntie left some nutritious meals for you. Would you like to have some? Su Ching tugged at the corner of his mouth, blinking awkwardly at Lin Xier a few times before quickly averting his gaze from her, letting his eyes wander aimlessly somewhere else. Sis, my clothes seem a bit too big on you, maybe you should pull them together a bit. With his back turned to Lin Xier, Su Ching scratched the back of his head sheepishly as he spoke, clearly embarrassed. Sis, I'm a grown man after all, you're like this, it might make me. Su Ching's acting was impeccable, his restrained tone, the quick gesture of ruffling his hair, paired with those downright blunt words. Lin Xier glanced down at the loosely fastened front of her clothes, her face flushing so red it nearly dripped blood. In her rush to leave home today, she hadn't bothered to change out of her thin sleepwear. She hadn't thought twice while throwing on her coat earlier, but now, she felt her current state resembled nothing less than deliberately trying to seduce Su Ching. Lin Xier quickly pulled her coat tighter around herself, letting out an awkward nasal hum in response. Su Ching smirked playfully before turning away with an innocent expression. Licking the corner of his lips, he smoothly changed the subject for Lin Xier. Big sister, I'm hungry. With no mirror in front of her, the only reflection Lin Xier could see of herself was in Su Ching's obsidian dark eyes. Her throat bobbed slightly as the bewitching voice by her ear gave her the subconscious impression that what Su Ching wanted to devour wasn't food, but her. Su Ching frowned slightly. Sister, what are you thinking about? And nothing. Sister, could you feed me? Su Ching shook his needle-pricked hand, his brow furrowing slightly. My hand hurts a bit. If it's inconvenient, forget it. It's fine. No trouble at all. After speaking, she lifted the small bedside table for Su Ching, gathering her gown with one hand while arranging the food from the insulated lunchbox onto it with the other. She listed them one by one for Su Ching. Which would you like to eat first? There's red date porridge, millet porridge, eggs, custard buns, and osmanthus cakes. Red date porridge, Su Ching replied. Pant. Lin Xier carefully blew on it a few times before bringing the spoon to Su Ching's lips. Not too hot now. Go ahead, she said. Su Ching took a sip of the porridge, just as Lin Xier scooped up another spoonful and moved it toward Su Ching's lips. With their faces so close, Su Ching parted her lips slightly to receive the porridge, but at the very moment before her lips touched the spoon, she glanced up, meeting Lin Xier's eyes, and chuckled softly. Sister, it's delicious. Lin Xier paused for a moment before saying, the chef at your home made it, so he should know your taste. Su Ching's smile was radiant, even the corners of her eyes curved happily. Sister, I'm not talking about the flavor. I mean, everything tastes better when you feed me. Cough. Su Ching's overly blunt remark left Lin Xier, who had no food in her mouth, feeling as though she'd been choked. His words carried such overtly friendly intentions that they bordered on intimate, almost lover-like in their closeness. She stood frozen for a long while, unable to utter a single word, her back rigidly turned to Su Ching. Lin Xier listened as Su Ching's halting, awkward voice slowly rose behind her. Sis, don't misunderstand. I don't have many friends, and no one's ever been this kind to me before. The only woman who ever looked after me was my mom. I'm not really sure how to express gratitude to friends. I just genuinely felt that since you're taking care of me, I should say something nice. Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry, sister. I knew it, I just don't know how to interact with people. Su Ching's low, melodious voice unmistakably belonged to a grown man. Yet, every word he uttered carried an air of utter innocence and naivety. Lin Xier suddenly recalled in Qingyun's words in the hospital ward, Su Ching is always alone, without any friends. She couldn't help feeling more sympathetic and scooped another spoonful of porridge. Lin Xier turned back toward him openly and generously. It's fine, nothing's too much between friends. Come on, eat up. Su Ching thought to himself, Playing the victim card works way too well on Lin Xier. Su Qing watched Lin Xier's genuine and natural expression but didn't relax. Nervously fiddling with his hair, he cast her a look both puzzled and innocent. He bit his lip and said slowly, "Sister, you taking care of me won't Brother Tian get angry? You haven't replied to my messages for days. I thought, he told you to cut ties with me. I don't want you to fall out because of me. Brother Tian seems to dislike you being nice to me." Su Qing's tone carried a dejection that pierced Lin Xier's heart like a needle. So Su Qing really thought she was ignoring him, which made him cast aside his pride and reach out to the entire nation for help. A few days ago, Lin Xier contemplated fabricating a believable excuse for why she hadn't responded to Su Qing, but she couldn't bring herself to lie to him. She swallowed the meaningless explanation and looked at Su Qing earnestly instead. "I'll reply to your messages right away from now on. And my dad has already promised to help find a kidney donor for you. Everything will get better. You don't need to ask anyone else for help. I'll make sure you're taken care of." A look of surprise and joy flashed across Su Qing's face as he tightly grasped Lin Xier's hand. "That's great. Thank you, sister. You're so kind to me." Lin Xier stayed with Su Qing all night, chatting and playing games with her, helping call doctors and change 4 bottles, busily attending to everything. Even when Su Qing fell asleep, she remained vigilantly by her side without the slightest relaxation. Fearful that needle displacement might happen again, she closely monitored every drop of fluid entering Su Qing's body. Su Qing slept comfortably until the next afternoon. After stretching lazily in great contentment, he called the 2 bodyguards outside his door in. The 2 bodyguards nodded at Su Qing and said, "Young Master Su." Su Qing looked at them and asked indifferently, "What time did Lin Xier leave?" "Back to you, young master, it's 8:15 in the morning." Su Qing nodded slightly, "Well done, the timing is quite precise." The 2 bodyguards responded in respectful unison, "Just doing our duty." Leaning back in his chair, Su Qing lazily crossed his arms over his chest and flashed a chilling smile. He said leisurely, "Well, when do you plan to tell your young master Li about Lin Xier's visit?" "Oh, or have you already informed your employer the moment she arrived?" "I don't understand what the young master is talking about," the 2 bodyguards replied straightforwardly without a hint of panic. Su Qing lightly tapped twice on his other palm with his fingertip and chuckled. "Excellent, you truly live up to professional training. TSK, I'm quite curious how Lin Outyan would deal with you too if he found out you've been bribed by Li Tian." Su Qing glanced at the 2 motionless figures, then picked up the phone by his pillow. His fingers danced across the screen a few times. He casually tossed the adjusted phone onto the ground between them. Piercing screams and cries for help echoed repeatedly from the phone. Su Qing glanced at their trembling hands, trembling with fear, and casually swept the strands of hair away from her forehead. "Actually, there's nothing wrong with loving money, and I could just as easily buy you off like Li Tian did. But, that sounds quite boring." Su Qing got up and sat on the edge of the bed, pointing toward the phone. "So I had your families taken away overnight, politely escorted out." Su Qing rose to his feet and slowly walked over to the 2 of them, glancing down at the video playing on the screen. The video showed an extremely dim room, with more than a dozen people tied up on the filthy, disheveled floor. Some had their mouths stuffed with torn cloth, only able to let out faint sobs. Some who hadn't been gagged were now shouting at the top of their lungs. "Look, isn't this a perfect family reunion for both households?" Su Qing cast an ambiguous smirk toward the pair. His towering stature and icy expression radiated overwhelming intimidation. "Wrong, Zhang Qi. I left out your 3 or 5-year-old daughter, Hua Shang. I forgot about your grandmother who's in her 80s. Look at my terrible memory." The 2 rigorously trained security guards finally buckled under pressure and knelt before Su Qing. Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi, both towering figures, dropped to their knees with such speed that the sound of their kneecaps hitting the tile floor made listeners wince in sympathy. The 2 men stammered, "SS Su, young Master Su, we. Su Qing clicked his tongue impatiently, waved his hand dismissively, and sat back down by the hospital bed. "There's no need to tell me your sob stories, I'm not interested in hearing them. If you scare this easily, there's no fun in this at all. Stand up, I don't like people kneeling before me." Chapter 44, Carrot and Stick. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances behind their sunglasses, momentarily unsure how to proceed. With their entire family's lives held in this man's grasp, they had no choice but to obey. His trembling legs, weakened from fright, slowly straightened as he stood up. Though Zhang Qi and Hua Shang were both tall and robust men, their shaking hands could only grip the corners of their garments to steady themselves from trembling so violently. "We pledge our loyalty to young Master Su," Zhang Qi and Hua Shang declared in unison. Su Qing rubbed his temples, feeling cartoonish question marks popping up around his head. Just what era did the original novel's damn author belong to? He was practically digging an 8-bedroom, 3-living-room mansion with his toes out of sheer cringe from what these 2 were saying. With undisguised disgust, he said, "No way, you 2 sound so corny." All right. Cut the loyalty speeches and don't ever say that kind of stuff again. I can't stand it." Su Qing picked up a cigarette from the bedside and said casually, "In a while, I will have someone send them back. I trust you both understand that since I could take them away once, I can also make them, including you two and Luoxuan, disappear completely." Hua Shang and Zhang Qi nodded in unison and replied, "Understood, young Master Su." Su Qing waved his hand amid the swirling smoke. "Go on, just do your jobs well for me. If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me directly. I'm much more generous than Li Tian." Zhang Qi and Hua Shang were still shaken, unable to comprehend Su Qing's reasoning. After their betrayal of the Su family, Su Qing had unconditionally released their families and even encouraged them to come to him with any problems. Su Qing frowned as he looked at the two of them. "Did neither of you hear what I just said?" Hua Shang asked in confusion. "Young Master Su, aren't you going to ask what young Master Li sent us here for?" Ha ha, I know already. Isn't it because he's afraid I'll steal his fiancée? Su Qing curled the corners of his lips, a wicked smile surfacing on his face as he continued. Li Tian's investigation of me is absolutely correct. After all, the person who kidnapped Lin Xie was also me. Hearing these words, Hua Shang and Zhang Qi froze instantly. The two of them never expected that Su Qing, at merely 19 years of age, could be so utterly depraved. Su Qing shook his head, and within that sigh, an unmistakable hint of regret surfaced. Ah, what a true shame. Li Tian won't be able to uncover this matter. Truth be told, if he were to remain in the dark his whole life, it would truly weigh on my conscience. It doesn't sit right with me. Zhang Qi and Hua Shang. Ha, what's bothering you, young Master Su? What's so unpleasant about it? The two of them stared straight at Su Qing, utterly baffled by what he just said. The blame lies entirely with Su Qing's exceptional acting skills and emotional control. His sigh carried such weight. Even the two who were quite skilled at reading people's expressions were fooled by Su Qing. Su Qing lifted his gaze, the corners of his eyes curving upward. He looked at the two of them and let out a scoff, laughing dismissively. For such a grown man, all he cares about is nursing jealousy over me. He can't handle a single serious matter properly. Wait until I'm in a good mood one day, and I'll have you two deliver a message to Li Tian, letting him know who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. You two can even earn some extra cash. Don't I make a wonderful employer? Hua Shang replied respectfully, "You're the best employer I've ever met." Zhang Qi paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Young Master Su, you're indeed the best employer I've ever had." Hua Shang and Zhang Qi retreated outside the ward. Zhang Qi was tall and powerfully built, with a particularly square-jawed face that made him look even more intimidating. Yet after stepping outside the ward, his facial features seemed to twist together in distress. His rough, thick palms pressed against the wall as if, without that support, his entire body would collapse to the ground. The reason he took Li Tian's money was because his mother suffered from uremia, and the high cost of dialysis far exceeded what his salary could cover. Hua Sheng and Zhang Qi were in the same boat, their situations largely similar. Both had taken desperate risks for the sake of their families. Little did they expect that their actions would drag their entire families into an even more perilous situation. Zhang Qi said bitterly, "Will young Master Su really let us off the hook?" He had only heard about Su Qing's temperament from rumors before, but today he truly experienced it firsthand. Only then did he clearly understand that Su Qing herself was even more ruthless than the rumors suggested. She was practically a cold-blooded creature born in the harshest of icy lands. Hua Shang's eyes behind the sunglasses were already streaked with crimson veins. He shook his head and spoke with a trembling voice. "I don't know. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. He's terrifying." Those eyes could see right through a person. "We've all undergone rigorous psychological training. I truly can't fathom at which point he spotted the flaw." Hua Shang and Li Tian had been with the Lin family since their teens. After passing multiple rounds of screening, they underwent training at the Lin family's base, drills more stringent than those of special forces. Li Tian offered them nothing but a risky temptation, while Su Qing presented them with a genuine threat to their lives. Compared to Li Tian, Su Qing was someone they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. The corridor had just been aired out through the open window, letting in a chilly breeze. But no matter how cold the temperature was, it couldn't compare to the icy dread in Zhang Qi and Hua Shang's hearts. Leaning against the wall, Zhang Qi slowly slid down as his legs gave way. "It's over, it's all over." When the young lady left, I had already sent a message to Li Tian. "I didn't tell young Master Su just now. Should I go in and tell him now?" Hua Shang forced a smile, his expression bitter beyond words. Being several years older than Zhang Qi, he was considerably more experienced and composed. He said, "No big deal. I already messaged Li Tian when the young lady first arrived at the 5th floor lobby. Since young Master Su didn't specifically ask us about it again just now, he probably doesn't mind. In fact, he might even prefer Li Tian to know." Zhang Qi, holy crap, you sent the message the moment we stepped into the lobby. You're quicker to claim credit than I am, despite being just as faithless? Damn, even this place is caught up in the rat race now? However, 2 phone calls 2 hours later utterly dispelled the gloom on Zhang Qi and Huashang's faces. Zhang Qi clutched his phone, his mouth hanging open in disbelief, as if the voice from the phone call still echoed in his ears. He turned to look at Huashang with utter confusion. Young Master Su arranged for my mother to be admitted to the best hospital and covered all the medical expenses. Huashang and Zhang Qi were equally stunned expressions. My daughter was also transferred to Longqing's finest hospital, attended by the chief pediatrician I couldn't secure an appointment with for half a year. The two stared at each other woodenly for a long moment, momentarily at a loss for words. Their previous judgment of Su Qing's ruthlessness instantly crumbled to dust. The two had originally thought Su Qing looked down on Li Tian, hence her remark about him being more generous than Li Tian. Yet just 2 phone calls perfectly reflected everything Su Qing had said. Unlike Li Tian, who carefully calculates the balance of rewards and expenses by paying them hundreds of thousands each. Though Su Qing's words were harsh, he refrained from actually harming either of them. On the contrary, with a grand wave of his hand, he resolved all their predicaments. The two exchanged a knowing smile, thinking the exact same thought. This is no villain clearly, he's a noble benefactor. Of course, after both of them wholeheartedly pledged their allegiance to Su Qing's faction. Su Qing, playing games on his hospital bed, also heard a sound he dearly loved. Ding! Host successfully robbed the male lead's henchman, villain luck plus 1000. Ding! Host successfully robbed the male lead's henchman, villain points plus 2000. Su Qing smiled. As the plot progressed, the villain points were increasing more and more dramatically. His fingers glided across the phone screen, making the 3 little rabbits in the interface collide with each other, shattering into scattered fragments before disappearing. He swiftly dragged the progress bar at the top of the screen. Hearing a game over sound effect, he pursed his lips dismissively and casually tossed the phone aside. Damn, no decent person would play this crap. Chapter 45, ready to go. 9:30 p.m. Pant. Su Qing was on all fours doing push-ups, his palms planted firmly on the ground. He had always maintained good living habits and enjoyed exercising, especially after being transported into this novel's world, where he'd done little more than lie around or sit idle. Every cell in his body yearned to be reawakened. Puff. Ugh, huff, so tired. Knock. A knock at the door drew Su Qing's attention, and he called out, "Come in." Pushing himself up from the floor, he turned his gaze toward the entrance. Huasheng cracked the door open slightly. Young Master Su Dazhuang, and Su Erzwang are here to visit. Should I let them in? Su Qing didn't speak, merely waving toward the door to signal they should be admitted. Seated on the edge of the sickbed, Su Qing looked at the 2 men and chuckled a few times. He laughed, but not solely because the stark contrast between Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang's physique struck him as comically amusing. Admittedly, seeing one hulking fatty and one scrawny runt wearing matching black and white striped tracksuits did create quite an amusing disparity. Originally, Su Qing had dismissed these two as hopeless, worthless lackeys, but after glimpsing the original novel's contents and now observing this mismatched pair, one plump, one gaunt, he couldn't help finding them considerably more pleasant-looking. Thinking about how neither of them had revealed his involvement even under Lang Yanfeng's harsh torture, he felt a faint stirring of emotion. Young master, what's wrong with you? Su Erzwang, who resembled a macaque, widened his eyes in surprise and swiftly waved his hands in front of Su Qing's face. For the young master to smile at him was utterly terrifying. He found this even more bizarre than if his young master had entered the room and slapped him 800 times across the face. The slightly more perceptive Su Dazhuang quickly intercepted Su Erzwang's hand and said in a low voice, "Stop acting like you've lost your mind. The young master already has neurasthenia and mental issues, what's wrong with him laughing? Who the hell are you shaking your head at?" Su Erzwang immediately took offense at this. As the old saying goes, when hitting someone, don't strike the face, when cursing someone, don't insult their mother. He threw a punch at Su Dazhuang, but his slender frame compared to Su's burly build made the attempt as futile as an egg striking a rock. Not only did he fail to budge Su Dazhuang an inch, he even stumbled backward several steps himself. Yet his morale didn't flag one bit. Pointing a shaky finger with his hoarse voice, he yelled, "Who the hell are you cursing at?" Su Dazhuang shoved him. "So what if I cursed at you?" Su Qing felt like he had been transported to another era, watching these two brilliant strategists battle it out before him for several rounds, neither yielding an inch. To be honest, as Su Qing witnessed the clash of feudal lords before him, it suddenly dawned on him why neither of them had exposed him despite being beaten half to death. Was it loyalty? That certainly played a part. But the main reason is, these two are unbelievably stupid. If they could just randomly name-drop someone to satisfy Lang Yanfeng's men, they wouldn't have been beaten for 2 straight days. Ahem. Su Qing frowned, finally losing patience as she shouted at the two, "You two idiots. Aren't you brothers from the same mother?" Su Dazhuang, Su Erzwang. Su Qing watched as the two stood up and asked, "Did you bring everything?" "Yes, young master." Su Dazhuang took down the black cloth bag slung over his shoulder and handed it to Su Qing. With a rustle sound, Su Qing dumped all the contents onto the hospital bed. He changed into a black baseball jacket with sleeves made of contrasting heavy leather material, the hem just reaching his waistline. For bottoms, he wore simple black sweatpants. His original leather shoes were replaced with a pair of Gucci Dad sneakers. Su Qing picked up sunglasses, a baseball cap, and a black face mask from the bed one by one, wrapping himself up tightly, and appropriately paired the outfit with a chrome hearts necklace. After some styling, an aura of mystery and youthful vitality overlapped on Su Qing's appearance. Su Qing went to check himself in the bathroom mirror, tidying up any unruly details on his outfit. As he pressed his hat brim downward, he muttered to himself, "Finally don't have to dress so maturely anymore, this style suits me better." Of course, Su Qing hadn't dressed like this late at night just for appearance's sake. According to what Su Qing knew from the book, Lang Yanfeng would find his fingerprints left at the southern villa tomorrow afternoon, along with capturing Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang. Therefore, Su Qing had to thoroughly erase all traces he had left at the southern villa tonight. Even his elaborate hospitalization scheme wasn't entirely staged just to let Lin Xier see his pitiful state on TV. The real reason was, Li Tian and Lang Yanfeng hadn't just sent people to monitor him, they had also installed a tracking system on his phone. For the next few days, he needed to make sure Li Tian and his crew saw him staying in the hospital without stepping outside even once. Su Qing emerged from the bathroom and addressed Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang. "Where's the new phone?" Su Qing took the phone from Su Dezhuang's hands, punched in a string of numbers, and made the call. Beep, beep, beep. After several busy tones, someone answered on the other end. Dispensing with pleasantries, Su Qing got straight to the point. "Hey, brother Xing, meet at the Southside Villa at exactly 11. Contact via this number." Whereas Lin Outyan represented an unshakable, prominent family in Luochuan with formidable corporate strength spanning numerous fields including gray area industries, the person Su Qing was calling was none other than the undisputed underworld king of Luochuan City. His identity is shrouded in mystery. He operates with effortless ease across multiple underground industries, and the operatives he secretly trains surpass even elite assassins in skill. Within the boundaries of Luochuan, even the 5 great families must yield to his influence. Su Qing wasn't actually lying to Lin Xier about having few friends. The underground king nicknamed Wolfstep was one of the few friends Su Qing had ever mentioned. In the original novel Su Qing had read, Lang Xing was also mentioned. He shared an extremely close relationship with Su Qing. When Su Qing was imprisoned, and the Su family was unable to rescue him due to immense pressure from the Lin family, Li Tian, and higher authorities, Lang Xing once led a team in an attempt to break Su Qing out. In simpler terms, it was a jailbreak. Under tremendous pressure, Lang Xing overcame tight security measures and numerous obstacles, ultimately managing to see Su Qing as he had wished. But Su Qing valued his brotherhood with Lang Xing deeply and didn't want to drag him down under multiple pressures, so he refused his kind offer, continuing to live the life of a devoted romantic while treading the sewing machine. Chapter 46, Departure. Su Qing clicked his tongue unconsciously at the thought of this plot. If it were him, he would have definitely followed Wolf out by now. Not that he lacks brotherly loyalty. The reason is simple. He just loves life too much, loves this world, loves exercise, and still wants to experience nature's embrace. The dim lighting above the hospital room door cast shadows over him as Su Qing half turned to glance at Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang. His head was fully covered, revealing only a pair of eyes dark as ink, their pitch-black depths flickering with a killing intent as profound as it was unmistakable. With his back turned to the two, Su Qing slightly raised his arm, flicking the temples of his sunglasses between 2 fingers with a few casual flicks. His curled fingers tilted forward as he uttered sharply, "Move out." His tone was as casual as if he were going out for a quick bite, with no one suspecting that a spectacular show was about to begin. Huo Sheng and Zhang Qi stood guard at the door, nodding respectfully as Su Qing emerged. "Young Master Su, Mei Chum, you two stay on guard here. I'm heading out for a while." Su Qing lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at the 2 figures, his drawn-out tone carrying an ambiguous chuckle, as if anticipating something immensely entertaining. He had been ready to leave, but seeing these 2 at the doorway with their perpetually indifferent expressions, he couldn't resist teasing them a little. Su Qing took a step back, tilting his head as he rested his fingers on the bridge of his sunglasses and gave them a gentle tug downward, revealing most of his endlessly languid and flirtatious eyes. He said slowly, "As for me, I'm heading to the southern suburbs now. What am I going there for? Care to guess, you two? Get it right, and there's a prize." Huo Sheng didn't hesitate and immediately responded, reporting to young master, "I don't know. This subordinate wouldn't dare to presume your thoughts." Zhang Qi also chimed in, "This subordinate wouldn't dare." Su Qing said lightly, "As for me, I'm going to the villa in the southern suburbs where Lin Xier was kidnapped, to destroy the crime scene. You know how to tip off Li Tian, right?" Zhang Qi's mouth opened and closed uncontrollably, his astonishment so great he could barely keep his jaw from dropping. Not only was he surprised that Su Qing would tell them directly, he was also amazed that Su Qing would frankly admit to tampering with the crime scene. speaking of it as casually as going out for drinks. But he was also quite pleased, as this meant Su Qing already trusted them. While Zhang Qi was still pondering how to respond to his new employer, Hua Sheng had already spoken up. Yes, I know. Young Master Su has been resting in the ward the whole time. He's physically weak and hasn't stepped out of the room even once. Zhang Qi, still dragging me into this? First cutting me off earlier, and now stealing my lines again. Zhang Qi saw that Su Qing seemed quite satisfied with Hua Sheng's answer and hurriedly chimed in. Young Master Su has poor appetite and weak constitution. He undergoes several precise medical examinations daily and can hardly move a step without relying on medication to sustain his life. He hasn't left the room for even a moment. Su Qing was pleased with the excuse the two had concocted, and equally satisfied with the astonished expressions on their faces. Good, that's exactly how you should introduce me to Li Tian. Su Qing let out 2 low chuckles from his throat, striding forward with steady steps as he held his posture perfectly straight. Behind him trailed Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang, the trio bypassing the main hall and heading straight for the end of the corridor. Armed with an oval-shaped metallic elevator card, they stepped into the VIP elevator. This private hospital had a VIP elevator, not intended for ordinary patients but reserved exclusively for the Su family, major investors in the facility. After all, the original Su Qing had a personality that wouldn't even share an elevator with others at home, so how likely was he to lower himself to do so in a hospital? As the elevator doors slowly closed, Su Qing held his elevator card with notable satisfaction. This elevator shaft led directly to a secluded side entrance, conveniently bypassing all the hospital's surveillance equipment. It perfectly suited his intentions of moving undetected like a ghost. The three stepped out of the elevator and exited through the small door. Su Qing scanned the area but saw no car. He asked, "Where did you park?" Su Dezhuang pointed ahead to the fence surrounding the hospital, roughly over 2 meters tall. Su Qing licked the corner of his lips, exasperated. "Are you kidding me? Outside the fence?" Su Erzwang hurriedly explained, "Young master, didn't you tell us not to enter through the main gate? So we parked the car outside the fence and climbed over." Su Qing let out a light snort, amused. Is there any possibility that I never told you not to use the front gate? Did you all just walk through the back door?" Su Dezhuang followed Su Qing's pointing finger and squinted hard before finally spotting it. Suddenly realizing, he exclaimed, "So that was actually a door." It was a simple sliding gate attached to the fence, just wide enough for a single car to pass through. Su Qing's intention was for the two to come in through that entrance, as their current position was over 500 meters away from the fence. Su Dezhuang quickly responded, "Young master, please wait here while I go bring the car in." Su Qing waved his hand dismissively, "Never mind, don't waste the time. I see where you parked, the fence isn't high, just climb over it." When the three reached the fence, Su Dezhuang crouched down and said considerately to Su Qing, "Young master, it's too high, step on my shoulders to climb up." Su Erzwang, who had been just about to squat down beside them, found himself stuck in that awkward half-crouching position. He pinched his own scrawny arm and conceded inwardly. Su Qing shot a glance at the still hesitating Su Erzwang, who hovered halfway between standing and sitting. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he waved a dismissive hand. "Just spare us the trouble." Su Qing looked at the stout Su Dezhuang and didn't stand on ceremony. Using his shoulder for support, he reached up to grab the highest bar, flipped over it in one smooth motion, and landed on the other side. Su Qing casually brushed the dust off his hands and walked toward the only car on the roadside. Parked by the road was a matte black-wrapped Porsche Panamera. Su Qing had specifically instructed Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang to bring an inexpensive commuter car. Staring at the sports coupe before him, Su Qing fell deep into thought. His two brilliant subordinates truly couldn't comprehend human instructions. But on second thought, it's probably not their fault. After all, sigh, this is the cheapest car in my garage. Su Qing shook his head with a sigh as he opened the car door and sat inside. Trouble like this only comes from being too rich. Lazily reclining in the seat, he glanced at his wristwatch just in time. He spoke to the empty space ahead. Drive. Chapter 47, Burned to Ashes. It took a full hour and a half to drive from the hospital to the villa in the southern suburbs, even taking several expressways. When the three of them arrived at the gate of the southern suburban villa, it was already 10:50 p.m. The sky was dark now, especially after 2 bouts of rain had turned the road into a muddy mess. Su Qing and his group trudged toward the villa. He eyed the weed-choked little garden outside the villa and the crumbling exterior with a faint smile. Soon he'd give the place a proper renovation. The reason this kidnapping site escaped police investigation was because the Lin family had hushed up the incident. Their motive was transparent. They obviously didn't want the public to learn that one of the hostages was Lin Xier, and that old fox Lin Outyan, who cared more for reputation than his own daughter, hadn't even begun investigating this kidnapping case or searching the crime scene yet. Thus, this place has become a truly uninhabited zone. Originally, Lan Yanfeng would have been the first to investigate tomorrow and expose Su Qing. Unfortunately, Su Qing arrived first. The flickering light in the distance illuminated the iron bars outside the villa's windows and the stones near the outer gate, casting them in stark clarity. Su Qing raised his hand to cover his eyes as the screech of brakes sounded right in front of him. The glare of headlights between his fingers dimmed as he lowered his hand. In that moment, over a dozen men in sandy camouflage uniforms swiftly descended from 5 off-road vehicles. With uniform steps, they swiftly formed a horizontal line directly in front of Su Qing. Their faces were resolute, their figures tall and imposing, with robust and muscular builds. Their arms were clasped behind their backs, sleeves taut over tightly corded muscles, as if they were perpetually ready for battle. They bowed their heads in unison and greeted Su Qing, "Young Master Su." Su Qing nodded. "Good. Have you brought everything I asked for?" One of them stepped out from the crowd and spoke to Su Qing. "Young Master Su, we've brought everything you requested. Brother Xing isn't in Luochuan City today. He's already instructed us about the matters that need handling, and today everyone is at young Master Su's command. Shall we begin now?" Su Cheng knew Wolf couldn't make it today. He sized up the man before him, clearly the leader of the group, slightly older than the others with regular features and a mature appearance. Su Qing found this average face strangely familiar. After a moment's recollection, he remembered this man had also been present during Wolf's jailbreak in the original storyline. He was Wolfstep's right-hand man. At the time, Wolfstep even addressed him as boss. Were it not for this man's deferential attitude toward Wolfstep, Su Qing might have mistaken him for some big shot. Anyway, Su Qing couldn't recall the man's name. Su Cheng looked at him and asked directly, "Sure, what should I call you?" The man pointed to a black rubberized imprint on his chest, which bore the Arabic numeral 1. "Master Su, my codename is Boss." Su Qing nearly laughed, so this boss was just a codename. Then he pointed at the people behind him. "Each of us has our own codename on our chests. Number 2 is second brother, number 3 is third brother, number 4 is fourth brother." When the leader was explaining Old 6 to Su Qing interrupted him. Ahem, I understand, they're just corresponding numbers. No need to count them out." They were all rigorously trained individuals who knew obedience as their creed, so when Su Qing asked how they should be addressed, the leader dutifully introduced them one by one upon command. There was none of the amusement Su Qing found in the situation. To them, following orders was as natural as breathing. The boss turned on his heel to face Su Qing, arms rigid at his sides along his trouser seams, and said, "Yes, young Master Su." Su Cheng nodded, then turned towards the villa entrance. With his back to the crowd, he casually waved a hand at them, a recklessly amused smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. "Burn everything in this villa to the ground. I don't even want to see a single dead ant left." The group responded in unison, "Yes." Upon hearing Su Qing's orders, they swiftly began unloading items from the trunk, various flammable materials and gasoline for ignition. Thick-soled boots made squelching sounds as they tread through the muddy path. Watching the team spring into action, Su Qing turned against the flow of people and strode back toward the car. Time passed minute by minute. He watched them move swiftly and splash gasoline through the doorway and car window. Several others climbed onto the roof by scaling the windows and vines creeping along the perimeter of the dilapidated villa. Su Qing gave a soft chuckle, leaning against the car door as he raised his hand to light a cigarette. Phew! Amidst the curling smoke, the crimson glow at the tip of the cigarette synchronized with the flickering fire that had ignited on the curtains in a second-floor room of the villa. The fire raged, smoke rising from all directions. Su Qing squeezed the cigarette but between his fingers, took a deep drag as the flames inside the villa spread. He walked toward the front of the car, stepped up lightly, and sat on the hood, one leg draped over the edge as the wind blew his track pants back and forth. The flickering flames reflected in Su Qing's abyss-like pupils as a roguish smile flitted across his lips. The spreading inferno before him was as breathtaking as a world-famous masterpiece. He did this because Lang Yanfeng would find his fingerprints on the broken liquor bottles in this villa tomorrow. But merely cleaning up the shattered glass scattered on the floor didn't feel foolproof to Su Qing. After all, there were far too many places in that house bearing his fingerprints. It wasn't certain that Lang Yanfeng couldn't retrieve them from elsewhere. Therefore, the safest approach was to completely obliterate all evidence within the villa beforehand in this no-man's land. And isn't burning down a house just incredibly amusing? Su Qing scanned the surroundings of the villa. The long-neglected area was choked with wild grasses and overgrown vegetation. If the fire from this villa were to spread and engulf all this vegetation, it would surely draw unwanted attention from higher authorities. Better not risk it. Just then, a man with the number 7 emblazoned on his chest approached Su Qing and bowed slightly as he spoke. "Young Master Su, every corner of the room has been dealt with." Su Qing gave him a glance and spoke indifferently. Well done. Lao Chi, call Lauda over here for me." The man paused for a moment before responding, "Yes, young Master Su, but my codename is Shao Qi." Su Qing. Su Qing waved his hand, too lazy to waste words on him. "Fine, go ahead." The boss had been outside overseeing the progress of the roof fire starters when he heard Su Qing call him. Immediately, he broke into a jog and hurried over to her side. The boss steadied his breathing and nodded respectfully, saying, "Young Master Su, what are your orders?" Su Qing stepped down from the hood of the car and addressed him. "I'll head back first. You all stay behind to clean up. Once everything inside is sufficiently burned, put out the fire." "Yes, young Master Su," the boss replied. Su Qing got into the car after speaking, rolled down the window, and glanced at the boss who was still seeing him off. With a neutral tone, Su Qing politely parted his lips and said, "Go ahead, thanks for your trouble." The boss nodded. "Just doing my job." Noticing the boss standing ramrod straight by his car with no intention of leaving first, Su Qing decided against further small talk. He softly uttered 2 words towards the driver's seat, "Drive." Chapter 48, Severance Pay. Su Qing returned to the hospital from the southern suburbs at 1:30 in the morning. He changed back into the white and blue striped hospital gown and casually handed the discarded clothes and accessories to Su Dezhuang. "Young master, you have such a great physique." Su Erzwang giggled beside Su Qing. Su Qing teased them, "You guys should exercise more often." He turned around and took out a wallet from the closet, pulling out a check from inside. After carelessly filling in countless zeros on it, he handed it over to Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang standing nearby. The two of them nearly collapsed to the ground in shock when they caught sight of the number written on it. There was a simple reason why. This wasn't a check for tens or hundreds of thousands in rewards. Although Su Qing had always been generous, this time he had gone far beyond what was reasonable, giving them both a dreadful premonition. Su Dezhuang clasped the check with trembling hands. He counted the zeros one by one. There was a full 100 million written on it. Su Dezhuang stammered, "Young master, what is this?" Su Qing didn't bother with polite formalities. He lay back on the hospital bed, furrowed his brows, and gave the two of them a serious look. "Severance pay." Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang's eyes widened in shock. Su Dezhuang's mind buzzed momentarily, going completely blank. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his composure and asked, "Young master, what have we done wrong? Why?" Su Qing furrowed his brows tightly, scratching the hair at the back of his head. As for these two trusted aides of his, their loyalty was beyond question. They were obedient and efficient. Having grown up alongside Su Qing since childhood, their devotion was absolute. In the original text, he'd rather be beaten half to death than betray Su Qing. Now that the villa situation is resolved and the van was destroyed in advance, the original plot where Lang Yanfeng would capture them won't happen. Still, there's no guarantee Lang Yanfeng might discover them through other means. To be safe, both of them must leave. Moreover, there's one major flaw that Su Qing simply couldn't tolerate about these two: they're too stupid. From the very first meeting, Su Qing noticed they spewed endless nonsense, covered Lin Shear with a white sheet, and did countless meaningless things. Today's trip to the southern suburbs took their idiocy to new heights right before Su Qing's eyes. Su Qing absolutely couldn't keep these two pig-brained teammates by his side, no matter how loyal they were to him. Leaving the two of them here will inevitably cause trouble sooner or later, even if they don't now. He disliked trouble. Su Qing spoke leisurely, "Take this money and go abroad. Don't stay in Luochuan anymore. Leave tomorrow. Consider this a final kindness for following me all this while. This money is enough for both of you to live comfortably for a lifetime. Stay healthy, exercise more and enjoy life to the fullest. Be but young master, why? We've never once betrayed your trust. Moreover, our families have served the Su family for generations." Su Qing sighed as he looked at the nearly tearful Su Erzwang and said, "If you truly had disloyal intentions, you wouldn't be standing before me right now. To be honest with both of you, you're really not the sharpest tools in the shed. I need some clever people around me to get things done. Of course, if you encounter any difficulties abroad, you can always turn to me. I will also arrange for your parents and grandfather to go abroad. The Su family has businesses and properties overseas. I'll make sure everything is properly settled for you." Su Qing's words held truth. He had genuinely placed himself in the other's shoes when considering this. Steward Su had served the Su family for many years and was practically considered family. Yet he had always performed servant's chores, and now that his age was advancing, his health wasn't as robust as before. The Su family owned numerous overseas properties. Seizing this opportunity to let Steward Su retire comfortably abroad seemed an excellent arrangement. Sending their entire family abroad would be a win-win situation. Su Dezhuang and Su Erzwang had tears in their eyes. They could tell that Su Qing was determined to send them away, but neither could figure out the reason. Was it simply because they weren't smart enough? In the past, the young master had also mentioned that the two of them weren't bright, but he had never thought of driving them away before. Before being kidnapped as a child, the young master had been a very cheerful person. There was no distinction between master and servant among them. They had grown up together like family. Even when he grew sullen in later years, he always remembered their childhood bond and treated them well. Now, it's not just about driving them out of Luochuan, but sending the entire family away from Luochuan. The two blinked at the young master before them. Nowadays, he smiled more often and spoke far more than he used to. Yet it seemed he had completely transformed into another person, his heart growing increasingly ruthless. young master. Their drawn-out voices carried heavy sobs. They wanted to stay by Su Qing's side. Su Qing waved his hand. My decision is made. Enough. I want to rest now. Leave. But before Su Qing could finish speaking, a shrill noise came from outside the hospital room, a woman's wailing, sounding as if it was being forced out through a choked throat. Su Qing glanced toward the transparent glass pane of the hospital room door. So it wasn't just similar. At the entrance, a person was being choked by a bodyguard, tears streaming down their face as they desperately called out for Su Qing. Su, young, cough, master. I need to see, cough cough, young master Su. Young master Su, please see me. I have something important to tell you. Su Qing looked through the glass at the screaming woman, her golden waterfall-like hair instantly jogging his memory of who she was. Su Qing curled his lips into a smile, turned over and sat up by the bedside, gesturing dismissively to Su Dezhuang and the other man. Go on, let her in. By the time Su Dezhuang opened the door and Huasheng and Zhang Qi allowed the woman inside, she was already swaying unsteadily from being manhandled by the two men outside. Stumbling and staggering, she rushed into the hospital ward. Half kneeling and half collapsed by Su Qing's legs, she clutched his hospital gown with choked sobs. Young Master Su, I beg you to help me, please help me. Lowering his gaze, Su Qing was met with a fox-like face of bewitching beauty. Even without using his clairvoyant eyes, Su Qing knew exactly who she was. Isn't this the talkative woman who was handed over by Lang Yinfeng to be passed around among his subordinates? Su Qing had casually skimmed through this woman's experiences in the original text. Of course, he hadn't read it carefully. A minor character as insignificant as a sesame seed wasn't worth Su Qing wasting his time on. Especially since the damned original author had written about her experiences in excruciating detail. It's too cruel, kind-hearted Su Qing couldn't bear to watch. The level of perversion made Su Qing sick to her stomach. But he didn't even need to read the original text. Just seeing the woman's face with palm marks that hadn't faded for days alongside the bruises at the corners of her mouth, along with the purple-blue marks visible on her exposed forearm, this alone told him how miserable her life must be. Do you want me to help you with something? Su Qing tugged at his pant leg, pulling the fabric free from the blonde woman's grasp. The blonde woman's face was a canvas of complex emotions, helplessness, fear, and more. Tears streamed down her face in clusters, falling into the hollow of her neck. She sobbed and said, Young Master Su, I beg you, help me deal with Lang Yanfeng. He's not a man, he's a beast. Her words seemed to be spoken through clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with hatred. A cryptic smile tugged at the corner of Su Qing's lips. The woman's words, surprisingly pleased him quite a bit. Lang Yanfeng is indeed a beast, that's well said. But whatever he intends to do must come from his own volition. While he does want to deal with Lang Yanfeng, how could he possibly help a complete stranger for no reason? Benefits always require mutual exchange. Su Qing is no bodhisattva after all. Su Qing cast her a disdainful glance. Let's hear it. Give me one good reason why I should help you. Fine, I suppose I'll reluctantly help you out. The blonde woman raised her head to look at Su Qing. Young Master Su, I still have some savings left. I'll give you all of it. If you think it's not enough, from now on I'm your person. I'll work for you like an ox or a horse. To tell the truth, no exaggeration, no bias. With Lang Yanfeng's wealth and discerning taste, the woman following him was indeed quite attractive, especially since she had been with Lang Yanfeng for a long time. Her features were truly striking. But, to bring herself up like this, flaunting mere pocket change? A woman who had been passed around like that, expecting to follow him? Su Qing felt like he had just heard the biggest joke of his life. He awkwardly curled his lips but refrained from mocking the helpless woman. He said indifferently, what you've offered are both things I already have in abundance. Name something that could actually serve as an exchange with me, or leave. She fell silent for a long moment, as if hesitating, before finally speaking in a choked voice. Lang Yanfeng is planning to move against you. Young Master Li ordered him to investigate you. I heard it with my own ears. Chapter 49, Threat. Su Qing furrowed his brows slightly as he glanced at the panicked woman before him. The only reason he'd allowed her entry was precisely because she'd once been Lang Yanfeng's bed companion. He'd hoped to extract some details from her that weren't mentioned in the original plot. Yet everything coming from this woman's mouth was information he already knew. Not only did I know about it, but it's something I've already dealt with. Truly disappointing. Su Qing took out a cigarette from the bedside, lit it, and said to the woman, I know he wants to take me down. Tell me something I don't know. At least show some sincerity, otherwise how can I help you, miss? Su Qing watched as her face turned grave, her words coming out in broken fragments, unable to form a complete sentence. He gave Su Dezhuang a look, signaling him to escort her out. As the blonde woman was lifted by her arms from behind, fear overwhelmed her. In terms of status and power, the only one who could oppose Lang Yanfeng and had a grudge against him was the man standing before her. She knew he was the only one who could help her seek revenge, her sole lifeline. Lang Yanfeng treated her like that. She was determined to make him suffer a horrible death. She swung her arms, struggling fiercely against the restraints behind her, the force making Su Qing feel as if she were about to break free like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. She blurted out quickly, "Young Master Su, Long Yanfeng values Li Tian immensely. His identity isn't just that of a boxing gym owner, nor merely someone who opened a few small bars and restaurants. His true identity was the young master of the Long family, a prominent medical dynasty. Though their family operated numerous hospitals and appeared to be entirely composed of medical school graduates. But, the reality goes far deeper than that." Su Cheng nodded, finally able to get to the heart of the matter. Go on, what else did their family do after that?" The woman widened her eyes, staring at Su Cheng. "Wasn't this already enough?" Back when Lang Yanfeng doted on her the most, he rarely avoided taking calls in her presence. However, Lang Yanfeng was always cautious during conversations, and these were the only things she had managed to glean from his words. Yes, she remembered now, there was also one other person. She quickly said, "I actually don't know anything about his family circumstances either, but I heard that Lang Yanfeng has a younger sister named Lung Yanwan, she's." Su Qing curled his lips in a smile tinged with sarcasm. "Perhaps I should explain it to you. Lang Yanwarm, younger sister of Lang Yanfeng, host of Luochuan television station, the only daughter of the Long family." He tossed the cigarette to the ground, impatiently crushed the butt underfoot, then raked a hand through his hair as he gazed contemptuously at the woman with bruises covering her face. "I've told you 3 times already, miss. If you can't provide any useful information, leave immediately. Don't you know you shouldn't keep patients from resting?" The blonde woman's eyes were dazed and vacant. The man before her didn't seem to be lying, his indifferent, detached expression looked as if he genuinely knew everything. Her body went limp as if drained of strength. If not for Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang supporting her from behind, she would have collapsed immediately. "Young Master Su, this is all I know. But could you please help me? Please help me. I truly have no other recourse." The woman's voice choked with sobs, her crimson eyes reflecting utter despair as though all hope in life had abandoned her. Su Chang looked at her and thought, honestly, this woman was quite pitiful too. Apart from being vain and materialistic, she hadn't really committed any major wrongdoings. Moreover, she'd been hurt by Long Yanfeng. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, as they say. Now that she was begging him so desperately, no matter what, although Su Qing was usually indifferent, composed and highly rational, he wasn't truly cold-blooded. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel somewhat moved. The kind-hearted Su Qing let out a sigh. "You really are quite pitiful. How about, I'll help you out then." But just as Su Qing was about to agree to do her this small favor, the woman's eyes locked onto Su Qing with terrifying intensity. Her wide, rounded pupils brimmed with both tears and bloodshot veins, looking as if they might burst from their sockets the next second, distorting her delicate features into something almost grotesque. She shouted with all her might, "I saw you just now on the path behind the hospital when I first arrived." Her originally choked voice grew hoarse. She felt this was her only chance. "There were 3 of you, all dressed in black. I'm certain it was you 3. I checked, there's no surveillance on that road, and you snuck out so furtively. You must be going to do something shady." Su Qing's brows furrowed tightly, his displeasure evident. The woman before him had clearly abandoned all restraint. Was she now trying to threaten him? He smirked mockingly. "Then what do you plan to do about it? Go back and tell Long Yanfeng? Why not? At least besides bullying me, he also gives me money. If you don't help me, he'll find out about you sneaking out tomorrow. Young Master Su, you surely wouldn't want anyone to know you ventured out from such a remote place." Su Qing pressed his lips together, then replaced the expression with a bright smile. He spoke sincerely and slowly. "Ah, you're too impatient now. I genuinely wanted to help you too. We share a common enemy, why wouldn't I help you? What he did to you is enough to make you hate him for life, I believe. And you were." Su Qing smiled faintly, swallowing the latter part of his sentence before continuing. "That matter has already spread throughout the upper circles. You won't find any other backing besides me. I truly despise Long Yanfeng. Just now, what I said was merely to provoke you into revealing more information about my enemy. You and I are allies, don't say things that hurt our friendship. Besides, I'm much more generous than Long Yanfeng." Su Qing pulled another check from his wallet, swiftly wrote out an amount of 30 million, and handed it to the woman. The blonde woman's frenzied expression gradually faded, staring blankly at the check Su Qing had offered her. Su Qing bounced the check lightly in his hand, his face breaking into a sunny smile. "Take it if it's given to you, but there's one condition." "What condition?" Su Qing said seriously. "I'm helping you deal with the son of a powerful family while also giving you money. You should at least offer something in return." Su Qing glanced at Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang. "My 2 subordinates are going abroad to handle some business for me. Why don't you join them? It'll make the journey less boring. A 1-month deadline, 30 million, you're not losing out." Su Dazhuang and Su Erzwang were simple-minded men. When they heard this news, their eyes kept darting toward the woman, visibly thrilled. The woman swallowed dryly, unsure whether Su Qing had already intended to agree with her or if her threats had actually worked on him. But at this moment, the gentle light in Su Qing's eyes as he gazed at her instantly dissolved all her wariness. Previously, she had been too frantic and nervous to carefully notice how strikingly handsome the man before her truly was. Su Qing's intention in offering her money to accompany his subordinates was clear since she had just threatened him. This was his way of humiliating her. But back then, she had stayed with Lang Yanfeng for the money too, enduring mistreatment despite earning millions a year. Now, with 30 million for just 1 month, and her reputation already in ruins as a fallen woman, such scorn was something she could easily accept. After all, no one would ever offer her such a price again. Even if Su Qing didn't help her deal with Lang Yanfeng, this money would allow her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. She accepted the check and bowed deeply to Su Qing with sincere gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Su." Su Qing casually grabbed a tissue from the table and handed it to her. "Wipe your tears, your makeup is all smudged. Pack your things tonight and leave with my men tomorrow. Don't worry, I keep my promises. I'll definitely help you." Hearing that gentle voice, 1,000 emotions surged in the woman's heart. She deeply regretted not choosing Su Qing earlier. She wouldn't have suffered under that bastard. But as she wiped her eyelids gratefully with a tissue, the paper covering her eyes, she completely failed to see that at this moment, Su Qing was looking down at her imperiously, a sinister gaze sizing her up. Chapter 50, Jean Li visits the sick. Su Qing glanced toward the door and gave Su Dezhuang and the other a meaningful look, signaling them to take the blonde girl away now. As the three stepped out, Zhang Qi's gaze inadvertently drifted across Su Qing's face. He watched helplessly as a flash of cold malice passed through Su Qing's otherwise charmingly roguish eyes. Zhang Qi shuddered instantly, his spine tingling with terror. To put it simply, the murderous intent in one's eyes can never truly be concealed. Su Qing turned and sat back down by the hospital bed. Lifting his hand to rub the bridge of his nose, his body somewhat weary, he scoffed, "What the hell, daring to threaten me?" Su Qing casually picked up his phone and made a call. Su Qing said calmly, "Hey, Xingji, do me a favor." On the other end of the line, Su Qing's tongue brushed against his teeth as he slowly said, "My 2 subordinates will take a woman abroad tomorrow. I've installed a tracking system on their phones. I'll share the device with you shortly, along with photos of both of them. I don't have a photo of the woman, but she's easy to spot, blonde hair and a real vixen's face. Bro, send me 2 quick-handed helpers. Tomorrow when those 3 get off the plane, take that woman out immediately." The voice on the other end of the line. Su Qing chuckled, "Bro, I won't bother with pleasantries, I'll throw you a welcome banquet when you return. The woman has a 30 million check I wrote for her, consider it my reward to the brothers." With that, Su Qing hung up the phone. He rested his elbows on his thighs, propping his chin with his palms, a faintly mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. He realized surviving in this novel world truly left no room for pitying others. He had clearly given that woman a chance. If only she had waited another 2 seconds, even 1 second, without shouting those threatening words at him with such venom, Su Qing wouldn't have had to kill her so mercilessly. Su Qing could crush her like an ant, just as easily as he could spare her, or even help her, with a mere flick of his hand. Unfortunately, her hope for survival was steadily destroyed by her own gossiping tongue. She ruthlessly stomped on Su Qing's bottom line, so she couldn't blame him for being merciless. Su Qing lay back on the bed and glanced at his character panel, realizing the system still hadn't awarded him the villain points for tampering with the crime scene. Probably won't get the reward until Lan Yanfeng returns from investigating the scene empty-handed. Su Qing wasn't anxious, he had plenty of patience. After all, the game only gets interesting when played slowly. He opened the mall's purchase interface. The pinned items remained unchanged. Item 1, 1 compatible kidney for the host. Item 2, General Strength Potion, increases combat power by 100 points. Product 3, unlimited duration, full control, those in the know understand. Product 4, original author's custom follow-up novel, 1 copy. Based on his villainous traits, he could still only afford to purchase 1 subsequent installment of the original novel. However, when he clicked to buy, he noticed the price had changed. Now it only costs 100 villain points? What? That's a stroke of luck. Although Su Qing found this matter worth celebrating, he was still somewhat baffled. Could it be? Returning to our esteemed host, the thoughtful villain system is a growth-oriented system. To put it simply, the harder you work, the luckier you get. Dear host. Su Qing pursed his lips slightly and remarked, "Not bad." He scrolled further down the system mall's list only to discover several, utterly bizarre options. The odd thing wasn't that what he received was particularly special, it was precisely how utterly ordinary it was. He already had this. Item 8, Oscar-worthy acting skills. Item 9, culinary mastery skills. Item 10, heavenly level looks. Su Qing. The name actually rhymes quite well. No, that's not the point. The key point is, although the price isn't high, it only requires 100 villain points. But, aren't these points something I already possess? Looking down, there was also a small golden coin symbol with the words Exchange Center written on it. 100 villain points can be exchanged for 1 billion yuan in the current world. Su Qing frowned slightly. "It's not like I'm short on money," he said calmly. "System, come out and explain this to me. Your considerate villain system has stooped to scrounging for such petty cash now? Host, please listen as I narrate in detail. As everyone knows, you arrived in this world utterly alone, owning nothing, with an ordinary background. The abilities you possess were bestowed by the original protagonist, they are not innate to you. So, when you leave this world, you can only take with you the items purchased in this world, not the properties you owned in this world. Su Qing came to a realization. He truly understood just how relentlessly chatty this darn system was. Is there any need for introductory remarks? Are you done talking? Reply to host, finished speaking. Then get lost. The next afternoon, a woman wearing a light gray body-hugging skirt, her figure curvaceous with all the right proportions, strode up to the main entrance of the downtown private hospital, her short hair swaying with each step. The woman swayed her hips gracefully, her beige high heels clicking rhythmically against the asphalt pavement. She held a large, exquisitely wrapped bouquet of flowers in her left hand and carried several expensive skincare products in her right. Jean Lee was here to visit a patient, someone of prestigious status, her young boss. The first time Jean Lee met her young boss was at the company's annual gathering 2 years ago. The entertainment company's annual event was attended by the executive team, producers, directors, agents, and actors of all kinds. They were all prominent figures, predominantly from within the company though with a mix of invited entertainment industry leaders as well. Everyone tacitly understood that the annual gala that year was essentially Su Jinhwa's preemptive press conference to pave the way for his son's succession into the entertainment circle. Yet as a newcomer at Dingfeng Entertainment, Jean Lee searched the venue in vain for her young master's presence until the host finally announced Su Qing to the stage. Jean Lee saw Su Qing, dressed in a sleek black suit, his tall and straight figure exuding an imposing aura as he slowly stepped onto the stage. Yet, what truly captivated her at first glance was just his pair of eyes, deep and fathomless, like an abyss or thick ink. His loosely tousled short hair was swept back in a carefree, effortless style, crisp and untamed. But that was all she could see of him. Su Qing took the stage wearing a pitch-black mask that clashed oddly with his outfit, obscuring any clear view of his face. Yet even just those eyes of his were enough to ignite endless flights of fancy. That cold yet mesmerizing timbre of Su Qing's voice seemed to linger in the air even now, reverberating by one's ear. Back then, Su Qing had spoken only a single sentence from the stage. "Hello everyone, I'm Su Qing." Then she watched as Su Qing stepped off the stage and exited directly through the backstage area. His gaze swept past without a trace of focus, yet that fleeting glimpse had etched itself indelibly in her memory to this very day. Jean Lee could be said to have fallen in love with Su Qing at first glance. However, her young master's eccentric temperament, one that never allowed closeness with others, left her with no choice but to admire him from afar. She hadn't expected the young master to call her first and give her tasks to handle. Therefore, visiting the hospitalized young master now and the tasks he'd entrusted to her became her perfect opportunity to seek out Su Qing. Chapter 51, The Script. Knock, 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 knock. A crisp knock on the door drew Su Qing's attention away from organizing the plot in his mind. He smirked, already knowing who was coming. "Come in," he said lazily, reclining against the chair back as he called toward the door. The door creaked open slowly with a drawn-out squeak. A voluptuously radiant woman strode into the hospital ward, her tall, mature figure exuding sensuality. Her slender waist seemed barely a handful, while beneath the curve-hugging pencil skirt, snow-capped peaks rose prominently, a stretch of flawlessly soft whiteness flooding one's vision. The meticulously styled bob that ended at her jawline accentuated the porcelain slenderness of her neck. Su Qing had originally intended to remain bedridden, but after acquiring the original sequel novel through repurchase and using his intermediate insight skill to see the woman's staggering 95-point favorability rating toward him, he felt there was no need to pretend being sick anymore. Jean Lee peered into the hospital room with a probing gaze. Though usually smooth and sophisticated, this woman who was about to meet someone previously beyond her reach couldn't completely maintain her usual composure and restraint. Su Qing flashed a radiant smile and waved at Jean Lee with playful knowingness. "Li Jia, what brings you here?" Jean Lee nodded. "Young Master Su, I saw on TV that you fainted, so I thought I'd come check on you. And on behalf of the artists under my management, they're all very concerned about you too." As Jean Lee walked into the hospital room, she placed the nutritional supplements she'd brought onto a nearby table while stealing glances at Su Qing. Her outward composure was the professional demeanor she'd cultivated over the years, but she knew her heartbeat was racing wildly at that very moment. Compared to that fleeting glimpse from long ago and seeing Su Qing's true appearance on TV a few days ago, this near encounter today, with their eyes meeting within arm's reach, stirred her even more profoundly. This man, who was 6 or 7 years younger than him, had an impossibly flawless face. The exposed forearm and the hospital gown had well-defined muscles, resting on the bedrail with distinct, slender knuckles, a beautiful hand. Su Qing looked at her openly and smiled faintly, saying, "Thank you, sisterly. I'm feeling much better now." You don't need to address me so formally with titles like you, honorific. I'm actually younger than you, and it sounds awkward when addressed that way. A subtle smile played at the corners of Jean Li's lips as her beautiful phoenix eyes curved upward, presenting an undeniably bewitching charm. Alright then, I won't stand on ceremony with the young master. I came today for one more thing. The script you mentioned last time is finished. The casting is also finalized, and the supporting female role 3 has been assigned as per your request. Jean Li spoke as she walked towards Su Qing, pulling out a thick stack of scripts from the handbag draped over her arm and handing them to him. The script for the first edition is done. Young master, since you're feeling unwell, you should get some rest first. Whenever you have time, take another look and let me know which parts need changes. I'll have the scriptwriter make the revisions then. Su Qing ignored her kind offer, flipping through the script with one hand while casting a glance at the chair beside him. Li Jie, you sit for a while. I'm in decent condition, I can read it now. After glancing through the first few summaries, Su Qing quickly realized the screenwriter wasn't crafting a modern drama. The general plot revolved around a marquise rebellion, where the peerlessly elegant young marquis, dissatisfied with the former dynasty's rule, fought through thorns to seize the imperial throne. The romantic subplot involved marrying the prime minister's daughter, though the sought-after noble bride providing major political advantage was naturally not the childhood sweetheart with whom he shared genuine affection. Both the male and female leads were career-driven minds, single-heartedly devoted to overturning imperial power. Su Qing pursed his lips, casting a puzzled glance at Jean Li. Although he had already read the latest original follow-up, alas, in this version of the original text, his destined fortune still couldn't reach the level of becoming the protagonist. Thus, the passage in the book describing Jean Li's visit to the hospital ward merely stated that Jean Li came to the ward, went over the script with him, and included a lengthy description of Jean Li's lingering affection for him. Therefore, when Su Qing received this version of the script, he found it utterly exasperating. No, sisterly, your work efficiency is indeed quite fast. But did you misunderstand what I meant? Didn't I already give you the general direction before? I told you to find that screenwriter who writes sweet romances for our company's Xiaohua. Even if they write historical dramas, just get me an ancient romance would work. What is this you've given me? A royal succession struggle? Young master, this is the current popular trend in broadcasting lately. That screenwriter originally wrote sugary romances, but now has switched genres too. As she spoke, she noticed Su Qing's expression growing visibly impatient. Her chest began to rise and fall rapidly as she broke out in a cold sweat, clutching nervously at her palms. This first private meeting with the young heir, her secret crush, was going disastrously wrong. She quickly swallowed what she had originally intended to say and explained concisely, No, young master, I understand what you mean. Jean Li stood up and leaned over Su Qing, flipping through the script in his hands. Young master, based on the general direction you provided, the filming duration for this drama isn't very long. It's divided into 3 parts. The first part shows the male and female leads' dissatisfaction with the corrupt imperial power and their plot to overthrow it. The middle part is the male lead's recollection chapter, which is entirely. Jean Li's hand trembled slightly as she flipped through the script due to nervousness. Her slender fingers, adorned with alluring wine-red nail polish, glimmered under the overhead white fluorescent light. Su Qing raised his gaze along the line of her neck, taking in deep-set phoenix eyes brimming with tender emotion beneath a delicate, petite face crowned with cherry-red lips. The pert tip of her nose emitted short, nervous breaths. Her soft voice carried a hint of coquetry, the whisper-like tone breezing into Su Qing's ears like willow fronds swing in the wind. This tender scene instantly melted away Su Qing's initial impatience. His hand that had been holding the script gently rose, lightly grasping her fingers as they flitted rapidly across the pages. The chill of Su Qing's fingertips sent a shiver through Jean Li at their sudden intimate contact, sending her pulse racing. But in the entertainment industry where she was versatile and independent, her mind was mature. Although she had never experienced intimacy between a man and a woman, she wouldn't misunderstand a simple handhold like some naive, love-struck girl. Especially since Su Qing naturally possessed a handsome and romantic appearance, perhaps he was merely soothing her nerves. Jean Li steadied her thoughts, glanced at her fingers which Su Qing had already let go at some point, and resumed flipping through the script. She began to narrate to him unhurriedly. Chapter 52, Discussing the Script. Su Qing watched as she spoke with an outward calm. Young master, the middle section of the plot generally follows your specifications. This part focuses on the romantic subplot between the male lead and the third female lead, who is a maid purchased by the Marquis' household, not a childhood sweetheart. But the maid fell in love with the male lead at first sight. The young Marquis in his youth was a carefree and unrestrained noble who invited the third female lead to ride horses with him. This marked their initial acquaintance. The subsequent plot follows their journey from understanding each other to falling in love, culminating in a grand wedding. Su Qing frowned as she read the lines pointed out by Jean Li. The narrative about getting acquainted, understanding each other, and falling in love is well written, but having the male lead marry someone else after they've already pledged their love feels rather scummy, doesn't it? Jean Li smiled faintly, swiftly flipping several pages with a rustling sound. Young master, look here, this is the reason. The third female lead was abducted by the third prince during a mountain excursion after the wedding. To preserve her chastity, she hanged herself with white silk. The emperor, who favored the third prince, distorted right and wrong and even reprimanded the marquis's household. This was precisely the pivotal moment that drove the young marquis to overthrow the imperial regime. Su Qing slightly curled his lips into a smile and said, not bad, quite interesting. The script is well written with unpredictable twists, both sweet and heartbreaking scenes. Goldenly, who had just been praised, beamed with joy as she responded, everything was done according to your instructions, young master. The supporting female character doesn't have many scenes, but they are concentrated. The male lead's personality at that time is unruly and frivolous. But there's just one thing I don't understand, why did you insist that both the male lead and the supporting female character cover the lower halves of their faces, revealing only their eyes? Su Qing gazed at her for a few seconds, then smiled faintly before raising a brow in return. Oh, sis, wanna guess what mischief I'm up to? Su Qing's voice was husky and seductive, winding around her eardrums like an intoxicating spell. Those teasing words alone made her breathing grow ragged, utterly flustered. She averted her gaze from Su Qing, stammering, I can't guess. Instead of explaining, Su Qing merely let out a soft chuckle through his nose as he extended a hand toward Jean Li. Show me the male lead's photo. Okay. Jean Li quickly took out her phone and pulled up the actor's photo from her album. Su Qing took the phone. The man on screen was quite handsome, a current rising star with a straight nose bridge and graceful demeanor. Even from the photo, one could see his excellent bone structure, making him particularly photogenic. But this wasn't what Su Qing was focused on. He held the phone in one hand while covering the part of the photo below the nose with the other. He gazed at the pair of eyes on the screen with growing satisfaction, curling his lips into a smile as he turned to Jean Li and asked, sis, take a look. He turned his head toward Jean Li, holding the photograph next to his face. Does my eyes look similar to his? If I cover my face with a mask, no one should be able to tell the difference, right? Jean Li carefully compared Su Qing's eyes with those of the man in the photo before earnestly replying, they do look quite similar, but young master's eyes are prettier and more expressive than his. Jean Li had barely finished speaking when she suddenly sensed something amiss. She paused, taking in the scene before her, as if grasping Su Qing's intention. Her words came out measured and deliberate. Young master, are you planning to? Are you going to? Su Qing casually handed the phone back to her. Exactly what you're thinking. I'll play the role of the third female lead myself. Just make sure this is handled discreetly. I don't want anyone finding out I ever participated in this production. Although Jean Li didn't fully understand and still felt somewhat disappointed, she knew it was already good enough to be able to work for Su Qing. She didn't dare probe deeper into her young master's thoughts, she wasn't in any position to do so. Jean Li nodded. Understood, young master. Then who will play the role of the third female lead? Should I contact that actress's agent? Oh, no need. First go prepare the set, we'll shoot the scenes between the male lead and first female lead first. I'll notify you once I've handled the other matters. But young master. Jean Li glanced out the window, they had been so absorbed in reading the script that they hadn't noticed how late it had gotten. The sky had already darkened. Though reluctant, years of navigating the complex interpersonal dynamics in the entertainment industry had honed her ability to maintain professional composure. Her lashes lifted slightly as she held the script with both hands. Young master, it's getting late, you should. Before she could finish speaking, a knock at the door diverted her attention. Su Qing cleared her throat and called toward the door, come in. The door opened to reveal a doctor in a white coat, carrying a bottle of glucose solution. He walked to the bedside and nodded at Su Qing. Young master, it's time for the 4-drip. Su Qing glanced at the medicine in the doctor's hand, then turned his gaze to Jean Li. With a faint smile, he waved the doctor away. No need, we're on the same side. He deliberately emphasized the words on the same side. These words sent Jean Li and the doctor present momentarily stiffening in surprise. No matter how amiably and kindly Su Qing behaved on television or in his current actions, it couldn't alter people's deeply ingrained perception of him as being eccentric and obsessive. Jean Li felt both exhilarated and wistful. Su Qing had called her one of his own. As for the doctor, his mind was in even greater turmoil. He was from the Su family, personally instructed by the young master to administer a daily glucose drip as camouflage. Even yesterday when no one visited, Su Qing hadn't let his guard slip. But today, the doctor stole a glance at the glamorous beauty beside him and immediately understood the implication of one of our own. Very well, young master. I'll hang the 4-bag and let it drain completely. Otherwise, if I walk out with an unopened medicine bottle, someone suspicious might notice. Su Qing nodded at him. Good. This doctor was a deputy department head at the hospital, neither too young nor too old, around 40 years old. Mature and experienced, he handled matters thoughtfully, which Su Qing found quite satisfactory. Su Qing watched as he hung up the 4-drip and placed the needle in the trash bin at his feet, then said to him, "The two of us still have things to discuss. You go ahead and step out for now." The doctor placed the needle in the trash bin, nodded at Su Qing before heading out the door. Whether intentional or not, as he passed through the doorway, he coincidentally brushed against the dark blue curtain meant to shield patients from disturbances during rest, pulling it down. With a swift whoosh, the curtain instantly divided the space between Su Qing, Jinli, and the world beyond into two separate zones. Though the curtain boasted excellent light-blocking capabilities, it didn't span the entire length of the ward. Su Qing shot a glance at the doctor's retreating figure. The instant he turned to close the door, the creases at the corners of his mouth from suppressing laughter looked sharp enough to crush a fly. The hem of his fluttering white coat billowed dramatically with the turn, like a true legend slipping quietly into obscurity. "Su Qing, is there any chance? I just didn't want another shot? My delicate little hands." Chapter 53, Rehearsing the Scene. As the curtain fell, its exceptional light-blocking properties cast a shadow over Su Qing's face that Jinli glimpsed when she lowered her gaze. The hauntingly elusive beauty of that moment made her heart race uncontrollably, particularly when he declared without hesitation to others that she was Su Qing's own person. The monumental shift in their relationship left Jinli momentarily stunned. When she finally regained her senses, she found a porcelain pale, slender hand that had been waving before her eyes for quite some time. The cochlea vibrated with the slow, lazy voice of the young man before him. What's wrong with you?" "And nothing, young master. Let me pull up the curtain for you." As Jinli turned to draw the curtain, a hand grasped her forearm. Puzzled, she looked back at Su Qing. "Young master?" Su Qing released his grip and shifted slightly forward, his back leaving the support of the cushion behind him as he flashed a radiant smile. "No matter, I'd have to draw them anyway when I rest." Jinli nodded, letting go, and pressing her lips together as she looked at Su Qing. "Then young master, I won't delay your rest any longer. I'll take my leave now." Su Qing glanced at his watch. "It's still early. I've had some minor thoughts about 2 scenes in that script. Sis, if you've got time now, let's chat. But if you're tired, I can call you tomorrow instead." Jinli waved her hand, her phoenix eyes slightly arched, charming yet tasteful, with traces of deliberately concealed laughter at their corners. Lifting the hem of her skirt, she moved to sit on a nearby chair. Before Jinli could sit down, she noticed Su Qing scoot toward the window side of the hospital bed, leaving a considerable space open on Jinli's side. "Sis, the stool's too hard for you to sit comfortably, the hospital bed's plenty big enough. Let's make do together for now." Jinli's normally slender and charming eyes widened slightly in surprise. Su Qing's affectionate attitude towards her once again nearly shattered her years of professional composure. Before she could respond, she saw Su Qing patting the newly vacated spot beside him. "Don't stand on ceremony with me, sis. I can't possibly have you helping me revise the script late at night while leaving you sitting idle the whole time." Faced with that genuinely radiant smile, she found herself instinctively accepting the invitation and sitting down beside Su Qing without hesitation. Compared to Jin Li's somewhat unnatural demeanor, Su Qing appeared completely at ease. He diligently flipped through the script, pausing at one particular page before turning to her and saying, "Sis, this part of the plot doesn't feel quite right to me." Jin Li lowered her eyes and leaned closer to the script, carefully studying the line of text indicated by Su Qing's finger. "Sis, this part is about the horseback riding scene. I feel it's inappropriate for the young Marquis to directly take Ing Ro, the third female lead, riding together." His fingertips lightly tapped against the script filled with text, as if deep in thought. "I sense his character is carefree and unrestrained, someone who loves to play and fool around. Seeing Ing Ru and immediately taking her onto his horse doesn't seem quite appropriate." He pointed at the words holding sword and serving tea on the page, tilting his head towards Jinli in confusion. Here the young Marquis is riding a horse while holding a sword, while Ing Ru, still holding a teacup, she had come to deliver tea. It hardly seemed appropriate with both their hands full to just mount up right away. Should Ing Ro simply throw away the teacup in her hand? Moreover, we should make use of physical props for acting. Having such great accessories but not using them, what a waste. Su Qing gave an awkward smile and shrugged his hands. "I majored in acting, so I might be a bit, well, particular about these details." Jin Li nodded. "You're absolutely right. It would indeed be wasteful not to make use of these two props. Young master, how do you think we should modify them?" Su Qing handed her phone to Jin Li. "Sis, have you ever rehearsed with actors before? Just describing the possible scenario might not be vivid enough, it's hard to grasp without context. If you've ever rehearsed a scene before, let's try this. Imagine the phone in your hand is a teacup." Jin Li took the phone and replied, "I don't have much experience, but I've occasionally helped actors rehearse their lines. I can give it a try, just don't laugh if I don't do it well." "It's nothing." Su Qing was a professional when it came to acting, especially since he had already exchanged his villain points for award-winning performance skills. With the system's guarantee that its products were always top tier, the acting abilities now ingrained in him were far superior to the original host's natural talent. Glancing at the script's lines, Su Cheng pondered the young Marquis's personality traits and quickly immersed himself in the role. Tilting his head, he shot Jean Lee a teasing smile, his slightly narrowed eyes perfectly capturing the character's unrestrained and roguish essence in a single glance. Su Cheng scanned her with his gaze, eventually locking eyes on the phone in her hand. "What's your name? Who sent you here?" Jean Lee had read the script, especially the scenes between the male lead and the third female lead that Su Cheng had specifically emphasized. So, Jean Lee knew she was supposed to call herself Ing Ro now. But right now, Su Cheng wasn't following the script at all, forcing her to simply go along with whatever he said. After considering her character's personality, she lowered her head slightly in a deferential nod. "Reply to young Marquis, this servant is Ingru, the old madam sent me to bring you tea." Su Cheng rolled up the script in his hand, gripping it as if it were a sword, then slowly extended it toward Jean Lee's outstretched phone. Inch by inch, he pushed the phone off her rosy palm until it fell to the ground. The phone plummeted with a sharp thud, startling Jean Lee. Yet compared to that unexpected sound, the sensation at her waist shocked her even more. She lowered her gaze to see the rolled-up script in Su Cheng's hand pressing against her waist, not too lightly, not too heavily, toying with the folds of her skirt in a teasing, almost seductive rhythm. But the words that followed from Su Cheng's lips made Jean Lee realize her current tangled emotions were nothing more than her young master simply acting out a scene with her. A playful tone laced Su Cheng's voice as he drawled, "Ing Ro? Quite a lovely name, but the tea the old madam favors is rather hard to swallow." The script at her waist gradually rose upwards, coming to a stop only when it reached beneath her chin. Su Cheng lifted his hand, gently tilting her exquisitely charming face upward, watching as her originally fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her tender crimson lips parting slightly in surprise. He lazily smirked. "In comparison, Ingru, you seem far more tantalizing." In reality, he had merely tilted her chin down, yet at this moment, she blushed as if her throat were being pressed upon. Her gaze remained fixed unblinkingly on Su Cheng as she stammered, young master." Su Cheng, seeing the words in her mouth falter and refusing to utter another syllable, instantly withdrew the script pressed against her chin and tossed it aside carelessly. "Sis, what do you think of the scene I rewritten? Is it better than the previous version?" Su Cheng flashed a bright, sunny smile at Jean Lee, his cheerful voice now completely devoid of the teasing tone from before. Chapter 54, Half the Shares. Locking eyes with Su Cheng and seeing his bright, handsome face, it was clear he had finished his scene and returned to his normal state. Jean Lee's emotions were like a roller coaster at that moment. Struggling to quickly regain her composure, she forced a natural, graceful tone and said, "The changes were excellent, you completely captured the young Marquis's free-spirited nature with just a few gestures." "Don't praise me, sis. I still need your guidance, I only have school experience. After all, while your expertise is deeper, with so many top artists under your wing." Jean Lee's cheeks were already flushed, but they turned crimson the moment her young boss praised her. She quickly waved her hands in protest. "It was nothing. Just luck, really just luck." Su Cheng narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled modestly. "Don't be so modest, sis. Your performance is among the very best even at peak. When I take over Peak Entertainment in the future, I'll still need Sister Lee's support." Seeing Jean Lee too enthralled by shyness to respond, Su Cheng sensed the timing was right. He decided to strike while the iron was hot and raise the remaining 5 points of Jean Lee's favorability toward him. After all, Su Cheng had shown her such special attention, guiding her step by step, asking for her help, having her stay to rehearse lines together, even teasing her. Everything had its purpose. There was simply no other reason. According to Su Cheng's understanding from the original novel, Jean Lee was originally a character in the first draft, a clever and meticulous woman with superb social skills, who could be considered ruthless when necessary. After the Su family targeted the Lin and Lee families in anger following Su Cheng's imprisonment, Jean Lee took her network of connections and resources to join Lee Tian's side, opposing the Su family at every turn. From this perspective, if he didn't make good use of her, she could become a powerful asset for Lee Tian. Of course, times had changed. By now, Su Cheng had successfully altered many chapters of the original story and smoothly met Jean Lee, making her fall for him at first sight. She would no longer have the chance to slip away from Su Cheng's grasp. To captivate others, first win their hearts, then offer tangible things, and finally master the art of approach. How to completely win over Jean Lee and achieve perfection, Su Cheng already knew just by looking at the tender affection shining in her eyes. With a radiant smile, Su Cheng continued, "Sister, you really don't need to be modest. Your skills are widely praised in the industry. I own a few entertainment and media companies under my name, along with 2 MCN agencies. They were all handed to me by my dad to practice managing. They've been under professional managers all along. Since I'm still focused on my studies, I haven't been hands-on, but they've been operating under my family's name and the results have been quite good." Su Cheng gazed into her eyes, speaking casually yet with utter sincerity. How about I give half my shares to you, sister? I don't manage them anyway, and all those resources and achievements are going to waste. You can oversee them properly for me. Consider this my thanks for helping me this time. Although my sister has also dedicated herself wholeheartedly to our family, and I probably shouldn't say this, but given Sister Lee's capabilities, it's a shame not to achieve some fame and fortune for yourself. Jean Lee's mind instantly went blank. That entertainment media company that Su Qing casually mentioned was no ordinary entity. It wasn't just some small practice company. It was common knowledge that the Su family doted on and valued Su Qing the most. Even though Su Qing himself disliked attending social events with noble families and major entertainment companies, the Su family would still formally introduce the resources that had passed through his hands at various high-profile occasions to enhance his industry credentials and reputation. One of the companies under Su Qing's name specialized in producing art films for years. Although these films weren't box office hits domestically, they frequently won awards abroad and enjoyed an excellent reputation. The company never needed to actively scout for actors. Talented performers came to them naturally. The moment that company announces plans to produce a new film, countless A-list celebrities and accomplished actors would line up to perform for minimal pay, or even for free, just to gild their resumes with the prestige of Su Qing's art house film production company. Another company is even more impressive. They exclusively produce big-budget films starring only A-list celebrities. Moreover, there are countless famous actors willing to participate not just for pay, but even by bringing their own investments or fully funding the production. And that MCN agency that Su Qing casually mentioned last has thousands, no, tens of millions, of influencers under its wing. In this era dominated by short videos, his MCN agency stands as second to none in the industry. And the reason for this overwhelming traffic advantage? Simply because the major shareholders of the hottest short video platforms right now are none other than the Su family. Just the three major media companies that briefly crossed Jean Lee's mind were already industry leaders, the very epitome of wealth and success. And that's not even accounting for all the companies under Su Qing's name combined. Handing over half the shares to her, what kind of concept was that? Jean Lee's alluring phoenix eyes widened in shock. Her heart practically skipped a beat at that moment. She had no background or financial backing, having toiled in the entertainment industry for years, and was of course ambitious, eager to seize every resource available. She had originally thought it would take her 5, 10, or even several decades of struggle to obtain what Su Qing had actually just handed it directly to her. She didn't believe Su Qing was casually dangling a carrot in front of her just to deceive her. The young master of the Su family would never stoop to teasing someone like her. Besides, even if Su Qing offered her no benefits at all, she wouldn't dare defy a task assigned by the young master. There was simply no need for him to go to such lengths. Half of the shares, joint control with Su Qing practically amounted to inviting her to run a mom-and-pop shop together with him. How could all this not send her into a panic? She shook her head hurriedly on instinct. While she had ambition, she hadn't accomplished any significant deeds for Su Qing. How could she so easily accept such a grand gift from him? Young master, this is too much. I can't accept it. Su Qing slightly furrowed his brows as he watched her hands swaying before her chest. He barely registered the flustered words of this lovely older sister afterwards. The scenery behind those slender, ever-swaying hands had completely captivated Su Qing. He thought to himself, big sisters really do have some tricks up their sleeves. The kind-hearted Su Qing was quite knowledgeable. In his original world, he had once served as a Chinese literature representative in school. Faced with such a scene, it couldn't help but remind him of the poem by Wang, a Ming Dynasty poet. Su Qing stroked his chin. Excellent. He finally snapped out of it when those jade-like hands waved rapidly before him. Blinking, he suddenly said, Sis, what were you saying again? Su Qing hissed through his teeth, pursed his lips, and held a hand to his head. My head hurt just now, big sis. I didn't quite catch that. Could you say it again? I said the gift you gave me, young master, it's simply too extravagant. I can't accept such generosity without merit. I merely helped arrange for your project to be filmed. I just can't take so much from you. As Jean Lee spoke, she reached out to steady him upon noticing his discomfort. But Su Qing suddenly grasped her forearm, giving it a reassuring squeeze as if silently saying, I'm fine. P.S. The poem got flagged by the censors, so I posted it in the comments. Let me know if you guys can see it. Chapter 55. I'm a sick person. What now reflected in Jean Lee's eyes was a pure, dazzling smile, bright as the rising sun, as Su Qing spoke with disarming openness. Hey sis, don't stand on ceremony with me. We're family. Don't stand on ceremony, we're practically family. When Su Qing first uttered the words one of us, her tone might not have carried any special emphasis. But this time, when she specifically said those deliberately stressed words, one of us, to Jean Lee alone, it made Jean Lee privately conclude that Su Qing's words undoubtedly carried hidden implications. Through Su Qing's obsidian-like eyes, she hesitated for a moment. Truth be told, her own qualities weren't lacking. Neither in appearance nor ability was she inferior to others. Why couldn't her own young master look at her differently? Flustered, she blurted out unconsciously, Young master, I don't understand. I don't understand what you mean by one of us. Her voice caught in her throat, clearly eager to know the answer to that question. Young master, do you treat every subordinate this well? Ah, Su Qing chuckled in amusement. How could that be? Half the controlling shares of the companies under my name are equivalent to half my entire fortune. How could I possibly give it to just anyone? But upon closer reflection, Su Qing realized, he could actually afford to be this generous with every subordinate. After all, this was half of the original villain's fortune, something he couldn't take with him anyway. Giving it all away wouldn't hurt him in the slightest. Besides, with just 100 villain points, he could exchange for 1 billion yuan. Why would he fuss over such pocket change? Why are you singling me out? Jean Li's eyes shimmered like mist-covered pools, her words tumbling out in a rush, pathetic yet endearing. Her slightly furrowed brows revealed unmistakable affection, while the choked emotion in her throat seemed to fear receiving a disappointing answer. Su Qing's gentle peach blossom eyes met hers in a steady gaze. No particular reason. Sister, I just want to give it to you. Just take it, no need to stand on ceremony with me. He tilted his head slightly to glance at the ticking wall clock before saying softly with a smile. It's getting late, sis. You should go rest now. Tomorrow I'll have my assistant and lawyer call you to sign the stock transfer agreement. Jean Li's conflicted emotions were now unmistakably apparent. Her years of cultivated composure had utterly collapsed in this instant. She couldn't suppress the turbulent waves in her chest. Su Qing genuinely wanted to give it to her, she could see that clearly. Though Su Qing's words sounded like concern for her rest, to her ears they were sharp blades severing the precious opportunity she'd fought so hard to obtain, to be close to Su Qing. She was naturally straightforward by temperament, but now, torn by inner conflict and confusion yet intoxicated by this rare moment of proximity, she recklessly leaned towards Su Qing with abandon. She urgently said, I don't just want to be treated as one of your own. Young master, do you feel even the slightest, just the tiniest bit for me? Su Qing froze, utterly frozen in place. He had genuinely intended to send Jean Li back to rest. After all, there was one well-known fact. He was, after all, a sick man. He thought to himself, no way. Are they really coming after even the patients now? The blue and white hospital gown he wore in the sickbed, his palms pressed against, silently testified to his status as a patient. Su Qing's eyes met those enchanting, shimmering phoenix eyes brimming with moisture. Instinctively, he wanted to push her away while expressing his need to rest. But when the mechanical voice of the system abruptly sounded in his mind, it clearly informed him that this enchanting, alluring beauty before him had already reached full affection level 100. It has already reached the realm of love that binds life and death, inseparable and unswerving, vowed with one heart until the end of time. Beneath such devotion, that kind-hearted Su Qing truly couldn't bear to harm a woman who had fallen so deeply for him. Turning his head away with an awkward laugh, he said, all I can give you is half of my fortune. As a child of the Su family, there are many things beyond my control, so I don't want to delay. Before Su Qing could even finish speaking, accompanied by the faint rattling of the metal hospital bed legs, a pair of slender, jade-white arms suddenly wrapped around his neck. Jean Li raised her eyes and gazed at him. I don't care about anything else, but could you grant me one request, young master? Go ahead. May I stop calling you young master? I'd like to call you by your name instead, would that be alright? Just when it's the two of us alone. Su Qing's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. He had expected Jean Li to take advantage of his favor by demanding the other half of his fortune or asking for more resources. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect the shrewd and sophisticated top agent to merely request a small title. 100% favorability rating truly lived up to its promise, no deception at all. With a hearty laugh, he found himself genuinely charmed by her cautious and deferential attitude. He raised his hand and ruffled her hair. I never said you couldn't. When others are around, you can also call me by my name. She looked up at him, her eyes brimming with amusement, and before he could finish, she softly called out, Su Qing. Su Qing didn't respond outright, the smile playing at the corners of his lips faded into a quiet exhale through his nose. Truth be told, he also thought calling him by name was better. Calling him young master always felt kinda awkward. As Su Qing was pondering whether the term young master would make him cringe enough to dig out a villa or a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes, a breath of air rushed toward him. This section has been removed. After a long while, Su Qing lay on the pillow, lifting his gaze to Jean Li's rosy cheeks and glistening eyes, her phoenix-like eyes slightly narrowed in an utterly captivating manner. The pale shoulders seemed flushed with a rosy hue even under the dim light. With lips slightly parted, each syllable was deliberately drawn out. Su Qing. Su Qing chuckled softly as he breathed in the scent of roses lingering around him. The sound from his throat echoed in harmony with the ticking of the wall clock. The only intense sound source was the rather unpleasant creaking of the iron bedframe against the walls and floor. Chapter 56, Incense and Fire. The two of them struggled to rest together on the narrow hospital bed, barely able to bear the cramped space. Jean Li nestled into the crook of his neck, her slender arms wrapped around his waist. She tilted her head slightly, her alluring eyes tracing over Su Qing's handsome features. Su Qing smiled with endless tenderness, glancing down at her as he asked, "Sis, can I have a smoke?" After Ji Li gave a soft murmur of assent, Su Qing swiftly lit up a cigarette and took a drag. As everyone knows, men are always tired. When the cloud of smoke he exhaled drifted before his eyes, Su Qing's mood became similarly shrouded in mist. Su Cheng frowned. It wasn't that he lacked chivalry, but squeezing two people onto such a tiny hospital bed to sleep could only be described in two words: unbearable. At this exact moment, the ever-considerate Ji Li made her presence known with perfect timing. "Little Su Qing, I'll be heading back first." Su Qing momentarily froze, barely suppressing a smile as he looked down at her. With a charming grin, he casually leaned against the hospital bed railing. "It is indeed a bit cramped here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made sister run around so late." His struggling attempts to adjust his position and rise were all clearly observed by Ji Li. Ji Li hastily pressed down on his shoulder, quickly standing up herself as she said softly, "Rest properly, there's no need to see me out." Su Qing responded with a soft then flashed a radiant smile. "You should rest well too, sis." Su Qing watched her retreating figure, forcing a smile that gradually faded from his lips. One must say Ji Li is truly remarkable. In the cutthroat entertainment industry teeming with all sorts of big-name directors, investors, and A-list celebrities, just her ability to remain untouched and keep herself spotlessly clean amidst the den of devils, relying on nothing but her looks, is proof she's no ordinary person. According to the book, Ji Li rose step by step to become a top-tier agent, without any powerful family background, relying solely on her schemes. At business events and banquets frequented by industry giants, Ji Li would always bring along aspiring young artists eager to make their mark. Everyone knew exactly what shady dealings went on behind such arrangements. Su Qing checked the time. There were still a full day and a half before Lang Yanfeng would investigate the villa in the southern suburbs and come up empty-handed. During this period, Su Qing just needed to stay in the ward to clear suspicions and prepare for the impending battle. Speaking of Lang Yanfeng, the woman who had doomed herself by threatening Su Qing hadn't lied about what she said regarding him. Su Qing had long known Lang Yanfeng's true identity from the book. His superficial identity was merely the owner of a few insignificant boxing gyms, restaurants, and bars, but his real status was the young master of the Lung family, a prominent medical dynasty. The Lung family, openly renowned for producing top medical students and boasting a grandfather who was a leading research talent in China, held a prestigious social status, but in secret, they possessed a highly classified heirloom. A small furnace top measuring 10 centimeters square could produce one pill every 5 years. Of course, it wasn't as effective as the panacea created by the system for Su Qing, but this once every 5 years secret family elixir certainly had its merits. For instance, Li Shang, the biological son of the Li family, chronically plagued by illness. The craftsmanship of the furnace crown is passed down only to women, never to men, so the object now rests in Lang Yanwan's hands. The person the Li family secretly sought out, the one who could save Li Shang, was none other than her. This was precisely why, amidst a sea of beautiful women at the interview venue, Su Qing showed special favor to her alone. Her 80-point favorability rating with Su Qing was utterly insufficient. Because in the original plotline, Lang Yanwan was soon to be introduced to Li Tian by Lang Yanfeng, and she would fall for him at first sight. Later helped Li Tian conceal the fact that the Li family's medicine had been successfully refined. Su Qing flipped through his phone and found the number for the financial manager of the company under his name in the contacts. Though it was late at night, someone who had progressed step by step to become a manager under Su Qing naturally remained on call 24/7. Su Qing, hello, Manager Lu, this is Su Qing. I need you to handle something for me tomorrow. Manager Lu answered the phone in a daze, and upon seeing Su Qing's call, he was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until after triple confirmation that he dared to believe this call indeed came from his young master. Su Qing watched the seconds ticking away on the call timer. Hello, Manager Lu, are you there? A muddled voice came through from the other end of the line. Young master, your orders? Su Qing spoke calmly. Manager Lu, tomorrow you will use the Su family's name to make an offering at Qinghua Temple. The amount, let's make it 500 million. And inform their abbot that young Master Su will be visiting the temple for vegetarian offerings and incense the afternoon after next. The young master prefers discretion, so please ensure the temple can provide a quiet environment. Manager Lu, this must be a goddamn scam call, right? Su Qing's phone call had already left Manager Lu thoroughly confused, and now his boss suddenly declared he wanted to donate 500 million to a temple. Manager Lu stammered, why you're a young master, the liquid assets in the companies under your name might not cover 500 million. The properties under your company's name have already been registered for corporate use. Liquidating fixed assets might be feasible, but the amount is too substantial to complete within a single day. I'm afraid. Su Qing, I'm seriously speechless. Selling houses and land, just to scrape together 500 million? Such wretched behavior made Su Qing cut him off immediately, as he spoke swiftly with an air of nonchalance. Use the company's name and draw from my personal account, get it done tomorrow. After hanging up, Su Qing glanced at the bewildering night outside the window and smirked devilishly. The show was about to begin again. 2 days later, Qinghua Temple in the northern part of the city. A group of monks who should have renounced worldly affairs and focused solely on spiritual pursuits trembled with fear. Today, an esteemed guest arrived at the temple and donated 500 million in incense money to Qinghua Temple. At this moment, the distinguished guest was eating alone in the monastery's dining hall, seated at a spacious wooden table as he partook of the vegetarian meal. He sat with impeccable posture, his handsome figure and broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted frame contrasting with the simplicity of the black hoodie he wore. Seated beside him was a middle-aged monk dressed in traditional monastic robes with wide sleeves and a square collar, his appearance notably plump with a large head and ears, his entire figure rounded in full. The young nobleman on the bench frowned at the lavish vegetarian feast before him. Why did it include dishes like fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried potatoes with meat slices, and even abalone and sea cucumbers? Is this a temple? Su Qing had visited temples in his past life and remembered the vegetarian fare being plain cabbage and steamed buns, simple and bland. He had even been looking forward to reminiscing about the temple's humble meals. Though puzzled, he wasn't a monk after all, so there was no harm in indulging in this lavish spread. Picking up his chopsticks, he sampled a few dishes, but after chewing for a bit realized something was amiss. His radiant smile somehow infused the simply decorated monastic dining hall with an unexpected air of splendor and nobility. A monk nearby observed the young man's expression and asked with a chuckle, "Young Master Su, does the meal suit your palate?" Su Qing smiled and replied, "Your temple's vegetarian fare is quite remarkable. Who knew soybean products could be prepared in so many different dishes?" Master Su's approval is all that matters. This humble monk's dharma name is Wukong, and I'm endlessly grateful for your generous donation to our temple. Su Qing, why not call him Wujing? The young man on the long wooden bench couldn't help but shrug his shoulders a few times, the corners of his mouth twitching with barely suppressed amusement, suffocating Su Qing to no end. Though in truth, this couldn't entirely be blamed on the abbot of Qinghua Temple. It was clearly the original hack author's fault, coming up with such a culturally illiterate name. Chapter 57, The reason is plain. Looking at the abbot's considerable corpulence, Su Qing suddenly understood why. The monks in this temple aren't the ascetic type who renounce worldly desires, but rather hold proper jobs with internships, promotions, and full social benefits. According to reports he'd read, intern monks earned around 8,000, while abbots made approximately 50,000. Staring at Venerable Wukong before him, someone of his caliber probably, Su Qing blurted out without thinking, "Master, if I may ask, how much is your monthly salary?" Venerable Wukong froze. "This is really too bold of you. If you knew it was bold, why even ask?" Su Qing wasn't some tactless straight guy. Seeing the monk's expression, he quickly waved his hands and laughed. Just kidding, just kidding." Master Wukong laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, "No problem, no problem. This isn't some unspeakable secret. My monthly salary is around 40,000, and even the novice monks earn several thousand. The temple's business, the temple's benefits are quite good." "That sounds great," Su Qing nodded while looking at him. In fact, the book portrays this Master Wukong as someone with genuine skills. He is well-versed in divination, and Su Qing is rather intrigued to see for himself. "I heard your fortune-telling is remarkably accurate?" Su Qing smiled as he continued, "Could you divine a reading for me?" Monkey King instantly straightened up, sitting properly upright, no longer appearing as leisurely as before. He said, "Sir, what would you like me to divine for you?" Su Qing lightly parted his lips and said with casual ease, "I'd like to see my past and present lives." Great Sage Monkey King gently tapped his thumb against the fingertips of his other fingers, and in that fleeting movement, it seemed as though he had already glimpsed through Su Qing's entire lifetime. "Benefactor, your parents in a past life were loving and your family was well off, but you indulged in pleasure and your studies were below average. According to the divination, your life will be smooth, with noble assistance, free from hardships, and you will enjoy a peaceful old age." Su Qing pondered deeply. If the original hack author hadn't lied, then whatever great Master Wukong deduced must be true. Didn't that mean his past self hadn't died and was still living well? Su Qing's anxious heart finally settled. Wait, and his parents too. As Master Wukong had said, Su Qing's parents in his original world had always been exceedingly kind to him since childhood. His family was of modest means when he was young, his parents busy toiling away. They worked hard for most of their lives just to accumulate a comfortable family fortune, doting on him in every possible way. One might even say they spoiled him somewhat. Su Qing naturally loved them dearly as well. At this moment, it wasn't that he wanted to ask about his parents' living conditions since he could become extremely wealthy himself. How could his parents possibly endure any financial or lifestyle hardships? He mainly wanted to check on his parents' health. Su Qing asked earnestly, "Master, I also wish to inquire about my parents in this lifetime. Master Wukong counted on his fingers and slowly said, in their previous life, your parents experienced ups and downs in their careers when young, and only after having a child in middle age did their lives stabilize. Master Wukong's originally steady voice grew solemn, his brow tightly furrowed. Benefactor, your mother faced a great calamity at the age of 70, diagnosed with terminal cancer that year. Your father, consumed by grief, also, at 72. Upon hearing these words, Su Qing's initially indifferent eyes, which had been fixed unblinkingly on Master Wukong, suddenly widened in shock, his fingertips trembling slightly. It felt as if his entire world had collapsed. Such good people as his parents, to have lived only to 70. Mother, died of illness. Father, passed away in depression. When Su Qing heard this news, there was only one thought in his mind, just that single thought. He must go back. He needs to return right this instant. To go back and accompany his parents in their peaceful twilight years, forget about wealth, status, or abilities. Su Qing's expression turned panicked and grave, and Master Wukong didn't look any better either. Master Wukong suddenly closed his eyes tightly, his expression grave, as he sensed an anomaly in the divination signs. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "No, why are there two sets of divination signs? One is as I described earlier. The other. In your previous life, when you were 35 years old, you found two miraculous elixirs one day that cured all your parents' illnesses, allowing them to live peacefully and healthily until the age of 120. Su Qing froze for a long moment before a glimmer of happiness gradually lit up his dull, vacant eyes. His shoulders trembled slightly as he leaned forward, and the faint tug at his lips could have been either a bitter smile or one of joy. Two divination signs. At 70, terminal cancer. At 72, died of melancholy. At 35, two miraculous elixirs to cure all ailments. A centenarian living to 120 years. In truth, Su Qing had often wondered, there was always a catalyst for those who time-traveled or reincarnated. Some sought to mend their tragic lives, while others were driven by systems threatening annihilation if they disobeyed. Why was it that his transmigration gifted him with the perfect villain system? One that granted him freedom to choose, to live untethered and unburdened within the pages of this book. Do as you please. At this very moment, he finally understood. Turned out there had always been a destined place that gave him the chance to repay his parents. The current Su Qing could be considered composed, or even more appropriately described as indifferent and arrogant towards others, with a smile that never reached his eyes. But upon hearing this news, he couldn't help but grasp the master's hand before him. His throat tightened with emotion, and even his eyes grew misty. "Thank you, master." Master Wukong hurriedly waved his hands and said gravely, "No need for thanks. Your previous life was indeed full of twists and wonders, truly blessed with happiness. But, this current life of yours, the path in between, I honestly couldn't discern clearly. It's filled with numerous intricate crossroads. The ending appears to be, astonishingly coinciding with the date you obtained miraculous elixirs in your previous life. You only lived until 35. Ordinary people, upon having their lifespan judged, especially when told they'd only live a few decades, would typically react with either despondency or anger. Yet the youthful face reflected in Monk Wukong's experienced eyes was anything but ordinary. It displayed serene contentment. A phrase suddenly occurred to him, the final radiance of sunset. Master Wukong quickly added, "Kind patron, pay no heed to it. When this humble monk divines, I merely interpret the signs. And they're not necessarily accurate, mere empty reputation, really. Just like in your previous life, didn't I also discern two different omens? You, esteemed patron, are surely protected by providence. The master speaks wisely." Su Qing nodded in agreement. After a long silence where neither spoke, Master Wukong suddenly glanced toward the monastery refectory's entrance and caught sight of a youthful, beautiful female devotee in a white dress. The devotee was walking from the courtyard toward the main hall, holding an object wrapped in red silk cloth. Master Wukong slowly turned back to look at Su Qing. "Young Master Su, I've finished interpreting your divination signs. I'll also handle the matter you wish to entrust to me. Now please release my family. Not going back to the original world, not going back, not going back." Chapter 58, Calculating the Furnace Opening. Su Qing's fingers, clutching the phone in his pocket, suddenly tensed. He furrowed his brow. On the phone was a video evidence of him arresting the family of Master Wukong. He truly hadn't expected Master Wukong to foresee this matter in advance. Even less did he anticipate that hearing about his parents' issues would soften his heart, making him consider abandoning his plan to blackmail the master. After all, whether Taoist or Buddhist, even if one doesn't follow these beliefs, everyone has their own destiny that shouldn't be artificially altered. One mustn't defy the will of heaven, especially not by threatening a true enlightened master. Su Qing's kindness was known to all, mainly because he feared retribution. He licked his lips awkwardly and stammered, "Master Wukong, I..." Master Wukong stood up, smiled faintly, and looked down at Su Qing. At that very moment, Su Qing suddenly felt even the paunchy, big-eared figure of Uncle Wukong took on an inexplicably profound aura. As if bathed in divine light, a radiant halo encircled his entire being. Master Wukong spoke slowly, some matters are predestined beyond mortal ken. My master once cast a divination for me. It foretold that a noble-born benefactor who would not live past 35 would seek me out, asking to alter the fortunes of a mysterious lady in white. My master performed the divination twice, both yielded the same result. This may well be the tribulation destined for me. There's an inexplicable bond between us, life and death, karma and retribution, all are predestined. Thus, young Master Su, I will help you. This is my karma. Please let my family go home. You may follow my 2 junior brothers and rest in the side hall. Su Qing's face was a mixture of complex emotions. It turned out this master knew every single move he intended to make, even his current plan to wait in the side hall for the destined woman to emerge. To have such profound insight into human life made Su Qing deeply admire him. Su Qing gave a slight nod. Thank you, Master Wukong. Just as he stepped across the threshold, Master Wukong paused, turning his head back toward the meditation hall. He instructed 2 young monks in gray robes sitting at the dining table. Wuneng, Wujing, take good care of young Master Su, he said to them. The 2 young monks slightly inclined their bodies and nodded to Wukong in acknowledgement. Su Qing. Damn it. This fortune-telling master who's calculating Wukong's fate must definitely be named Tripitaka. Su Qing rubbed his temples. The last time he felt this speechless was the last time. Su Qing was genuinely moved by Master Wukong's enlightened and carefree attitude. But he was abruptly jerked back to reality by the ridiculous names the damn author had come up with. Following the 2 young monks, Su Cheng arrived at the side hall, which was separated from the main hall by just a single wall, forming a connected structure. The interior was sparsely furnished, with the eaves constructed from gray bricks and red tiles. There was a small tea table and 2 sandalwood chairs against the wall in the room. Su Qing sat down on one of the chairs and listlessly surveyed the interior layout of the room. Behind the tea table hung a black-framed scroll painting on white backing. It was vividly painted with a riot of colors. After a brief glance at the artwork, he quickly averted his gaze to the bluestone tiles on the floor. He curled his lips in disdain. Seriously, what nonsense. He secretly wondered, why wasn't this Qinghua temple called Journey to the West Temple instead? Even the damn wall hangings were all about the monk and his 3 disciples taking scriptures from the West? Su Qing's mind was currently echoing a wildly popular song. White dragon horse trotting westward, Tang Sanzang leads his 3 disciples, westward to fetch scriptures they must go. Just as Su Qing nearly compromised his noble young master image by humming this folk song aloud, a young monk approached him. The monk carried a wooden tray bearing a teacup in blue and white porcelain style. Young Master Su, have some tea. Seated erect on the rosewood chair now, Su Qing had already composed himself remarkably. Though exasperated by the absurd journey to the West tropes, he'd come to terms with them. There was a simple reason why. Damn author just had to be treacherous enough to even hitchhike on Journey to the West's popularity. They really do have a knack for attention-grabbing stunts. He looked at the slightly plump young monk in the sea blue robe before him and nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Master Wuneng. The young monk before him froze for a moment, then calmly explained, Benefactor, this humble monk is Wujing. Su Qing. He tilted his head back with a wry smile, burying his speechlessness deep in his heart. Thank you, Reverend Wujing, but I'll just rest here by myself. Benefactor, please wait a moment. My senior brother also instructed me to deliver one more message to you. Wujing lifted his hand to point at the scripture-retrieving scroll beside Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at the painting with confusion. Great Master Wujing, what does this mean? Wujing reached out toward the scroll and removed the jeweled canopy from Tang Sanzang's head in the painting, revealing a 2-centimeter square hole beneath. From this vantage point, one could see directly into the main hall. Su Cheng nodded with great satisfaction and peered through the small opening. Master Wukong is quite considerate. You may go rest outside, I'll just take a peek. As the 2 young monks exited the side hall, Su Qing was left alone quietly admiring the scenery of the main hall. His eyes fell upon a graceful, tall woman in white pacing about as if waiting for someone. The white skirt fell below her knees, and a pair of strappy low-heeled sandals adorned her delicate, fair ankles. Her slender waist was cinched with a thin black sash. She stood with her back to Su Qing's line of sight, her arms angled as if holding something. A breeze stirred the flowing red silk, faintly revealing the outline of a bronze object. Of course, Su Qing knew exactly why she had come. He watched as the great sage Wukong slowly strode toward the woman in white, a sly grin tugging at the corner of his lips. Immersive translate the article is a Chinese novel excerpt about a college student who is transported into a novel as a villainous character. He aims to rewrite his destined fate of imprisonment by altering the plot. The story focuses on his initial actions and interactions with the cold Yenwan stepped forward to greet Master Wukong, nodding slightly as he said, Master Wukong. Clad in crimson kasaya, wearing light gray cloth shoes, and holding a string of prayer beads, Master Wukong returned the greeting with a single-handed Buddhist salute and murmured, Patron cold. In aristocratic families, fate and divination were highly valued. Whether it was selecting land, naming, or other matters, they would first consult a feng shui master for guidance. The Cold family's alchemy practices were already mysterious and arcane, so they paid even greater attention to such affairs. Previously, the furnace opening calculations were always done by Long Yinwan's aunt. Now that she's inherited this family secret, of course the task has fallen to her. Her aunt had brought her here before, so she knew the procedure well. But this mystical medicine refined once every 5 years, this was her first time calculating to date herself, and she still felt somewhat nervous, especially since in the past, it was always Master Tripitaka of Qinghua Temple who performed the calculations for their family. Lang Yen curiously peeked in the direction behind Master Wukong. Master Wukong, may I ask when Master Sanzang will arrive to calculate the auspicious time for lighting the furnace? Master Wukong nodded slightly and replied, my revered teacher has embarked on the journey to the west. My master instructed this monk to wait here today to calculate the most auspicious time for Benefactor Ling to light the furnace. Chapter 59, Marriage Divination. Lan Yanwan furrowed her willow leaf eyebrows slightly, her face showing embarrassment, while privately feeling profound reverence for Master Sanzang. Master Sanzang truly deserved his reputation as an enlightened sage even before his passing. He had already made arrangements for others' benefit. Lang Yanwan slightly inclined his body and said respectfully, Master Wukong, please accept my condolences. Master Wukong. With a composed expression, he gestured with one hand while lightly rotating the prayer beads between his thumb and forefinger. Benefactor Long has misunderstood. My master did not journey to the west in the sense of passing away. I went on a trip to a western city with some friends. Lang Yanwan's nervous expression gradually relaxed as he spoke with embarrassed politeness. My apologies, Master Wukong, I misunderstood earlier. Then I'll trouble you with this divination matter, Master Wukong. On the high platform of the main hall stood several Buddha statues. Master Wukong gestured toward the yellow prayer mats arranged on the floor. Please kneel here, Benefactor Ling, and sincerely contemplate the questions in your heart. The Monkey King lit 3 incense sticks and placed them in the censer. One knelt while the other stood, neither uttering a word, waiting there for a full quarter of an hour. As they waited for the incense and the incense burner to burn out completely, with wisps of smoke suspended in midair, Master Wukong finally adjusted the prayer beads in his hand and spoke solemnly. At 3/4 past Mao hour tomorrow. Lang Yanwan stood up, leaning slightly forward. Thank you, Master Wukong. Just as she was about to leave the main hall, her timing having been determined, Master Wukong stopped her and pointed to a rosewood table against the western wall. Miss Lang, I notice your cheeks are flushed and your complexion is exceptionally good, precisely the appearance of approaching peach blossom luck. How about letting this humble monk cast a divination for you? Lang Yanwan froze, her delicate almond-shaped eyes widening slightly. The reputation of Master Wukong of Qinghua Temple is widely praised. His divinations are extraordinarily accurate and seldom available for solicitation. Now that he's volunteering to cast a divination for me, could it be that I'm the destined one? It's still the peach blossom divination. Girls have always valued matters of marriage, so naturally she was willing. Lang Yanwan didn't stand on ceremony and smiled faintly, saying, then many thanks to Master Wukong. Master Wukong sat in the chair by the wall, while Lang Yanwan took a seat facing him with perfect posture. Master Wukong stared fixedly at his own fingers without blinking, his thumb moving fluidly across the pads of his other fingers. The actions here are profoundly mysterious and profound. Master Wukong meticulously calculated. Cold words warmed the heart, waiting patiently. Time flies, and the two remained silent for a while. He promised to help Su Qing alter Cold Yanwan's fate. His hesitation wasn't because he feared retribution and wanted to go back on his word. Fate is determined by heaven. Since his master had already foretold this calamity, he was bound to assist the young master of the Su family. His current hesitation stems from nothing else. Master Wukong not only has face blindness, but he also knows very few words to describe men. Well, this man. His stuttering voice trailed off, mumbling for ages with nothing but attempts to muddy the waters. After all, he claimed to have instantly recognized the woman's fortune before him, yet remained utterly speechless for the longest time. Something wasn't right. His expression twisted as if he'd bitten into a bitter melon, utterly incapable of vividly describing Su Qing's appearance in a way that would unmistakably point to him. Cold mistresses, this man, fair-skinned. Lang Yanwan. Are you serious, master? Master Wukong looked at her bewildered and suspicious expression, slightly helpless, while pondering and gesturing with both hands. This man has a straight nose bridge, slightly narrow cheeks, delicate features, and a smooth facial contour. According to the divination signs, he is a noble and young man. He must be the son of an illustrious noble family, tall in stature, with short hair. Pa! Master Wukong frowned tightly. Even he himself felt that his long-winded explanation had been entirely useless. The sons of aristocratic families are mostly outstanding individuals, with superior looks, charming and debonair, tall and strapping men. Especially when he saw Lang Yanwan's forced smile, one that had been deliberately restrained, he felt even more deeply that he had been spouting nonsense. Not concrete enough. Master Wukong pondered for a solid 2 seconds, then suddenly had an epiphany. The most distinctive feature of Su Qing's facial features was undoubtedly those eyes. This man possesses an exceptionally beautiful pair of peach blossom eyes, with their tails slightly tilting downward. After much deliberation, he still felt this description wasn't impactful enough. Peach blossom eyes were hardly rare as an eye shape after all. He frantically searched through his limited vocabulary in his mind until he finally recalled a phrase that fit perfectly. Master Wukong blurted out involuntarily, his expression is dazed and profound, carrying a rather bewitching charm. Those eyes, they could look at a dog with deep affection. Lang Yanwan, sitting upright across from him, was utterly dumbfounded. Is my destined marriage partner really some aristocratic young master who'd look at a dog with profound affection? Not just her, even the protagonist currently peering through the wall hole into the main hall stood there dumbfounded. What kind of human could possibly conceive such a descriptor? Yet Su Qing slightly furrowed his brows, watching Lang Yanwan's expression through the wall, noticing her initially exasperated expression gradually softening into something more natural. She seemed to have already envisioned in her mind the person described by Master Wukong. Lang Yanwan tentatively asked, Master Wukong, have I met this person before? Master Wukong thought for a moment, deciding there was no need to pretend in this matter, then slightly closed his eyes and calculated with his fingers. He declared with certainty, you have, just a few days ago, in an opulently decorated hall. There must have been many people present at the time, but your eyes met briefly. This man is your destined match. Master Wukong smiled knowingly, his expression utterly sincere. Truth be told, he hadn't actually performed any divination. Su Qing's interview had gone viral at the time, and he'd happened to watch it. Lang Yanwan couldn't help curling her lips into a sweet smile, remembering how the young master of the Su family had locked eyes with her during that interview. Wasn't Su Qing just blessed with a pair of soulful peach blossom eyes that could charm even dogs? Thank you, Master Wukong, Lang Yanwan said. Lang Yanwan bowed slightly to Master Wukong in acknowledgement before heading toward the door. She was carrying the square incense burner and had just reached the temple entrance. A young man in a sporty hoodie walked past the temple's main entrance about a meter away, his posture upright and legs long and slender. The young man was laughing brightly and heartily, chatting and joking with the man in the black suit beside him. His jawline, sharply defined as if carved with precision, casually turned towards her. His eyes were deep and mesmerizing, yet didn't cast a glance her way. Like a startled swan's fleeting glimpse, it instantly set her heart pounding like thunder. This stunningly beautiful person, wasn't this Su Qing? The very person the master claimed had a marital bond with him? She instantly understood why Master Wukong had taken the initiative to perform divination for her. It must be that man with whom she shared a predestined bond. Master Wukong had also seen him and recognized his auspicious fate. That's why the master didn't want the two of them to miss each other at Qinghua Temple. Lang Yanwan anxiously watched Su Qing's retreating figure and hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up with him. She called out urgently, Young Master Su. Chapter 60, The Art of Psychological Warfare. Hua Sheng opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce, gesturing inside with a sweeping hand as he said, Young Master, please. Suddenly, a soft and delicate feminine voice reached his ears. While many families in Luochuan bore the surname Su, the only person who could truly be addressed as Young Master Su was none other than Su Qing himself. His gaze shifted toward the source of the voice, where an exquisitely sculpted oval face and a graceful figure clad in a white dress came into view. He turned back and said to Su Qing, Young Master, there seems to be a young lady calling for you behind you. Su Qing didn't turn around. Of course he knew someone was calling him, but at this moment he didn't want to speak. It wasn't the right time yet. Although Lang Yanwan's favorability towards him had already reached 85 points right after Master Wukong finished divining her fortune, Su Qing believed this was far from enough. As everyone knows, the art of winning hearts is scholarly work. If a man is too easily obtained, too quick to respond, a woman won't treasure him. With just 85 points of favorability, how could Lang Yanwan possibly reveal all the family secrets to him? How could she help him deal with the male lead, Li Tian? Su Qing stepped into the car with a careless smile, no rush. With those words, he settled comfortably into the seat and slammed the door shut with a thud. Su Qing rolled up his sleeve and fixed his gaze on the ticking hands of the Richard Mille watch. The silver dial exuded an air of mystery and cold determination, as captivating as the composed Su Qing himself. He slowly curled the corners of his lips into a devilishly charming smile just as Lang Yanwan was about to knock on the car window. Suddenly, Su Qing, caught completely off guard, lurched forward in his seat. Frowning, Su Qing leaned toward Zhang Qi in the driver's seat and demanded angrily, What are you doing driving? Did I tell you to drive? Zhang Qi's broad face was twisted in bitterness. The car door was already shut. What were they waiting for if not to drive off? Could they possibly be waiting for that girl who'd called out to him? Didn't the young master just ignore her earlier? Zhang Qi decisively stepped on the brake and turned to look at Su Qing. Young master, didn't you say you didn't know her? Su Qing licked his lips. Before Su Qing could finish speaking, Hua Shang beside him spoke up solemnly. The young master said he wasn't in a hurry. He didn't say he doesn't know her, nor did he say he wouldn't wait for her. Su Qing smiled. Hua Shang was indeed mature, experienced, and meticulous. He'd finally found a rare and capable assistant. Noticing Su Qing's expression in the rearview mirror, Hua Shang allowed himself a slight smile before pressing his advantage as he continued speaking to Zhang Qi. As those who serve by the young master's side, we must learn to discern his moods and intentions. The young master clearly intends to play hard to make that young lady pine for him night and day. It's a masterstroke of psychological strategy. After finishing his words to Zhang Qi, he turned to Su Qing and nodded approvingly. The young master's tactics are truly brilliant. Zhang Qi, I'm truly grateful. Sarcasm. Why do you keep finding new ways to outwork me every single day? Su Qing, that may be true, but is this something you can just casually say out loud? Su Qing tightly shut his eyes, his brows furrowing impatiently. I attack you. Just before the words relatives and friends could leave Su Qing's lips, his furrowed brow instantly smoothed out. The reason was simple. With a tapping sound on the car window, Su Qing caught sight of a delicate face peering through the privacy film towards him. As the window slowly rolled down, Lang Yanwan's anxious heart settled, a sweet smile playing at the corners of her cherry-like lips. The pitch-black privacy film gradually descended with the passage of time. The first thing Lang Yanwan noticed was the casually tousled hair of the handsome man inside the car. Next came two slightly upturned, sharp eyebrows, and below them, a pair of pupils narrowed slightly in confusion, deep and mesmerizing. Next was the straight bridge of his nose beneath lips tinged with a natural rosiness. Then those lips parted and moved. He spoke. Su Qing tilted her head and asked in confusion, and you are? Lang Yanwan snapped out of her daze and quickly replied, Young Master Su, I'm Shan Wan, a reporter from Luochuan TV station. I interviewed you a few days ago, then you fainted. Young Master Su, are you feeling better now? Su Qing flashed a radiant, cheerful smile. Is that so? My apologies, I don't quite remember. May I ask what brings you here? Lang Yanwan was born into a prominent family. As the sole daughter among her generation destined to inherit the family's secretive legacy, she enjoyed greater freedom in choosing her career path unlike her two elder brothers who were compelled to attend medical school and pursue pharmaceutical research. Thus, she concealed her identity as a young lady from an aristocratic family, entering her beloved media industry like an ordinary girl, her demeanor remaining warm and gentle. Though interviewing celebrities wasn't new to her, striking up a conversation with her own interview subject was a first, leaving her unexpectedly timid. Moreover, the man standing face to face with her had completely forgotten her existence, which couldn't help but make her feel dejected. When Su Qing came to Qinghua Temple, did Master Wukong not calculate a marriage divination for him? Marriage is a matter of fate between two people. How could it involve only oneself? Could it be that her destined marriage was with him? But his marital fate did not come from. As Lang Yanwan was still in a daze, she saw Su Qing suddenly smile. Sorry about that, I was in a coma at the hospital for many days, so my memory's a bit. Just remembered you were the first to ask me questions back then, weren't you? Lang Yanwan nodded. Her lashes curved into a lovely arc as she pressed her lips together, hesitating over what to say. Her heart was pounding wildly at this moment. He remembered it was because of his unconsciousness. It turned out he also remembered her. Su Qing tapped his temple with a finger. Let me think. I remember now. Shaon Wan. He lifted his gaze to Lang Yanwan without a trace of impatience, asking frankly, Sister Wan, you were asking whether I was scared when I was kidnapped, right? Lang Yanwan's originally stammering lips instantly froze completely. This was even worse than not remembering at all. Noticing her dazed reaction, Su Qing chuckled and swept a glance over her, speaking bluntly. It's alright, Sister Xianwan. You're just doing your job, no need to feel awkward. This is the media industry, I understand where you're coming from. Did you need something from me? Lang Yanwan stammered. It's nothing really, just, I saw you and wanted to say hello. Oh, I see. What a coincidence. Su Qing gave her a faint smile as she spoke, then averted her gaze and turned back to face forward. Lang Yanwan gazed at Su Qing's profile, and in just an instant, her mood plummeted to rock bottom. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Su Qing wasn't alone. There were two others sitting upright with solemn expressions, their attire suggesting they were most likely bodyguards accompanying him. Facing Su Qing's polite yet distant small talk, the kind reserved for outsiders, Lang Yanwan felt so embarrassed she wished she could vanish on the spot. Her head drooping slightly, Lang Yanwan thought, he's not even acknowledging me anymore. I really can't just linger here forcing meaningless chatter. With a barely audible voice thick with reluctance, she murmured, Young Master Su, I'll take my leave first. But before she could finish speaking, she heard an opportunity. Wait, no, it was a sentence spoken by the man before her. Su Qing was asking the two bodyguards in front of her with slight impatience, When will the mechanic arrive? How much longer do we have to wait here? Chapter 61, Fortune Favors the Virtuous. Hua Shang and Zhang Qi instantly grasped Su Qing's implication. This time, Zhang Qi swiftly seized the initiative, turning back to answer Su Qing with lightning speed. Master, the repair crew won't arrive for another 2 hours. That long? TSK. Only after responding did Su Qing turn to address Lang Yanwan, who had been speaking mid-sentence. Sister Xianwan, what were you saying just now? I didn't quite catch it. Lang Yanwan's delicate face lit up with joy, but she quickly composed herself, feigning surprise instead. Nothing much. Young Master Su, is your car broken? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Yes, even such a fine car can break down. I suppose we'll have to wait here for about 2 hours. Lang Yanwan pursed her lips and said, Young Master Su, why don't you sit? She glanced at the 2 glaring third wheels sitting in the front seats and changed her words. Why don't you take my car? I happen to be going back to the city center anyway, I can drop you off at home. Su Qing didn't bother with polite refusals. His face blossomed into a bright smile. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Xianwan. He opened the car door and spoke while stepping out. My subordinates don't need to come. Let them stay here to wait for the mechanic. A glimmer of joy flickered at the corners of Lang Yanwan's lips, her previously gloomy mood instantly lifting. Especially after Su Qing got out of the car and stood right beside her. When Lang Yanwan looked up, she saw he was a full head taller than her, his broad shoulders blocking most of the scorching sunlight for her. His hoodie hung loosely on him, the sleeves casually brushing against Su Qing's arm with his movements, as if the two of them had come to Qinghua Temple together, and now, by the same unspoken understanding, they would leave together. Xianwan Jia, where's your car? Su Qing asked her. Lang Yanwan came back to her senses and tilted her chin toward a Mini Cooper not far away, over there. Alright, then I'll trouble you, Sister Xianwan, Su Qing smiled, glancing down at the red cloth-covered object in Lang Yanwan's hands. He pointed at it and said warmly, Sister Xianwan, did you just respectfully acquire this at the temple? Must be heavy, you've been holding it for a while now. Let me help you carry it for a bit. Lang Yanwan's mind went blank, completely forgetting that what he held in his hands was his family heirloom. Her heart swelled with joy. Su Qing had actually offered to carry her things. In front of Su Qing, her persona was just a small-time journalist, not some delicate young mistress. From this, it was clear that Su Qing harbored no prejudice toward people's status. None of the aloofness, isolation, or eccentricity rumored about him existed. And yet she had asked him those sensational questions, and he had responded with such effortless grace, as refreshing as a spring breeze. The alchemy furnace in her hands wasn't actually heavy, but the instinctive desire to be shielded, the kind any girl yearned for, flooded her heart. Without a second thought, Lang Yanwan passed the furnace to Su Qing. Her eyes glistening with moisture, she gazed at Su Qing and said, Thank you, young Master Su. Su Qing, who had his hands resting at his sides, was briefly taken aback. To be honest, he had just been making idle conversation, merely being polite. He never expected that Lang Yanwan could even let him hold on to this family heirloom. She really was. With a smile, Su Qing took the furnace, feeling its not-so-heavy weight in his hands, deeply convinced that good fortune was near. If the favorability were to increase just a bit more, wouldn't Lang Yanwan be willing to tell him anything and give him whatever he wanted? The two arrived at the rear of the pink Mini Cooper. Lang Yanwan opened the trunk where, amidst a pile of miscellaneous items, a medium-sized silver-white safe sat at the far side. Master Su, hand it over, Lang Yanwan said, extending her palm. Lang Yanwan took the incense burner covered with red cloth from Su Qing's hands, set it aside, then proceeded to enter the password for the safe. Su Qing quickly turned his body away. Though Lang Yanwan hadn't covered herself with her hands or outright told him not to look, but Su Qing was an extremely upright person, staring openly as someone entered their password would have been impolite. He couldn't possibly behave like that. So, he decided to peek secretly instead. Su Qing positioned himself strategically behind Lang Yanwan with his back turned, activating his phone's front-facing camera to carefully observe where her fingers landed. The electronic safe lock had a scrambled 9-key numeric pad. Its disordered digit arrangement made it unexpectedly difficult to discern the mirrored numbers clearly through the camera feed. Su Qing narrowed his eyes, watching intently as Lang Yan's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the electronic lock. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Su Qing? Just as Lang Yan was about to turn around, Su Qing swiftly swiped his phone screen to close the camera interface. Young Master Su, it's all set. Let's get in the car. Alright, Su Qing replied, turning to head toward the passenger seat. But as he sidestepped past the car, an accidental glance toward the rear made his brow furrow instantly. On a cartoon sticker, 5 big words were written. Beginner female driver. Lang Yan opened the driver's door and was about to get in when he noticed Su Qing hadn't entered the car yet. Following his gaze, Lang quickly walked over to him. She gave an awkward laugh. Young Master Su, I just got my driver's license. Su Qing forced a smile, his expression growing even more nervous than before. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "It's fine. Everything's about gaining experience, just drive slowly. I believe in you." Lang Yanwan's cheeks flushed red as she listened to his heartfelt encouragement. Gazing at his bright smile, she nodded firmly toward Su Qing. "All right, I'll be careful, young Master Su. Please take the back seat." Su Cheng nodded slightly and did not refuse her suggestion. "All right," he replied. Su Cheng, who was standing by the rear car door, hesitated for a long moment before finally getting into the passenger seat. The reason was simple: how could kind-hearted Su Cheng bear to disappoint such a breathtakingly beautiful sister? Swiftly fastening his seatbelt, he turned to Lang Yan, whose expression was a mix of surprise and delight, and flashed her a warm smile. "I'll keep you company, Sis Xianwan, otherwise such a long journey would be pretty boring." The car slowly started moving. The Qinghua Temple in the northern part of the city wasn't near the downtown area, but fortunately, Lang Yanwan's driving skills turned out to be better than Su Qing had anticipated. She navigated the expressway smoothly without any obstacles. In fact, ever since he got into the car, he hadn't been worried. After all, for the sake of his own safety, he bought a copy of the original author's subsequent work just before boarding. Actually, being a novice wasn't that terrifying. What was truly terrifying was Su Qing's lack of luck. He had to tread carefully. After reading the subsequent plot, Su Qing felt relieved. The original version hadn't changed much. He was buried alive by Li Tian, so he probably wouldn't die in Lang Yanwan's car. Lang Yanwan gripped the steering wheel with both hands and smiled sweetly. "Master Su, what a coincidence to run into you at such a remote temple as Qinghua." Su Qing nodded slightly. "Indeed." Lang Yanwan pondered momentarily before asking, "Master Su, have you come for divination?" Su Qing shook his head. "No. What was that?" "Just offering some incense to accumulate good karma." Su Qing chuckled bitterly. "Guess I'm just unlucky. The car broke down the moment I stepped out." She tried to comfort and reassure Su Qing, saying slowly, "Come on, this has nothing to do with your fate. It's the car's problem. You can't possibly blame yourself for this, can you?" Su Qing gave a bitter smile. "Actually, I lied to you. Master Wukong did a divination for me." Lang Yanwan's eyes held suspicion mixed with curiosity, and a tinge of delight. Could it be? Might it be? Perhaps. "Just as I thought, Master Wukong wouldn't have only divined my marital prospects," she said. "Master Wukong's divination is very accurate. Young Master Su must have heaven's protection as virtuous." Lang Yanwan's words were left unfinished when Su Qing's throat emitted a deliberately suppressed bitter sound, which appeared oddly hollow and desolate in the quiet car. "Master Wukong said about me, from a prosperous family, shielded from life's hardships, but devoid of blessings to enjoy it, plagued by calamities, physically frail, won't live past 35 years old." The BMW that had been speeding down the highway suddenly braked to a stop. Su Qing's body lurched violently forward. Had it not been for the seatbelt restraining him, he would have flown straight out the window. His pre-planned melodramatic line caught in his throat, transforming into a strangled, "What the fuck?" Avoiding Lang Yanwan's gaze, Su Qing turned toward the door handle with an exasperated expression, his brow furrowed tightly. "TSK, such panicked fussing. He could have lived to 35 originally, but now if there's a car ahead, he won't even make it past his 20th birthday." Chapter 62, Kong Rong gives away the pears. Su Qing was vividly imagining himself flying through the windshield when suddenly, he heard a choked sob coming slowly from beside him. Young Master Su, you." A voice like pear blossoms crystalline with raindrops swirled around Su Qing's ears, sweet and moving yet tinged with complex emotions, melancholy threaded through with something akin to wistful yearning. Su Qing turned his head to regard Lang Yanwan's face, though her expression rather resembled someone attending a funeral. Yet seeing this genuine outpouring of sorrow on his behalf inexplicably lifted the gloom from his own heart. Watching her jade-like hand gently wipe beneath her eyelids, her curled and thick lashes fluttered like palm leaf fans, adorned with glistening teardrops that shimmered under the sunlight streaming through the car window. Su, young Master Su, you." Su Qing felt a slight stir of emotion and tentatively reached out to brush the strands of hair by her ear. That broad, warm hand rested on the loose strands framing her ear, its touch grazing her earlobe with a tickle that sent her heart racing instantly, even the sob caught in her throat softening into silence. "Su." Before Lang Yan could utter a single complete sentence, she watched as Su Qing smiled gently and spoke words that seemed both comforting, bitter, and self-deprecating, a single soft, husky yet melodious phrase. "Be good now, don't cry. Don't be sad because of me, and even if you must, not yet, Sister Nguyen. After all, I'm not dead yet, am I?" Listening to Su Qing's words, watching as her previously calmed emotions once again became uncontrollable, the feelings in her eyes overflowed, her long lashes trembling slightly as teardrops slowly fell and shattered upon her white dress. Sobs rose and fell in waves as she covered her delicate, lovely face and wept uncontrollably. The ever-adaptable Su Qing tugged at his bitter lips, his hand hovering midair, uncertain where to place itself. What he had just said, had it all been strategy? A calculated play upon emotions? Keep crying and crying, but what about raising the favorability level? He pondered, with only 15 years of life remaining, was he not even worth a little favorability? Ding, the thoughtful villain system has acknowledged the host's request, adding 1 point to favorability now. Current favorability rating between Long Yen and Nuan, 86 points. TSK, how thoughtful. Su Qing softly said in her mind, system, max it out directly for me. Ha ha, our system is considerate, not a scapegoat. Su Qing, damn. In the quiet confines of the car, the small space left them separated only by the negligible distance of the gearshift. After a long silence, Long Yanchuan's voice had turned hoarse. Slowly raising her delicate face, she gazed straight at Su Qing as though trying to see right through him. Her once flawless makeup had smeared into a mess, yet she seemed beyond caring. Su Qing froze for a moment, just as he was about to offer more words of comfort, when he abruptly sensed a swift gust of wind rapidly approaching his direction. In just an instant, Su Qing's tear-dampened face pressed tightly against the back of his ear, those glistening tears smearing against his neck, her fluttering eyelashes brushing his earlobe as trembling arms encircled him with gentle restraint. Su Qing felt the tight embrace and patted her back gently. Shanwanjia, don't cry anymore. Su, young master Su. Su Qing blinked, suddenly remembering something that the girl would consider extremely important. He gently patted Long Yan Nuan's back, speaking before her choked sobs could fully form. Shanwanjia, just call me by my name. Hearing you say young master over and over feels really strange. I'm not someone who cares much about status. Lang Yan Nuan froze for a moment, then as if encouraged, tightened her embrace around Su Qing. Su Qing, sob. Su Qing rested his head on her fragrant shoulder, his voice thick with sobs as words escaped his throat. Shanwanjie, don't cry, anymore. Alas, I don't want this either, but such is my fate. Cough. Wheeze. Born missing one kidney, then, frail since childhood, gasp. A person's life may be long or short, but I've enjoyed enough to make it worthwhile. The only pity is the hardship it brings to my parents who raised me with such devoted care. I'm their only child, and when they grow old, there'll be no one to take over, to share their burdens, nor will anyone be there to care for them in their twilight years. That's my greatest regret in this life. In the cramped space, their shoulders pressed tightly together, rising and falling in tandem. Whimper, whimper. Sister Xianwan. Ow, sob. Su Qing. Ding, Lang Yanwan's heart aches deeply, feeling extremely sympathetic towards the host's plight. Favorability increased to 90 points. Su Qing curled his lips into a smile, deciding to test the waters. He pressed against Lang Yanwan's neck and whispered, Sister Xianwan, there's no need for you to worry so much. Actually, Master Wukong said, I might meet someone destined to cross my path. She will give me a special medicine that can prolong. I think I can find that person. Before he could finish speaking, Lang Yanwan grabbed his shoulders and pushed him away. Su Qing stared at her, momentarily stunned. He sighed inwardly. Alas, despite his inherently honest nature and newfound acting skills, he simply wasn't good at deception. His words had been too blunt. Had she seen through him? The very next moment, such thoughts vanished from his mind as joy welled up in his heart. There stood Lang Yanwan, wiping tears with the back of her hand while speaking excitedly. Su Qing, the person Master Wukong spoke of, it's me. Ha, what? Sister Xianwan, you. Before Su Qing could fully voice his feigned confusion, Lang Yanwan swiftly flung open the car door. When she returned, she was holding in her hands a pill refinement cauldron. Su Qing gestured and asked, what's this? Actually, I'm the youngest daughter of the Long family from Luochuan. This should be the miraculous medicine mentioned by Master Wukong, our family's secret technique, producing only one pellet every 5 years. At Mao hour tomorrow, precisely 3/4, we can open the furnace to retrieve the medicine. Lang Yanwan handed the alchemical cauldron to Su Qing with conviction. Though this medicine cannot cure all ailments, it provides immense nourishment for frail constitutions, enough to extend one's life by at least 2 or 3 years. Lang Yanwan's chest heaved rapidly with urgency. Since childhood, he'd known he was destined to inherit the family business. But she had always regarded the act of refining medicine to save others as her duty, devoid of further emotion, more like a task she was compelled to fulfill. But at this very moment, the man destined to be her fate could have his life prolonged by the medicine she had concocted. She straightened her back, holding the furnace aloft. For the first time, she felt proud of the peerless skills she had inherited. Even if her parents had already promised this medicine to the eldest son of the Li family, so what? That Li heir was utterly unrelated to her, unknown and unconnected. Life and death were matters of fate. What did it have to do with her? All she wanted now was to save Su Qing. Su Qing smacked his lips, looking utterly bewildered at the furnace cauldron in her hand. To be honest, Lang Yanwan's actions had completely caught him off guard. He was downright stupefied. He had merely played a pair of threes, yet Lang Yanwan unexpectedly threw down even the royal flush. Su Qing waved at her, furrowing his brows in astonishment. Little Luanjia, I truly never expected the person mentioned by Master Wukong would actually be you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have talked to you this much. Su Qing slowly lowered his head, saying bitterly, it's as if I deliberately sought you out to gain sympathy. He pushed away the object Lang Yannan was handing to him with a cold expression. Little warm sister, I can't accept this. How could I possibly take something so precious from you? Lang Yannan gazed at him, unable to explain why, having met him only twice, she could trust him so completely, especially given Su Qing's meticulous attention to detail. Shielding her from the sun, carrying her things, encouraging her without the slightest regard for her status as a mere reporter, all proved him to be a radiantly cheerful young man. And the tear stains still lingering on his face, what aristocratic young master. He was clearly a sunny, big-hearted boy who faced life's hardships with unyielding optimism, never complaining about his fate. When it came to Su Qing's life and death matter, her sincerity was absolute. She could have easily waited until tomorrow to finish preparing this medicine before handing it to him. But a woman's heart is always tender. She feared Su Qing might think she was just stringing him along with empty promises, so she decided to give this cauldron to Su Qing along with everything else. Just take it. I genuinely want to help you without asking for anything in return. As long as you can live well, that's enough. After you collect the medicine tomorrow, just return this cauldron to the Lang family. Su Qing secretly smiled. He wanted to take it outright, but after some thought, wasn't there that story about Kong Rong yielding pairs with 3 rounds of courtesy? After just one exchange, accepting it immediately wouldn't be proper. He planned to receive it only after the 3rd round of polite refusal. Had. Su Qing waved his hands, saying, that won't do, Sister Xianwan. I can't. Before the word want could leave his mouth, he suddenly noticed Lang Yanwan's phone lighting up in the storage slot beneath the crucible. 2 words appeared on the screen. Third brother. Lang Yanwan had 3 elder brothers, and this 3rd brother was Lang Yanfeng. Chapter 63, Lobster Restaurant. According to the original plot Su Qing had just purchased, the next segment would involve Lang Yanfeng summoning his younger sister to introduce her to Li Tian. Because the destined encounter had already been altered by himself, Lang Yanwei would no longer fall in love with Li Tian at first sight. However, the bond between Lang Yanfeng and Lang Yanwei as brothers was extremely strong, so Lang Yanwei would still give this medicine to Li Tian. But now this medicine had already been handed over by Lang Yanhuang to himself. Li Tian's original plot of obtaining the medicine had already been changed through his actions. From this, it was clear that Su Qing didn't care at all about Lang Yanfeng summoning her away right now. But he also didn't want Lang Yanhuang to answer this call. A wise man always has his own clever schemes. He had a way to make both Li Tian and Lang Yanfeng even more furious. Lang Yanhuang saw Su Qing's refusal and pushed the alchemy furnace toward him again, saying, just. Su Qing took it over at once, speaking gently. Thank you, Sister Nuan. After all, this is my last chance, and it's also Master Wukon's divination. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you, Sister Nuan, but I will repay you. Don't refuse. Whatever you want, as long as I have it, it's yours. Lang Yanwen froze in surprise as the object in her hand was suddenly snatched away. Caught off balance, she stumbled forward and nearly fell onto the alchemy cauldron. Lang Yanwen blinked in astonishment, but showed no trace of impatience. Anything I want? Then, what if I want you? She shook her head inwardly. How could she do something so despicable as taking advantage of another's precarious situation? With a sweet smile, she addressed Su Qing. Payment can wait. Let me first explain how to use this medicine. Su Qing glanced at the phone, knowing Lang Yanwan wanted to explain the dosage instructions, but he planned to listen at another time. Pursing his lips, he turned to look out the car window on Lang Yanwan's side, his gaze searching. As Su Qing moved, Lang Yanwan stopped mid-sentence and followed his line of sight. Seeing nothing but the empty highway, Lang Yanwan asked in confusion, Su Qing, what are you looking at? Su Qing reached out and gently flipped her phone over, turning it face down. As she turned her head back, he spoke softly. Shanwan, it's not good for us to keep idling on the highway, it's too dangerous. Would you be free in a while? Let me treat you to a meal. We can talk while we eat. Lang Yan nodded, warming his hands as he spoke. Yeah, I completely forgot we're on the highway. As she started the car, she asked, which shop did you want to go to? Shanwan, can you handle spicy food? Su Qing asked while fiddling with his phone. Sure, I can. Su Qing didn't leave the choice to Lang Yanwan, he stated directly. Then let's go to that crayfish restaurant on Jinhua Road. I'd seen it in the food guides, but my family never let me eat that stuff, and my subordinates kept an eye on me too. So, since it's just the two of us today, Su Qing's bright eyes gazed at her, will you go with me? Lang Yanwan quickly replied, sure. A brilliantly illuminated signboard hung high overhead. Strings of big red lanterns were suspended on either side. Several imposing characters leaped into Su Qing's sight. Happy Spicy Lobster. Su Qing pointed at the store's name and turned to Lang Yanwan beside him, asking, Sister Nuan, is this place okay? Lang Yanwan smiled and said, so this is the place you wanted to come to. Their food is really good, I've been here a few times. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm so glad you like it too, I was afraid you might not be used to it. The welcoming attendant promptly opened the door from inside, and the two stepped into the restaurant. Spicy Joy Crayfish boasts decor perfectly suited for younger crowds, featuring vibrant graffiti murals splashed across entire walls in bold, playful colors. The most eye-catching feature at the entrance was 4 large transparent tanks, all filled with live crawfish. "Table for 2, the waiter asked the pair. Su Ching nodded. "Yes, 2 please. Please have a seat here." The waiter gestured toward a table near the restrooms. Su Ching didn't respond to him. Sweeping his gaze across the dozen or so tables arranged in the hall, he noticed that half were already occupied with customers. His eyes came to rest on the staircase at the far right. "Do you have seating upstairs?" The waiter replied, "There's just one private room left on the second floor with a minimum charge of 1,000. It might not be suitable for just 2 people. Su Ching lowered his head slightly and turned to ask Long Yen Nuo. "Xianwanjia, would a private room be alright? The first floor is too crowded and noisy. I'm not really comfortable with that. Either way works for me." Lang Yen Muan gave a sweet smile as both of them followed the waiter toward the private rooms on the second floor. Inside the second floor private room, Su Ching handed the menu to Lang Yen Warm, his smile radiant and charming. "Xianwanjia, take a look at which flavors are good. I haven't tried them before, so I'm not sure how to choose." Lang Yen Warm took the menu and replied generously. "Garlic and mala flavors are delicious, with fragrant broth. Finish it off with some noodles as the main course, and maybe add a tripod pot and watermelon juice on the side." Su Ching took the menu from her and stood up, heading straight for the private room's door. As he walked, he said, "Got it. I'll go find a server to place the order. Wait for me here, Xianwanjia." Lang Yen Nuan watched his figure about to walk out, then lowered his gaze to the call button at the corner of the table. "Su Ching, just press, it's fine." Su Ching hurried toward the stairwell, handed the menu to the waiter, and repeated the dishes Lang Yen Nuan had mentioned. He glanced at the direction of the private room but didn't walk back. Su Ching curled his lips in a smirk, his once tender eyes now brimming with wicked allure. He descended the stairs and reached the entrance on the first floor. The attendant at the door noticed Su Ching approaching and bowed slightly, asking, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Su Ching pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and stuffed them into the male attendant's jacket. The waiter was startled, his eyes nearly popping out. "Sir, we can't." Su Ching made a shushing gesture. "Shoo, the cameras are blocked by me. If you don't tell and I don't tell, no one will know. A small favor, and I'm giving you about a week's wages." Though the waiter was baffled by Su Ching's action, he'd already glimpsed the thickness of the cash enough for half a month's pay. Even if he got caught and fired, it'd be worth it. "Sir, what kind of favor?" the waiter asked suspiciously while discreetly tucking the money deeper into his pocket. Su Ching pointed toward a dining table near the window, directly facing the stairway. "Around 9 o'clock, 2 men will enter the shop. One of them has a knife scar running from his eyebrow to his eyelid. Just guide them to that table to sit down, shouldn't be difficult, right?" The waiter didn't ask for the reason, nodding in acknowledgement. "It's not difficult, thank you, sir." Su Ching uttered a quiet in response, then pushed open the shop door and stepped outside. Chapter 64, Buying Cosmetics. Leaving the store, Su Ching walked into a cosmetic purchasing agency at the intersection. The shop's decor was refreshingly cozy, with walls painted entirely in Tiffany blue. The crystal-clear walls reflected dazzling light from the chandelier overhead, the green hue unsettling to the core. The shop interior was small, with shelves wrapped in transparent glass and framed in gold lining both the left and right sides. A beautiful female boss in a black bodycon skirt approached Su Ching. "Hello, welcome, what would you like to buy? Let me introduce some options for you." She maintained a calm and polite facade, though tears of excitement nearly dribbled from the corner of her mouth. "So, damn, handsome." Su Ching thought for a moment before responding decisively. "Get me YSL's Touche Eclat foundation, Shu Uemura's eyebrow pencil, Tom Ford lipstick, and a Chanel eyeshadow palette. Pick one of each for me. Get me another pack of makeup remover wipes." Before transmigrating, Su Ching knew nothing about cosmetics. But the original villain was a top-performing theater student. How many male acting majors aren't more skilled at makeup than the average girl? With the original villain's skills now part of him, Su Ching naturally possessed thorough knowledge of cosmetics. The female boss was instantly disappointed by his words. She believed there were only 2 possible reasons a man would know about cosmetics. First, he had a girlfriend, and doted on her immensely. Second, he had a boyfriend himself. But the boss didn't hesitate for long and quickly agreed to the sale. A handsome cash cow who didn't even bother asking about the price wasn't someone you came across every day. She had just picked out a few items when she heard a pleasantly crisp sound, instantly revising her earlier leak farmer assessment of the young man before her. He clearly wasn't just some ordinary vegetable grower. Absolutely the steroid-enhanced variety. "Boss, I don't want those previous items anymore. Help me switch to the most expensive, least practical cosmetics, the kind that hardly anyone buys." The female shop owner gave Su Ching a skeptical look that clearly said, "Are you sure?" Su Ching smiled and said, "It's fine, just take it straight away." After the shop owner packed up even their prized collection pieces for Su Ching and handed them over, he walked to the store entrance but hesitated without moving. On the glass door at the entrance, large droplets of water streamed down in sheets, blurring the world outside into hazy obscurity. It's clearly raining outside. Luochuan has mild and humid weather, but it often rains. Su Qing had only been here for a few days and had already experienced it several times. Yet, he curled his lips into a smile. This rain was excellent, practically heaven-sent. The female owner standing behind the cashier counter noticed the rain outside and turned to Su Qing with concern. How about I lend you an umbrella? You can return it whenever you're free. Su Qing turned around and said, sure, get me one. I won't be returning it though. The shop owner bent down to retrieve an umbrella from the storage compartment below, but froze momentarily upon hearing Su Qing's words. Well isn't this outright robbery? Su Qing carried his items toward the counter, pulling 200 yuan bills from his pocket and placing them on the table. Just sell it directly to me. The shopkeeper's wife happily retrieved the umbrella from beneath the counter and placed it on the bar, deliberately pretending to hesitate. No need to give me money, just take it and use it. This umbrella costs just over 20 yuan. You've already bought thousands worth of goods here in one go. How could I possibly take payment for a single umbrella? In an instant, the female boss's face visibly darkened. For no other reason, she watched helplessly as the handsome man before her simply withdrew the money from the table, and took it back. Her heart bled as she saw him pocket the cash with smooth movements. Why wasn't he following the script? Yet she hadn't come away entirely empty-handed. She'd heard something extremely pleasing to the ear. Thank you. Could you fetch me a paper bag as well? Baffled, she responded, huh? Su Qing gestured to the transparent plastic bag in her hand. Switch it for a handled paper bag, the white one behind you will do. The female boss pointed outside. Young man, it's still raining out there. A paper bag might get wet easily. Su Qing pursed his lips. So much nonsense, he thought, smiling at the well-maintained boss lady who looked about 30-ish. Big sis, just hand it to me directly. Su Qing walked away briskly, one hand holding a paper bag while the other grasped an umbrella. Only the pale-faced female boss remained, staring wide-eyed at his retreating figure with hands on her hips, her chest rising and falling rapidly. My sister, you bleep bleep bleep, censored. Bleep bleep, damn bleep can't even speak properly. The rain sliding down from the eaves formed sheets on the windows, making it seem heavy, but in truth, it was only a light drizzle outside. The distance between the cosmetics store and the crayfish restaurant wasn't far. But it was 8 o'clock at night, and as he walked through the gusts of chilly rain-soaked wind, Su Qing couldn't help sneezing several times. Achoo! Triple achoo! Su Qingjin rubbed his nose, his lips curling into a wicked smile as he gazed at the large red lantern before him. Lang Yanwan must be thinking about him. He moved his umbrella aside, letting the rain soak him while carefully shielding only the paper bag with it. After a while, he opened the shop door and walked in, tossing the umbrella in his hand into the trash bin by the entrance. Spicy Joy Crayfish, in the private room at the far left of the second floor. Lang Yanwan stomped around idly on the floor. The rhythmic tap-tapping sound echoed across the tiled floor. Propping her elbow on the dining table, she turned her head to gaze toward the private room's entrance. Lang Yanwan pouted her lips. Why was Su Qing taking so long? Wasn't he coming back yet? Had something come up unexpectedly, making him stand her up? It's been almost 20 minutes now. Knock, 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 knock. A series of knocks sounded from the door. Lang Yanwan's eyes widened for a moment but immediately returned to normal. If it were Su Qing returning, why would they need to knock? Come in, she said coolly. As expected. It was indeed the waiter delivering crayfish, slightly hunched as he pushed a large serving cart into the private dining room. Lang Yanwan's gaze fell on the waiter's dark red uniform, observing the walkie-talkie on his waist and the identical manner in which he served dishes to the table. She listened idly as he recited their order. Here's your garlic crayfish, spicy crayfish, 1 watermelon juice, and boiled tripe. Your order is complete. Please enjoy your meal. Lang Yanwan replied politely, thank you. Miss, the minimum spend for our private room is 1,000. The server glanced at the bill on the table and said apologetically, currently, the total spent in the room is 550. Would you like to order something more? She couldn't think of what else to add for a moment and said casually, then let's add 2 more portions of spicy crayfish. Before she could finish her sentence, a deep, alluring male voice drifted in from the doorway. No need to order more. We probably won't even finish these 2 dishes, it'd be such a waste. Keep the change as the service fee. I've already settled the bill at the counter. His cold words contrasted with the warmth in his eyes, revealing unmistakable surprise. But when he turned to look, his expression froze abruptly. She noticed the man, who should have been neatly dressed and looking immaculate, was now brushing away water droplets from his hair. Chapter 65, to put it bluntly. Lang Yanwan took a closer look and noticed that Su Qing's black hoodie, shoulders, arms, and front along with the front of his gray sweatpants were heavily soaked. With that, the waiter finished expressing his thanks and closed the private room door. Lang Yanwan turned to Su Qing, who was settling into the seat across from her, and asked with concern, Su Ching, what happened? Your clothes and hair are all wet. Su Ching chuckled awkwardly without directly answering her question. He handed Lang Yanhuan a completely dry paper bag and said softly, "It's nothing, it started raining outside. Sister Xiaonuan, you probably didn't notice your makeup has run from crying. Don't all girls care about the details of their makeup? I just went out and bought you some makeup remover wipes. I don't know much about these things, but the clerk recommended this kind as being convenient to use. He also bought a small mirror and some cosmetics. Make do with this for now." A warm feeling rose in Lung Yan's heart. She had 3 brothers at home who always protected and cared for her, but never had a man paid such meticulous attention to these small details like this before. She took the items and looked inside at the various categories and brands of cosmetics. The extravagance went without saying. Every possible detail was covered, and every overpriced yet impractical brand was accounted for. Lang Yan quickly realized, Su Ching, being a man, clearly didn't understand these things and had been completely fooled by the cosmetics store. She curved her lips into a sweet smile. She truly felt sorry that Su Ching had been deceived, yet she didn't tell him what she'd discovered. Lang Yanhuan understood that Su Ching didn't lack this small sum of money. If he knew he'd been cheated, he would surely be disappointed. Fiddling with the items inside the plastic bag, her joy overflowed as her delicate voice slowly escaped. Su Ching, everything you bought works perfectly. Why did you go out in the rain to buy these for me? Go dry yourself off quickly. It's not a big deal if my makeup's smudged. Su Ching, you're so good. Lang Yanhuan held up the mirror, the smile at her lips instantly stiffening as she swallowed back an unspoken good. The face reflected in the mirror nearly frightened her into fainting. The dark circles under her eyes looked as if she'd been punched twice, and her foundation was smeared in a complete mess. Lang Yanhuan felt utterly mortified. Had Su Ching been seeing her in this dreadful state ever since her crying fit? No wonder Su Ching had braved the rain to buy her cosmetics. Could it be that she couldn't even bear to look at her face during meals? She hastily tore open a makeup remover wipe and, avoiding Su Ching's gaze, used a small mirror to thoroughly cleanse the remaining makeup from her face. After wiping her face clean, she turned back and glanced at the new cosmetics beside her. She wanted to reapply her makeup, feeling dissatisfied with her current appearance. Yet applying makeup in front of Su Ching felt somewhat inappropriate. After hesitating for a long moment, she decided against touching up her makeup. After all, with her appearance already like this, putting on more might make Su Ching think she was being even more pretentious. When it comes to her image, she's already given up trying. With her head lowered, Lang Yanhuan opened a new set of tableware, pulled out the disposable gloves inside, and pouted as she spoke. Su Ching, let's eat. Little Nuanjie, no offense but, Su Ching slowly said while peeling the shell of the crayfish in her hands. Lang Yanhuan furrowed her brows slightly and looked up at Su Ching, feeling somewhat fearful. Was Su Ching about to remark on her drastically different appearance before and after makeup? She pressed her lips together, unsure how to respond. They say 9 out of 10 men are oblivious. If something's unpleasant to hear, just keep it to yourself. Why say it right to someone's face? Maybe, it doesn't sound pleasant. Lang Yanhuan murmured softly, then trailed off. Better not say it. Su Ching sidestepped her comment, hesitating with visible discomfort as he stammered. Xiaonuanjie, I think, you really don't know how to do makeup at all. You're just relying on your naturally good looks to get away with slapping random products on your face. You look so much better now than when I first saw you. Lang Yanhuan blinked her eyes, hardly able to believe it. Though she had decent looks to begin with, makeup usually boosted one's appearance by a few notches. Su Ching actually said she looked better without makeup? She looked at Su Ching's troubled expression at that moment, having initially thought he was about to criticize her. Who would have thought that even hearing such praise could trouble him? Lang Yanhuan was stunned for a long while. She had never met someone like Su Ching, who could be unwilling to hurt others to such an extreme degree. He probably even apologizes when stepping on an ant. Lang Yanhuan raised her eyes, a glimmer of surprise shining in them. Really, Su Ching? Seeing that her approach was working, Su Ching stared at her unblinkingly and said earnestly, Really, I only said it because I genuinely think you look better without makeup. But I know girls always care deeply about their makeup skills. So, if sister feels uncomfortable hearing it, I'll apologize to you. I've never really made friends before, and I'm not good with words. Lang Yanhuan let out a soft chuckle, her cheeks blushing slightly as she teased. Su Ching, why are you apologizing to me? What you said were clearly words of praise. Of course, girls prefer being told they're naturally beautiful rather than hearing their makeup looks good. When you get a girlfriend someday, you can confidently snatch away her cosmetics and tell her directly she looks better without makeup. That's exactly what girls nowadays love to hear. Su Ching raised his eyebrows and flashed a radiant smile. Hey, another trick learned. He looked at Lang Yanhuan and teased, well then, sister warmth, let's eat first. The cosmetics can wait until later, I'll snatch them then. Lang Yanhuan froze for a few seconds. She had just told Su Ching it was acceptable to steal a girlfriend's cosmetics, and now he was talking about taking hers. Could it be he fancied her? No way, this is only their second meeting. Her throat tightened, and for a moment, she felt the back of her ears grow warm. Lang Yanwan glanced at his thoroughly amused face. His words were probably a joke, right? After all, if he truly meant it seriously, it would practically be like confessing to her. She slipped on disposable gloves, intending to eat something first to calm herself down. Lang Yanwan glanced at the food on the table. She was usually quite the glutton, especially for this kind of spicy fare. But today, while dining with Su Qing, I can't let my foodie persona show. These spicy dishes could easily leave stains all over my mouth. It would drastically lower my image in Su Qing's eyes. She picked up a crayfish, meticulously peeling its shell, perfectly embodying the image of a refined lady, until suddenly, a shadow loomed over her head, accompanied by the faint scent of men's cologne. In a daze, she stared at the peeled crayfish meat placed on her plate, then immediately raised her eyes to meet Su Qing's gaze, stammering, "Su Qing, did you peel this for me?" Su Qing smiled. "Isn't it obvious? Peeling this is messy. Let me do it, you just eat." Facing Su Qing's meticulous care, Lang Yanwan felt overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, momentarily at a loss for words. She chewed the shrimp meat Su Qing had shelled for her and mumbled indistinctly, "Thank you, Su Qing." Su Qing replied generously, "You're welcome. Please eat more." A sly smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, "I should be the one thanking you. When your brother arrives, the game will get even more interesting." Chapter 66, Furiously Tian, Standing Tall, Bonus Chapter. 7 p.m. the same evening. Nocturne Bar is located on a street lined with bars, styled as a quiet lounge, lavishly decorated with premium-priced drinks. Without loose tables or promotional drink packages, even the cheapest booth on the first floor has a minimum spend requirement of 3,000 yuan. Only the wealthy or influential could afford to patronize this place. On the second floor VIP booth of the bar, a polished tabletop mirror like in its reflection revealed a face of striking cold handsomeness. The man lounging on the sofa wore a black denim jacket of washed fabric and matching sweatpants. Even bathed in the lavender spotlights casting from the surrounding walls, his brooding expression remained ominously shadowed. Between his fingers twirled an icy tumbler, its amber liquor swirling in slow vortices. The man gritted his teeth tightly, his strong fingers clenching with increasing force. There was a crisp cracking sound as the sturdy whiskey glass shattered instantly under the pressure of the man's fingers alone. Shards of glass sparkled with crystalline light as spilled liquor scattered across the floor. The second floor had only this one guest, effectively a private booking, so the sound of the shattered wineglass hitting the ground rang incredibly loud in the empty space. The only waitress remaining on the second floor nearly had a heart attack upon hearing the commotion. Glancing toward where the man had been, she noticed shards of glass mixed with bright red blood on the floor. She knew exactly who he was, a friend of the boss. Hurrying over to him with quick steps, she knelt beside him and swiftly gathered his hands into hers. "Young Master Li, is your hand all right? Let me fetch the first aid kit for you right away." Li Tian swiftly withdrew his hand with a flick, examining the shards of glass embedded in his palm. He casually flicked them away. "Just put the broken items on my tab," Li Tian said coldly. The waitress hadn't come over just for a broken glass. As the renowned young master of Luochuan, Li Tian certainly wouldn't balk at such trivial compensation. Her concern was solely for Li Tian himself. He frequented this establishment, always projecting that robust, sunny demeanor she so admired. Secretly smitten with the young master of the Li family, she had deliberately traded shifts with a co-worker just to attend to him tonight. At this moment, all she felt and saw was worry. "Young Master Li, your hand," she said with concern. "It's nothing, just go," Li Tian replied impatiently. "Young Master Li, let me at least help you with." Before the waitress could finish speaking, Li Tian's furious roar echoed through the second floor. "Fuck off! How many times do I have to say it? Get lost! Don't touch me!" With a loud crash, a bottle of blue ribbon Martell was hurled straight to the ground, shattering instantly upon impact. Shards of glass bounced up from the floor, slicing open a long, narrow gash on the waitress's pale arm. She collapsed to the ground in fright. The sudden cut didn't actually hurt much. What pained her more in that moment was her heart. The once elegant young master now. Li Tian took a moment to calm his emotions before glancing at the girl on the floor, noting the red gash on her arm. "Sorry about that. I'm really not in a good mood today. Let me take you to the hospital." The gloom in the girl's heart instantly lifted. In truth, Li Tian hadn't actually aimed at her. The spot where the glass shattered wasn't that close. It was just the stray shard bouncing off the ground that had grazed her. Besides, the wound wasn't deep. Getting attention from the young master of the Li family wasn't such a bad thing. "Thank you, young Master Li." Before she could even rise to her feet, an icy voice pierced her ears from the direction of the second-floor staircase. "Xiao Qing, I've transferred 10,000 to your account. Go to the hospital yourself. Young Master Li is hardly someone you can trouble with this." Xiao Qing turned to glance at Lang Yanfeng striding toward her, her earlier fragile demeanor vanishing instantly. She scrambled to her feet and stammered, "Boss, it's nothing, just a minor injury. I can handle it on my own." Lang Yanfeng ignored her protests, swiftly typing on his phone before transferring the money. This is from young Master Li. Now go, he ordered coldly. Thank you, boss. Thank you, young Master Li. Lang Yanfeng sat down next to Li Tian and patted him on the shoulder. What's gotten into you today? I went to the boxing gym just now and heard you paid out 800,000 in medical expenses in a row today. Li Tian rubbed his temples and gritted his teeth, exhaling sharply. What else could it be? I feel sick just thinking about that half-dead cripple from the Su family. Lang Yanfeng frowned and said, it was my fault for not investigating properly. Those two family doctors of theirs must have been in cahoots with Su Qing, but don't be angry. I've already had people take care of them on their way back. And when we bribed them, I sent unfamiliar faces. Su Qing won't discover our involvement. Li Tian leaned his head weakly against the sofa. He had nearly forgotten about this matter. Truthfully, his anger had nothing to do with last time's investigation into Su Qing at all. Covering his eyes, he watched as one agonizing scene after another flashed before him like a lantern show. Li Tian would never forget just 2 days ago, when he visited the Lin residence. The steward at the Lin family's gate said respectfully, Young Master Li, you've arrived. Yes, is Sierra at home? Li Tian inquired. The butler replied, yes, the young lady just returned. She should be in her room presently. Li Tian ascended the stairs and glanced at his watch. It was 10 in the morning. Su Qing's bodyguard had already been bribed by him. Of course he knew Lin Xier had just returned, and straight from the city center hospital at that. Li Tian was seething with fury. He strode to Lin Xier's room and, without even knocking, twisted the doorknob and burst in. With 2 dull thuds, a knock sounded at the door. It was none other than the door to Lin Xier's room had been locked from the inside. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Xier, it's me, open the door. The anger in his heart was deliberately suppressed, his voice still relatively gentle. With a creak, the door opened from the inside, revealing Lin Xier fully dressed. Brother Tian, how did you? Li Tian's lips curved into a smile, though his bloodshot eyes betrayed a different story. Xier, didn't we promise each other? We'd visit the new amusement park right after the new year. He peered into the room while asking, Xier, where are you going? I wanted to. Lin Xier had just returned from the hospital, but knowing Su Qing was alone in that chilly hospital room with no company, the truth was she had come back to pack some belongings from home and change clothes before returning to the city's central hospital. Li Tian froze when his gaze landed on the wardrobe, flames of anger instantly igniting in his eyes. A suit sleeve edged with gold embroidery peeked out from the gap in the wardrobe door. Chapter 67, The Wounded Li Tian. Lin Xier followed Li Tian's line of sight and also spotted that improperly stowed suit jacket sleeve sticking out from the wardrobe crevice. Those dazzling gold threads seemed to be waving at Li Tian. She caught sight of Li Tian walking toward the wardrobe, his silhouette exuding gloom and chill. Her heart thumped wildly as if the secret could no longer be concealed. Stammering, she explained, Brother Li Tian, actually I. With a swift rustling sound, the wardrobe door swung open, and a black suit jacket with golden thread trim fell straight out, identical to the one Su Qing had worn during his interview. Before Li Tian could even process his shock, a large black travel bag tumbled down alongside it. His eyes remained fixed on the travel bag on the floor as his mind reeled with a sudden daze. If he had heart problems right now, he'd have to go find his dear father-in-law Lin Outyan to get some quick-acting heart relief pills. He and Lin Xier had no plans to travel, nor had she mentioned going on a trip, so what could this travel bag possibly be for? Just looking at the suit at his feet, he didn't even need to think to clearly understand the purpose of that travel bag. Li Tian and Lin Xier had always respected each other's boundaries in their relationship. He'd never rummaged through her things, but at this moment, all he wanted was to tear the travel bag to shreds, rip it apart, destroy it completely, just to see what was inside. With a swift whoosh, Li Tian yanked the travel bag open. It's all clothes inside, and toiletries. Li Tian took a few quick breaths, tightly shut his eyes for a moment, then turned to Lin Xier with a smile, but the corners of his mouth quivered as if in spasms. Lin Xier had just returned from Su Qing's hospital today when she started packing a travel bag. The only place Lin Xier could be preparing to go was that private hospital in the city center. Li Tian couldn't think of a second possible destination. He probably couldn't even deceive himself if he tried. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't find any excuse for Lin Xier, couldn't claim she was just going out for fun. But keeping his composure, he still pretended not to have noticed, maintaining a calm tone as he waited to hear how Lin Xier would explain herself. He asked, Xier, were you planning a trip? Did you make plans with friends? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Xier knew Li Tian's temperament all too well. Though he appeared calm and friendly right now, the fire in his eyes was practically visible, especially with that business suit serving as irrefutable evidence. Li Tian deliberately avoided asking directly because he wanted to hear her say it with her own mouth. Lin Xier's face was free of makeup, and faint shadows lingered under her eyes from tending to Su Qing all night. Her voice emerged softly. Actually, Brother Tian, I went to see Su Qing. At the very least, He and I are friends who've weathered hardships together. His family even sent generous gifts. It's only proper to return the courtesy with gifts of my own and pay him a visit while he's ill. Lin Xier's explanation was interrupted by a derisive snort. Li Tian's mocking laughter, though soft, was incessant. Xier, I always thought our relationship was good. Never did I imagine our relationship could be so good that. Li Tian's roar pierced the heavens as it erupted instantly. I can't believe you'd actually share with me about going to take care of another man. Human nature is fundamentally greedy and selfish, and exceptionally skilled at making excuses for itself. At the very moment when one's mistakes are caught and discovered, people rarely think of sincerely admitting their faults. Instead, they get angry, furious about why they were so unlucky to be found out. Lin Xier naturally felt the same way. It was true that she felt ashamed of the little crush she harbored for Su Qing, but at the same time, she also found it unlucky and unsettling to be caught red-handed. Blushing with both embarrassment and anger, Lin Xier's usually delicate voice gradually grew louder. Brother Li Tian, don't speak to me with such sarcasm, there's nothing between us. Just because I'm with you, does that mean I can't have any friends? If you want to make friends, if you want to visit him, I won't say anything. Li Tian pointed at the black travel bag on the floor. Lin Xier, you can't treat others as fools just because they don't speak up. Lin Xier, how many days were you planning to accompany him? You've even brought toiletries, were you preparing to move into his hospital room? Lin Xier's chest rose and fell rapidly. Though Li Tian's words contained no profanity, that heavily emphasized word accompany made her feel almost suffocated by the pressure. Lin Xier whispered, he had no family or friends with him, so I thought I'd go take care of him. Be back in a day, she said. Li Tianqi laughed in anger. Being alone with a woman in a closed room, wasn't he about to be branded with that ridiculous label any second now? He licked his parched lips and shouted, Lin Xier, has his whole family died or something? Do you have to go babysit him? He doesn't have a single friend, have you ever wondered why? Why doesn't he have any friends at all? My previous investigation might have been incomplete or mistaken. But where there's smoke, there's fire. With so many rumors spreading like wildfire through the city, could he really be completely blameless? He won't befriend anyone, yet he chooses to befriend you. Li Tian felt he was about to suffocate from rage because of Lin Xier. He had never hit a woman before, but now his half-raised hand truly wanted to strangle the Lin Xier before him. Staring into Lin Xier's terrified and panicked eyes, he raised his hand and punched the bedpost with its draped curtains beside her. Li Tian was born with divine strength, and with just one punch, the pillar instantly shattered. The pink canopy by the bed floated up as the pillar fell, while the peeling paint along the edges of the pillar on the ceiling crumbled down the cracks, pattering onto the ground. Lin Xier had initially thought Li Tian was aiming to hit her, startling her into hurriedly backing away several steps. Only when she saw his fist hadn't descended upon her did she slightly relax. Noticing the wounds on his knuckles, thick blood stained several of his fingers. There were still flecks of plaster scattered in Li Tian's hair, making him look utterly disheveled. Lin Xier felt a sharp pang in her chest at the sight. She tugged at the sleeve above Li Tian's injured right hand. Brother Li Tian, don't. I won't go anymore, I won't go. I really only see him as a friend, please believe me, there's nothing else between us. Chapter 68, Li Tian's patient persuasion. Scene after scene flashed through his mind. Everything Li Tian had overheard Lin Xier and Lin Outnan saying outside the Lin family study, Lin Xier's insistence on accompanying Su Qing to the hospital, and her repeated pleas on Su Qing's behalf, all of it made Li Tian's blood boil with fury. But what infuriated him even more wasn't just that. It was the fact that aside from that cripple Su Qing's measly thank you gift and that sickeningly sweet sister act, the damned bastard had never shown Lin Xier an ounce of genuine kindness. Just because of this, a girlfriend who had been by his side for over a decade could pine so desperately for Su Qing. It was practically no different from unrequited love. Li Tian felt bitterly conflicted and couldn't help laughing bitterly. He was disgusted, yet also felt pathetic and humiliated. The deepest thought in his mind wasn't about winning Lin Xier back or making her change her heart. Rather, it was simply to send off both Lin Xier and Su Qing together. Feeling the trembling force on his wrist, Li Tian turned his gaze to her. His initially angry expression softened into an extraordinarily gentle smile, though his eyes gleamed with a barely perceptible light. He spoke softly, Xier, I've given it careful thought. Just now, I was too impatient. Xier, seeing his clothes here as soon as I entered the room really did make me somewhat angry. But upon careful reflection, you're right about what you said, Xier. It's only natural for families to maintain good relations, especially since the Lin and Su families have cooperative ties. It's me, I overreacted, Xier. He reached out gently to brush off the white plaster dust from Lin Xier's hair. I'll call a repairman later. I was too rushed just now, I scared you. Don't be afraid, I definitely won't lay a hand on you. Listening to Li Tian's gentle reassurance, Lin Xier grew increasingly remorseful. She pursed her lips and spoke. Brother Li Tian, I won't go to see him again. Li Tian replied generously. It's alright, Seal, you can make some friends. Of course I'll trust you. Li Tian, what are you thinking about? The wound on your hand, get it treated immediately. The sound of Lang Yanfeng placing the medical kit on the table, along with his words, snapped Li Tian out of his memories. Li Tian leaned forward from where he'd been pressed against the chair back, resting his elbows on his knees and covering his face with his hands as he shook his head. I don't have the mind to care about these minor injuries right now. To be honest with you, brother, he said, my fiancé was kidnapped alongside Su Qing before. Lang Yanfeng nodded. Yes, I know about this, you've already told me. Li Tian raised his palm and smacked his own forehead, letting out a sarcastic laugh. I really don't get it. Those two originally had no connection whatsoever, yet somehow a kidnapping brought them together. He turned his face toward Lang Yanfeng with a scowl, his eyebrows tightly knitted. Bro, you know what? My fiancé fucking went to the hospital behind my back to visit him, and that's not even the worst part. She even packed a travel bag to go stay there long term. I swear to God, this is some bullshit. Lang Yanfeng's normally fierce eyes flickered with astonishment. He exclaimed dramatically, holy shit, that Su kid is basically cuckolding you. Li Tian curled his lips, his eyebrows knitting together tightly. Damn it, did he have to spell it out so plainly? Li Tian caught his breath and stole a sidelong glance at Lang Yanfeng. His eyes shifted slightly as he picked up a glass of imported liquor and took a slow sip. With a bitter tone, he said, hey, maybe they really were just making friends. Lang Yanfeng patted his shoulder. Bro, I really can't believe you'd think this way. If it were me. Oof. I truly can't believe you can stay this calm. We've known each other for over 10 years. I've always treated her well. I never expected she'd one day do this to me. Bro, you know me, I just can't bring myself to be ruthless. Actually, if Seal were to fall for someone else, I'd probably just wish her happiness. After all these years, my romantic feelings for her have faded considerably. To be honest, sometimes I see her more like a little sister now. Maybe she's just grown tired of it over time, seeking something new for a change. Lang Yanfeng furrowed his brows slightly. He was well aware that Li Tianqin was not a cruel person. After all, in his own boxing gym, there were life and death contracts, but Li Tian, with his formidable combat skills, had never beaten anyone to death. Before this, he had even shown him considerable mercy. Yet Li Tian was also so lenient in matters of love, something he truly hadn't expected. Sensing Li Tian's immense disappointment, he tried to console him. Bro, you really shouldn't let relationship troubles get to you. The Lin family has such a vast fortune, and Lin Xier is their only daughter. Given how she's treating you now, if I were in your shoes, I would marry her and take over their entire family business. Then kick the whole family out. Li Tian subconsciously nodded. He'd actually had similar thoughts himself after Lin Xier repeatedly hurt him. But in the dimly lit surroundings, he swiftly altered his initially agreeable expression. Li Tian let out a slightly bitter sigh. Actually, I'm not after the Lin family's fortune, just the bond we've shared over all these years. Besides, our marriage probably won't happen now. My father-in-law won't consent anymore. Why? Wasn't the date already set? Li Tian smiled helplessly. I never thought I was this unlucky before, but now, I'm so unlucky I could choke on water. But then again, maybe not that unlucky after all. Things always seem to clear up for me in the end. A soft purple light passed over Li Tian's head, and Lang Yanfeng saw him shaking his head in the dim glow. Lang Yanfeng asked in confusion. Bro, what you're saying is confusing me. What exactly is going on? Did you discover something? Li Tian scratched his head. I consider you a brother, so I'll be straight with you. Actually, I'm just an adopted son, not Li Jingtian's biological child. Lang Yanfeng was momentarily stunned. This was something he already knew. Was this considered a secret in Luoshuan? Even if ordinary folks didn't know, wasn't this common knowledge among the upper circles? Yet seeing Li Tian's troubled expression, Lang Yanfeng suddenly understood. Li Tian must have assumed he wasn't part of those elite circles and thus believed him ignorant of the matter. Lang Yanfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart, grateful he could personally share this news, proof that recognizing Li Tian as a brother hadn't been in vain. So that's how it is, Lang Yanfeng exclaimed in surprise. Li Tian lowered his gaze slightly. Yesterday when I passed by elder brother's room, I accidentally overheard them discussing a medicine that could cure his illness. Sighing, he added, honestly, elder brother has been decent to me. I'm genuinely glad he might recover. Well, if my elder brother recovers completely within these few days, I suppose, I wouldn't be qualified to marry into the Lin family anymore. Li Tian paused, then looked up at Lang Yanfeng. Sorry about this, brother. That piece of land in Longcheng I mentioned to you earlier, I probably won't have the authority to decide on it anymore either. Lang Yanfeng frowned, unable to suppress the thought. What an impossibly perfect chain of coincidences this is. The medicine Li Tian mentioned, wasn't that from Lang's own family? His sister happened to go to the temple today to divine the furnace lighting date. Judging by previous year's schedules, the day really should fall within the next few days. Chapter 69, Li Tian's Scheme. Truth be told, the Lang and Li families weren't particularly close. The Li family matriarch kept coming to Lang Yanfeng's house begging for help, even promising 2 plots of land before they reluctantly agreed to assist. But everyone in the Lang family worked in the pharmaceutical industry and lacked nothing financially. The only one who wanted a foothold in real estate was Lang Yenfeng himself. Lang Yenfeng cast a glance toward his sworn brother Li Tian. Truth be told, the Li family's support to the Lang family didn't necessarily have to come solely from Li Jingfeng and Li Shang. Li Tian had previously heard that he wanted to dabble in real estate and didn't hesitate to offer his resources, saying he'd collaborate with him. At a glance, helping an unfamiliar eldest son of the Li family seemed less worthwhile than aiding his own sworn brother, Li Tian. Moreover, seeing how utterly disappointed Li Tian was with the Lin family, combined with his inherently kind and non-extreme nature, it would actually be quite nice to matchmake him with his own naive younger sister. After brief contemplation, Lang Yenfeng declared generously, "Brother, since you've confided everything in me, I won't keep any secrets from you either. Actually, it's our Ling family who supplies the Li family with medicine. We have a secret formula that produces 1 pill every 5 years, passed down only through daughters, and right now, my younger sister holds it." Lang Yenfeng watched Li Tian's shocked and dumbfounded expression with a hearty laugh. He patted Li Tian's shoulder earnestly and said, "We're brothers, I'll help you. My sister and I have a good relationship. I asked her to prepare the medicine." Lang Yenfeng contemplated for a moment. Initially, he intended to say they wouldn't give it to the Li family, but considering Li Tian's soft-hearted nature and his affection for his elder brother, he changed his tone. "Here's what we'll do, I'll personally deliver the medicine to you. When the time comes and you marry Lin Xier, if you still want to help your elder brother, hand it to him yourself. Your adoptive father will remember your kindness." Li Tian's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Wait, let me digest this for a moment." He lowered his gaze, seeming to ponder for a while, then suddenly raised his head and pointed at Lang Yenfeng. "You're the son of the Lung family? So you're the ones who are supposed to save my eldest brother? Your family has some kind of ancestral secret medicine?" Li Tian's throat bobbed as if he couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. He pointed at himself incredulously. "You're saying, you'll give me the medicine now? Brother, you're not joking with me, are you?" The usually composed and capable Li Tian, who could quickly pull himself together even in moments of dejection, now seemed completely taken aback. Lang Yenfeng had never seen Li Tian so flustered before. He chuckled, "Is there really any need to be so surprised? Let me call my sister, she should be back soon." Lang Yenfeng pulled out his phone. "Ring, ring. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable, sorry." He tried calling 2 more times, but still no answer. Lang Yenfeng didn't seem embarrassed at all. He said casually, "My sister must be busy right now. I'll try calling again for you later." Li Tian didn't refuse Lang Yenfeng's offer. He nodded and said, "Thanks, bro. No big deal." "Thank you," Li Tian said gratefully. "Once I gain my family's recognition and get my share of the business, I definitely won't forget about you, brother." "Of course not." Lang Yenfeng stood up and headed toward the bar counter as he spoke. "What are you drinking? Now that the problem's solved, shouldn't we have a few drinks?" Li Tian sat upright, scanning the liquor shelves behind the counter without hesitation before stating directly, "Mix me up a yolk wine, make it taste good." Lang Yenfeng gave Li Tian a thumbs up from across the room. "Got it, let me show you my skills." The moment Lang Yenfeng looked away, Li Tian immediately relaxed, the bitter helplessness fading from his expression. Even if he showed mercy and acted with restraint, he was never one for saintly compassion. Since Lin Xier treated him that way, he'd climb his own path upward, his own way. Li Tian glanced at Lang Yenfeng bustling behind the bar, pursed his lips into a faint smile, his rugged features veiled with a hint of profundity. 8 out of every 10 words he just spoke were likely false, yet there was one undeniable truth among them, a fact that left even himself utterly baffled. It's like he stumbles upon everything by sheer coincidence, as if the heavens had opened his third eye for him. The Li family had found the Lang family, and he had known about it for half a year already, otherwise, he wouldn't have started boxing at Lang Yenfeng's gym in the first place. He had long since dug into every detail about the Langle. Why choose Lang Yenfeng? He holds significant influence within the Lang family. The scar above his eye is precisely why this scion of a medical dynasty was permitted to pursue his own path freely. According to Li Tian's investigations, when Lang Yenfeng was just 15 or 16, there was once a servant in their household with sticky fingers who stole from his aunt's room. As luck would have it, Lang Yenfeng and Lang Yenwan happened to be following their aunt back to her room just then, running straight into that servant. Logically, there shouldn't have been any danger, their aunt wasn't even planning to confront the man at that moment, but the servant was terrified out of his wits. Grabbing a fruit knife from the basket, he lunged at the youngest sibling, Lang Yenwan. Without hesitation, Lang Yenfeng took the slash meant for his sister. Panicking, the servant then stabbed toward their aunt. Blood streaming from his wounded eye, Lang Yenfeng intercepted yet another thrust meant for his aunt. The 3 of them, 2 women and a teenage boy, were no match for a grown man. Only after several piercing screams did the family's bodyguards rush in and subdue the man. Lang Yenfeng sustained serious injuries, and the once gentle-natured man grew increasingly ruthless alongside the scars marking his body. As fate would have it, the people he saved were the family's successors over 2 generations. Though Lang Yenfeng spent the following years slacking off and refusing to study medicine properly, but thanks to being sheltered by his younger sister and aunt, even when he subsequently wasted his years without pursuing proper studies, running a boxing gym, opening a bar, and even dabbling in real estate, his family always indulged him. So, after much deliberation, Li Tian finally set his sights on Lang Yenfeng. Li Tian clearly understood that Lang Yenfeng valued formidable opponents, which is why he became the first to defeat him. Though Lang Yenfeng often addressed him as a sworn brother, Li Tian never truly believed Lang Yenfeng regarded him as a genuine brother. But Li Tian understood human nature. Lang Yenfeng befriended him solely because he respected his strength. Lang Yenfeng was inferior to him in every aspect except family background. If he showed weakness to Lang Yenfeng, given the latter's competitive nature, he would undoubtedly help just to satisfy his own sense of achievement. After all, if Lang Yenfeng thought it through carefully, he'd realize that helping Li Tian, his so-called brother, would bring him no small benefits once Li took over the Li family. Why would he turn down such an opportunity? The corners of Li Tian's lips curled into a smirk as he noticed Lang Yenfeng strutting past with obvious smugness. Clearly, his ploy had worked. "Try this drink I mixed. Took me quite some time to learn," he said. Li Tian took the wineglass and took a small sip. "Not bad." Lang Yenfeng clinked glasses with Li Tian, the clear chime of crystal ringing in the air. He comforted her, "Don't dwell on unpleasant thoughts. To be honest, if you're stuck between the Lin and Li families and feeling miserable about it, how about I introduce my sister to you? She's 4 years younger than me, 22 this year, about your age. She's a really simple-minded girl, quite pretty too, loves her snacks, and doesn't have any of those spoiled rich girl tendencies. She works at Luochuan TV station, usually surrounded by nothing but colleagues, not even a single male fly around her. And honestly, our Lang family isn't any worse off than the Lin family." Li Tian chuckled lightly, neither agreeing nor refusing, merely shaking his head faintly. What he had said earlier was actually just a way to reveal his secret and achieve his goal of getting Lang Yenfeng to help him. Never did he expect that Lang Yenfeng would introduce his sister to him. It wasn't as if he hadn't looked into Lang Yenwan before. Indeed, just as Lang Yenfeng had said, her character, looks, and family background were all quite good. She was even the latest heir to the Lang family. Though disillusioned with the Lin family, he still harbored some genuine feelings for Lin Xie, making it hard to let go all at once. Besides, even if he could bring himself to do it, what kind of person would he become by directly telling Lang Yenfeng that he agreed? Li Tian waved his hand and said, No, I'm not worthy of such a good girl. It's alright, just meet and get to know each other, make a new friend, that's all. Lang Yenfeng pointed toward the stairwell and changed the subject. "Let's go, we'll drink somewhere else and get some spicy crayfish. There's a good place on Jinhua Road. I'll call my sister over later to join us, she can bring your medicine, and you can all get acquainted." Li Tian smiled slightly, though his tone betrayed reluctance. Alright then. Chapter 70, Entering the Shop. The bar street wasn't far from Jinhua Road, and the two arrived at Spicy Joy Crayfish's entrance in just 10 minutes by car. The hostess opened the door. "Welcome, do you have a reservation?" The hostess suddenly noticed the knife scar running from the man's eyebrow to his eye and was so startled her mind went blank, unable to utter another word. What had seemed like easy money, just guiding someone to their table for $1,000, suddenly didn't feel so simple anymore. But when he saw the sinister expression on the man's face before him, his hands trembled with fear, causing him to lose grip on the door. Lang Yenfeng had already stepped in beside him, and the glass door swung straight into Li Tian who was entering behind. Though Li Tian possessed extraordinary divine strength and an exceptionally robust physique, he was neither made of bronze skin and iron bones, nor was he invulnerable to blades and spears. Li Tian furrowed his brows fiercely, rubbing his temples with a pained expression. He shot a disdainful glance at the greeter, feeling like his luck had been getting worse lately. To exaggerate a bit, he felt that if his misfortune escalated any further, even drinking cold water could get his teeth stuck. But at home, Li Tian was an obedient and well-behaved adopted son. At school, he was the friendly student council president. So to the outside world, his image remained that of a gentle and refined young nobleman. He wanted to curse, but after some thought, he decided against it. After all, the waiter before him was practically bent double with apologies. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, sir, it wasn't on purpose." Li Tian waved it off, saying it was fine, but the cold-faced Lang Yenfeng beside him flared up instantly, kicking the male attendant while shouting, "If those eyeballs of yours aren't functional, I'll gouge them out. My apologies to both of you." The male greeter repeatedly bowed, quickly changing his tone, "Will two people be dining? Let me find you seats." Li Tian grabbed Lang Yenfeng's hand just as he was about to reach out, signaling him not to give the staff trouble. Turning to the waiter, he said, For two. Find us a quiet spot. You do have private rooms here, right?" The hostess replied truthfully, "Sir, all our private rooms are occupied." Li Tian frowned. "Then just get us somewhere quiet. As he spoke, Li Tian swept his gaze across the bustling restaurant. 9 p.m. was peak hours for this kind of late-night eatery. The room was bustling with noise, packed to the brim with people, even the small two-seater tables by the restroom were occupied. But when his gaze fell upon the four-seater by the window facing the staircase, he delightedly discovered it was vacant. Li Tian pointed toward the spot. Is that table taken? The host pondered briefly and replied, no guests there. It was reserved earlier, but the booking time has passed, they probably won't show up. You too may. The hostess' prepared welcoming words were abruptly swallowed when Lang Yanfeng brushed past her. She only heard Lang Yanfeng utter an extraordinarily arrogant remark as he strode toward the spot. May my ass. Even if they came, I'd kick them right out. The young greeter curled his lips, watching Lang Yanfeng's retreating back while silently cursing in his heart. F asterisk 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 ing idiot. Pretentious A asterisk 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 E. Censored. He grumbled and cursed, dragging out every ancestor in Lang Yanfeng's family tree to insult each one of them. But as he stuffed his hands into his coat pockets, his heart swelled with delight. His mission was accomplished, and the money in his pocket was securely earned. His mind was full of questions, wondering why that fox-like handsome guy from earlier had given him so much money just to secure a spot for those two guests. If a friend could just book it directly, wouldn't that solve the problem? If it weren't for my friend, is there a seat available? The arrival of new customers interrupted his train of thought. He quickly attended to his duties and politely said, sorry, we only have tables for 2 available now. The male host closed the main door and settled onto a small chair nearby. He discreetly peeked through the gap between the potted plants behind him, glancing at the scar-faced man Lang Yanfeng who was placing his order. He silently hoped the handsome guy who had paid him had some vendetta against this fellow, maybe give him a good beating or even gouge his eyes out. Lang Yanfeng set down the menu and said to the waiter beside him, go put in the order. He glanced at his phone and noticed that Lang Yanwan hadn't called him back after all this time, so he dialed again. He pursed his lips as a pleasant female voice sounded from the other end of the line. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Sorry. Right then, Li Tian had just come out of the bathroom, wiping his hands with a tissue as he asked Lang Yanfeng, ordered yet? Lang Yanfeng set down his phone and raised an eyebrow. Order's done. Their food's pretty good, you should eat more later. The dishes arrived slower than the alcohol, so the two men started with beers first, chatting as they drank. They'd initially been discussing business matters when Lang Yanfeng suddenly remembered his promise to Li Tian about investigating the villa in the southern suburbs. He had originally intended to tell Li Tian about the affairs concerning the Lin and Li families, Lin Xier and Su Qing as soon as they met, but Li Tian's earlier words had delayed him. The wooden tabletop with dark brown streaks reverberated with a sharp bang from the beer mug's impact. Li Tian quickly swallowed his drink and asked Lang Yanfeng, What's wrong with you? Lang Yanfeng glanced around, licking the corner of his lips before lowering his voice to mutter, I'll be damned. Fuck. Yesterday I personally took people to the southern suburbs. Li Tian let out a deliberate ah, pretending he'd forgotten about the matter. Earlier at the bar, he deliberately mentioned Lin Xier and Su Qing's kidnapping in conversation, precisely to make Lang Yanfeng bring it up voluntarily. After all, he didn't know whether Lang Yanfeng had investigated it yet. Pressuring someone about a favor you've asked isn't proper, so hearing Lang Yanfeng mention it willingly now left him quite satisfied. Judging by Lang Yanfeng's currently livid expression, Li Tian could already guess he'd found nothing at all during his investigation. Still, Li Tian played along and asked, did you uncover anything? Lang Yanfeng knitted his brows tightly and heaved a heavy sigh. No idea what background those kidnappers had. That damn house, by the time I got there, someone had torched it inside out. Not even a single blade of grass left growing on the walls. He lowered his gaze as if deep in thought, then frowned and asked Li Tian, is that villa empty inside? Does it have furniture or anything? Without hesitation, Li Tian replied, yes, it's fully equipped. There's a sofa, beds, a kitchen, everything. There's even a computer room on the second floor. Lang Yanfeng clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and slammed the table hard. Their table was isolated, with the nearest person being the receptionist sitting at the entrance, who was startled by the sudden outburst. Suppressing his fury, Lang Yanfeng growled hoarsely, I didn't even see a fucking trace when I got in there, just a completely burned out empty shell of a building. God damn it, even the fucking toilet bowls were taken from the bathrooms. And the worst part? Judging by the burn damage, it hadn't even been 24 hours since I was last there. I was just one fucking step away. Chapter 71, hard to understand here, bonus chapter. Cough, cough, cough cough cough. A fit of coughing erupted. Li Tian was mid-sip of his drink when Lang Yanfeng's words made him choke violently, sending alcohol shooting up his nasal passages. The burn made his face flush and eyes instantly redden. He hastily grabbed several napkins to blow his nose and wipe the spilled alcohol from the table. For kidnapping Lin Xier and Su Qing mere days ago, those culprits would have been bold just returning to the crime scene. To actually dare destroy evidence to this extent? Li Tian's expression was a complex mix of emotions, twisted beyond recognition, all because Lin Outyen had insisted on sealing the information at the time. Afraid of crossing Lin Outyen, Li Tian had delayed the investigation for several days. Who would have guessed that missing by just one day could make such a difference? He cleared his throat, astonished. Such a huge commotion, such an extravagant move? Lang Yanfeng nodded, then shook his head. The matter of my investigation, subordinates reported it to my aunt as well. The current head of the Lung family is my aunt. She said those people's methods were too grand, no ordinary players. They're still operating from the shadows. To pull off such a large-scale operation without alerting anyone means the mastermind behind it wouldn't be after just a few billion. This seems specifically targeted at the Lin and Su families. So, sorry buddy, my aunt's forbidden me from getting involved in this matter. She doesn't pay much attention to me at home, but when she speaks, I have to listen. Lin Outyen has already dispatched additional personnel to protect the Lin family, so the Lin household is quite safe for now. Li Tian merely wants to investigate but isn't overly worried that something might go wrong. As for the Su family, Su Qing being screwed to death would be for the best. Li Tian turned to Lang Yanfeng and said lightly, no worries, no worries. You've already helped me so much. My aunt is right, this is a messy affair. Li Tian raised his wine glass, gesturing for Lang Yanfeng to drink. Come on, let's not think about those unpleasant things for now. Lang Yanfeng waved his hand. I promised 2 favors, failed one. Wait till I call my sister over, she'll definitely get you that medicine. The crisp clinking of glasses echoed simultaneously from a private room on the 2nd floor. Lang Yanwan sipped watermelon juice in small gulps while listening to Su Qing's celebrity gossip. Su Qing was peeling crayfish, his gloves stained red with oil, as he smiled and asked Lang Yanwan, warm sister, whose gossip would you like to hear next? Lang Yanwan's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at Su Qing. Su Qing, that rising star at Peak Entertainment, Lu Jia, is she really, is she actually? I might interview her in a few days and want to learn a bit more. Su Qing smiled faintly as she placed the peeled shrimp into Lang Yanwan's plate, generously saying, no, she did get involved in gossip with a top celebrity. But, it was Peak Entertainment who bought the publicity stunt for her. She doesn't have any sugar daddy behind her, she's the youngest daughter of the Lu family. You know, that Lu family primarily engaged in the environmental protection industry. They say she's got quite the temper, having been spoiled rotten since childhood. Lang Yanwan frowned slightly as she listened to Su Qing describing Lu Jie's background in such exhaustive detail, asking with evident puzzlement, Su Qing, are you two particularly close? Raising his shoulders slightly, Su Qing laughed in surprise. I shuttle between school and home every day, hardly ever stepping foot outside. Where would I have met her? To be honest with you, Sister Xianwan. Su Qing lowered her voice as if sharing a little secret with Lang Yanwan. Actually, I was so bored at the hospital that I had someone invite me into a company gossip chat group. I just told you what I heard from the group chat. But, sis, don't tell anyone else, or my secret identity might get exposed. Su Qing smiled with relaxed sincerity. To be honest, he wasn't lying to Lang Yanwan this time. Lu Jia had no role in the original book, so he really had been idly chatting in groups out of boredom. Lang Yanwan's eyes sparkled with delight, not just because Su Qing was sharing mundane details of his life with her. And, Su Qing wasn't the least bit like the recluse from the rumors, he was actually quite fascinating. They shared similar hobbies, tastes, and connected on every level. The man before her had an earnest and profound gaze, handsome looks, a pleasant voice, and a delightful personality. Aside from being somewhat frail and fated to die young, there truly wasn't a single flaw to be found. Lang Yanwan nodded. I definitely won't tell anyone. Su Qing flashed a bright smile as he lifted his arm and gave it a little shake, making the sleeve of his hoodie slide down slightly. Looking at Lang Yanwan with cheerful enthusiasm, he asked, Sister Xianwan, when are you planning to interview her? Should I have Lu Jie's manager give her a heads up in advance? Save her the trouble of dealing with you. Lang Yanwan immediately removed both hands from the drink cup and waved them rapidly in front of her. No, my interview with her is still up in the air, it's not certain I'll even get to go. Alright, just give me a call anytime. Don't hesitate to ask if you need my help. Lang Yanwan quickly nodded twice, her eyes widening slightly as she watched Su Qing hand her another piece of lobster meat. Her delicate voice carried a hint of concern. I'm full already, don't keep peeling for me, it must be tiring for your hands. Really full now? Su Qing raised an eyebrow in question. Lang Yanwan nodded vigorously like pounding garlic. I think I've eaten nearly an entire plate already, plus so much noodles. I'm completely stuffed. Su Chang nodded as she slowly removed her gloves, inadvertently exposing the reddened fingertips pressed against her palm to Lang Yanwan's gaze. Without complaint, he picked up a wet wipe to clean his hands. As he wiped, he turned to Lang Yanwan and spoke. Xianwan Jie, anything else you'd like to know that might interest you? Lang Yanwan's chest tightened involuntarily as she caught sight of Su Qing's hands. She'd already told him not to peel shrimp for her, yet he never seemed to tire or find it troublesome. His thoughtfulness warmed her immeasurably. Her mind and eyes were completely filled with thoughts of Su Qing at that moment, so when he posed the question, 2 words spilled from her lips almost instinctively. Yours. Even Lang Yannuan herself was startled after speaking. Her tongue seemed to have moved entirely beyond her control. She lowered her head slightly, pondering how to rephrase her words. Before she could come up with anything, a deep, lazy, and somewhat bewitching voice drifted past her ears. It was as if it had fiercely gripped her heart. Alright, Shanwan, come home with me. It's not easy to talk here. Chapter 72, The Power Bank. No matter how innocent Lang Yannuan was, facing Su Qing's bewitching and heavily suggestive words, those secretly shameful little thoughts deep in her heart couldn't help but rise layer by layer. Her face was now as flushed as a blooming red rose. To exaggerate a bit, her originally rosy cheeks had turned as red as the crayfish on the table. Su Qing. Her index finger trembled slightly as she pointed at her own face. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, carrying a tone that seemed both hesitant and questioning, yet also tinged with a hint of lingering anticipation. You want me to go home with you? Su Qing pressed his tongue against the corner of his lips, a wicked smile curling just enough to be restrained yet perfectly noticeable. He nodded to himself, knowing Lang Yannuan had guessed right. Oh no, I was thinking the wrong thing. Everyone knows Su Qing is a gentleman of integrity. How could his mind possibly be filled with such indecent thoughts? He then raised his brows with a frown, casting Lang Yannuan a look full of confusion and bewilderment, bordering on panic. Shanwanjia, don't misunderstand, it really isn't what you're thinking, that kind of meaning. Su Qing's voice was clear and crisp, even deliberately emphasizing the words what you're thinking with a deliberate 2-second pause that inevitably set imaginations running wild. Yet there wasn't the slightest hint of flirtation in his tone, giving the impression he was merely stating facts. Across from him, Lang Yannuan's face had flushed beyond crimson. She felt so embarrassed her heart might stop beating any second. The crux is that what truly embarrassed her was Su Qing seeing right through her fantasies about fragrant beds and soft furnishings, only to tell her not to overthink it. After stewing in silence for a long while, Lang Yannuan finally found herself an out. Placing her hands on the leather cushion of the stool, she looked up at Su Qing intently and said with utmost seriousness, I was thinking you're going to give me an exclusive interview, aren't you? Su Qing faintly uttered an "oh," lowering his head briefly before suddenly raising his gaze, his playful eyes locking onto Lang Yannuan's pupils. An exclusive interview. He lifted his hand to scratch the back of his head, lightly raising an eyebrow as he added with both nonchalance and melancholy. Perhaps I overthought things. Lang Yannuan's eyes instantly widened into perfect circles, her agitated throat bobbing up and down. What exactly did Su Qing mean by this? Suddenly, a certain idiom flashed through her mind. Playing hard to get? While she was utterly perplexed and couldn't fathom Su Qing's intentions at all. Suddenly, Su Qing clutched his head as a childish voice echoed in his mind, followed by incessant ding-ding-ding sounds. Ding! Li Tian entered Spicy Joy Crayfish and got smashed by the door. Villain karma / points increased by 200 each. Ding! Li Tian was furious upon learning that the suburban villa in the southern part of the city had been destroyed. Villain destiny points / points each increased by 1,000. Ding! Li Tian choked while drinking alcohol. Villain destiny points / points each increased by 200. Su Qing lowered her head to hide a smile. This time, the 1,400 destiny points, along with Lin Xier visiting him, Li Tian's anger, Lin Xier packing her travel bag, and the altered plot of Cold Yanworm's divination. He glanced at his interface. Adding everything together, thanks to the harder you work, the luckier you get setting, his villain destiny points had now reached 9,500. Just 500 points left. Then, Su Qing curled his lips. If his luck points match Li Tian's, this damn novel could turn into a dual protagonist story. He needed to crush Li Tian's luck points completely and fast. Su Qing, are you okay? Lang Yannuan asked with concern as she noticed Su Qing looking unwell. Su Qing raised his head with a faint smile and glanced at his watch. 9:20. The timing was perfect. Sister Nguyen, it's too late for an exclusive interview now. This isn't the right time. How about this? Tomorrow I won't return to the Long family to deliver the alchemy furnace for you. After much deliberation, this matter. It wouldn't be good if your family found out they'd given it to me. Why don't you come pick it up tomorrow? It'll be convenient in my room, for the interview. There's family photos from my childhood and such at home. This kind of material should work well. This way the interview could go more in-depth, don't you think, Sister Nguyen? She was naturally delighted to see childhood photos of the man she adored. Lang Yannuan smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. Great! Getting some exclusive interviews would definitely please our team leader. Su Qing picked up her phone and pulled up a QR code. Sister Nguyen, let's exchange contact info then. Lang Yannuan was delighted that Su Qing took the initiative to ask for her contact information, and without hesitation, she took her phone out of her bag. She pressed the side button of her phone a couple of times, only to find the battery dead. Raising her phone toward Su Qing with a shake, she tapped the side button repeatedly. My phone's dead, Su Qing. How about I leave you my number? Lang Yannuan stared at the QR code on Su Qing's phone screen, a pang of disappointment tugging at her heart. After all, leaving a phone number is quite different from leaving a WeChat ID. Phone calls are reserved for necessary occasions, while WeChat. Just as Lang Yanwan was pondering the difference between WeChat and phone numbers, and worrying whether it would be awkward to ask Su Cheng for her WeChat after already getting her number, a sudden idea struck her. She could just give Su Cheng a ride home and charge her phone in the car. Let me drive you home. Once it's charged a bit, then you can scan. You. Before they could finish their exchange of sharp and sweet words, they suddenly froze in surprise. Just like timely rain, Su Cheng-ru reached beside him and produced something from the chair. A power bank. For a fleeting moment, she suddenly felt that it wasn't Master Wukong who knew divination, but Su Cheng. Su Cheng held the power bank in midair. Shanwanjia, my phone just died so I rented one, you can use this one right now. No need to drive me home, it's so late, and your place is in the north, you can take the expressway straight from here. First dropping me downtown then going home would be too much trouble. I'm a grown man, I can just grab a taxi home whenever I go out. Su Cheng's sincere eyes held a trace of cunning as he secretly thought to himself. Thank you for your kindness, dear sister, but once we go downstairs, you won't have any chance to escort me home. Lang Yanwan nodded. Alright, then I won't escort you, but how about you wait for me here while I charge this? If I take it with me, I won't be able to return it, that'd be a waste of money. Su Cheng smiled faintly and stood up. His tall, striking figure was bathed in the warm yellow light overhead. Where the rain had soaked through his chest, it left marks like dried-up totems etched onto his body, yet somehow, he managed to appear completely unfazed. That strikingly handsome face, chiseled like a master sculptor's finest work, could cast everything around it into shadow. Lang Yanwan bit down on her straw, stirring the richly colored red juice before gulping down the last few drops of watermelon drink with a few hearty slurps. Watching Su Cheng stand up, it seemed she wasn't planning to wait there for her phone to charge. Of course, Su Cheng wouldn't be short of a small deposit. She felt the question she had just asked was rather foolish. She stood up while saying, then let's go. Chapter 73, Heartbeat. Lang Yanwan had halfway risen when a force abruptly pressed her back into her seat. She lifted her gaze to Su Cheng. Didn't you want to leave? Su Cheng seemed to unconsciously squeeze her shoulders twice, the dense warmth from his palms slowly transmitting from her jade-smooth shoulders, directly into the depths of her heart. Go ahead and charge up, I'm going to the restroom. With that, he stepped out of the private room, though instead of heading to the bathroom, he made his way toward the second-floor stairwell. He certainly knew Lang Yanwan's phone had died. When he spotted Lang Yanfeng's call on the highway earlier, he'd noticed her battery was already in the red. He hadn't planned on deliberately renting her a power bank, but alas. He didn't blame anyone but himself, he was just too damned handsome. That Lang Yanwan had been so busy staring at him, she hadn't even spared a glance for her phone. He never thought anything could rival a phone's allure. Modern people treat their devices like extensions of their palms. But today, he believed it. What had always held more charm than his phone was actually himself. Su Cheng leaned against the wall by the second-floor railing, peering down the staircase with just one eye exposed. A reasonably handsome and upright figure came into his view, holding a wineglass while chatting cheerfully with the person across from him. Su Cheng couldn't help but curl his lip. He had already suppressed the protagonist's luck points by nearly 10,000, yet the man could choke on a sip of water and still laugh heartily. As expected of the original novel's male lead, his mental fortitude was impressive. A waitress in a form-fitting burgundy chipa walked past Su Cheng with a menu in hand. Noticing the handsome man sneaking around, she couldn't help but take a step back and inquire. Good evening, sir, do you need any assistance? Su Cheng turned towards the voice, gave her a quick once-over, then waved her off indifferently. No need. He continued looking downstairs. The waitress followed Su Cheng's gaze to the lower floor, where only one table was occupied. The man facing the staircase was exceptionally handsome, with a striking and rugged demeanor. The waitress averted her eyes and couldn't help shivering as she walked away, silently thinking to herself. Could it be? Oh dear. TSK, how melodramatic, but they're both so handsome, I'll just lightly ship them for a bit. Of course, Su Cheng knew nothing of the fanciful thoughts running through the mind of the person behind him at that moment. His sinister gaze was currently sizing up Li Tian and Lang Yanfeng. In a moment, Su Cheng would make them witness something utterly fascinating. Rolling up his sleeves, he checked the time. 5 minutes had passed, ample time for Lang Yanwen to finish booting up. Su Cheng flashed a sly smile before turning to walk towards the private room. His timing was impeccable. The moment he stepped inside, he saw the screen of Lang Yanran's phone light up. You're back. I just turned it on, Lang Yanran turned her head to say. Observing the sweet smile on her lips, the kind-hearted Su Cheng actually felt somewhat reluctant to make his move. Xianwan, let's go, we can handle this on the way. Su Cheng pressed her palm against her head, and immediately Lang Yan understood that something was amiss with Su Cheng's condition, yet Su Cheng was too embarrassed to tell her directly. She quickly rose and left the private room with Su Cheng. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the shop, the man with a scar under his eye suddenly clicked his tongue and picked up his phone. Lang Yanfeng muttered under his breath. Has something happened to my sister? I've called so many times, but her phone's been off all this while. At this hour, even if she's a bad driver, she should have been home by now. His finger hovered over the screen, ready to redial and try again. Meanwhile, across from him, Li Tian was tightly furrowing his brows, with shock and astonishment swirling visibly in his eyes. His fist clenched tightly as he stared fixedly at the man who had appeared at the second-floor stairway landing across from him. Even though his eyes burned with hatred, he utterly despised the person before him. Yet one couldn't help but notice the man standing at the stairway, his tall, slender frame with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, maintaining an upright posture even in casual wear, particularly his face that would surely charm young girls. If this wasn't Su family's so-called first-class cripple, then who else could it be? Li Tian's eyes blazed with fury as he stared at Su Qing, who was entangled with his fiancée, barely suppressing the urge to tear him limb from limb. But since Su Qing had no direct confrontation with him, and it was Lin Shear who had voluntarily gone to the hospital to take care of Su Qing, as the son of the Su family, he couldn't easily pick a fight. But Su Qing, who should have walked straight ahead and would have definitely spotted Li Tian from this position, but instead turned his gaze sideways, glancing toward the corner of the staircase? A bad premonition stirred in his heart. Could it be that Lin Sierra had come looking for Su Qing again? Just as the fury in Li Tian's chest was about to burst forth uncontrollably, threatening to tear Su Qing to shreds, the ringing of Lang Yanfeng's phone call diverted his attention. Hey, Shanwan, why haven't you been answering your calls earlier? How did the divination go today? Where are you now? From the other end of the line, my phone died earlier. I was having dinner with a friend outside, just finished. I've calculated it. Bro, I'll explain when I get back. Wait, don't hang up yet, Lang Yanfeng said. Are you far from Jinhua Road? The voice on the other end of Lang Yanfeng's call was quiet. Li Tian couldn't make out Lang Yanwen's response. But his gaze locked onto the stairwell ahead, where Su Cheng and the person following behind had already come into Li Tian's line of sight. Li Tian's heart settled slightly in relief. Thank goodness it wasn't Lin Shear. But mere seconds later, he suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. During his investigation of Lang Yanfeng, he had also inquired about Lang Yanwen. Since she was a television reporter, learning her appearance would have been straightforward. Yet the true heir privy to the Lang family's ultimate secret, the demure girl whom even Lang Yanfeng claimed wouldn't tolerate male flies around her, had actually been trailing behind Su Qing all along. Li Tian's head suddenly buzzed with a ringing sensation. How could this be? How could such a coincidence happen? Why is Lang Yanqing with him? Lang Yanfeng's voice came through again. You're at Laxi too? That works out perfectly. Come find me then, I'm at the table right by the window on the right side as you enter the first floor. Lang Yanhuan ended the call with a smile, thinking what a happy coincidence this was. She'd always been close with her third brother, so running into him unexpectedly and getting to go home together naturally delighted her. The Spicy Crayfish restaurant's staircase wasn't the sealed type connecting 2 floors above the inclined, natural wood-colored handrail stretched empty space. She didn't notice that Lang Yanfeng meant her right-hand side upon entering, so she instinctively looked to her own right instead. The crowd there was bustling, and after staring for a long time, she couldn't spot her third brother at all. It wasn't until she shifted her gaze directly ahead that she noticed a man with a crew cut and a black leather jacket, who looked strikingly familiar. But before she could confirm whether it was her brother, a waiter carrying a large serving tray came up the somewhat narrow staircase, heading straight toward her and Su Qing. The tray was enormous, piled high with dishes, and the waiter, in a hurry to deliver the food, was walking hastily, almost recklessly. Make way, please. Excuse us. Lang Yanwen's strappy sandals lacked non-slip soles. As she brushed past the server on the gleaming tiled staircase, her feet slipped, twisting her ankle as she tumbled down the steps. Amid her ear-piercing scream, Lang Yanwen instinctively reached for support, but with her body already tilting forward, grabbing the railing couldn't halt her disastrous freefall downward. But her tightly furrowed brows relaxed in the very next second. Lang Yanwen realized she hadn't plummeted down the stairs. Instead, she found herself firmly encircled by a solid, powerful forearm. Her eyes flew wide open as Lang Yanwen stared dumbfounded at the expanse of dark fabric before her face. Her long lashes brushed against the material, fluttering reflexively several times. She swallowed hard, acutely aware of the comforting hand patting her back with gentle, reassuring strokes. She never expected that a mere moment of passing could bring her so close to Su Qing, close enough to hear that mesmerizing heartbeat cutting through the clamor of the restaurant, entwined with the frantic rhythm of her own pulse. The sound was intoxicating. Her eardrums seemed to mute the entire commotion of the establishment, leaving only the exquisite symphony of their twin heartbeats reverberating in her ears. Chapter 74, Witnessing with My Own Eyes. Lang Yan curled up in Su Qing's tender embrace, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. Just at that moment, her third brother, whom she coincidentally considered extremely close, was also drawn over by her startled cry. Lang Yanfeng's scarred eyelid twitched impatiently. Scrubbing a hand through his cropped hair, he threw a disdainful glance up the staircase. The already rowdy crayfish restaurant became downright unbearable with that shrill scream slicing through the clamor, grating his nerves raw. The couple embracing on the stairs somehow always managed to stay just beyond his line of sight. He vaguely recognized them as familiar faces but couldn't be bothered to look closer. He turned around and complained to Li Tian. "Are women nowadays so loud? It's fucking annoying. Li Tian, can't believe you, you sly dog. You can't even recognize your own sister?" Yet Li Tian's expression remained calm and composed. After all, Lang Yannuan was working incognito at Luochuan TV station, and Li Tian knew he wasn't supposed to recognize her appearance. So he decided to give Lang Yanfeng a little nudge to hurry up and notice. "Yeah, but I spotted that man the moment he came downstairs." "Ha, as expected, it's Su Qing. Damn it, Li Tian, you're really too tolerant. That bastard keeps fooling around with your fiancé, yet you." Lang Yanfeng shook his head, suddenly feeling disdain for Li Tian's sanctimonious attitude. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to help his good friend teach that cripple from the Su family a lesson. But Lang Yanfeng steeled his heart and decided it wasn't worth it. Su Qing was the sole heir of the Su family. Why should he go wading into this murky water? Lang Yanfeng, who had initially planned to watch the fire from across the river, turned his head and caught sight of the pair already standing at the stairway entrance. Now he could clearly see that was indeed Su Qing. He curled his lip as he saw the girl with her back to him holding her phone up in midair, clearly scanning Su Qing's contact information. TSK, so they just hooked up. Lang Yanfeng turned his head back while saying to Li Tian with disdain, "Those two damn." Li Tian, what a goddamn idiot. Alright, I can see he's already targeting someone new, so there's no need for you to be angry on his account. After all, getting into a feud with the Su family would. The stream of curses that had been on Lang Yanfeng's lips instantly died in his throat. His eyes narrowed sharply, and his already ruthless demeanor grew several degrees more sinister. He'd once bought Lang Yannuan a pair of crystal-embellished strap sandals, a pricey limited edition. And the pair worn by the woman who just exchanged contacts with Su Qing were exactly the same as these. He carefully recalled the timbre of that startled cry earlier, delicate and sweet, identical to his younger sister's voice. Besides, Lang Yannuan was also in this shop, so he whipped his head around, and the woman's profile abruptly came into Lang Yanfeng's line of sight. Damn it! The one hugging Su Qing just now, wasn't that his own fucking sister? Lang Yanfeng felt his head explode, as if a steel rod had suddenly pierced through his brainstem. He sprang to his feet and charged toward Su Qing and Lang Yannuan's location, the rolled-up sleeves revealing bulging veins on his arms. He grabbed Su Qing by the collar of his hoodie. "I'll fucking kill you. Did I dig up your ancestor's grave or something? Out of all the people you could mess with, you fucking dare to hit on my sister?" Lang Yanfeng's furious roar pierced the sky, instantly drawing the attention of every customer in the restaurant. Lang Yanran was utterly terrified. Sure, her brother had a temper, but she'd never seen him lose control like this, resorting to violence without even asking what happened. She tugged at Lang Yanfeng's arm, straining to pry his fingers open. Su Qing looked at the hand that was tightly clutching his, not really processing what was happening yet. He had expected Li Tian to charge forward too, never imagining Li Tian could restrain himself this much. If Li Tian had rushed over to grab his collar in anger, it might have earned him some extra villainous karma points. But now that Lang Yanfeng was the one charging at him, it truly felt like a waste of his carefully laid plans. Su Qing stood about 10 centimeters taller than Lang Yanfeng, frowning slightly as he looked down at the man whose face was contorted with cold ferocity. Just as he clenched his fist and prepared to strike with all his strength. Clever as Su Qing was, he first activated his eyes of insight with his mind, better to assess his opponent's capabilities first. What if he couldn't win and ended up getting hurt? Lang Yanfeng's character profile immediately appeared before his eyes. Character, Lang Yanfeng. Age, 26 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Appearance score, 98 points. Combat strength, 100. Su Qing thought bitterly to himself, damn it, no chance of winning. Moreover, with Li Tian's combat power at 150, if they were to join forces and attack together, if Lang Yan didn't stop now, he faced the very real possibility of being beaten to death. But at this moment, the composed Su Qing didn't dwell too much on the issue of combat prowess, because the brother and sister pair before him were currently tugging at his collar in a heated dispute. He suddenly felt the tension in front of him ease as Lang Yanfeng released his grip. A mocking smile played at the corners of Su Qing's lips. It's true that he planned to get acquainted with Lang Yanwen, but that moment when Lang Yanwen got shoved by the crowd earlier was pure accident. TCH, no wonder they say it's hard to be a good person, first time doing a good deed and he almost got beaten up for it? And this Lang Yanfeng talks like he's got a gutter for a mouth, cursing people's parents left and right. As the old saying goes, when you hit someone, don't strike their face, when you insult someone, don't bring their mother into it. How's this any different from slapping him twice in the middle of a restaurant? He lowered his gaze to look at Lang Yanfeng, patted his collar lightly, and signaled his readiness to settle things with Lang Yanfeng the old-fashioned way, through action rather than words. Let's be reasonable, Lung. But before Su Qing could utter a complete sentence, Lang Yan eagerly cut him off. Bro, Su Qing is my interviewee. What are you doing? Lang Yanfeng froze in confusion, asking, what? Our TV stations were supposed to interview Su Qing earlier, and we happened to run into him today. His car broke down, so I gave him a ride back. To thank me, he treated me to a meal and also gave our station another chance for an interview. Su Cheng nodded secretly, no wonder she could become a host. She didn't tell the whole story, but everything that needed to be said was said, what needed covering up was covered, and her explanation was quite thorough. Excellent. Did he hug and grope you? Am I blind, or have you both lost your memories? Lang Yan's voice trembled with urgency as he pleaded, brother, it was just because I got bumped by a waiter. If Su Qing hadn't been there, I would have tumbled down the stairs. I can't just bite the hand that feeds me just because he helped me up. Lang Yanfeng grabbed Lang Yanwan's arm and pulled her closer, whispering, no, why are you always taking his side? Lang Yanwan pouted, looking aggrieved. Brother, he's a good person. You charged over wanting to hit him right away, you're the one who messed up here. Lang Yanfeng had been so furious earlier that he'd lost control of his temper, charging over without thinking. But now, thinking calmly about it, when his younger sister had screamed earlier, someone had indeed shoved their way past on the stairs. Moreover, Lang Yanan had always had poor balance since childhood, the kind of person who could trip over flat ground. So by that logic, if Su Qing hadn't been nearby, his little sister might have ended up with a scarred face. He released Lang Yan and swept his gaze between the two of them. Alright, it was my mistake. You've both finished eating, and the conversation has run its course. Lang Yanfeng waved Su Qing away dismissively, his tone laced with indifference. I'll take my sister home myself. You're done with your interview, right? Then you should leave now. Chapter 75, Apology, combining 3 chapters into 2. Su Qing wasn't someone who got angry easily, but looking at Lang Yanfeng's domineering glare and attitude, let him slink away like this? Ha! Su Qing carefully sized up Lang Yanfeng before smiling at him. Lang, bro, let's talk privately for a bit. He casually pointed to an empty spot by the stairs where no one was standing. Lang Yanfeng gave him a puzzled glance, his anger flaring. Did this guy want to pick a fight with him? However, he gave the man a once-over, a piece of trash he already looked down on. Was he really worth a private chat? Lang Yanfeng curled his lips in a disdainful smirk. Fine, let's see what you want to talk about. There was an empty spot beside the staircase small enough that when 2 150-pound men stood together, it felt downright cramped. Su Cheng looked at him coolly and said flatly, we've never met before, have we? Lang Yanfeng shot a glance at Su Cheng. Although he had helped Li Tian investigate quite a bit about Su Qing, this was actually the first time he was meeting him in person. Lang Yanfeng frowned, baffled by the situation. Never seen it before. So what? Su Qing lowered his gaze, smoothing out the creases on his collar where Lang Yanfeng had gripped him. He slowly raised his eyes to meet Lang Yanfeng's gaze. Those usually charming, deep-set pupils now seemed covered by a layer of biting, frosty ice. I don't usually care much about small things, but honestly, you misunderstood something and got worked up. Fine. But, you cursed out my mother, and 8 generations of my ancestors, and now you're just going to walk away without a care? You think that's appropriate? Lang Yanfeng glanced sideways at Su Qing, giving him a look that clearly said, are you serious? Don't tell me you actually want me to apologize to you? Are you drunk, or are you dreaming? Lang Yanfeng truly found it utterly ridiculous that Su Qing would even bring this matter up. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Being from one of the 5 great families himself, even if he hadn't originally intended to make enemies with the Su family, he wouldn't have feared doing so either. When it came to connections, capabilities, or indeed any measure, he didn't believe this young man before him could pose any threat whatsoever. Lang Yanfeng felt like he was hearing a joke. Do all these kids nowadays think they can come lecture adults on reason? However, before long, the sarcastic smile at the corner of Lang Yanfeng's lips faded quickly, and his eyes darkened in an instant. He listened as Su Qing spoke lightly. Actually, you haven't seen me before, but I've seen you. Wasn't it last year's charity auction that you attended with your aunt, Brother Lang? Our families originally each held our own corner of the city. Even if we weren't friendly, we usually kept to ourselves without infringing on one another. What is the Cold family's reputation known for? Compassionate healers? The shop was filled with countless surveillance cameras of all sizes, and the Su family owned numerous media companies large and small. Lango probably didn't want all of Luochuan to. Oh no. Everyone in Huaxia has seen how the Lang family abuses their power out in the open, haven't they? At that moment, Cold Yanfeng felt the ringing in his ears nearly drowning out Su Qing's words. How did Su Qing know about this? Lang Yanfeng didn't care himself, but Su Qing was right. His family elders were all physicians, the most generous and dignified, benevolent and virtuous. Especially his grandfather, who was a national treasure-level pharmaceutical researcher renowned throughout his lifetime. Lang Yanfeng knew all too well the power of public opinion. If the Long family were tarnished because of him, Lang Yanfeng gnashed his teeth and spat out, "You're truly a despicable man. If you were any kind of man, you'd fight me fair and square. What's the point of these underhanded tricks?" Su Qing let out a scoffing laugh, as if I was clearly, openly threatening you. "Of course we can do it fair and square. I dare to plaster my name across every news headline and entertainment tabloid." "Oh right. Those businesses you opened are actually quite well hidden. How's business doing? I wouldn't mind helping you with some publicity. Let me think carefully about where would be best to promote you. So, what about Luochuan TV station where your sister works? With Sister Xionwan being so pure-hearted, do you even know that in your boxing gym, they sign contracts where life and death don't matter?" Lang Yanfeng clenched his fists tightly at his sides. "Aren't you afraid of how you'll explain this to the Su family? You yourself said our prominent families shouldn't interfere with each other's affairs. What's this way of doing things? Have you even considered the Su family?" Su Cheng patted Lang Yanfeng's arm, his slightly wrinkled leather jacket gleaming under a dim yellow light tube. With a light chuckle, Su Cheng said, "It's not like you're unaware. Li Tian must have told you already. My physical condition isn't great, neither fully alive nor completely dead. Perfect timing to drag your Long family along for the ride. Quite the lively gathering, wouldn't you say?" Lang Yanfeng's shoulders shook with suppressed laughter, his fury transforming into bitter amusement. "Holy, no, you, really? I genuinely didn't see this coming. Ha, Li Tian actually overestimated you. You're really this naive? All this back and forth, dragging two families into it, just to make me apologize to you? Because I cursed at you a couple of times." Lang Yanfeng's face was a picture of exasperation, his cold, sharp brows lifting slightly as he mocked with sarcasm dripping from his tone. "Fine, so you just want me to apologize? Sorry about that, my bad for hurting you. And sorry to Antian, sorry to your ancestors 8 generations back. Happy now? Are you satisfied now, kid?" Su Qing licked the corner of his lips and smiled ominously, revealing a row of pristine white teeth as he pointed toward Lang Yanwan's direction. "Brother Lang, you've really misunderstood me. Even if you cursed me, I genuinely wouldn't mind that much. I'll tell you straight up, the main reason is, it's boring. I just want to humiliate you a bit. How many people just heard you insult me? That's exactly how many people need to hear you apologize to me." Su Qing noticed Lang Yanfeng staring at him in silence, when suddenly his face darkened, and the smile lingering at the corners of his lips vanished completely. "I can call the director of Luochuan TV station right now, and have your dear sister work overtime, coming home with me for an exclusive interview. My place is spacious enough to accommodate your sister comfortably. She could broadcast all your glorious deeds right from my bed through her camera lens, completely ruining the Lang family's reputation." "Brother Lang, doesn't that sound quite interesting?" Lang Yanfeng's face twisted in fury. He shared the closest bond with his sister. Lang Yanwen was innocent and naive, never following the conventional career path set by their family, utterly devoted to her work at the television station. He knew perfectly well that if Su Qing really called the station director, his sister would undoubtedly go. The boy before him may have been young, but he gave off the vibe of being utterly ruthless, the kind who would stop at nothing, especially since his sister had just spoken up for Su Qing with that love-struck teenager look on her face. He felt that if Su Qing truly wanted to harm his sister, there was over a 60% chance he'd succeed. Lang Yanfeng's brows furrowed for a long moment before he finally couldn't hold back, growling through gritted teeth. "What the hell kind of pervert are you? What kind of man picks on a girl like that?" Su Qing scoffed. I don't even know you, yet you're helping Li Tian investigate me. I kept your sister from tumbling down the stairs, and this is how you repay me? Great, now I'm the pervert." Su Qing couldn't be bothered to waste words on him. Tilting his head slightly, he sidestepped the obstacle between the staircase and the wall, heading toward Lang Yanwan while speaking on the move. "Choose one. It's either you or someone from your Long family. Someone's got to bear the brunt of my temper." Lang Yanfeng had never encountered a threat that so precisely targeted his vulnerabilities before. Moreover, Su Qing even pointedly mentioned the investigation Li Tian had assigned him utterly terrifying. How could he possibly know everything? While Lang Yanfeng was momentarily stunned. At this moment, Su Qing had already walked up to Lang Yanwan. "Xiaonuan." Lang Yanwan blinked her eyes anxiously. "What were you just talking about with my brother? You didn't get into an argument, did you?" Su Qing smiled gently. "Not at all. Your brother said he misunderstood me. He seemed quite embarrassed about it." Su Qing finished speaking and immediately looked over at Li Tian, who had been left out in the cold. Noting that Li Tian's luck value was only 500 points higher than his own, he felt there was no need to put on airs in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he greeted him warmly. "Brother Li, what a coincidence. I spotted you earlier but didn't get the chance to say hello until now." "Yeah, what a coincidence. Though Li Tian felt a chill run down his spine, Su Qing had not only preempted the romance Lang Yanfeng intended to arrange for him but had also coincidentally appeared right under his nose. Su Qing's sudden appearance threw all his plans into disarray, leaving his mind tangled in a mess of thoughts. At this hour, Spicy Joy Crayfish was packed with customers. Many were glancing in their direction, some recognizing the young master of the Su family who had just been grabbed by the collar from interviews on Luochuan TV. The equally astonished individual was the greeter hidden behind the potted plant by the shop entrance. The clenched fist in his hand had left deep red marks on his palm. That handsome guy had given him so much money just to reserve a seat for the scar-faced man. If it wasn't to gouge out that scar-faced bastard's eyeballs, then why was he letting himself be shouted at and manhandled like this? Truth be told, Lang Yanfeng held considerable reputation in this area. After all, the entire bar street and several adjacent storefronts were all part of his legitimate business ventures. The shops along these streets were located in the city center, and in the eyes of the public, their owners were unmistakably either wealthy or privileged. So out of 10 people in the store, at least 5 could recognize Lang Yanfeng. The customers in the main hall were all pondering whether Lang Yanfeng might have some powerful capital backing him. After all, he had managed to humiliate and scold the young master of the Su family without eliciting even a single word of protest. Lang Yanfeng walked towards Su Qing from the side staircase, his narrow, cold eyes carrying a hint of amusement. His strikingly straight nose bridge paired with thin lips and the scar above his eyes should have made for a ruthless, detached expression, yet at this very moment, it inexplicably gave everyone the impression that the sunlight softened. All the onlookers, the guests watching them, the young receptionist peeking from behind the greenery, Li Tian sitting nearby, including Lang Yanwan standing beside Su Qing, were stunned. They only heard Lang Yanfeng speak with sincere, resonant earnestness, bowing apologetically toward Su Qing as he said, "Truly sorry about earlier." Brother Lang was too impatient and spoke rudely. "My apologies. Brother Lang has 2 stores facing the street. Tomorrow, I'll contact the finance department and transfer the properties on Jinha Street to you. Let me make it up to you." The entire shop erupted in commotion as all onlookers witnessed this apology, and it became abundantly clear to him that Lang Yanfeng, who was usually so domineering, could actually grovel like this. What kind of powerful connections or vast capital could he possibly have? He was just a small-time shop owner with a couple of stores at best. The little greeter at the door couldn't hide her delight, finally releasing her clasped hands. This groveling, concession-filled apology was just too satisfying. Though he knew these wealthy people might not care about money, wasn't this behavior just rubbing their dignity in the dirt? Before the crowd could even finish being shocked and bewildered, all their expressions froze in an instant. Just then, the strikingly handsome man dressed in casual wear standing not far from the stairs gave a faint smile. In a low, husky voice that was remarkably pleasing to the ear, he uttered 2 words, "All right." Chapter 76, The Family Heirloom. Su Qing observed Lang Yanfeng, whose face openly displayed friendliness and magnanimity, and couldn't help but admire his extraordinary acting skills. So this was the flawless explanation Lang Yanfeng had concocted after pondering and scheming for so long by himself. Compared to merely suffering a slight loss of face, Lang Yanfeng had elegantly demonstrated his generosity while perfectly concealing his true identity, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If Su Qing were to take over an entire street's worth of his shops, it would make the Su family seem petty. Su Qing chuckled inwardly while maintaining a brilliantly sunny smile. Were they trying to play dirty with him? Su Qing quickly waved his hand dismissively at Lang Yanfeng. "Brother Lang, I was just joking. I already told you it's just a misunderstanding, no need to take it so seriously. How could I make such a big deal out of nothing? If I really wanted your assets, what kind of person would that make me?" Su Qing walked over to Lang Yanfeng, draped an arm around his shoulder, and gave him an enthusiastic hug. To anyone watching, it looked like all grievances had been resolved with a smile. Spectators among the guests sighed repeatedly. In public perception, Su Qing's image as an obstinate and reclusive figure widely circulated in rumors was deeply ingrained. Although he appeared cheerful and radiant during the interview at Luochuan TV station, most people suspected it was merely a publicity stunt. But seeing him in person today, one truly comes to realize that the young master of the Su family is indeed a gentle and magnanimous person. The previously rumored image of him being antisocial might actually just be social anxiety. Yet as his hand rested by Lang Yanfeng's ear, the words he uttered were completely at odds with their current relaxed demeanor. With a faint smile curling his lips, Su Qing spoke softly, "Brother Lang, this, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, well played. But it's not like my family's lacking a commercial street. Still, since you're being so sincere, it'd be rude to refuse. Just liquidate all the shops worth money and give me the cash. Is it worth 500 million? Fine, make it 500 million then. I'll send someone to the Long family tomorrow to find you. You'd better be waiting at home. Otherwise, I'll have your nearly 80-year-old grandfather settle your debts for you." Lang Yanfeng felt the gentle pat on his back from Su Qing, his eyes narrowing sharply as his fingers dug viciously into his own palms. He feared he might lose control and land a couple of solid punches on Su Qing. Lang Yanfeng gnashed his teeth in frustration. Humph, he sure knows how to play the good guy in front of the crowd, he whispered venomously into Su Qing's ear. You're truly fucking treacherous. Not at all. I'm not good at anything else, but I learn fast, all thanks to Brother Lang's excellent teachings. There's no bad blood between you and me. Tomorrow we'll settle the debts and put this matter behind us. I suggest you stop opposing me, or you'll regret it. Su Qing's veiled sarcasm and threats made Lang Yanfeng sick to his stomach, but before he could retort, Su Qing had already stood up and walked back to Long Yan's side. Su Qing couldn't be bothered to waste more words on Lang Yanfeng, he had something far better to break the man's defenses, and the same went for his dear brother, Li Tian. Brother Lang, I'll be heading off first, Su Qing said with a smile to Lang Yanfeng, then turned to greet Li Tian sitting nearby. I'm off, Brother Li. The words barely left his lips when he leaned close to Lang Yanwen's ear and whispered, Sister One, I'll take my leave now. Let's catch up later. With that, Su Qing started walking toward the door, though not in any particular hurry. The reason was simple, the alchemy furnace was still in Lang Yanwen's trunk. He had no intention of asking her for it outright, because he did it again. Wait no, because he's a shy man. As expected, that 90-point affinity wasn't for nothing. The moment Su Qing stepped out the door, Lang Yanwen chased after her. Meanwhile, Lang Yanfeng had already taken a seat opposite Li Tian. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation. It felt as if several sharp blades had pierced straight through his chest. Especially when he looked up and met Li Tian's expression, shocked, flustered, angry, and full of disdain. Li Tian frowned slightly, eyeing Lang Yanfeng as he said, Bro, this doesn't seem like your usual style. How could you treat Su Qing like that? Lang Yanfeng gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, Damn it, don't even bring it up. That bastard. It's like he's got some fucking sixth sense. He knows my identity, knows I investigated him for you, and even knows about the boxing gym I run. That little bastard must realize he doesn't have long to live, threatening me with the Long family's reputation and my sister. Just wait a few days, if I don't end him, I'll take his last name. Li Tian's fingers tapped against the stool leg, sensing things were going increasingly wrong. Why does Su Qing always manage to get ahead every time? How does he know everything? Who exactly is backing him up behind the scenes? Especially now, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He sensed that Su Qing was once again ruining his plans. He jerked his head back abruptly and saw Su Qing and Lang Yanwen bent over the trunk, fiddling with something unknown. Li Tian turned his head back, calming his thoughts as he guided Lang Yanfeng onwards. Bro, aren't you worried about your sister going out with him like that? Lang Yanfeng knew Li Tian was thinking about the secret medicine, he said. He agreed not to lay a finger on my sister. He still has some sense of propriety. I refuse to believe he'd disregard the Su family entirely, daring to toy with my sister and directly oppose our Lang family. Didn't my sister mention? Su Qing is merely her interview guest. Rest assured, I'll ensure their paths never cross again. When my sister returns later, we'll see when the secret remedy can be prepared. I'll have it delivered to you then. Having steeled himself for hours, Lang Yanfeng's emotions had settled into icy composure. His disdainful glance toward the chatting pair outside flickered with revulsion, yet beneath it all simmered profound contempt. A youngster under 20 probably wouldn't have the audacity to genuinely oppose the Lang family. Making him apologize and demanding money, 500 million at that, seemed rather childish. For the Lang family, that amount was just a drop in the bucket, utterly naive. Lang Yanfeng raised his wineglass, downing several gulps as he contemplated how to execute a meticulously crafted plan to teach Su Qing a lesson. Suddenly, Lang Yanfeng's eyes widened as he choked violently on his mouthful of liquor. Li Tian's robe and sleeves were splattered with the liquor Lang Yanfeng had suddenly sprayed from his mouth. His face twisted into an expression as bitter as a gourd. Hastily grabbing some tissues to wipe himself, he said, Bro, what's wrong with you again? Lang Yanfeng's mind buzzed with a ringing noise as he stared blankly out the window, his vacant eyes fixed through the glass pane upon Su Qing's figure. Every word Su Qing had spoken earlier pressed relentlessly forward, striking precisely at the Lang family's vulnerabilities. But, when he calmed his mind to recall, he suddenly noticed a discrepancy in Su Qing's words. Last year, Lang Yanfeng hadn't even attended the charity auction with his aunt. It finally dawned on him, he'd never actually crossed paths with Su Qing before, and he was certain he'd never met her prior to this. So how did Su Qing know his identity? They had no grievances between them. Why would Su Qing investigate him in advance and learn everything about him? Through the thick glass window, Lang Yanfeng couldn't hear what Su Qing and Lang Yanwen were saying to each other. He watched as Su Qing hailed a taxi, noticing how she didn't immediately enter the vehicle but instead turned and waved in his direction, as if bidding him farewell. Of course, after Lang Yanfeng felt a sudden chill, he noticed something else in Su Qing's other hand, a small 10-centimeter square object covered with a red cloth that was fluttering. Just as an ominous premonition surged through Lang Yanfeng's heart, a gentle breeze from the west blew away his doubts, lifting part of the silken red cloth to reveal unmistakably, right before his eyes, a golden plaque. That object, what else could it be if not the Ling family's heirloom? Lang Yanfeng finally understood Su Chang, that short-lived bastard, hadn't been targeting him or Lang Yanwan at all. He's after our family's heirloom. Chapter 77, Bro respects your decision. Lang Yanfeng rushed out without a second thought. Even the young attendant sitting on a stool nearby, who had just begun rising to open the door for him, was left stunned by his abrupt departure. The glass door slammed shut with a bang from Lang Yanfeng's kick. A little more force and it would have shattered completely. Su Qing in the taxi by the entrance seemed to be timing Lang Yanfeng's exit perfectly, never in a hurry to leave. Just as Lang Yanfeng opened the door, she mouthed the words *drive* through the taxi's window. The pudgy driver inside the car naturally didn't stop the vehicle despite the pursuit and pounding from the person outside. Because he was a professional driver, safely delivering passengers to their destination was his duty. Especially since he had glimpsed with peripheral vision the small stack of bills on the passenger seat today. Not even the King of Heaven himself could make him stop. The driver floored the accelerator, leaving only a fog-like trail of exhaust fumes drifting toward Lang Yanfeng, vanishing like a receding legend. Lang Yanfeng gasped in rage as if suffering from myocardial ischemia. Walking toward Lang Yanwarm, he had always been gentle in front of his younger sister, but this time he simply couldn't contain himself. His 5 fingers clamped viciously onto Lang Yanwan's arm, the white dress sleeve seeming to dig into her flesh and bone as her whimpers of pain spilled forth. She clawed at Lang Yanfeng's hand. Brother, it hurts. Lang Yanwan, can you fucking explain to me what the hell you just gave him? When Lang Yan carefully retrieved the cauldron for Su Qing earlier, she dreaded nothing more than her brother spotting it. Now, as the old saying goes, the thing you most wish to hide always finds its way into the light. Lang Yanwan's neck ached terribly from being choked, and her heart ached even fiercer under her brother's accusatory questioning. Yet it remained an indisputable fact, she'd already given the object to Su Qing. Whether she explained herself now or later made little difference. The reckoning would come regardless. Her eyes were tinged with red, shimmering with unshed tears, as she spoke in a steady voice. Brother, the Li family doesn't have particularly close ties with us anyway. Whether we give the medicine to the Su family or the Li family, what's the difference? Besides, Su Qing will return it to me tomorrow anyway, and he doesn't even know how to refine medicine with that cauldron. This was the first time the siblings had ever argued, and Lang Yanwan's bold retort left him momentarily stunned and unfamiliar confusion stirring within him. Equal parts furious and baffled, only one thought pulsed through his mind. Did he bewitch you with goo sorcery? Shanwan, have you taken a liking to him? Lang Yanfeng frowned as he stared at his sister's suddenly flushed cheeks, as if some secret had been exposed. Realizing there was no need to ask further, he gave an awkward, bitter smile, his expression more twisted than if he'd been crying. Lang Yanfeng gradually loosened the grip on her fingers, then grasped her arm with measured firmness, not too tight, not too light. Shanwan, I don't mean to be harsh, but his body's frail as a sickly chicken, that thing won't last many more years anyway. Do you have any idea how shameless he is? Lang Yanfeng initially wanted to tell Lang Yanwan about Su Qing's threats, but after some thought, he decided against it. He changed the subject and said, Shanwan, with our family's status, wouldn't it be simple for you to find someone from an equal background, physically intact, and with decent character? What do you even see in him? Other than that passably handsome face of his, is there anything remotely decent about him? And, you've only interviewed him once, Shanwan. Do you really know what kind of person he is? Lang Yanfeng spoke persuasively with a gentle attitude, yet every word hit Lang Yanwan's sore spots. Her time alone with Su Qing had only been that single day, just a few hours from the temple to here, yet she had somehow easily let Su Qing occupy her heart. As for character, Lang Yanwan truly felt Su Qing excelled in every way, whether it was peeling shrimp for her or buying her cosmetics, all those considerate little gestures. Not to mention convincing her brother Su Qing, even she herself found such feeble excuses too far-fetched. Lang Yanwan had thought of countless reasons to defend Su Qing, but she couldn't deceive herself. Her most vivid memory of him was from their last interview. That intense gaze Su Qing had given her amidst the crowded venue, those beautiful obsidian dark eyes had focused solely on her with undivided attention. His effortlessly elegant yet casually charming appearance had been imprinted so deeply in her mind that she couldn't forget their first encounter for the longest time. Her eyelashes fluttered as she said, yes, I may not understand him enough, but in all my years, he's the only one I've ever taken a liking to. So what if I just fancy him for his handsome looks? No matter what, I've set my heart on him. Even if he could only live one extra day while others might live 10 more years, I'd still give it to him. And brother, the price the Li family can offer, it's not like the Su family can't match it. Why can't I choose to give it to him? Lang Yanfeng looked at his sister's straightforward display of youthful infatuation and found himself at a loss between laughter and tears. So his sister was actually a massive simp? Moreover, every word his sister said hit the mark, whether it was the sickly eldest son of the Li family or the half-crippled heir of the Su family. It made little difference to the Lung family. In fact, the Su family's influence was even greater than the Li's. Lang Yanfeng simply loathed Su Chang, and he'd already given Li Tian his word. For a moment, he was utterly lost for words. Looking at the sister he had once risked his life to save, now on the verge of arguing with him, Lang Yenfeng honestly felt a chill in his heart. In a moment, his sister might even pull rank as the heir to pressure him. Lang Yenfeng released his grip, rubbed her arm, and nodded. Alright, I respect your decision. I'm just worried about you. But it was Auntie who made the agreement with the Li family, not you or your third brother. Have you handed all our family's cauldrons over to Su Qing? Have you thought about how you'll explain this to Aunt, to Dad and Mom, and to Big Brother and Second Brother when you get home? Lang Yanwan shook her head urgently. I can just say what I told you earlier. Whether it's the Su family or the Li family, it's all the same. If Aunt just returns whatever she received, wouldn't that? Besides, he wouldn't possibly refuse to return the pill furnace to me. He wouldn't even know how to use it. Yeah, right, he doesn't know how to use it. But, changing your mind so suddenly now will ruin our family's reputation and bring us into direct conflict with the Li family, won't it? Lang Yanwen furrowed her brows, her throat tight with emotion, her voice hoarse from urgency. Brother, then, how should I explain this to Auntie? Lang Yanfeng reached out to pat her head, letting out a deep sigh before comforting her. Stop crying, I'll help you. For now, don't go home today. Stay at your apartment for a couple of days. I'll go home and talk to Auntie, see if we can cover this up. You can go back once the elders have calmed down. Thank you, big brother, you're so good to me, Long Yen whispered softly. What else can I do? You're my only sister, and this is your first time having someone you like. Of course I'll side with you. By the way, when is the furnace opening scheduled? Let me think how to explain this to Auntie. Actually, we could just tell the Li family the pill wasn't successfully refined. Lang Yanwan replied, at Mao hour tomorrow, 3/4 in. Lang Yanfeng patted her arm. Alright, got it. You can go back first then. I haven't finished eating yet, and it wouldn't look good if people saw you crying like this. Lang Yanwan had tears on her face as she wiped them away. Thanks for helping me, brother. Alright, as long as you're well, that's all that matters. Watching the taillights of Lang Yanwan's BMW disappear into the distance, he clenched his jaw and muttered under his breath. Little sister, you've chosen the wrong man. Let your brother help you. Lang Yanfeng made the call. The call connected immediately. Young Master Lang. Lang Yanfeng said succinctly, a taxi, license plate number, Luoaxxxx. Su Qing is inside. Find out where he went and locate him. Retrieve what he's holding and bring him away. Keep it clean. Lang Yanfeng's eyes turned icy as he pondered for a moment before adding, make it slow. Don't let him leave too comfortably. Chapter 78, Wealth Breeds Conscience. From the other end of the phone, Lang Yanfeng's subordinate responded in terrified stutters, Young Master Lang. Su Qing. The Su family just. What if someone discovers us? Lang Yanfeng said softly and indifferently, Su Qing doesn't have any bodyguards around him, nor is he heading towards the Su family's direction. Make sure you act quickly and cleanly, no one will find out. After we're done with this, I'll give you enough money to leave Luochuan and live comfortably for several lifetimes. The voice on the phone struggled to respond, understood. Young Master Lang. Lang Yanfeng hung up violently, gripping his phone with such force it seemed he might crush it to dust. The fury within him had reached its boiling point. Su Qing humiliated him, got close to his sister, and took their family's possessions. Each step of the plan fueled his burning hatred. He glanced at Li Tian sitting nearby through the window pane before turning back into the shop. With a thud, he dropped onto the chair, the wooden legs scraping against the floor with a creak before he let out a sigh. Li Tian, there are two things I need to tell you. Li Tian gave him a puzzled look and said casually, Bro Lang, go ahead. Lang Yanfeng raised his eyes and glared at Li Tian. The hell are you calling me that too? Copying that little punk? I'm almost sick to death of hearing it. Li Tian. Damn, I got so used to hearing Su Qing talking non-stop. Li Tian cleared his throat. Ahem, bro, go on. Can't give you the drugs now. My sister gave them to Su Qing. Fucking fell for that guy. Li Tian said magnanimously, no worries, if your sister. Lang Yanfeng slammed the table with a loud bang. Bullshit, it's nothing, Li Tian. The other thing I want to say is, I'm going to send someone to seize the medicine back, and as for Su Qingren. Lang Yanfeng made a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Li Tian, I need you to work with me on this. Su Qing's life is mine, and my family's medicine is yours. If our Lang and Li families join forces, even if the truth comes out someday, it will be easy to settle. Lang Yanfeng's tongue traced his teeth, his face gathering a cold intensity. The scar on his eyelid lent him a fierce look as he sneered. Li Tian, his existence benefits neither of us. Surely you can't endure the threat he poses to you either. After helping you so many times, today I just want to ask you. Lang Yanfeng extended his hand, suspending it midair. Join forces to finish him off together, or, we'll pretend we never knew each other from now on. Li Tian had long endured his fill of Su Qing. Wherever the Lin family was involved, Su Qing would butt in. Now the Lang family affair was no exception. However, regarding this particular matter, Li Tian actually thought Su Qing taking the medicine was rather good. After all, if the secret medicine promised by the Lang family to Li Sheng ended up being snatched by Su Qing, it couldn't be blamed on him that his elder brother couldn't take it. This was much better than if he'd taken it himself. Yet each time Su Qing preempted him, seizing opportunities that should have been his, Li Tian's hatred for the man grew deeper than bone. Now that Lang Yanfeng harbored the same desire to flay Su Qing alive and pull out his tendons, Li Tian actually thought it was worth a try, and the method he had in mind was to let Lang Yanfeng be the one to stick his neck out. Without hesitation, Li Tian slapped Lang Yanfeng's palm decisively. "Bro, what's your plan?" he asked. Lang Yanfeng nodded, pulled out his phone, and forwarded the real-time vehicle tracking location his subordinates had just sent him to Li Tian. A small red dot was moving rapidly along a road on the map. Luo AXXXX, Su Qing got into this taxi. The real-time location has been sent to your phone. Send some trusted people over to assist my team. Su Qing didn't return to the Su family and is completely alone. With that weakling's ability, let's see how he dies today. Li Tian nodded and immediately picked up the phone, dialing a number. "Hey, gather 3 or 5 guys and follow the live location I sent you. Su Qing is in the car, help Lang's people, take him out." Lang Yanfeng was thoroughly pleased, the corners of his lips curling into a sinister smile. "Had enough? Let's go back to Chiya for drinks. Staying here just feels unlucky. Fine, let's go drink." Before Li Tian could even finish speaking, Lang Yanfeng was already striding toward the door, his entire demeanor exuding how utterly he loathed the very air of Su Qing's presence. But just as Lang Yanfeng stepped out of the Spicy Joy storefront, Li Tian, who had been following behind him, immediately pulled out his phone and sent a message to the person he had just called. "Watch the fire from across the river, no need to lift a finger, just observe." A swift reply came from the other end of the line. "Got it, young Master Li." Li Tian clenched his phone and sneered. After all, he had sent people, he'd fulfilled his promise to Lang Yanfeng. As for Su Qing, as long as he didn't act himself, even if the Su family investigated later, they wouldn't be able to trace anything back to him. He cast a faint glance at Lang Yanfeng's retreating figure, muttering to himself, "Sorry, brother. As the old saying goes, a petty mind makes no gentleman, and a true man must be ruthless. You failed to accomplish any of the major tasks I entrusted to you. There's no reason for me to risk my neck for you." Li Tian and Lang Yanfeng got in the car and returned to Chiya Bar. Night streets with night views, chase lights, forgetting, pausing, flowing with the wind. A full beautiful moon hung in the night sky like a white jade plate, encircled by stars, a breathtaking sight. The Chuanqiang Avenue bustled with bustling traffic, most of the shops on both sides still open, as dazzling streetlights mingled harmoniously with the soft night hues. At this moment, Su Qing was sitting in a taxi moving along Chuanjiang Avenue, heading toward his apartment near Luochuan Art University. He lounged leisurely against the seatback, his eyes shut, wearing a pair of LV resort trainer sneakers, expensive white shoes with black pattern trim, casually resting on the cheap plastic floor mat at his feet. The faint sound of rain mixed with the rhythmic tapping of his shoes. Su Qing wasn't resting his eyes, he was mapping out the upcoming plot. A faint smirk curled on his otherwise expressionless, handsome face as he softly scoffed. In the original story, Li Tian was about to send people to spectate while pretending righteousness. The driver at the wheel was drawn by Su Qing's voice and glanced at the rearview mirror, just meeting the eyes of the man in the back seat who had just opened them. As everyone knows, most cab drivers are enthusiastic chatterboxes, and this one was no exception as he struck up a conversation with the passenger behind him. "Heh, young man, you're quite handsome." Su Qing smirked and nodded, "True enough." At the same time, both the driver who expected the backseat passenger to show some modesty and Su Qing spoke the same polite phrase in unison. "Don't be light, you truly are the finest I've encountered in all these years." The driver was stunned mid-sentence, his expression freezing instantly as he glanced at the rearview mirror. "Huh, to act so unpredictably?" Su Qing smiled faintly, looking at the dumbfounded driver before him as he teased. "Bro, do you know what comes before the saying wealth nurtures conscience?" Chapter 79, let him play the role of a bystander. The driver chuckled as he gripped the steering wheel. "I know that one poverty breeds villainy, right?" Su Qing rubbed his chin, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Tell me, old friend, do I strike you as more of a hero or a villain?" The taxi driver glanced at the stack of cash beside him, his heart swelling with joy. With 2 children at home and being the sole breadwinner, household expenses were always a heavy burden. This unexpected windfall would ease their financial strain for quite some time. He said cheerfully, "Young man, you absolutely are a great and righteous person." Su Qing sighed silently in his heart. What a pity. In this book, I'm actually the villain. So tell me, in this world, does being someone willing to cut off their own flesh to feed an eagle make you a good person? No, that would make you a Buddha on the spot. We're all just people chasing our own interests, so how can those hypocrites cloak themselves in such righteousness? Su Qing picked up the phone and dialed. "Hey, brother Xing, send some men to the back entrance of Jinyu Apartments." Voice on the other end, "Got it. What's happened?" Su Qing said lightly, nothing major. Someone wants me to come out and play for a while. Wouldn't be fun with just a few people? Tell them to stay back for now, I've got a little surprise for my friends. Got it, loud and clear. After hanging up, the cab driver in front chuckled, you youngsters sure know how to have a wild time. Indeed, quite interesting. The Jinyu residence is located right next to Luochuan University. When Su Qing attends classes, he sometimes stays here to avoid the long commute home. The apartments feature expansive layouts with one elevator per household, ensuring privacy and tranquility. Logically speaking, if Su Qing wanted to avoid the people sent by Lang Yanfeng and Li Tian, he could simply have the car stop at the main entrance. But currently, Su Qing's luck points are still 500 less than Li Tian's, so this part of the plot definitely wouldn't allow him to return to the main entrance as he wished. There was a sudden screeching sound. The car was driving along a small road next to Jinyu Mansion when the driver's body lurched forward, nearly hitting his head on the steering wheel. The car had stalled, but Su Qing was doing relatively fine. He had already braced himself by holding onto the front seat in advance. Though he felt a bit of the momentum, it wasn't as sudden as when Lang Yanwarm abruptly slammed on the brakes before. Young man, look, maybe you should get off here, I'll refund. The car had developed a problem and couldn't take the passenger to his destination on time. On top of the car breaking down, frightening the passenger, this wasn't the customer's fault. Although this driver certainly liked money, he was fundamentally decent and still had professional ethics. Someone perceptive like Su Qing wouldn't fuss over such a small matter. After all, the driver was just unlucky. Had he not picked up Su Qing, his car wouldn't have broken down either. Su Qing took out another 2,000 from his pocket and handed it to the driver. Times are tough for everyone, use this to fix your car. The driver froze in stunned silence, wavering between gratitude and polite refusal, his hand hesitating in the air. Before he could decide whether to say thank you or no need, Su Qing had already placed the money on the passenger seat, opened the door, and stepped out. Watching Su Qing's imposing, heroic figure retreating, the moved driver murmured, "Good people live peaceful lives." This Golden Park residence is a small community with only 5 buildings in total, featuring just 2 gates, the main north gate and the rear south gate. The south gate's location is less favorable due to uneven terrain, compounded by the scarcity of surrounding amenities near the northern side. Therefore, residents typically enter and exit through the north gate in their daily commute, leaving the southern area sparsely populated. Though the number of buildings is limited, the property values here are remarkably high, thanks to the well-designed facilities and lush landscaping within the complex. Su Qing stood by the roadside, gazing at the iron railings enclosing the apartment complex before shifting his gaze toward the south gate approximately over a kilometer away. Alright, it's too far, just climb over it. He stepped onto a pile of stones stacked at the southwest corner against the wall, grabbed a half-arched iron railing, and vaulted over into the residential compound. Before him stretched a dense grove, its greenery muted by the night into shades of gloom and desolation. Raindrops occasionally slid from the leaves in the post-rain weather, and the occasional breeze carried a chill. Su Qing hugged his arms, pondering in his mind wherein the Jinyu apartments might be free from surveillance cameras. Under the cover of night, beneath the shade of trees, Su Qing was preparing to head toward his destination when a glance to the side caught his attention. A Toyota minivan with concealed license plates had pulled over by the roadside beyond the distant fence. Pull over to the side, each gripping a steel baseball bat gleaming coldly in their hands. Dressed in various outfits with black face masks covering their features, Su Qing couldn't make out their expressions, but judging by their leisurely, loose strides, he felt certain this group didn't belong to Lang Yanfeng. Because he had used the eyes of insight, the leader with dyed yellow hair was called Li Daegog. According to the book's account, this man was Li Tian's subordinate. Their group had been dispatched by Li Tian not to deal with him, but merely to put on a show for Lang Yanfeng while watching the fire burn from the safety of the opposite shore. But the one who truly poses a threat to him. Su Qing scanned the surroundings intently, searching for Lang Yanfeng while a loud screech of brakes assaulted his ears, startling Su Qing. He turned to see a black Hummer with obscured license plates. The car was too close to Su Qing. He only heard a loud door sliding sound before 5 or 6 men stepped out of the vehicle. The man at the forefront wore an oversized hoodie that covered down to his eyebrows, along with a black face mask, concealing himself entirely. Lang Yanfeng's gang was far more murderous than the men sent by Li Tian. Each of them carried a machete, its blade reflecting glaring light under the street lamps. Those long blades twisted in motion, flashing a blinding glare into Su Qing's eyes. By the time he blinked, the leader had already pointed his weapon at him. The man's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but every word reached Su Qing's ears crystal clear, deep and resonant, carrying an icy, bone-chilling intent to kill. Just listen to that person say to the people beside him, "It's him. Leave him half alive. Take him away." Su Qing smirked recklessly, stepping backward onto the dewy grass lawn with a rustling sound, while crooking his finger provocatively at the others. He raised his index finger and flicked off the red silk cloth covering the furnace tripod he was carrying, then lifted the golden bronze object slightly toward the group. His voice was neither too loud nor soft, his originally bewitching tone now laced with mockery. Come on, kill me, take the stuff and go report to your master. The men sent by Lang Yanfeng were extraordinarily agile. At this moment, Su Qing only had 70 points of combat power. He didn't even need to assess the combat power of the men before him, he stood absolutely no chance against them. And according to the original plot, the men he had sent from Wolf's Path were just entering the vicinity of the south gate from a hidden location avoiding surveillance. So, this time, let him play the roles of killing with a borrowed knife and watching the fire from across the river.